build diff, crazy stuff is happening. Mika's winning, Quack's winning. Nothing makes sense anymore.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to do my job? I'm trying to think reasonably and predict what's going to happen, and then
Jen did her team alphabetically.
What's up, bro? แป๊บนึงนะจ๊ะปึ๊บมาครับสวัสดีครับทุกคนครับ www เอ้ยสวัสดีครับอัปเดตมูสวัสดีครับเอ้ยนึกว่าไปงานไม่ได้ไปนะสิไปก็ไม่ได้สตรีมนะสิสกัสสวัสดีครับโรซี่สวัสดีครับแบมสวัสดีครับพี่สวัสดีครับทันนี่สวัสดีครับผมบีสวัสดีครับจูดี้สวัสดีครับแดเนียลสวัสดีครับ What's up man ไมโต้สวัสดีครับโมจิสวัสดีครับลูมี่สวัสดีครับพันธบีสวัสดีครับเนสสวัสดีครับมัตซี่สวัสดีครับบีโลพีสวัสดีครับโคเคนสวัสดีครับฮักกรีสวัสดีครับก็ซิล่าสวัสดีครับซิลเลนสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับเชฟซับสวัสดีครับคิวสวัสดีครับฮาวดีครับเราจะอยู่เลยมาแล้วจ้ามาเอฟแพ้จะไม่อาบน้ำเลยเฮีย
at some point. Now,
บอ
Platoon,
ส
even
สวัสดี
though
ครั
we're
บบาส
really
สวัสดี
applauding
ค
him
รั
a
บ
bit, it is
ส
true.
วัส
The
ดีครับ
Global Esports FULLSENSE game is
เอ็ม
big
คิวสวัสดีครับ
drama
นายเดียวสวัสดีครับ
aside. In terms of the standings, both
พร้อม
these
ซั
teams
บ
want
ต้
to
อง
get
อ่าน
back
ว่าเซ
to
ฟ
the
บูมา
last
และโด
global
แรก
event
ก่อน
of
ปรับ
this
โด
year.
เทีย
So
FS
this
โว้ย
is the
เว้ยสวัสดีครับเซ
We've
ฟ
already talked about it even with
Sky,
T1,
สวัสดี
for
ครับ
example.
MKT
A
สวัส
lot
ดีครับ
of
พอส
these
สวัสดี
teams
ครับ
very close in terms of chance points.
Wi-Fi,
We're
สวัสดี
talking
ครับ
about
ผม
every single win in the group stage.
วินเตอร์บูสวัสดีครับ
Particularly
ซิก้า
when
สวัส
you're
ดีครับ
playing
คน
against
บาร่าสวัส
an
ดีครับ
opponent that's beatable, whether
กลับ
you're
ไป
the
เติม
team
ไร
that's
ฝ
the
นจะตก
favorite,
เลย
you
ฮะยังไม่
need
ได้
to
เติมอะไร
secure
เลย
those chance points. So for me, although FULLSENSE might be a little bit favored, and we've kind of discussed our predictions.
New Brother สวัส
a
ดี
little
ครับ
bit already, this is a
ฮัลโหล
very
ฮัลโหล
winnable
ฮัลโหล
game for GE,
ไม่
and
เสียง
they
กู
were
เป็นไรวะ
both
อยู่
kind
ดี
of top 3 in Ho Chi Minh just in that last season. So they need
เอฟแพ้
every
ตาโดน
single
ตุ๋ย
point they
ไม่
can
ใช่
get.
เหรอวะ
Yeah, so the roster hasn't changed, but what has been
เติม
kind of
GE
cool,
ให้หน่อย
we are
มา
seeing
แล้วจูนิกซี่
expansion
สวัสดีครับ
of
ได้ถ่ายบรร
the,
ยากาศให้นะ
the coaching staff
W
coming in,
มาก
right? Amex is in, Fields is in too.
Yeah, look, I
รอ
mean,
ดู
as
เลย
a
รอ
coach,
ดูเลย
someone I
ตื่น
worked
เต้น
with
ตื่น
in the
เต้น
past as well. I think he's a great coach. I think these are excellent additions to that roster. So
ชาเขียวสวัสดีครับวันนี้เลิกแล้วไอจีสวัสดีครับ มีเสียงหลงนะทำไมวะ What the hell?
Against RFU, they had that big comeback there on Summit. So I do feel like this is a squad that definitely you
Peter,
still
what
have
up?
a
What up?
reason
Alfred, what
to
up?
be excited for.
When you
I do
ultra
really
smooth
feel
away.
like you still have a comeback there on Summit. So I do feel like this is a squad that definitely you still have a reason.
Wait,
to be
okay,
excited for.
okay.
I do really feel
พี่
like
บีม
เป็น
จะซับ
วัน
เก้าเดือนนะครับ
ดรา
พี่
ม่า
บี
อดีตกับลีโอไหม
อะไรนะได้ดราม่าลีโอไหมเห็นแล้วดราม่าลีโอ เหี้ยมาก
จะมาหรือจะหมดวันนี้
ต้องมาดิวะดราม่าลีโอเฮียมาก
I think Frost style works very well for some players, but there's some players that don't respond well to that conflict and prefer to just play in a more kind of, you know, where friends
GE.
environment.
Frost, you know, when he was the coach of Global Esports, he commended his players really highly. He even said it in his game against FULLSENSE in Masters
แป๊บ
London
นึงนะ
and
จ๊ะ
also
แป๊บนึงนะจ๊ะ
in Ho Chi Minh. He was like,
มา
what do you think of Javi's macro now? What do you think
สวัสดีครับ
of
คุณส
Javi's
กอร์สวัสดีครับ
macro?
What's up
And
bro
he really thinks his players, previous players were really good. So I think, you know, both of them got really
Creator
strong feet to
dashboard.
stand on in this case.
Okay.
Of course, they will be playing against FULLSENSE. Is this what we're doing? Are we doing a telestrator with you today?
Yeah,
Are you
I think
มี
breaking
ทีม
down
ไทยแข่งไหมครับ คู่แรกครับทีมไทย แป๊บนึงนะครับพี่แพทเปิดโหวตให้ละโอเคบองว่าซับโปบูดอสวัสดีครับภูริสวัสดีครับกระตายสวัสดีครับฮัลโหลขอเนี่ยสั่งกาแฟแป๊บทุกคน แป๊บนึงนะ เดี๋ยวเซตปูนสวัสดีครับเฮ้ยคืออะไรวะ Hell yeah bro what the fuck ขอสั่งกาแฟแป๊บ
from someone จากใจแฟนฟานาติก 2023 กรูต้องรู้สึกไงวะเศร้า
จริงกูเอาจริงมากูไม่ expect เลยไอ้ลีโออ่ะเฮียมึงก็บีของคิกเอ้ย W ครับขอบคุณครับดีครับใส่เสื้อสีขาวสวัสดีครับคินโซซัน
from
ซัน
ซา
สวัสดี
ที่
ครับ
อ่านว่าเซฟ
โอ้เสียงกูเป็นไรวะ
FS ชนะเดี๋ยวโดให้101เอาไม่เอาแต่ขออย่างเดียว just เทียสุดใจ เดี๋ยวเพิ่มให้150ขอมัน
ได้เลยไม่ได้ปกป้องนะ แต่ลีโอไม่น่าคบอันนี้เลยจริงดราม่าอะไรดราม่าเกี่ยวกับเกมเชนเจอร์ครับคือลีโอไปดูแข่งทัวร์หญิงกับ อาดิสแล้วก็พูดอะไรไม่เข้าหูครับผมพูดแบบเหี้ยอะ
very strange to play against because people won't be having reps on Summit against something that will play like this.
And you see Harvey being able to
ตาคิดอยากลองไปตีมันเขียวไอ้ตาสตรีมอยู่นะครับฝากไปเปิดกันด้วยนะแชทฝากไปเปิดคลิกกันหน่อยนะลีโอฟานาติกเหรอใช่แล้วโรซี่สวัสดีครับโรซี่แคสเปอร์ฮัลโหลเชิงเกียรติเหรอใช่นามาลีโออ่านได้ที่ไหนอ่ะต้องอ่านบ้านดำมาอ่านเอ็กซ์อะมันพูดว่าอะไรอ่ะขอไปพูดแล้วกัน
ฟรอมซัมวันบ้านกูฝนตกโคตรแรงเลยจัสไม่ได้ยินอะไรเลยว่ะขอหอมแก้มจัสได้ไหม
เขินนะอุ้ยแต่บ้านจัสเหมือนใกล้ตรงแล้วเหมือนกันวะยังเกียร์ถั่วอยู่เลยพี่ก้าวสวัสดีครับก่อนสวัสดีครับเริ่มถึงกี่โมงนี่ครับ6 นาที
ฟรอมซัมวันกรูคาดไม่ถึงลีโอจริง
จริงร้านจานนะครับร้านเหมือนกันทำมาเว้ยสเกอร์มิดไปยังมันจะไม่เห็นเลยนะนี่รอจัดดีครับโดนไม่มีเอาดีครับเป็นป่องใหญ่บ้านละบินกันตะวิวดีครับ
ฟรอมคริสตี้ยีน่ามันเห็นกูเปล่าว่าแชทเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเม่งกินเต็มเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเมินร้อยเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมน้อยใจนะครับ
แล้ววันนี้ประกันมันแล้วไม่ใช่หรอทีนะนะขอฟังแป๊บฟอร์จะชนมันไหมจะว่าชนเมื่อกี้ก็ชนอยู่อ่ะเชี่ยวันนี้ต้องชนะนะถ้าวันนี้ไม่ชนะนี่อันตรายนะเรื่องตารางอ่ะเมื่อวานลุ้นฟานาติกไหมลุ้นมากแต่ชนะไม่ได้มานานลืมกันยังวันนี้มีทีมไทยมีทีมอะไรบ้างมีแค่ฟูลเซนครับใส่น้อยสวัสดีครับผมทำไมแนวนอนอ่ะก็มีคนบอกอยากดูแนวนอนก็เลยจัดแนวนอนให้เมินร้อยโดยเฉพาะบ้านแดงไม่ได้เมินแกรมสวัสดีครับกินอะไรดีสั่งอะไรมากินหน่อยจะสั่งกาแฟอ่ะข้าวอยากกินบะหมี่ว่ะยิงลมมาดิครับซิลมาดิครับเมื่อไหร่จะไปแข่งเรฟเฟอรี่มาดิครับผมจะ80 สตรีมสติครับเคนโซจะ80 สตรีมสติครับคีมาจะ90 สตรีมสติครับขอโรตีที่1ได้เลยลีโอขอไปเปิดคลิปประกันมึงเล่นเกินที่อ่ะจำไม่เน้นอ่านเน้นเมินเอาเข้าไปดีฟอกเฮ้ยนี่ไงเฮ้ยลุงเจมว่ะเฮ้ยสิกูเป็นไรวะวันนี้ทำไมกูตื่นมาเป็นไงกูไม่สบายหรอ What the hell
From someone Where is the code ส่วนลดจาก RichMan Shop
เฮ้ยมาครับแจกโค้ดส่วนลด RichMan Shop มีแค่50 โค้ดเท่านั้นเขาลองของก่อนน้ำไม่อาบแล้วจ้าโทรมาอยู่ในห้องน้ำเนี่ยโค้ด RichMan Shop เนี่ยวะRMSX JJaz
He's definitely a player, and I feel like they just keep these assistant coaches,
him
and T-Love, just to play these. Autumn, your guy, our sole Australian, still the sole Australian in VCT.
He is the soul of Australia. Always very sharp in the server. Want to see him continue to.
50 โค้ดเท่านั้นโปรโมชั่นวันนี้เท่านั้นนะโค้ดไอของพี่ไม่ได้อยู่ในปักหมุดหรอวะเดี๋ยวผมไม่ได้ก๊อปหรอWait what นี่ใช้ไงครับสามารถใช้ได้บนเว็บเลยครับเดี๋ยวนะของพี่ผมก๊อปไม่หมดเหรอวะอีเชี่ยเดี๋ยวกันมาแบดเบอร์โอเคเอ็มเจสวัสดีครับซับโบสมิธว่าเดี๋ยวนะอาเซนสมิธซันเซ็ตอุ้ย
specialize.
อุ้ย
So that for me, I really want to see how the anti-strat plays out from FULLSENSE and Frost. See if they stick with the same comp. And you know, FULLSENSE don't know their summit yet, so I wonder what stylistic direction they'll take.
Yeah, you were asking Platoon about it. Are you worried about the prep advantage being on the size of?
น่าสนใจ
Ascent maybe going to be less.
พรอมหยกดีครับเจจู้ช่วงนี้เรียนหนักเมาค่อนได้ดูเลย แต่วันนี้พลาดไม่ได้ขอว่าเชียร์หน่อยสู้ๆครับทารอน
ฮะฟูเซนครับฟูเซนครับขอบคุณครับเรียนสู้ๆนะเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับผม เดี๋ยวขอแห่แบบนึงขอกินกาแฟก่อนว่ะ
I expect a lot of double duelists from them. I think Jit and Prinny right now, or Jimmy, I guess he could be their with their couple names. I'm
นี่มา
myself. They're just so
เก็บ
sharp
แต้ม
right
หรือ
now. So I
เก็บ
think
ถั่ว
if
ดี
you
บาง
slam
จั
on
ด
double
เก็บ
duelists,
แต้ม
a
ครับ
lot
วั
of
นเนี้ย
people are gonna have good
โคลินแมนช็อปนะครับมี50 คนนะแชท
Oh, this is
Bad
awkward.
times for FULLSENSE
Why
because
did you guys do
they
this
have
to them?
been
โอ้
full
โห
captain.
ไอ้เหี้ย เอาที
This is
Morgan, look.
ให้หมดให้หมด
Just being the guy to like, maybe they'll
โอ้
win.
กูเหมือนไม่สบายจริงว่ะ
I
อา
almost
กาศ
always
เกินว่ะ
and for me this is
Yeah.
like 60-40 to
เว้ย
FULLSENSE. But as a
ให้หมดเลยว่ะฟูเซนว่ะ
did a lot of anti-stratting, I'm sort of biased to believe that strong anti-strats can make a big difference. I think Frost has so much information. It's the same
นี่
reason
คือ
I
รู้
went
ไอ
GE
เม็ด
over
น้ำ
FULLSENSE
ไม่อันนี้
before,
มันมี
or
แค่
I
นี้
went
50
RRQ
คนเท่า
over
นั้นอ่ะ
FULLSENSE. Because if you've worked with those players, it gives you so much info. I think that's
หมด
just
แล้วหมดเลย
a hill to climb for GE.
I give GE at least a 40% here. I think that, like, I think we're all kind of in agreement
แข่ง
that
กี่
GE
โมง
definitely can
10
win this
วิ
series,
ครับ
and that's
เนี่ย
a
ตาม
little
เวลา
unfair
ขึ้น
to
จ
them.
อ
well, I know you
VP
guys all marked
สวัสดีครับ
your calendar for
ไม่รับ
today's matchup, and it's finally time to get started. We got
แนวนอน
GLOABAL
ไง
Esports
แนวนอน
facing against Frost and FULLSENSE.
เอามา อุ้ยคุณลิเล็กสวัสดีครับชื่อตื่นเต้นว่ะตื่นเต้นว่ะตื่นเต้นว่ะเฮ้ยลด20 บาทครับมันแล้วแต่นะแล้วแต่แพ็กเกจที่เราเติมนะแชทนะลด 5%โคนลินแม่ช็อปลินแม่ช็อปวันนี้หยุดมาดูเอฟเฟกต์เอาทีโคตรเกินวาโลเสร็จแล้วดูพับจีดอกต่อไหมวาโลเสร็จแล้วดูพับจีต่อไหมอาจจะดูก่อนว่าวาโลจะเป็นยังไงโอเคไหมบ้านน้ำไม่มีแบบอ่ะดิดับบิวโรซี่ครับเฮ้ยดับบิวโรซี่บ้านเขียวว่ะจะดูเนี่ยเอาจอยได้พี่แป๊บนึงนะครับขอแก้แบบแรปมาแชทดูกันมันๆนะโอเคป่ะดูกันเดือดๆนะมันทำคอมมานด์ได้ไหมไม่ได้อ่ะจับไปพี่ชายมาจะใช่เมาอะไรไมโนไหมใช่ไม่เมาโนครับ
If you don't know why
พร
everyone
อม
is
ยิม
tuning
เพิ่ง
in
เรียน
today
เสร็จ
with
ที่มอพี่
popcorn
จั
in
ส
hand,
แต่
I
ฝนตก
urge
กลับ
you
ห้องกัน
to
ไม่ได้อาจารย์
please
เลยสอน
stop
ต่อ
touching
โอ้โห
grass
เฮียจ้าคน
and
เฮี
pay
ย
attention because we got a
เฮ้ยไหน
fresh
ดูดิ
new
ชนมันไหมชนมันไหม
rivalry here for stage 2 of VCT
โอ้ย
Pacific
โอ้ย
Stage.
เพื่อนรักเหรอ
Just now,
โอ้ย
after breaking GE records and achieving playoffs for the first time ever, top 3 placements for the first time ever,
เอฟเฟกต์จบดูพับจี
and
เล
a
ย
Masters
ได้บอล
event
เดี๋ยว
for
ว่า
the
กัน
first time
กลับ
ever.
โดยยัง
Frost was
เดี๋ยวปั๊บครับ
unceremoniously
แล้ว
dropped as head coach mid-season.
แน่รอจัด
With
เน่
FULLSENSE, his first team here in Pacific under Talon, but also on the other
ชนไม่
side,
ชน
GE
ชนไม่ชน
won their
ชนไม่
very
ชน
first match against RRQ
โอ้ย
in
หน้า
a
ตึงจัด
really
ไอ้เหี้ย
big
หน้า
way.
หมู
Yeah,
เล
the
ยมาเนี่ย
comeback was phenomenal to witness,
Oi.
and GE
Oi.
they're looking to
Oi.
repeat history
โอ้ย
of their
สวัส
organization
ดี
in
ครับ
back-to-back
คุณจัสไม่
seasons,
เจอกัน
and
นาน
maybe
นะครับ
after
จาก
making
ที่
their
เห็นแค
first
สเตอร์เจิม
international
FS
at
กันแบบ
Masters,
นี้ ผม
making
ก็อ
all
ดใจ
the way
ไม่
to
ไหวที่จะมา
champions,
ขายพาราเซ
despite
ตามอล
whether
ให้กับ
they,
คุณจั
you
ส
know, not
ขายเลยเหรอ
necessarily
มี
got
แถม
Frost
ฟรี
at the
ญาติม
helm
โหงให้
anymore,
กระปุก
there
สี
is still
ขาว
a
เค
lot
รื่อ
of
งหมายสี่
potential
เห
on
ลี่ย
the
มกลับมา
Aspire
ขายยา
squad,
อีกค
a
รั้ง
lot of good
มาครับ
ideas,
พี่
and
นะ
I still think they have a really good
ช
shot
น
of
หมัด
making
ว่ะ
it
เชื่อ
happen.
หรือว่ามันไม่มีอะไรกันวะ
And
แชท
of course, it will be playing
Mua
against
ngay wah?
FULLSENSE. We've been talking about how much info these teams have on each other.
Yeah, I mean, look, we
Yang
heard
ngay.
it from Platoon. He said even without the drama, this would be a great game. They've screamed each other a lot. They've hung out together so much.
ซ้อมด้วยกันมาเยอะอยู่ด้วยกันมาเยอะนะครับโค้ชบอก
them as they do
คิดว่าไง
about us. So I love these kind of series where everybody has this information. You see the anti-strat start to develop. You see it get
ล็อก
personal
ติน
there
จัดอะล็อกติน
in
จัด
the
อะล็อกติน
server.
จัดอะ
Before this
อุ้ยน่ากลัว
Fulsense
ว่ะ
had a great
โค้ชแกใช้ได้แค่วาโลหรอกไม่น่านะใช้ได้หมดเลยมั้ง
beating Nongshim Red Force. Can they look to carry that momentum forward today? Both of these teams want to be in Shanghai, want to
ที่
be
ฝั่ง
in
ได้บัฟอย่าง
champions,
ฟอร์ด
champions
โค้ชไล่โค้ชที่ไม่ชอบขาบ
in the group stage.
ส่วน
Talk
ไม่
about
ชอบ
the 2-point swing a lot, and I think this is a perfect example of these two
เสียง
teams
เสียงอะไร
are in direct competition
แต่แอมเรา
with
ไม่
one
หายเราไม่
another
หาย
to go to champions. So
เป็นไรไม่
being
รู้
able to take a point away from one of your competitors and get it for
วัน
yourself
นี้ให้ใครมี
might
จัด
end up being the difference maker.
Fulsense
We've
นี่หว่า
seen, you know,
จัดทีมไทย2ทีมแต่ว่าไหวไหมไหว
teams coached by Frost not even make it through on points, but make it through on a head-to-head.
ไหวดิวะ
It can come down to 1 point at the end of the year sometimes.
ใช่แล้วลม20 บาท
Right, and this
W
is the
น้องจู
last
ดี้
chance for you guys to get your Pacific bundles for
FNM
your
มาโชว์
favorite
อีกแล้ว
teams. Support all your teams here. Global Esports again, huge comeuppance here this year under Frost. But
เมื่อกี้
honestly,
ไปชนมือไม่ชนชน
he's commended these players. He thinks these players are very talented, but he's also said the same about FULLSENSE. So I think this is why I'm also excited. Not only is there a little bit of drama, these teams are
ไม่
good.
รู้ว่า
very much so. I think that's what makes this really exciting for me. Yes, coaching is important. I
ไม่
firmly
คือ
believe
กูรู้
that,
แค่นี้
but
นะ
we're
ถ้า
gonna
สมมุติ
be
นะ
a
ฟอร์ดแพ้นะวันนี้
server that have to fight it out. So
แม่ง
really,
ชกยับ
I do think this
มึงว่าไงแชท
is still stacked. We know that they've been able to
แม่งชกยับ
in
มึ
the
งว่าไง
past. So this head-to-head could not be any closer in my mind. We have the agents that come
พี่
in
จะไปมาเตอร์มุมไมจริงไม่จริงครับ we cheer for FS right brother yes sir bro ฉันใช้ไล่เดียวว่าไม่ได้อะถ้าไล่เดียวอาจจะไม่ได้
I
มั้ง
think stylistically it's the same
ไม่ชัวร์ว่ะ
comp here, but it seems like Sephiroth is going to actually be playing a Cypher here instead of the Killjoys. So that's kind of the main change I'm seeing for FULLSENSE. That's really more of a stylistic adjustment, maybe swapping out the Sentinel. It's something that we have seen teams coached by
Jet,
Frost do in the
Cypher,
past as well. For
and
GE, they have also made some changes
Sowa,
since the last
Phoenix.
time they played this comp in Pacific, but also in the off-season, they're one of these teams that actually with the Yoru getting tweaked
ให้
back
ใครเกม
and
ที่เราส
maybe
ตรีม
getting
ไหม
a
เขาไม่ได้
minor
บ
buff,
อก
it's
อะเขา
feeling
บอกได้
like
ทุก
there's
เกม
some
มั้ง
potential there. There's some play. Autumn very familiar with this
เดี๋ยวถาม
agent
แป๊บ
after coming into
เดี๋ย
the
วถามให้
roster. He was playing as a solo duelist. Yudatan, the last game that he played the Jet on this map, it was actually their qualification game for EWC up against Nongshim, and they looked pretty comfortable playing a very similar comp to this. So moving in the Yoru over the Phoenix, it's a choice that a lot of people are considering.
Oh my god คิวหลอดแต่วันนี้มันหลอดทุกวันนะดิไอคิวอ่ะ
There's going to be a lot of mind games
พี่ใช่วันนี้
happening
มีแชมป์มา
today.
เตอร์มุมไมไหมครับ
They're
ใช่ครับ
gonna outbrain, big brain each other. We'll just have to wait and see as
จะ
we
ป
go
รับ
into
โดน
the
ไป100
very
นึงแล้วอะ
first map of
มันโดน
this
ไป10 บาทได้
matchup.
ไงวะ
Quack and Jordan, how's your
เอา
GE
ไม่น่าค้าง
playing
มึง
the
จะปรับ
anthem
เป็นโด100แล้วครับ เอามันดูมันเออ
Take it away, Quack. Take it away.
Fighting!
เฮ้ย อะไรไอ้แควก
I've got to say, I'm
Hey!
actually shocked that everybody has gone the way of FULLSENSE
Think they'll be
on
good.
the predictions.
Yeah.
Have we like collectively
But
tried to
fit.
cast a curse FULLSENSE here, and we're actually trying to do a good thing for GE because it doesn't seem that one-sided to me.
แข่ง
on
ลิเม
paper.
ช็อปดาว
Like what
พี่ยู
the
โบ
Dust
นันติ
said,
ฟายค
I
รั
do
บ
believe it is kind of
40-60% maybe,
Right.
but you never quite know. I mean, although Morgan was kind of talking about how GE, you know, it's the anti-stratting that makes them strong, right? But I feel like there's also a slight chance that kind of works out for GE as well, because then they do, like what Platoon said, basically. They do know how Frost thinks, how he operates with the team, and you kind of have already seen a little bit more. Meanwhile, you don't really know what GE might bring today. Either way, though, I do think whoever takes this first map will dictate how the rest of it could go.
Well, I agree. I
แม่
think
ค้าง
this
มัน
is
แบบ
probably
ที่
the
ผ่านมา
match that everybody has been looking forward to for Split 2. So hopefully everybody has tuned up. GE fans, FULLSENSE fans, neutrals. This is going to be a gigabanger as we jump
มาครับ
into
ทุกคน
round 1 of week 2.
เดือด
VCT Pacific Split 2.
นี่ต้อนรับสู่ VCT
I tell you
Pacific
what, it is
อาทิตย์ที่
specifically VCT
2 นะครับ
Pacific. So there we go. GE
วันนี้
FULLSENSE. I think it's gonna be
เราอยู่
awesome.
คู่
I'm
แรก
looking forward to it.
FULLSENSE
Morgan, I
เจ
think
อ
really summed it up nicely in
GLOABAL
saying that, you know, both these teams
Esports
very good
นะครับ
teams.
ผม
You've
นะ
got 10 really fantastic players in the
ใคร
lineup.
ชนะเกม
And
นี้
obviously,
บอกเลย
you know,
ว่า
they know
มี
each
โอ
other
กาส
well.
ไป
They
เพ
played
ย์ออฟ
each other
สูงมาก
numerous times. So
อย่าลืมโหวตกันด้วยนะทุกคนนะครับมาครับ
Guaranteed.
let's get
บี
things
ซู
going
ครับเป็น
as
ซับ
far
ส่ง
as
เดือน
that.
ครับแมปแรก
touched on
ฟู
it
เซนเป็นคนเลือก
Yoru is
Ma.
definitely kind of a peculiar pick in the current meta, but they probably have their own setups as well. You can already see FULLSENSE playing it safe though.
ไอคิวก่อนมีโค้ดนะไอคิวอ่ะ ให้ดรอปให้พี่ทีหมอ
try and replace the Phoenix, get a little bit of extra util coming through.
I think it's just what works to G's strengths. We do know Yudotan has the ability to go
ดูกันมันนะแชทอาจจะอ่านแชทน้อยนะโอเคไหม
Meanwhile, Autumn, you know, having played Chamber and things like that, this just
เรา
works
ดู
out
กัน
very
เดือดเราดูกันเดือด
if he can actually get on that op also. So taking this pistol would be huge for either side. You know, you can't forget about Jitboys and Pretty.
global ซูมมิดซูมมิดไปไม่เจอใคร global กลัวยังไงมันรู้ว่า A แล้ว
Don't see too much, so they're kind of already on the rotate over to A. Yes, they
บอย
have
โล
given
สิ
up
ฟิ
the
ลอนโล
site. FULLSENSE in there, happy to take it and get the plant for free. But GE fast on the rotate as well.
Yeah, a little bit of damage through the door. So gotta watch out for your health. Ooh. Sheriff shots from Yudotan. Now FULLSENSE are kind of pinned down on site. Cruz is playing off site, and he's the only one.
Cruz might be the one that does have to come into play late to win this round. GE starting to make their way forward. The Yudotan does catch Prim as he tries to work his way out of that smoke, and the rest of the dominoes will fall. GE reigns supreme in the pistol round to start this series.
Yikers.
Wasn't even close, was it?
Not really. As soon as that a little bit of damage went
ND
through the doors,
ที่มีกำลังปรับโค้ดอยู่
with less util, this was always going to be GE. I mean, they were just set up. You talked about that cursory
เราไม่
glance,
ระวังเฮเว่นเลยเหรอ
and
วะ
that kind of lets
โดน
you
สโมกเดียว
know
ล่วง
how
เลย
they intend to work around for this half at least. Where
ND
they're on
อย่า
defense.
ลืมหมดนะทุกคน
Reactive plays, just you know, coasting through. We'll see what FULLSENSE does. We react in kind. At the same time, though, I mean, I just do feel like
แต่ได้ปรับบิลเลตไม่ได้ปรับนะจำเป็นเดิมทุกอย่างเลยครับ
Has it all just petered out at this point? I want to talk about the walkout. They weren't
โค้ด
even
เลยครับ
looking
โค้ดลิมิตช็อป
frost
ครับ
in
โค้ดลิมิต
the
ช็อป
eye, man.
Yeah,
เติม
but we
วา
did
โล
get the
มี
fist
ส่วนลด
bump.
ครับ
We got the
We
fist
did get
bump.
the fist bump, so the beef isn't as bad as it was with Termi. Is there even beef? I don't know. Maybe it's overdone.
Maybe. Well, see how it continues.
Farm
to play out
off
for
to
now.
them.
FULLSENSE know that they are on the back foot, so just trying to play up the orbs as much as
Lap.
possible, but also diving in.
สวยคิว
The spam there from Crystal, but recovered nicely. Gets
โอ
the
เคไม่
2K.
เป็นไรเอาปืน
Chiming in with one as
เว้ยไม่ได้
well.
โบนเนาะ
Should be enough to hold on to this round for GE. Patman goes low, but still wins his duel.
ขอตัวหนึ่งได้ไหมขออีกตัวหนึ่งได้ไหม
For Kahlua.
ขอเพชรมินได้ไหม
He's only got that ghost in hand, so not exactly the firepower to win this round, but that's a decent result for FULLSENSE anyway. Get a plant, get a couple of kills. If he can maybe find one more here, particularly onto Patman, who is low, if he can sort of isolate that duel.
เอ๊ะมีเปลี่ยนบอลเปลี่ยนปืนนะ
Be
พี่
a
เชื่อเลย
pretty
เดี๋ยวกัน
expensive round for GE, not going
So
to
that-
happen. Three guns
ได้
go
บอ
through,
บ
GE
ได้
take
สอง
the
ปืน
round
โอเค
and
โอเคโอเคโอเคมา
Yeah, pretty big guns as well.
เอาคนนี้ยังมึงบังอยู่แล้วตอนนี้มันบังแล้วนี่ไม่ใช่หรอตรงนี้แล้วกัน
So pretty much either way still comfortable, and this is where you start to put a bit more of a spotlight onto FULLSENSE. Take a look at how they're going to play their side of things once again for that full buy. I mean, this is where I get a bit concerned as well, Elfish. I mean, last week, FULLSENSE against Nongshim, 13-8. Remember that one round against Francis?
Yeah.
Frost was
ทำไม
just
รู้สึกว่าเอ้ยใจเย็นนี่เกมเริ่มแชท
That was not a
เกม
great
เริ่ม
round, I will give
ใช่ไหม
you that. Francis Ace needed to be traded
แต่
down.
ชอบคอมใครมากกว่าชอบคอมฟูเซนมากกว่า
2v4 or 5 or something.
2v, well, it had to be 5, right?
Yeah,
Because he got the
actually,
ace,
the
so.
ace. But okay, we'll start things off slow as well. Trips outside.
It is early days, right? So to sort of see what FULLSENSE is going to bring to the table here as well.
เล่นทำอะไรอ่ะ
Heavy conversation, of
Yeah,
course, around Primi
okay.
over the deadlock last week. I don't think he necessarily had his best performance, so back on the comfort territory of the Jet. Jitboys was a real standout last week as well, I thought. So I think FULLSENSE have definitely got the pieces of the puzzle that they need to contest with GE today.
That's why I've got him on my build div. But then again, who knows? Apparently just putting them in alphabetical order gets you a win. But right now, there's always the factor of that Yoru in as well. The clone going out short, so I don't quite know. Just sending a
เดี๋ยวนะเราเคลียร์เอ
secondary
เม
team
แต่
to
เรา
poke around
โอเค
short.
เราเคลียร์เอเมเราได้เอ
If
เม
Jitboys gets one
เดิ
more
น
kill,
ช็อต
let's run it back.
ไอ้
and
ฮา
we
วิ
can
วาง
always
เป้า
just
รอ
send in a split.
Another walk into the A side by the looks of things.
เย้
This time, GE have some defenses set up. Autumn being one of those, Crystal the other. Not having too much success, but to be fair, did only have a sheriff in hand. He's pushed over Sephiroth.
โอ้ยโอ้ย
Is going to be the difference maker.
เอาดิ
FULLSENSE this
ฟาด
time are well and truly on top in the round.
Yeah, the next Prince of Thailand, meant to be the upcoming IGL if and when Cruz
ส
departs.
วยจัด
And
ส
he's
วย
already
จั
making
ด
his own moves right now. This is such a great hold from FULLSENSE. G are going to have to try to take down a couple more players if they are to take this round away, but it's not likely.
Gonna have a crack for sure. Cruz tucked
Should
in
be
the
deep.
corner, will grab an easy freebie onto Patman, and Udatan has just gone for the scenic route back into A main.
Now he's smoked
เตะ
off.
เล่นเตะเล่นสวยจัดเล่นสวยจัดทุกคน
Uh-oh. Oh, they're going to let him live.
สวยเลยสวยเลยสวยเลย
Yeah, I guess why not? Team's going to be
กูดบายราวครับเสียกระ
working
บอก
off of
เดียว
best eco
เฮ้ย
anyway.
โอเค
But otherwise,
โคฟ้าเดินดีว่ะ
everything's
ฟ้าเดิน
fine
โคตร
and
ดี
dandy still. Just standard proceedings. It's all about the slow build here in this current matchup. I was hoping for things to be a little bit more explosive, but right off
โอ้
the
บิ๊ก
get-go,
บิ๊กว่ะ
it's
บิ๊ก
just
เพย์จัดบิ๊กเพย์จัดแช
a
ทบิ๊
little
กเพ
bit
ย์
of
จัด
pokes
อันนี้บิ๊ก
around.
เพย์จัด
They spotted the clone going out of
โอ้ย
shot. They come in with 3. Jit Boys as a secondary split push as well.
ยังไม่เนิร์ฟใช่ไหมเอารอยัง
And at this point, it's all eyes on
Mà
GE2
tê ăn, mà
to
tê
see
ăn.
if they can wrangle that momentum back. Autumn one away from dimensional drift. So perhaps looking to get
โอ้
something
เอาตับ
done
ปืนทอง
towards
เลย
the
เหรอวะ
middle.
แชท
That's going to be a big round here for GE to see if they can hold onto the momentum. So I think it'll be a good time for us to listen in and see what GE is doing to put together this round.
เคยฟังก่อนดิมึงพูดอะไร
Camera. Tomid. I broke camera. Just playing slow, dude.
Didn't know him yet, didn't know him.
Cypher viewing.
One stop mid, guys.
Kali, when they dash side, he will flash here.
Everyone make young one. They might retake this. They flash me guys.
Phoenix B.
Maybe fake. I cannot
Coming,
kill
coming,
it. I'll
coming.
get info first.
ไม่บี
Fake,
เฟก
fake,
ไม่
fake,
บี
fake,
เฟก
fake, 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 fake.
มันบอกมันคอเฟก
I watch out.
มันคอเฟก
They push
They
out
started.
in one.
Yes.
Good.
Hey,
Two aim, two aim.
On their way into that B
Oi.
side, there's the
Oh,
lurk
yeah.
over towards A as well. Premier just gets deleted by his counterpart, and it's not gone well for FULLSENSE as they have kind of just tried a contact play on both sides of the map, and neither of those contacts goes well for them. So now they're going to have to try and creep their
Oh,
way back
PDM.
out to B, see if
มันเหมือน
maybe
ไอ้พี่
Cruz
มันเมื่อกี้พี่ทีมดรอปอ่ะใช่ป่ะ
find this pick in middle onto Autumn.
Don't think so, though. He might have made a drop.
He made noise for sure. Autumn prepared for it, but can't win the duel anyway.
What?
Peak is
PDM.
advantage, and Jit Boys into the B side
เอาดิ
now. FULLSENSE starting to put it together. Let's see if Harvey can hold on.
ฮอ
Batman on his way across to try to reinforce, but doesn't want to overface the angle and will inevitably, you'd think, be getting smoked off here by Cruz.
แบ็กไซด์มีตัวเดียวลุมแม่งอะลุมแม่งมาไอ้เหี้ยลุมแม่งมา
Running out of
ลุม
time.
เหี้ยโซ
soon.
บาว่ะ
Yeah, 10 seconds. They're going to have to make something happen here, but Harvey's still in the back of sight. Surely this can't go well. FULLSENSE, the time
Sweet
pressure
Gong.
could be
Good
too
save.
much. Batman
Gong.
just has to peek and deny the plan,
สวย
but he can't survive. And so FULLSENSE put
พี่
together
ดีหมด
an
เกิน
extremely
แชท
unorthodox
เอาดิ
round.
Definitely feels
What?
odd. And
Lu
GE
định ngay qua.
actually did well
Yeah.
to withstand the initial hits too. You could hear it in the team comms. They knew that it was a fake. They were clearing out all the initial intel gathering utility, breaking
Hey,
out the
พี่ทีม
drones, breaking out the cameras.
รอม
But
AROS อยู่
as
พ
soon
รุ่
as
ง
the
นี้
hit
ใครจะ
comes
ช
in,
นะ
right,
ไม่
not
รู้
out of
แต่
the
ที่
woods
รู้
yet.
พี่จะช
FULLSENSE
นะใจ
players
ผม
like
ไป
Jit
แล้ว
Boys, even
หนึ่
though
งใน
they're
สตรีมเมอ
out
ร์
of the
ที่ไม่
running
เรือน
back, they
แต่
can
ก็ดู
still
ได้ไม่น่าเบื่อเป็นกัน
regress.
เอง
Couple players going down.
ดับเบิลยูสตรีมเมอร์เร็วเข้าชัดดับเบิลยูเร็ว
Cruz gets that last
W
shot at the
ครับ
end.
ขอบคุณ
That's
ค
the
รั
biggest
บ
difference maker.
มา
These clutch
W
rounds could
donate
actually really be
เบอ
a big differentiating factor between these two teams. I expect it to be a pretty
Ay,
close
tang,
match
tang.
on paper, and a
Ako
lot of
may
those
isa.
kinds of matches do, in the end, get decided by which
Tang
of your
do.
teams has any individual step up
กู
in
ไม่ได้
any
จ้าง
given
โด
moment.
ครับ L
So-
W L
There's one already.
Oh.
For FULLSENSE, Patman pulling a kill back onto
มั
Jit
นเป็น
Boys
แนวนอน
though.
อ่ะจัดเอ้าคนดูอยากได้แนวนอนไม่ใช่บันด
He's a bit of a question
ำก็เลยจัดให้เนี่ย
how this anti-eco
มัน
might
ชีเดียวนะ
go.
พี่เอาอลูซูทำไมเป็นอย่างเงี้ยอลูซู
I just
เฮ้ย
don't expect them to be pushing out a main like that. But still, Outlaw is always going to be
จับมือไม่จับมือครับโม
a
จิสวัส
big
ดีครับ
anti-eco weapon depending on where and how Primy's positioned. Looks like they might just leave him off on an
โค้ด
insert
บนหัว
towards
คืออะไร
short,
โค้ด
see
ลิ้น
what
ไม่
he
ช็อป
can
นะ
get
ครับ
done. They do know
โค้ด
that
ลิ้นไม่ช็อป
Autumn tends to be
สวย
the
พี่ทีม
player around short. They've done well to eliminate Pat, who went into line with the TP.
สวย
And there
คิว
it goes. Numbers brought back to FULLSENSE. They can have their choice pick now, but the spike dropped.
Autumn knows he's got Cruz stuck between a rock and a hard place. That cloudburst will
โอ้
not keep
มันเอา
him
ไปสองเลยเหรอ
alive.
วะ
But he's still done enough to bring this round maybe back
Oh,
into
oh,
contention.
Michiel.
Good recovery from Primy after a missed initial shot. Crystal's position noted now as well. Did prompt out that neural theft. So a little bit of, you know, I guess investment from FULLSENSE in this round.
ไม่มีปืน
which
ใช่ปะ
they maybe would have otherwise liked to have held
ไม่
on
มีปืนโอ
to.
เค
Perhaps, but I guess better to play it safe anyway. At this point now, as long as they don't give up the 1v1s to Crystal.
ที่สามนั้นเป็นคนที่โหลดได้หินบ้า
He does have the clutch gene. We saw that last split. We've heard the conversations around it. See if he can do it again. Had no idea where FULLSENSE was. มา A relatively easy finish to what was actually a pretty difficult round for FULLSENSE. 3-2. They're starting to edge their way in front.
Yeah, played it safe. I mean, you kind of knew they were on side anyways, but FULLSENSE played it incredibly well.
round by round bro
trades. It does
ถ้า
come
มันได้2
close
นัด
for
2 หัว
sure.
แล้วไม่ก็โหด
Cruz
เกิน
had
ไอ้ป๋อง
not picked up, just a bit more, or Premier coming back in to bail out some of his teammates. This round could have gone differently, but it's good to see FULLSENSE back in this sort of form where even though like some of the initial picks don't go their way, they're able to bring things back. But here comes the big problem, the op in Autumn's hands.
Yep. This is what we were really waiting for, and this was part of the reason that you sort of highlighted. Maybe this is why they picked the Yoru. Aldrin, as we know, very
เฮ้ย
flexible
ไอ้เหี้ยมัน
player.
กระโดดเอาไปได้ข่าวอย่างนี้มันก็เลือนอยู่นะเว้ย
Any which way. It might not be required this time around, though, because the rifles are getting it done. Patman Yudotan, who, by the way, fancy footwork, gets himself out of that Hunter's Fury.
สโมกดิฟพี่ดิฟครบ
One to start things off. Patman wants to fight for middle. He's got the backup there of Autumn as well. But like I said, it's all about the rifles in this round for GE. And Cruz, I don't think he's holding on against an onslaught like that one. So GE respond back immediately and keep the score even.
That was incredibly tight as well. As soon as they saw an opportunity, GE pounced on it. Immediately with the team out of middle, they get information. It kind of forces FULLSENSE to apply the
กูเจอ
pressure
กู
towards
ยังไม่
short.
พูดอะไรเลยกูแค่ชมพี่ทีมฮัลโหล
Jiggles around the corner as well to allow for Crystal to swing off of his
กูยังทำอะไรเลย
This is amazing stuff. And FULLSENSE just didn't really have an escape route. They didn't really have a mid-routing option in that round.
5 ultis online here for GE as well. So they're coming into this round ready for a
เปิดมีดว่ะ
scrap.
มา
Gonna drag FULLSENSE
I'll hit
into
it
the
back.
parking lot. We'll see what gets done though. I mean, immediately with the Blade Storm, and G will be happy, more than happy, to
เตรี
play
ยม
on
จะคู่มาดีนะครับวัน
the
นี้ทุก
back
คนนะครับวัน
foot.
นี้ทุก
They
คน
can
นะ
always go in for retakes, which is why you can see a lot of the players are positioned rather defensively right now. They just want to see what FULLSENSE tries to poke around. FULLSENSE, they're kind of committing into this round, but so far not fishing up anything.
Yeah, I'd say it's a bit more of a default here from FULLSENSE thus far. Keeping a bit of an eye.
It's going to cost them more resources to clear out, though, and the op in hand. Ooh, that's a big tag.
เดี๋ยวไปรอเล่นแล้ว
Info as well.
Yeah.
That B main position has been taken by
มาแล้ว
FULLSENSE.
โบซิโร่สวัสดีครับ
Much of a surprise to GE, to be fair.
I mean, what do you do here? Like Cosmic Divide, block off market, just get the entry in, but Crystal's backside.
That's a nice line to be on for Autumn. Very safe. Even if he misses a shot, he should be able to just duck back behind that wall. Cosmic Divide, though, is going to cut him off, so he has to choose whether or not he wants to play in front of it or not.
สวยคิว
In the end, it's Crystal that is kind of sacrificed to this round for GE.
Wait.
FULLSENSE
We have
in the
knives,
end
we have guns.
will get into the site 4-on-4. They lost a player to that Hunter's Fury, but
It's okay.
plan's going to go down. You'll take that if you're FULLSENSE.
Pat's thinking about a lurk, but either way, once they get close enough, dimensional drift, the flash to come in. This is going to be big for GE.
อยู่รู้วันตี
Looking for information. Hasn't seen too much just yet, trying to clear out B main, but everybody's on the site right now. GE fighting their way forward. Thanks to Harvey and Patman. Having quite a bit of success in doing so as well, and Kalua just swings back onto the line that Autumn was holding, and there's the two-piece with the op finally starting to get the opportunity.
ทีมมันเอาเรื่
So
องอยู่นั่นน่ะ
GE pull up a really nice
ทีม
retake.
มันเอาเรื่องอยู่นั่นน่ะ
Like you mentioned
Oh,
right
dear.
off from the get-go, they had those
แต่
ults,
ของ
they
ดีจัง
had
วะ
every piece needed, so nice way to put themselves
กา
back
สวัส
in
ดี
the
ครับพ่อคอยสวัส
lead.
ดีครับไปสวัสดีครับ
As well towards the end
บ้าน
there,
เกี่ยวไหม
just
สตรีม
truly
สตรีม
answers the
ฝาก
call
เปิด
of
กันหน่อยนะ
duty.
แชร์ฝากเปิดคลิกไว้กันหน่อยนะ ใครดูอยู่บนคอมฝากเลยนะครับเครื่องตกใจคลิกนะครับ แล้วก็เปิดไว้ในแบ็คกราวด์นะทุกคน
And
Okay,
as
man.
well as mentioned that the flash that comes in very nicely at the end as well. I mean, they recognize
ไม่
that
ต่อ
off the
ให้มัน
dimensional
ผม
drift
เอา
FULLSENSE
ก็แนวนอน
trying
ไง
to
ดู
play
แนวนอน
front,
ดูจอเต็มไง
and they just quickly dealt with that. So
Hey,
this is going to be a
map,
broken
hey.
economy for
ฝากกันด้วยนะ
FULLSENSE. It's going to be a tough way to dig themselves out of this hole because you're looking
ถ้า
at likely 5
มันจะบุกเราเข้าไหมมึงว่า
G might even start to play at the front
กูว่าไม่
foot,
มัน
which
เล่น
is
โยรุ
exactly what Autumn's trying to
กู
do to
ว่า
exploit right now. First,
เคาน์เตอร์โยรุง่าย
initially, but Pat is on a line too.
Yeah, money not great for FULLSENSE in this round, so you've got the hero rifle in the hands of Kilua. Got that mid control established very early on in the piece here. FULLSENSE can try and sort of force the issue a little bit earlier on in this round. I don't know about a swing into this setup though. Flash.
แต่คำถามคือว่าตอนยิงนี่แหละ
Flash really going to catch Primi. I think he's maybe just safe enough from it, but we may not get.
สวัสดีครับน้องทั่วสวัสดีครับ
FULLSENSE opting to take the contact play into middle.
Yeah, with the smoke as well, it forces G to disperse just a little. Ultimately, it's the contact to clear on market and short that matters quite a bit more for FULLSENSE, but now they're seeing there's nothing there. Might be tempted to waltz down or go all the way back from spawn.
Something. They are starting to telegraph it a little bit though with the
smoke
that they put up, and Primi straight into Yudotan, who has a lot of work to do. Multiple players from multiple angles will overwhelm him. Still a 3-on-3 though. FULLSENSE I think will be pretty happy with that. The only issue is they're going to try and go into this A site, and Autumn is still there waiting for them. Sephiroth picked up by Crystal on the rotate as well, who doubles down and pretty much secures the deal. So unless Cruz pulls off something, it's not really going to be much around FULLSENSE in the end. Get themselves to 5. There was a moment where that felt like it could shift, but in the end, stuff from GE to wrap that round up. 5-3. They're starting to get control of this map now.
What? Yeah, Jordan, I have to agree. I feel like that was kind of as good as it could have gone. I feel like if GE did their homework from last week, FULLSENSE did a very similar round where they went in all the way through the back of spawn, trying to set up some kind of a split push towards a single site. This was a variation of that, and I think GE very quickly recognized into it, which is why even though they lost initial contact with like Yudotan going down, everyone else starts to pivot back towards the tree position. And you can tell he's definitely ecstatic about it. The hard work's paid off.
He's just so happy. I love it.
Alongside the coaching staff too. But now it's a lot of noise towards middle. FULLSENSE might have an opening from main. Worried about the smoke though, and that's what G is banking on.
An opening from middle here. Yudotan spotting one, but not finding the kill. Still, it's pressure, and that is going to disrupt FULLSENSE a little bit. They're going to have to go back and re-clear middle.
ดึงจอขึ้นคือยังไงครับน้องชาย
Or at least respect the space that G has taken.
You definitely need to. I mean, look at where Autumn's positioned as well. He's giving himself an escape plan with the gate crash. Meanwhile, FULLSENSE haven't done too much towards B just yet in the recent rounds. They're going to try Sephiroth.
ก็
for the team. It's a fake push.
คนมันก็ไม่ได้ทำอะไรมากหรอกแต่กูแค่แบบเกี่ยวเกลียดเรีแอคชั่นมันมันดูแบบyou knowคนตีดีว่ะเย้ยแต่อินเนอร์มันเยอะอินเนอร์มันเยอะ
cutting off rotates causing a ruckus. 1-for-1 will not be enough to defend.
คิวไหลมันตอนไหนวะ
But there's a question here I was going to ask of Patman. His timing not great in the end. Autumn also picked up. It's a case of poor timing for GE in this round. FULLSENSE getting the better of a couple of those duels. He's just alive. Easy clean up for FULLSENSE.
Okay.
5-4. The game remains close.
And it just keeps going. Oh, this is so good, Jordan.
เฮ้ยแต่แผนเอาเรื่องอยู่นะ
This is exactly what the desk was talking about. The counters, the antes, but it kind of goes back and forth, right? Because initially we saw, you know, a couple of rounds ago where FULLSENSE tries to send a fake off to run it back. G immediately recognized that. They thought that it was going to be the same thing. The one thing they didn't account for, the goes a little bit deeper than they would have liked. Puts himself in an insert, catches Ami by the back, into chaos. They might have spotted Autumn from the one-way smoke as well.
He's going to look to fight. Well, forced away by the molly. So space taken by FULLSENSE. There's 5 players over here. They're just going to commit to the A site. They recognize maybe there's a gap in the defense there, and they will be proven correct in that assumption. A site taken. 5-on-5 for the post plan.
Crystal still has lockdown though. That's the one thing FULLSENSE might need to respect. But ooh, Spike is planted in a rather open spot. They can hold from main.
Whoa, Primi!
Care about your lockdown. Happy to take the fight before that time ticks over and gives the advantage to FULLSENSE.
So many numbers too.
Well, it's a full defense from A main though. Wonder if maybe these smokes are going to cause enough of a ruckus. Patman picked with a in hand there by Jit Boys. Defense looking poor now.
what
That defuse does start.
Crazy, bro.
Crystal is really relying on Harvey to get this job done alone. The smoke is
So
not
white.
enough with the spam. Jip Boys
ไม่
collects
ได้
the
ครึ่งด้วย
headshot.
ไม่ได้ครึ่งด้วย
And unfortunately for Harvey, you'd say this
Yep.
will be a little bit too much
What,
to
yep.
do. He's hitting some good shots, but
มา
past that, and that all comes from Primi pushing forward, taking in.
ไอ้เหี้ยถึงสโมกรั่วเลยไอ้เหี้ยเมื่อกี้ไอ้แบทแมนอะ what the hell
Before that retake, or unselling GE before that retake can really begin.
Exactly that, isn't it? Oh my goodness. And now we're neck and neck again, Jordan. I mean, just see exactly how this whole round plays out. It brings back to mind a lot of questions from
What the hell?
how GE used to operate. Yeah, last week we saw FULLSENSE maybe throw against Nongshim, but GE is a team. We've seen these players sometimes crack under pressure. Like, composure was always a thing that Frost was talking about, and I wonder, now that the lead is somewhat brought back towards FULLSENSE,
บูเวลสวัสดีครับไม่ใช่ละบูเวลแปลกๆบูเวล
so good though. Just continuing to control as much of the map as possible.
ไม่ดี
Mid is left open, however, but FULLSENSE hasn't really had the luxury to explore that part of the
คือการมันได้เปรียบครับแชทแต่ว่าสุดท้ายอ่ะมันก็
outside of A.
They're thinking to push through.
มันก็ไอ้นี่อยู่ดีว่า
dedicated to A, you do have to make a bit of a
ใคร
move.
โหดกว่า
There's a
แผน
sound
ใครดี
cue
กว่าyou know same
the
thing
FULLSENSE are going to hear, and I wonder if that means they'll look to pick the pace up over on B.
I'm not sure how I feel about the B hold though. It's just Javi and Crystal, not much util. Maybe the Killjoy, a little nanoswarms and turrets.
บุกได้5โอเคแล้วไอ้กล้องเนียนเอาไม่เป็นไรไอ้กล้องมันแต่ของดีอยู่เว้ย
Has got the runner back available. He's going to again be the one to try to gather a bit of information. He's trying to fake the site. In fact, remember, GE was so good at figuring that out last time, but this time they do not have the pieces in place to defend this A site.
It's just Pat. So that's a free site, but he's still going to have a go. Pat wants to take down the spike carrier.
30 seconds
This
left.
timing could prove imperative. Autumn's going to take the initial contact.
Wait,
This is when
Pickers?
Pat might start to think about having a look. He's got to be prepared for Sephiroth tucked in that corner. In the end, he just lets cooler heads prevail, and that will, in the end, be a bullet in the back of his head from Primura, who doubles down, and Sephiroth is in there as well. Bladestorm out now for Yudotan to try to salvage the situation, and Kilua looking to do some damage as well with that Hunter's Fury. Chip Boys has found the timing window, but the shots are not there, and Yudotan comes up in a big way. Shock dart enough to push them off of the spike, but not enough to win the round. GE will claim another, and man, these rounds are tight.
It really is, but composure again. That's the theme of this fight. Both sides battling tooth and nail for every single round, but the one that puts the knife to the opponent's neck in this round would have to be GE. The way that Yudotan pounces on the opportunity. Although Autumn does well to hold and then the pivot back over on the A site.
โหดครับช่องด่านนี้ลงแรงนะ ถ่ายคู่
He spots
ฉันว่าไง
always trying to go for the swing, jumps and throws in a knife at his face.
ถ้านับเป็นแรง
Down
กิ้ง
to a little clutch
ทีมไหน
situation
คือที่ดี
as
สุด
well.
ดีสุดตอนนี้แหละครับก็ได้เลยวิธานไหมครับ
Let the rounds go all the way towards the end game, the end portion of the rounds, and that's not
เออ
good.
นิดเดียวไอ้ป๋องนิดเดียวจริง
But
ว่ะ
at least they still have enough for the guys back up. Operator still in the hands of Autumn, and he's able to send that global presence back over on the A side, but it's a short opening.
ไอคิวถึงนี่คือไว้ใจได้
Primi, instant flick, instant headshot. That is the danger going up against a player like him, but immediately running into the op. Crystal
สวยพี่ดีม
going on a bit of an exploratory mission in towards middle, doesn't like what he finds. FULLSENSE close to equalizing this, but Harvey with a kill through from the Hunter's Fury, and now Yudotan
ไอ้เหี้ยเกมนี้นะเป็นไอ้จินบอยเหมือนไม่มีอ่ะกูบอกจริง ไอ้เย้ย
Look at Cruz.
True.
But yeah,
แม่งแบบไม่โดนใครเลยสัต
he goes too far ahead. It's 3 players. Can he take them all down?
I mean, if he even just gets 2, if he gets a 2 for 1 and that plan's gone down,
ไหลมา
meanwhile he could still get his money's worth.
มันหันมาล็อกมันหันมาล็อก
from
ดูดีๆ
Cruz,
มันหันมาล็อก
unbelievable.
ออตัม
Autumn turns around at the perfect time, and now Sephiroth's job, you'd say, is nigh impossible.
You just can't do that.
no way
6 HP in a 1v3.
ไอ้เหี้ยอยู่ดีไม่หันมาเลย
Every little corner on this site is now paper thin. He's gonna get chewed through.
Well, this is a very bold position to play from for him. You'd look at it and you'd say that's a one and done. They're gonna have to make a real error in judgment and not clear it. which in the end doesn't happen.
7-5 เอาจริงไม่แย่ใช้ไม่เป็นไรนับกันได้อยู่
pretty comfortable round victory. And in the end, a solid first half, 7-5. You have to take it.
พี่ทีทำเสียงหลุดดอกไม่น่าบ้านเดินชิปตลอดเวลาเลยนะ
I'm starting to think about the next maps that we have.
ไม่
G
ชัวร์
played that summit. Yes, it was kind of a kooky composition. Sure, the Teo, everything, but
they picked into it.
Yeah, they picked into it. I do wonder if FULLSENSE off of that tape have come up with anything, but that's all reserved for the upcoming ones.
Who's to say they're going to run the same thing again as well? Like
the
map is really in its infancy. I don't think you can be taking the first sort of official game as gospel of this is exactly what this team can be running for the rest of the season on this map. So
คือมึง
that'll
ตัว
be
มึงติด
a bit
เพื่อน
of a
มึงเลยหัน
question
หรอ
mark in the minds of
หรือว่าอะไรวะ
Haven't seen really any timeouts in
I
the
didn't
first
check
half
my
though
mail.
from either
I've already
coaches.
done
So
it.
I guess in a
What
sense
the
you
hell?
look at that and say maybe the game is kind of going to plan for both teams. Obviously it's been a bit back and forth, but haven't needed to necessarily make any major adaptations or change-ups. Happy to let the teams kind of duke it out and hold those timeouts in reserve for the second half. So in the second half, the layers are going to start to intersect a little bit. We're going to have a little bit more to think about. Close scoreline. It's a either way. Everyone's going to be investing everything into this half.
For sure, Jordan. I mean, like, especially once it goes into this half where G is on the attack, things are going to get slowed down quite a bit more now that, Autumn's on that Yoru as well.
But I mean, on the contrary, once he gets that ult,
เฮียอะไรวะอากาศเปลี่ยนเหรอวะถ้าไม่อยู่ดีกูไม่สบายอ่ะแค่วันนี้เป็นแนวนอนครับก็เป็นคนขอครับก็เลยจัดให้
combo between the Yoru, the Sova, things like that.
จะพลาดมากพลาดอะไรวะ
FULLSENSE.
อะไรวะเกิดอะไรขึ้น
Little whiffed.
วาร์ปอะไร
That's why he lost
What?
that kill towards Yudotan or someone else up around a cage. It was really unfortunate.
จานลูกตอนกล้องซูม the best girl what
Otherwise, everything's kind of
ไม่ได้ครับ I have my best girl ครับ
coaches, both teams.
no W ไหม W ไหม Why is it horizontal today because people were asking for it คิงทำไมเอาเสียบแบนๆนะครับอย่าลืมกินยาด้วยพี่ชายขอบคุณครับมาร์ทเหมือนไม่สบายเลยครับ เอามา
FULLSENSE trying to play fast flat off the
มา
Yes, they have.
Really only got Sephiroth on this side, and he is just ducked under the balcony, hoping that he can try and maybe find a 1-for-1. Cage is going to go up.
Wait, what is that trip?
Wait! Reinforcements, and well, it might be really down to Sephiroth to actually hold the fort because the reinforcements weren't doing much.
อุ้ย
GE on their way in to another pistol round win, 7-5 very quickly. You'd think should be turning it to 8. As they pick up the second half pistol. FULLSENSE now might be in a bit of a spot of bother.
Definitely. This is GE feeling extremely confident. These guys are
แทบโคตรดีไอ้ฟ้า
Absolutely.
โอ้ทำไม่ได้ว่ะ
They just waltzed through catwalk, made as much noise. Elephant feeding all throughout the map. FULLSENSE tries to fast flood back, but because of the turret off from top mid, G was not worried whatsoever. Sephiroth was meant to be the linchpin of that round for FULLSENSE, but I gotta admit, that hold from him looked kind of lazy. He missed every single right click, man. You can't do that.
หายละชิบหายละ
No investment, of course, from FULLSENSE.
It's already on,
so
Kick. What the hell?
The scoreline to blue now.
I already
to
turned on the multi-streaming, bro.
9-5.
Good bro.
Full pistol. Opening kill from Jit Boys. It's probably not going to be giving us too much to get excited about. I mean, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a hill to climb now for FULLSENSE.
Marshall towards the back end.
แอปเปิลแดงหรือเขียวเอาเข้าไปน้อง
About that, Crystal's just going to continue building up whatever advantage he can.
น้องเดี๋ยวพี่จะบอก
Who's going to get
ถ้าวันนี้พวกเราชนะโอเคไหม
I would have thought it would have been
ถ้าฟูชนะเดี๋ยวพี่บอกว่าแอปเปิลสีอะไร แต่ตอนนี้เนี่ยเราโดนไป2พิสตอลแล้ว
Maybe an extra health point for Pat doesn't matter too much, but right now
ทำไงได้
this hold is not one that FULLSENSE can break through. Still gonna try though, just for the exits.
มันมีใครเลือกแบบมีฟูเซนเลือกครับ
But that Marshall is gonna take them down bit by bit, so
พี่รุ่นใหญ่มา
maybe doubling up towards tree or short if they can take down Autumn. At least another ult.
โดนนั่นน่ะโอ้ไม่ฟาร์มเลยว่ะ โอ้โห
It'll be another ult point, but not for FULLSENSE. For Autumn, in fact, and you told me this Yoru ulti, it took a while to build up. Well, it's not too far away now.
Not good.
I'll be damned. Oh my god, look at this guy. It's only round 2 of the
ไม่
second half.
มาให้มันฟาร์มไม่พอตัวฟาร์มคือโยรุตัวฟาร์มคือโยรุตอนบุกไม่เฮี้ยจริงๆเว้ย
That's your boy right there.
That's my boy. Don't get me too excited. I might start singing the Australian national anthem.
Is that what it sounds like?
That's absolutely not what it sounds like.
We're gonna go again.
โอเคมาไม้เรามา
Sustained,
ล็อกกิน bro ล็อกกิน
has
ตั้งใจหน่อยมา
all the rifles in this round.
And it doesn't look like they're messing around either. Bit of presence already being shown over towards that B side. You've got Triple
Wait.
City.
Nah.
Autumn, even despite not running into one of those, is going to cop a headshot. So
Yeah.
signs in this round.
What?
FULLSENSE might start to pull it back.
ใจมึงหนึ่งเกิน
Right stack so
Yeah.
far. Primmy's able to pivot around because he's playing towards the
ใจมึงหนึ่งเกินว่ะใจมึงหนึ่งเกินว่ะ
Drone
เพื่อน
comes back into
กู
reclear,
ยอมเลย
only spots one player.
กูยอมเลยว่ะ
FULLSENSE knows where this hit is going to.
เย้ย
Good tag already onto Jitboys, forced away as well by that paranoia. The space opening up, but Yudotan has no idea.
สวย
The
พี่
crew
ดีม
in the corner. FULLSENSE coming back into their own. Their first gun round of the second half.
โอเค
To be a good one.
ขอฟอลเลนนะขอร้องละ
Start this half off with. Build the economy
อย่าเสีย
up.
ปืนเลยอย่า
Build
เสีย
it
ปืนเลย
confident. You know, start to get the ball rolling. Otherwise, GE could well have run away with this map, but it is by no means over yet.
Yeah. I mean, hey, on the flip side of that coin, right? Like, if GE had that bonus round, I dare say this map was done.
I agree. I think that would have been a bit of a bridge too far for FULLSENSE to come back from. But
ไม่ต้องล่าให้มันเซฟไปเราไม่ควรเสียปืน
deficit's not too bad. Again,
และเราไม่อยากให้มันเล่นติ
couple of timeouts in the back pocket as well.
นิ่งเลย
So, lots of opportunity to think should things start to go wrong.
And that ult's still building up for
โอ
Autumn.
เคสวย
Just gonna continue building and in those rounds.
ยิงได้เรียกพี่ยิงไม่โดนเรียกลุง
Look to even up
ไอ้
the
เหี้ย
score, which is why this round was so crucial for them, and it's why Cruz with that hold around the smoke. He actually did a similar thing in Ocean again just last week.
ไอ้เหี้ยมึงรัวจัดไอ้เหี้ย
I mean, it sort of worked until it didn't, you know.
Nice try.
มา
But either way, good way to hold. But
ปกติฟอร์มแบบไล่เรียววอร์มใช่ไหมใจเย็น
setup
ไหวชิว
and G trying something different.
Yeah. Time now to
เราปล่อย A
FULLSENSE
เล่นรี
has
เทคเหรอ
to say about this round.
น่าจะช็อตชอบทำคอนกลางอยู่
เราคนเดียวอยู่นะคิด
จะรอ
ว่า
สู้กลางเปล่า
ได้อยู่เอ้ยมาเอ้ยแค่ทางข้ามกำลังไปด้วยมัน
ใช่ตัวนึงมันเดินกลับมาท็อปมิด
กำลังไปด้วยก่อน
พี่จอยหน้าช็อตวิ่งมาหน้าช็อต
เอาดับพังแท็บเอเหรอ
น่าจะเจอ
พี่ออฟเป็นดับแท็บ
แปล
เอ
เดี๋ยวจะแปลให้นะครับโอเคไหมทุกคน
ได้ช็อตมาแล้ว
มันพังแท็บกูเฉย
ท็อปมิด
โอเคไหม
ได้พังแท็บกูไม่ได้พังแท็บกูไม่ได้พังแท็บ
And it's just all about trying to piece it together as much as possible. They heard the
ยังไม่มีอะไรเลย
orb,
ยัง
now
ไม่มีอะไร
they
เลย
hear footsteps out
ขอ
towards
ของ
A
อันหนึ่ง
short.
เดียวว่ะ
That's what Cruz was calling out to the rest of the team, but GE good to apply more pressure towards B site. But does FULLSENSE bite the bait? They do for the time being. But
ทำไมไม่
there's
แปล
not much else.
กูขอ
They
โทษนะ
should
ทำไม
be
กู
having
ไม่แปล
pivot real quick right back over onto the A site, and that's why you do see Killa beginning to make some moves
เขา
around.
พูดว่าอะไรรู้ไหมฉันอยากรู้ไหมเขาพูดว่าอะไร
Utility with the Phoenix.
อุ้ยจิตบอย
But again,
Whoa,
Jitboys
what a
up
tracking,
close
bro.
and personal, able to
เขาบอกว่าทำไมยังไม่กดไลค์กดติดตาม
Oh,
ทำอะไรกันอยู่
Where do we go? There's 20 seconds left in this round. They're walking their way up through middle. It is imperative that Crystal picks up that kill because now that throws the fox among the henhouse. FULLSENSE have no idea where GE are going. I think GE at one point maybe didn't know where they were going, but 10 seconds on the clock. They are going to get into the A site. They're going to get a plant, and FULLSENSE completely rotated off. That is a minor miracle pull from GE.
Jitboys does have run it back for a retake.
Okay, well, we'll see if he can make anything happen here. Primmy, Jitboys both finding themselves an entry. Autumn comes alive. Drops two. Is it enough though? 1v1 now for Patman, who used to be post. This time he cannot deliver.
มึงยินว่าไอ้พัด
Get the
เย้ย
defuse. 9-7.
Oh my god
Beautiful way for FULLSENSE to come in hot off of that retake. They were definitely bamboozled for the better half of that round for a bit. But immediately as they come back over, thanks to that run it back, thanks to the initial contact, despite Autumn's best efforts at actually doing more of the damage through the smokes, FULLSENSE was still the ones to deliver that coup against GE.
โอ้ยเฮ้ยมึงยิงยังไงให้ไก่ออตั้มอ่ะกูจริง
unfortunately enough
โอ้บิ๊กคิวแบบชิดบอยเบ้อ
clean from Sephiroth
โอ้เซฟิรอด let's go let's go
FULLSENSE slowly but surely working their way back into this map. It, as we said, was expected to be a close matchup, and I think that's very much getting delivered upon here. 9-7, another sort of half buy from GE. Cruz is under pressure, but he's got
save Jit Boy. Big white.
There's going to be a hot hands through. Well, GE are not going to slow down at all. Jit Boy seems to be.
Jit Boy.
Oh no! He knew, but he second-guessed himself, and now it's falling apart. GE out of nowhere might be getting a sneaky round unless Primi can do Primi things.
It's going to be tough, though. I mean, where is he going to figure out?
He's there fast.
He is.
Oh, he's missed! That's not a Primi thing! Primi doesn't miss! But apparently he does.
What?
I am speechless.
I mean, I think he was a little bit surprised that Crystal was there, frankly.
He considered it, though. He had the crosshair in the right spot. It's just off by a little bee's dick.
I mean, that's
how
it goes. A little bit too chaotic, a little bit too fast. And GE are thriving in that.
The whiff by Jet Boys as well. You're absolutely right. And I think this is what GE intended to do as well. I mean, it was a half-buy round. They went all trying to pick up the pace, definitely firing things up, and this is now our first time out of the series.
It took 17 rounds to get to our first time out. You know, there was so much conversation, obviously, about the coaching setup, going over to FULLSENSE and Platoon taking over for GE and that head-to-head and all of that, and we haven't had any impact so far from the coaches, at least directly in the server today. Now it's their chance.
Double digits is that.
Here's where you can sort of just drop it on the table if you're FULLSENSE, or if you're Frost, and say like, I am the guy, I am him. You call a timeout here, win 3-4 rounds in a row, all of a sudden that's where the conversation shifts.
That's pretty cool.
ขอบคุณครับผม
because that's
ครับใครเข้ามาใหม่นะฝากกดไลค์กดติดตามกันหน่อยนะทุกคนนะฝากกดกันหน่อยนะทุกคนนะ
absolutely frying right now as well, by the way, on that operator, on the
ฝาก
attack.
กดไลค์กดติดตามกันหน่อยนะทุกคนมาไปชิว
Double alt combo is in play. This is going to be big for GE. FULLSENSE, I can see why the timeout is called now, but I don't know if they're going to be able to react accordingly. A bit of a trap play towards B main, though. Flashes at the ready.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Dimensional Drift plus Hunter's Fury.
เราแพ้พวกกี่รอบวันนี้2 รอบแล้วครับแบบแรก
Combination is so potent, but so far not quite working out. Autumn recovers first. Primi drops. Now Killua as well. And Autumn, you said he was flying. Well, he has cooked up a meal in this round as well for GE. To the B side. 3 on 2. Sephiroth half HP. Plant going down. This is GE.
พี่ดิม
But they've done well to withhold against that little cage play attempt from Sephiroth. Nothing to be had in this round for FULLSENSE now. They had some ideas off of the timeout. However, even though the Hunter's Fury doesn't exactly collide against the setup that FULLSENSE had, it does well enough to throw them into disarray. Everyone just comes in to pick them apart. This is... I can't lie. This stings.
Yeah, I mean, it was disruptive enough to kind of allow that space for Autumn as well, wasn't it, right?
Like he
got jumped on by Primi, but Primi just couldn't get his gun out in time, and Autumn lands the shot, levels down, and now GE are up to 11-7. This is probably worst-case scenario for FULLSENSE. You've just called a timeout, you've just lost a round. So what do you do? I mean, you've got another timeout in your back pocket here, but like, by the time you use it, the game might be over.
There's nothing you could do, man. This is Frost's darkest timeline. This is Frost versus you versus everyone. That's his
Frost versus you versus everyone.
I mean, his team is now broke. That's one thing. I don't know what else the timeout could do, but like, Autumn's back in with an outlaw.
Cruz saved an Odin.
Oh,
woo! Let's see what he can do.
1v5.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like it might have to be something
พี่ทีม
to that
ขอปฏิหารย์ได้ไหม
effect.
พี่
You just don't have a whole lot to
100 นัดเลยเหลือสำหรับ5 คนนะพี่ปะ
Got the runner back, sure, but what's he really going to do with a pistol?
เฮ้ยดูจิมดิครับดู
Frost
จิม
was just not gonna take this lying down, but given the result, I can only imagine what that headspace, what that mental space feels like right now. GE though,
yeah ป๋อง actually
look
bro
at them, so comfortable. doing their due diligence.
พอดยังพอไปแล้วครับ
They clear out main. They use the clone to fake out to clear so many of the trips. Bait out reactions from FULLSENSE. That's a blaze wall now gone. So they consider that there may be players hiding around, but probably not on site, right? No one shot at the clone. Pat's applying pressure towards a site. FULLSENSE not biting though, but the main thing still firepower.
Oh.
Well, the firepower from JJaz.
Wait.
He gets that headshot in onto Crystal. He's helped out by Sephiroth as well. Is there another twist and turn in this map? We have to wait and see. Plant yet to go down, obviously, for GE. They don't have a whole lot of tools, actually, to defend this post plant. I mean, no paranoia, no flashes.
Bottom's got big damage. That's surely got to be something.
They got a shoot gun good, basically, to hold this. And JJaz has got to run it back, so they're going to have to shoot gun even better. This is essentially a 5-on-3, one of which has now been dealt with. So back to the 4-on-3 for FULLSENSE, but info is info. Harvey and Autumn, though, connecting, and that firepower apparently is enough. They shoot gun really good.
Just
waiting for the replay so I can recap it. He walk in B. He hold B from stairs. He see FULLSENSE.
Him shoot good.
เกมแรกชัดๆเกมนะครับสวัสดีครับ
Just sort of swinging off the contact, swinging off of one another. The coverage was nice. It's a nice crossfire there as well.
แต่
That's practically it. Despite FULLSENSE's best attempts, I mean, look at that little creep crawl from JJaz too as well.
แต่
Platoon is on that interview with Vic. Like, he was hiding it so much.
เป็นเกมได้นะ อันนี้เป็นเกมได้นะ
Coaching booth.
He's in football hooligan mode now.
What a politician, man.
This is the last round, potentially, of the map. It feels like it kind of is. FULLSENSE have not delivered on this defensive side at all.
5 rounds in a row for OT. It's Premion and Operator.
Oh, Premion and Operator. He's pretty good.
Lockdown as a reaction.
คุณไม่ใช่ตีหรอ
Has options to
get
out towards middle if they want to.
Is GE just going to push through mid here and try and take the fight to FULLSENSE, or are they going to reroute back into B? Spike needs to be picked up by Crystal at some point here. They're going to opt to take the, I would say, percentage play.
Whoa!
Up over the top of the wall. Catches Kalua as he just backs off. That is cheeky. Pulls it back to the 4-on-4.
Okay. Meanwhile, for FULLSENSE, pixel angles, but they didn't expect one to be still left around market, and that's Yudotan. They are trying to take him back. They managed to catch him, but still onto the site. Pat is up by logs.
That blaze wall holding them at bay for now. Crystal and Patman doing the same. Autumn will drop. Nuke it on the block. Sephiroth to try to keep the game alive against the clutch minister himself, Crystal. Like I said, he's been here time and time again, and now he's got the info. As Sephiroth got the idea, Crystal early damage and finishes the job. 13-7. Global Esports will take map 1. And you know what I have to say about that? When it is autumn time in Australia, it's a little bit too warm for frost, and that might be the case in the server as well today, because autumn did cook FULLSENSE. The question is, can FULLSENSE still come back into this series? Well, we'll have to find out at some point, but man, what a display from GE. They looked
มึงอย่าเพิ่งลืมอาทิตย์ที่แล้วแชทอาทิตย์ที่แล้วเราเป็นยังไงแมปแรกวุ้ยไม่ไหวแมป2สัดใช่ไหมใจเย็นใจร่มๆ
Economy momentum being lost, right? You've just lost your advantages in some of these rounds.
อันที่แล้วก็อย่างนี้ตอนมันปัดทั้งแนวนอนแนวนอนพี่เล่นแนวนอนเลยของพี่มันทำไม่ได้แนวนอนน้องชายพี่ก็เลยจัดให้เนี่ยไม่ดีหรอดูเต็มจอไงแต่แบบนี้เราโดนไม่เป็นไรมึงเชื่อมันดิวะมึงใจเย็นดิวะใช่ไหมแต่ซัมมิต global น่ากลัวซัมมิตเราควิชชั่นมาพวกกูก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันใช่ไหม
Especially in that last round, you saw him TPing up onto the top of the ledge, gets vision in towards the back of spawn. FULLSENSE did not expect him there. he was positioned by logs as well. That's another positioned.
อะไรน่ากลัวกว่า global ไม่ใช่ดิอะไรน่ากลัวกับการรู้คือการที่ไม่รู้แล้วเดาไม่ได้ไอ้เหี้ยคมนั่นเนี่ยเอาจริงนะครับอะไรไม่ใช่เหรอที่แน่ๆนะครับฝากกันด้วยนะครับสปอนเซอร์ผู้ใหญ่ใจดีของเรานะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นไข่กูมิ่งนะครับทุกคนนะครับฝากกันด้วยนะครับมีโค้ดนะครับช่องเรานะครับไข่ JJaz67นะครับใครมออ่อยเยอะๆนะครับหรือว่าอยากกลหัวกลอะไรนะครับก็ฝากกันด้วยนะครับไข่กูมิ่งนะครับผมหรือว่าไม่ว่าเป็นการเติมเกมนู่นหนึ่งนะครับฝากกันด้วยนะครับRichMan Shopนะครับมีโค้ดส่วนลดสุดพิเศษนะครับผม JJazนะครับผมลด 5% นะครับฝากกันด้วยนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นไข่กรูมิ่งหรือว่าRichMan Shopนะครับผม W สปอนเซอร์ครับมาครับไม่รู้จังหวะชุลมุนกูเอาแม่งนะครับโค้ดRichManใช้ได้แค่วาโลโค้ดRichManใช้ได้แค่วาโลนะครับแต่ว่าโค้ดไข่กูมิ่งใช้ได้หมดนะครับผมของดีแต่แชทคุยกันหน่อยแมปเมื่อกี้เราอาจจะยิงไม่โดนเราอาจจะยังตื่นสนามอยู่อะไรก็ช่างแต่มึงว่าแผนดีไหมตอนบุกเฮ้ยตอนบุกกูรู้สึกว่าแผนดีนะใช่ไหมกูรู้ว่าตอนบุกแผนดีอยู่นะตอนกันลืมมันไปซะลืมมันไปซะเดี๋ยวว่ากันเอาบุกพอ เขาได้พงหมดเลยใช่ครับ1-0ครับผมรอดูแมป2ไม่กูว่านะมันพลาดเลยรู้ป่ะพลาดตรงที่ว่า IQ ถือออฟช้าเพราะว่าเราแพ้พิสตอลคือถ้าเราชนะพิสตอลคิวออฟมาไวกูว่าน่าจะดีกว่านี้ไว้แต่ก็นั่นแหละโดนทิปตี้แล้วนั้นพกเสียหลักเลยหมอกล้องมาดีครับถ้าไม่เสียแล้วนั้นกว่าดูดีอยู่เลยมีโอกาสจะเชื่อฟังรุ่นอะไรครับจะเชื่อฟังรุ่นเลเซอร์ไวแบ็กชาร์กวิ3โปรครับเลเซอร์แบ็กชาร์กอีฟวินเวลคัมตีแต่ไหมครับเอาได้หรอคะได้ไหมครับทีเคอนุญาตไหมครับอนุญาตไหมครับถามแค่นี้แล้วไปไหมวันนี้ได้ไปไหมหรือไม่ได้ไปแล้วโค้ดบนขวาจัดคืออะไรโค้ดRichMan Shopลด 5% ครับผมนะครับใครกำลังคิดจะเติมวาโลนะครับฝากกันด้วยนะครับRichMan Shopนะครับโค้ดลด 5% นะแค่เฉพาะช่องเราเท่านั้นนะครับมีเพียง50โค้ดเท่านั้นใครใส่ก่อนได้ก่อนไลฟ์วาโลไทยแลนด์มีแต่คนพิมพ์ด่าส่วนช่องเราใครด่ากูฟันนะครับบอกไว้ก่อนนะพิมพ์อะไรก็คิดก่อนพิมพ์นะครับทุกคนโอเคไหมใครนำ Lost in Shibuya Global ครับ 1-0 นะทุกคนตามมาคลิปบ่อยไหมมาทุกวันนะครับโคโคนัทแชทฝากกันด้วยนะใครไม่ได้ใครแบบอยู่บนคอมใครอยู่บนคอมฝากไปเปิดคลิกกันหน่อยได้ไหมฝากไปเปิดคลิกกันให้หน่อยนะทุกคนนะเข้ามาตรงใจคลิกแล้วฝากไปเปิดกันหน่อยนะครับใครอยู่บนคอมขอแบบเปิดอีก1แถบในแบ็คกราวด์ไว้หน่อยนะมันสปอนเซอร์เหมือนกันนะเนี่ยนะใครอยู่บนคอมฝากเปิดไว้มิวไว้ก็ได้คุยบ้านแดงมันม่วงมันดำเหมือนเดิมหรือว่าใครอยากคุยบ้านเขียวก็ได้เช่นกันก็แล้วขอบคุณครับทำไมฟอร์แต่ผู้หญิงในบ้านเขียวไม่ได้ฟอขึ้นมาตัวใจคลิกเลยครับมันเป็นแบบว่าเผื่อใครไม่รู้นะครับคือช่วงเนี้ยเขามาตีตลาดไทยผมเล่าให้เลยเขามาตีตลาดไทยแล้วก็เขาให้ค่าโฆษณาเยอะอยู่ประมาณนึงเลยครับนะแต่คนดูไม่โดนโฆษณานะครับผมคลิกจัดแทนได้ไหมนะฟังนะสนับสนุนครับขอบคุณครับหมอกล้องครับแค่เปิดในแบ็คกราวด์ไว้แชทแต่ถ้าใครดูบนทีวีดูบนโทรศัพท์ก็ชิวกันจะไม่เอามันก็แบบ passive เนี่ย passive you know
Oh, definitely. And it was a lot more neck and neck in the beginning of Ascent, but as we went on,
คนดูก็ได้ดูคน
GE
ที่
really
เหมือนเดิ
started
ม
pulling
ส่วนเราก็
ahead, and
ได้ค่า
large
โฆ
part
ษ
of
ณา
that
ไง
is
เปิดราคา
thanks
ขอบ
to
คุ
a
ณ
lot
ครั
of
บ
the
W
Yeah,
ครับ
I
ผม
thought
แช
he
ท
did an
ฝากเป็น
excellent
กด
job
follow
here.
เลยนะ
I love that they
กดรีพอร์ตให้แล้ว
went
แปลก
Euro.
ๆพลา
I think especially with that little
แมป
buff
สอง
that
ไหว
we
ไม่
see
ไหว
in
ดี
the
วะ
current patch that we're on is definitely room for it, and
ไม่ไหวก็
Ultimate
ต้องไหว
is
อ่ะ
so
ตอนเนี้ย
good with it.
เชี่ย
It lets him play
ไม่งั้น
those scoped weapons where he's so
โอ้โห
good, and let Yudatan be free to be
ถ้าหนู
aggressive
จะได้เลยโด
also
นหิว
with
ค
that
รับ
I think that Yoru is coming kind of back into the meta a little bit, unlocking some of the adjustments
ถ้าไม่
patch-wise
ช
that
นะ
we can
2-1
see.
ก็ไม่ส
We're
นุก
not
ครับอันนี้
hard
แผนดูออก
buffing
นะ
initiators. We're giving them an extra 10 seconds. We're getting extra 5 seconds
ด้าน
on the
การร้อยไหม
gatecrash.
กัน
It's
ได้เปรีย
getting
บ
a
เยอะ
little bit better to give you a bit more of a choice, and I think people are starting to
โอ้มาสองแล้ว
adapt
เดี๋ยวดูให้มัน
Yoru
อย่างนี้
back
หรอ
into their game style a little bit. For Autumn in particular, we talked about the earlier editions
มี
of
แต่
GE
ดาบมันเกี่ยว
being
ใช่บ้าน
coached
กับ
by
บ้านเถื่อน
Frost.
อ่ะ
He
นี่
was playing solo
สวัสดีครับมาดู
Yoru
ครั้
as
ง
a
แรกครับสวัส
duelist.
ดีครับ
This
โอรุสุ
time, with a secondary duelist pairing, he has the ability to frag a little bit more on an
แมป
edge
2
he's
เราเคยเล่น
already
ยัง
comfortable
โกโบ
on.
เล่นไปแล้ว
You
1 ร
know,
อบ
funnily enough, he's probably one of the only players on GE that doesn't seem to have an issue with
Global
Frost,
Esports.
but he's kind of playing like he does, to be honest. He's kind of playing like he has a point to prove in that first map. That's one of the better maps I've seen from him in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how things work out,
หู
but
ฟังเลเซอ
great
ร์แบ็กชาร์ก
for
วี
Autumn,
สอง
the
เสียง
again
เป็นไงอ่ะ
Seoul
ไม่รู้ว่ะไม่เคย
Australian,
ใช้วีสองเลยครับ
the Seoul
อันนี้ผมใช้วี
Australian.
3
So I'm really
จาน
curious
ลง
actually
แล้ว
about how
ป๊อป W แม่
Sunset, our last map, if we
ป๊อป
get
เบอร์
there, will be between these two teams because both of them are familiar with each other on Summit.
ไหว
Brand new
แมป
map,
เขา
Global
แมปเราไอ้
Esports
สาม
had
มา
a
ดิ
really interesting
2-1
first
วี
showing
3
of
คือที่ไม่
Summit
ดีชอบ
just last week.
Yeah,
อาจ
look,
จะ
their
หนักไปหน่อย
attacker
โอ
side
เค
left a
ชอบ
lot to be desired, but they had that massive comeback. on
แมป
the
เขา
defense.
เรา
I
เก่ง
wonder if
พูด
this is
ถู
something
ก
that they stick with if they like this style, because I felt like that there were real
พูดถูก
moments
พูดถู
where
ก
I
พูด
thought,
ถูก
oh, this comp definitely has some legs. I think they could have gotten more rounds on the attack, but we have to speak about prep advantage. Global had it for that first map. FULLSENSE definitely have it here. They
แบ็ก
haven't
ช้าง
had
เล
to
เซอ
show
ร์สู้ฮาเคนใน
in
มาหั
Summit,
วสู้ได้
and Global have.
ตัวนี้เหรอ
So I wonder how much that will play into it
6K
and
มั้ง
what the ante will look like here coming from FULLSENSE.
Yeah, I think
เขียว
for
จ้า
GE,
เขียว
there was
จ้า
a lot of good ideas on attack
ผ
that
มซื้อ
didn't end
ไอ้
up
พวกนี้ผมได้มา แต่ว่าช่วงลด
really
ราคาลง
converting
ลงไปเหลือ
into very
CK
many
มั้ง
rounds. RQ were fantastic at putting those retakes together. Saw a big comeback on that
ดูจาก
defensive
ฟันติ
side
มา
in the
คืน
second
เป็น
half.
ตัว
So
อย่าง
I wanna see if GE is gonna
ใช่ไหม
keep that same
3 แม
tempo
ปเต็ม
because
โอเวอร์
again,
ไทม์
they
ช
know
นะ
better than
มา
anyone that Frost will have watched that game against RRQ. They've had to show a lot of tape, having that
คิดว่าไอ้
being
เฟรนเล่น
a
คอมอะไร
very,
เหรอ
very
น่า
long game that went into
เจนเหมือนเดิม
overtime. Are you going to run that same approach here?
ถือว่า
And
ทีมสิบ
you know, you pick Summit here
เดี๋ยว
as well as Sunset. These are two maps at the end of the veto that GE have already shown in this stage or recently
และ
quite
ปอน
a lot.
เมาส์
So
ตอน
that's
นี้ผม
going to
ใช้
be
วี
where
3ครับเมาส์
FULLSENSE
ตอน
will
เนี้ย
now start to swing the prep
พี่
advantage
จัดไม่
in
ไป
their
นั่ง
favor.
ข้างหอ
But I
มเหรอ
do
ใครคือหอม
wonder-
น้อง
Yes, they did show it, and they did
คิว
find
เศษกว่าจะมีเศษ
success.
ว่ะ
Did they go to overtime? It went really long
Yeah, it
either
was
way
OT,
against
yeah.
RRQ
นี่
there.
ครับ
But
สวัสดี
at
ครั
the
บ
same time, they've had a whole week to work on it, and they
That's true.
brought in the coaching
เล่นวี
staff
โต้เหรอ
with Fields and Amex here. We got a lot of heads
เคยลอง
working
V4 มันยัง
on
ไม่ได้ลองเลย
new
ผมอยากลองนะ
strats for Summit.
ยังไม่ได้ลองเลย
Yeah, absolutely. For GE, this is
Wait,
the same
wait.
comp, but the only difference is
ใคร
this
วะเมื่อ
time
กี้
they
ก่อน
aren't running the
ยุโรป
get-go.
อะ
Batman is going to be on the sky instead, even though some of the strats did seem to focus a little bit around using the thrash and things like that. For FULLSENSE, this is a comp we've seen already quite a bit on this map. We've seen this in China. I think this is the FPX comp, or very similar to the FPX comp.
FPX ไม่ใช่
You
ยุ
know,
โรป
you've seen a lot of value out of the Teo and the Rays so far on this map, and it's something that we haven't been seeing from a lot of teams in Pacific.
Yeah,
Team,
also,
team,
I do have to
team,
say,
team.
it's going to be tough for Kahlua. Attacking with that Teo into a veto can be
KC
very
mate, APA ครับ
difficult. Veto
APA
is so strong against all of that Teo utility. So let's see how much they
ทำไม
can
พวก
get
CN
from
มา
this
ชอบ
first
รอ
round,
เกมมาโลเหรอ
especially because defending for GE
เขาว่า
was
เขาแบบเขา
so
ทำนาน
good
ไงเขาอยู่
against
มานาน
And,
เขาเหมือน
you
พี่
know,
ใหญ่อะพี่ใหญ่
go
แกล้ง
into
แกล้งเด็กอะ
drama
เอ
a
อ
little bit. Patman,
ไม่ชอบ
when
เต
he
ะ
has
โฮ
a
เหร
little
อ
bit of revenge,
ฟวยจ้าไม่ได้ทำนาย
he
แมป
tends
แรก
to
หรอแมป
pop
สองครับ
off,
ฟ
and
วย
I think he's really good on Flash Initiator. So let's see how this goes as we roll into Summit. It's back to our casters, Quack and Jordan.
Yes, indeed. This is going to be a fun one. I mean, Summit, I think it's
ชอบ
just such
ค
a
อมไหม
wild
ไม่มี
card
แฟ
at
ด
this
ว่ะ
point. I really respect the fact that GE have picked into it, and I think it's
Scalable.
even more impactful now that they've won map map one because surely you've got to be feeling the pressure here of your full sense. You've lost map one, you're going into the newest map in the pool. Maybe you don't really have a great grasp on it yet, and you're basically fighting for your life in this series on a real question mark of a map.
เป็นเปอร์ทีมไหนเป็นเปอร์ทีมภาค
พับจีครับ and what the team can put together. I mean, the Frost is well. You
บางผม
look
ไม่
at
เค
him
ยใช้
in
โซนี่อ่ะพี่
he's just it's
แล้วไม่
painted
ชัวร์
all
ว่ะ
over his face, dude.
Yeah.
The pressure.
แบบนี้เหนื่อยไหม
He's
ซัด
so
ว่า
locked in, he's not emoting whatsoever.
เดายาก
But
เอาไม่รู้ว่ามาแชทมาดูดีกว่ามาจะเป็นยังไงนะครับ
beef or not, you know,
แมป
everyone's
2 นะครับแบบนี้ global esports เป็นคนเลือกนะครับ
you know, maybe
อย่าลืมโหวตนะทุกคนนะ
like you
ไม่ได้เปิดโหวตมัน2มาวะ
It's starting to get a little bit warm and hot under the collars, but FULLSENSE will do their best on the attacking side to kick things off. Astra Stars to conceal their movements, but GE are moving all across.
ไม่มีแฟลชคำถามเนี่ยไม่มีแฟลชแล้วเล่นไง
Once again has the opportunity, and he does start well. That is exactly what you want to see. That hot form continuing from map 1 to map 2, of course, helped out. Another kill goes through for GE, and it is all about Autumn in the pistol. A 2K, FULLSENSE, not the start they want on Summit.
Definitely not. They're trying to mid-round pivot back over.
ตอนนี้เขาขยับไปที่แล้วไม่ได้ขยับเกาหลีครับ
At this point, GE is just
สวัสดีครับโพอ่านถูกไหมเนี่ยสวัสดีครับ
every
โพฮัน
movement.
ส์
Yudotan might even be able to get ahead of them. Has paint shells to kind of thwart this plant. Oh no, Cruz can't even get a shot.
Yeah, this feels like a bit of a foregone conclusion at this point, but at least Kahlua can try and get that plant down. See what he can make of it. Maybe find another kill or two, get another ult point. Yudotan is low. So that'll be a fight that goes the way of Kahlua. He gets, something more out of it, but
เพิ่งเองแหละครับอันนี้แมป2ครับ
grasping at straws to have
โค
any
ตร
sort
พี่
of
ออเดอร์
silver
ไม่ได้
lining
ใช่
to
มัน
that
ต้องเป็น
round. That
เป็น
was a bit
ไอ้
of
นี่
a
เลยอ่ะ
drag
น่า
from
เอา
GE.
ออเดอร์เลยครับเติมเลยอ่ะ
Couldn't agree
โค้ดอะไรเหรอเป็นโค้ดRichMan Shop ครับส่วนลด
Autumn
5%
is on one today.
แต่ไม่รู้ว่าใช้ครบกัน
There's
ยัง
no
อ่ะ
other way to put it. I mean, just look at how he immediately does well to receive that contact. Lets the Primi fly past as the waylay.
แบบกันหรือบุกกันได้เปรียบครับ
And if this keeps up, I mean,
ใช้อย่าลืมวนนะเดี๋ยวปิดวนแล้วนะพี่ต้องเราจบแบบปิดแล้วนะ
although it kind of looks odd on paper, it just fits every player on this team pretty effectively. He can still be on those scoped weapons, TP away with the crosscut if he needs to. Pat onto the sky now just is a little bit more freed
ไม่
up.
ใช่ได้เพื่อนมา W ขอบคุณครับคุณเล็ก
Similar approach here for FULLSENSE, although they have that lurk of Cruz over towards B this time. Just wanted the orb.
That's the macro game.
แมปแรกใครได้ครับแมปแรก global ได้ครับ
are pretty adept at playing, but
ด่านบรีสน่าเล่นไหม
for a
ด่านบรี
round
เราไม่แย่
like
นะ
this, it's a pretty tall task to think that they can, come in with a thrifty. They're up against Yudotan on the site itself. Crystal on an off angle. It's not easy. No, they're just gonna go down to the blender.
ไม่คือในความคิดเห็นผมนะ พอไม่มีแฟลชใช่ไหมวิธีการเล่นคืออะไรไอคิวชิปเป้าได้ใช่ป่ะเทโอมิสไซด์ไล่พื้นที่เนตพร้อมบุมบอทคิวแดดหาจังหวะถ้าไม่ได้ดึงกลับ
I mean, that boombot has
มัน
completely
จะเป็นอย่างนั้น
cleared out B main.
รอดูตอนแบบบุกนะ
Nothing really to be said apart from Patman.
Definitely delivered there.
Yeah.
คำตา
True. Anti-eco. So
รู้
it's
ไหมสิ
nice
พี่
shooting.
ปฏิบัติ
It's nice shooting.
1
Yeah.
สอง
Don't get too excited yet.
3 4 5 เย้ยโดนแล้ว
Come on,
โด
give
น
us
แล้ว
say something, Pat. Give us a tank
เขาลบ
and a maul.
ไอ้เหี้ยเขาลบเลยนะมึงระวังนะเขาลบเลยนะระวังนะมึง
I'm bored.
ระวังนะ
You're bored.
กูบอกไว้ก่อนเหี้ย
I'm sure there's going to be something that will get you excited about this series still. Get the guns out in hand for FULLSENSE. This is where it starts to get a bit more serious. It's nice and easy to get past the anti-eco for GE, but this is where things have to take a bit more of a serious turn. Yudotan up close and personal, but it's Patman again. And this feels a little more impactful as he's picked up the opening kill. A site is starting to be taken. But GE was so good on their retakes.
Exactly, right? Which is why I guess FULLSENSE are trying to play up front as well, but look at how the Seekers reveal everything. Autumn takes one down. Gets out scot-free.
Now, Primi really trying to push the issue here. He knows that he has to be the X-Factor player to make some kind of difference. Kalua's sort of trapped in the back of the site here alongside Primi, and there's just util thrown at them time and time and time again, and even a satchel now as well. There's just no safe place to stand at all.
คิวไอ้หน่อยดิน้อง
It's all on Primi, and that's a sharp shot.
เอาหน่อยน้อง
Shooting
เอา
onto
หน่อย
Yudotan.
โอ้
Out of nowhere. And now it's Autumn to rain on his parade. Oh, that would have been the highlight of all highlights, but Autumn is giving him a piece of his mind. You can see him there in the cams. Oh, very pleased with that, saying, don't worry about it, boys. We've got the bonus.
คิว
He's doing it for the boys as well.
เอ็นทีท่าน
That's truly what does it for GE. Like, this is so odd because with all the interviews we've heard and everything, like, FULLSENSE was talking about not wanting to rely on Premi's, ace factor too much, but here it is, and it's kind of needed, right? Every single point of entry, every single hold they tried to have in the rounds all got thrown apart by GE. The satchel and the smoke was not able to pick off an out angle. And it's just down to this little 4K that gets thrown apart by power of friendship and GE. We go into the next round now, and let's have a listen in. FULLSENSE how they're able to put this round together.
ไปกันเพื่อนตัวไม่มีใส่ได้เคียวน่าจะมีคนแลบอยู่ซ้ายมือเราเนี่ยนะ2 3ล็อกอยู่เข้าปะล่ะรอเขาแท็บไปเรื่อยๆได้ปะแท็บยิงแท็บนะแล้วชิปไปต่อนะเว้ยยิงแท็บชิปต่อให้เบรกเราโทรฟี่ได้เจนให้เก่งไงไม่ได้ไฟได้ไม่อยากแข่งเข้าทอฟฟี่กันนะเดี๋ยว
Well, FULLSENSE. Well, they might actually just work their way into they look like they're going to go around the world, at least into the defensive spawn. Meanwhile, you've got a bit of a move being made from Yuratan as well, so there's a lot going on in this round.
เมื่อกี้เขาบอกกันว่าเราเดินมิดใช่ไหมเราเดินมิดไปเข้าลิงก์เสร็จแล้วอะไรลิงก์บ้านแดงมันม่วงครับอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตาม
If he can somehow end up behind Yuratan.
Shouldn't expect it.
No, he's not going to check that line. This is a free.
นับฟังเขาด้วยนะครับ
4 on 5. Plan going down. FULLSENSE might be able to swing.
ม่วงงานหมดดับกูไม่สนนะ
Crystal spent all his util as well. It's all down to Pat.
นะผมกดไม่เอากดธงนะครับกดไลค์กดติดตามพอนะครับเฮ้ย
This is looking a little grim for GE.
ใครไม่กดทับฝากนะบ้านดำกดใจได้บ้านดำ
hunting for any opening, but nothing being found. The sheriffs are doing so much work. He is not happy that he didn't win that last round, so he says, "I'll take this one instead."
Oh my Premier.
And this time it's GE's parade that gets rained on a little bit. That should have been a 4-0 lead.
That is incredible.
It's just such a goofy round, though. Like, that's the thing. I mean, it's a new map. You've got lots of new angles, lots of things to be aware of. Obviously, it's playing out in an unorthodox way. I think it's pretty understandable that a round can fall apart like that when you're playing a new map in the pool and you're not so familiar with it.
A little. But I also think it's just credit to how FULLSENSE was able to play sneaky beak, cleared out all the trips, the little chokehold.
จัดว่าไงโดนไหมไม่โดนไหวชิว
Oh, okay.
And that's the tricky thing as well, because GE, they have this in their pocket. They have their set plays where they go in for spams down middle. Why are they challenging this? FULLSENSE, please.
Yeah, they're just sort of saying, well, I guess we think we can shoot you better than you can shoot us, and that is clearly not true.
Uh-oh.
So all the hard work you do in that last round to pull it back, you're just immediately going to gift the round to GE?
How's Frost?
Yeah, do we have like a Frost reaction clip for that round? Because I'd love to see it.
ขอโทษครับผมพูดไปดีครับเราที่ผม
I
ไปดี
don't
ครับ
know what the call was. Did they think
เราที่5ของแมป
the
ซั
first
น
one
เซ็ต
maybe a
เจอ
bit
global
unlucky,
esports
spamming out of
วันที่23 กรกฎาคมเวลา 16:10 ผมพี่เดงครับ
didn't expect that there was more than one player holding multiple angles down middle, but still trying to put their best foot forward now. They're going to be met with resistance. The spikes down, locations revealed. I'm surprised he didn't go for the save, but we'll see if you can actually put something together.
It's a long time to save. 30-40 seconds.
สมิธคู่ส
He
เต็
will
ป
not be able to put anything together. Nice round from Yuratan.
ไม่แบด
3K in it. Bit too easy though for GE, I have to say at the moment.
This is weird. I mean,
แบบนี้แบบการหลับการได้เปรียบเยอะครับแบบเนี้ย
They have the economy back in.
เก่งเนาะทำได้ไง
Look
วะ
at this.
พับจีไหมวันนี้เดี๋ยวว่าการพับจีอ่ะ
Every single peak that you tried to bring back into that was always
อาจจะมีแหละหน้ายาวๆอ่ะวันเนี้ย
at a disadvantage. And if you take a look at the economy, not just guns, but ultimates as
ทำอะไรเราเหรอใช่ไหมควรเลยแหละ
Global are sitting on two pretty big ones. You got the evolution as well as the showstopper. Javi's one away from Cosmic Divide, which can help in a retake scenario, which we already have discussed that GE are pretty
วีโต้
damn
ป่วน
good
จัด
at
ไอ
it.
ออต้ามันเล่นวีโต้โหดเว้ย
Yeah, this timeout's 100% necessary. Where's our coach cam?
เขาว่าแชมป์วันนี้มันเหมือนตื่นมาไม่สบายดีโคตรน่าเสียงแปลกๆเลยว่ะที่ไม่รู้ว่าเป็นไรอ่ะอากาศเปลี่ยนแล้วเหมือนแบบค คอไอ้นี่มั้ง
trying to stay locked in as much as possible
ถ้าแบบมีแฮนเลอร์โดนจัน1 เดือน
Some serious words being said, that is for sure.
ไม่อะ
I mean, look, obviously, there's the big storyline.
แต่ขออย่างหนึ่งนะเชนนะเหมือนเดิมนะกดช่องเรานะ ไม่เลี้ยงกันโอเคไหมใครเลี้ยงกูฟันส่วนใครเลี้ยงเจจัดระวังกูทำโรตีให้กินแค่นั้นแหละนะครับฝากไว้คิด
And
they took down GE going in towards Masters, right? But it was at Masters where things flipped around a little.
มันเขียวเลี้ยงได้แต่พอประมาณไม่ใช่แบบไอ้นี่อ่ะไม่เอาเกินไปเหมือนกันแต่ตัวนี้ใส่ดูจิ๋มใช่ไหมสนุกฟันกันเองพอ
I don't think that that's going to be truly enough. You don't know
พี่จะฟันหนูหรอเอาแล้วแคปเปอร์
time with this operator, although it might be pretty clear that FULLSENSE should be looking to throw him off of his sight line.
น่าจะปวดทวนจังวะ
To Trailblazer, they peek up.
แพ้มีผลยังไงอ่ะอันตรายอยู่นะแพ้เอ้ย
You'd
สวย
think it
คิว
should be his, and it is.
Advantageous angle. He spots the shoulder first.
Yep. Long line. No mistake made by Primi, and FULLSENSE needs something like that.
บ้านอะไรบ้านเขียว
Just
คิก
to
ครับ
settle
คิ
the
ก
nerves a little bit.
And they can recalculate, make their next move.
It is a very aggressive
book
play
ว่ะ
though for Autumn to be making, right? Considering
กว่ามันไม่
where
expect นะเว้ย
he's
เอาบุกอ่ะ
pushing.
Yeah, they're getting confident with the past rounds they've won.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. That GE, they're feeling it. They're feeling confident. You know, if Autumn says, "I want to take this peak," they're kind of saying, "Yeah, go for it." We can afford to maybe take a risk like that. Obviously, it doesn't pay off in this instance, but it has FULLSENSE thinking going forward that hey, he might continue to do that.
Absolutely. Even then,
อันนี้
FULLSENSE
เป็นรอบ
is
กลุ่ม
playing
ครับ
at
ทุก
peace
คน
with this
ร
one.
อบ
They
กลุ่ม
dodged
สเต
the
จ
flash
แข่ง
attack.
5 รอบ
Now
ครับ
they're going to be bursting into the B site.
Yudotan putting those nades out to try to slow things down, but again, it might be Patman. He dodges the convergent paths nicely. Here's the showstopper for Yudotan. He's having some trouble getting into a position to fire it, so it does go a little wayward, but that provides the space for Harvey and Yudotan in the end to make that swing happen, and it's the rifles that are getting the job done again. GE are just shooting so much harder than FULLSENSE right now, which is ludicrous to say.
It's definitely odd.
They're playing against Primi. Primi is supposed to be him. He's supposed to be the shooter.
He was him for that one moment. This one, the team went off, so I think can't really count on him too much. But this is, I agree with you, Jordan, absolutely a far cry from what we witnessed back on Ascent. And you think about composure, I have to imagine this is something mental as well, right? Why is G shooting that much more comfortably right now? They have every single advantage. They were sitting down on that site. Autumn peaks again. And now it's another eco for FULLSENSE too. It's just way too much work.
It's really nice to see Autumn's not going to be shying away from that.
มึงแฉกูเหรอ
Early in the last round.
มึงพูดถึงกูเหรอ
Confidence and he deserves to today. Probably the match MVP at the moment.
อารมณ์ของมันเป็นอย่างเงี้ยตอนเนี้ยมึงว่าไงวะ
Tinny in the shower after this one. He's he's giving the fans what they want.
I don't know how many people are going to get that. A lot of Australians will, but
I learned that from Komodo. Thanks.
กูจะขี้มึงให้แหลก
Oh boy.
ไม่เอาแล้วกลัวแล้วเย้ย
How the map has gone as well. Like, the pressure is on for FULLSENSE, and they might do well in the open portions of the
น้องพี่ผม
rounds
จะเป็น
from
บ้า
the
แล้วอ่ะ
middle.
พี่
You can see
ไอ้เหี้ย
as soon as they think they have an open,
อารมณ์มันเหลืออารมณ์
they start to go in for it.
ไม่ใช่อาร
That's
มณ์
where
ผม
things
ครับ
start to fall apart for FULLSENSE as well. They're not entirely
บ้า
sure
ว่ะแชท
where to look, what to clear out. They're not playing exactly off of each other. Now this is down to them fishing for trades. Oh,
เปิดกล้อง
just forces them forward though. There's nowhere to go. Patman makes
นี่
it
ไง
look
มึง
easy.
ดูมันดี
The
มึงดูมัน
grenade
ดี
corralled them into
มึงดูมัน
an
ดิ
easy line. 6-1 for GE.
that is so clean.
กูใช่ไหมมึง
And
แฉ
this
กูยัง
is
ไม่
great masterful work as well. You know, full credit to GE for coming into this
นี่สด
season.
แฉเหรอนี่แฉเหรอไอ้บอส
I guess
ดู
the
ไว้
utmost amount of prep work on the newest map
ไอ้
as
เย้
well.
ยแม่งบ้าไป
And
แล้ว
now they know that
แม่งบ้าไป
victory
แล้ว
is quite likely
ทำไม
within
แบ
their
บนี้ไม่นิยม
grasp.
โอ
They
เมน
just
ครับ
have to play it tight
คือแม่มัน
all the
กว้าง
way
ครับ
through.
แล้วพอเราจะ
FULLSENSE
เฟ
have
ก
yet
อะ
to
โอ
put
เมนมัน
on
เฟก
a
ยากครับ
second
วันนี้
round.
มีเชด
They're back towards
ก็เลยเป็น
middle
แอต
now.
ตา
They're
ครับ
comfortable by. They have several ults to work off of.
Yeah, I think this is an incredibly Chad move from GE to be picking into Summit early on and winning it so cleanly at the moment. I mean, their defense was, again, a talking point obviously on the desk. It was so solid in their last match as well. So they still have to back it up on the attack, but teams are going to be wary now. First couple of games.
Oh.
เฮียมันลั่นจัดเลยว่ะแชทมันลั่นจัดเลยว่ะดูมันดิ
There's
ดูมันดิ
ultis going everywhere, by the way,
ดูมันดิ
but
ดูมันดิ
nothing happening.
เฮียมบ้า
Full Sense not
เฮีย
having
เนี่ย
any success on these entries at all. GE is
มึงเล่น
just
สกาย
styling on
มึง
them.
เล่น
This
ส
is
กาย
a
แมนเป็น
one-team
มึง
game
เล่น
at
ส
the moment.
กาย
Cruz
มึ
was
ง
the
เล่น
one with the spike as well.
เฮียมันมาไปแล้ว
They tried to pull the attention away. They tried to.
They used convergent path
Yep.
and showstopper in that round.
But
Full Sense,
no
and they
one
didn't
was
get a
back.
single
Damn,
shot.
bro.
They
That
got
was
no kill.
Crazy. GE pushed all the way in towards B main already.
What am I watching?
Like, look at that again. You have the alt combos going through, but GE were already all set up. This was just.
This
I
guy
don't know
insane,
how else
bro.
to describe it. I mean, I fear, putting full sense under the microscope, but that was honestly abysmal. There was no read. Everything that could have gone wrong. That's Murphy's Law right there.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing about this is now no longer a conversation about who's going to win. Is it going to be GE or Full Sense? I feel the conversation now has to turn to can Full Sense
โอ้ยแชทใครเลี้ยงผม
avoid
ฟัน
an
นะผมบอกไว้ก่อนนะ
embarrassing defeat at the hands of
โอเคไหม
to go down
ใครเลี้ยงผมฟันนะบอกไว้ก่อนนะ
in which they're going down in this second map.
โอเคไหม
That is going to be a pretty
คัตเปอร์เห็นอะไรเลือดเอาเลย
big
น้อง
hit to the mental for Full Sense going forward this season.
We love you Jazz I love you too
The rest of their opponents in this group as well, they still have to play with the likes of like Gen G at some
หันมาโวย
point.
กูที
Also,
กูอ่านบาง
It
ที
will
มัน
be
อ่า
a
นไม่
little
ทัน
bit
ว่ะ
embarrassing for us as a talent team
No,
Team
don't
Mo-
bring
Team
that
Mo-
up
having
now.
put into Full Sense. But what I will say to the GE fans out there
Curse.
is you are welcome.
Yep.
For the caster curse against Full
มิ
Sense.
นาซัง
That was all us.
You are welcome. It was all
กับบาริ
us.
พาสเต้
Can we?
Just remember that. Remember that before you
โดน
start
พลัง
chatting online. Just remember that. We made this happen.
You said GE, made a
แปลง
challenge.
เรา อย่าไปยอ
I
ม
mean, the roster move may be a little bit wrapped, but you know what?
I'm speechless. I've got nothing to say, bro. I have nothing to say. They're gonna swing 3 players into 1 guy. 2 guys, to be fair. But why? Like, Yudotan kills 2 before he goes down. Like, what?
The angle? It's not one that everyone's accustomed to yet.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble. So I will not speak.
Snare destroyed
Oh boy.
You take the rest of the round, Quack. You take it.
What can I do?
It's all yours. You have it.
What can Full Sense do? I mean, we're in the same boat right now, man. Smoked off A main. They're afraid of going back middle because all the potential lethal angles that could be played. 50 seconds to go on the clock as well. Autumn's already on an offline. This is done. We're done.
โลกนี้มันน่าก
I don't
ลัว
know.
กลัว
Maybe he walks
Let
to
me
the
argue,
B
let
site,
me
gets the
argue, let
spike
me
down.
argue.
You are coping so hard if you think you can win this
I
round.
mean, that's my job.
ไม่เอาแล้ว
Stop giving the
Well,
Full Sense fans false
ไม่ไหว
hope.
แล้ว
Nah, you're just thinking about what possible
30
moves. You
seconds
put
left.
yourself in Cruz's shoes,
Okay.
and that's something. Instead of going for the plant, he comes back towards sight. But now
Where's
his
he go?
position's revealed. He's maybe trying to toss the gun away so that.
พี่ไม่หน่อยพี่ขอร้องอ่ะพี่
Why would you do
พี่
that?
คือ
He's got
ฮี
the
โร่
rifle. He's going
ขอ
back
งน้อง
towards B
น้อง
site.
น้องหนู
But he needs to.
I need concealment.
Like, I don't know. Do you plant
10
it
seconds
for
left.
B main and you push back towards that spot? He has to play up front, but he's going to get
ฮีโร่ของเรา
completely overwhelmed.
He's got to try and take an early fight here, but it's just not going to happen. Can't even get out of his own smoke. Harvey has it on lock. It's kind of just like a rotating of door of who wants to get a 3K today for GE. First, it's Patman. Yudotan gets a turn. Now it's Harvey's turn. We saw Autumn on the last map. Crystal's kind of the only one that's not really doing anything. But my bro is 1 and 3. It's 9 rounds in. He's at 1 and 3. He hasn't had to do anything. He's in the backpack. He's just having a good time.
Pat's
He's just
13-2,
chilling.
by the way. Are you all right, Jordan?
I'm
You sound
alright. I'm great.
You
Actually.
sound pretty emotional.
No, I'm actually great. The only thing is,
พูด
the
แล้ว
only
พี่
thing
พอแล้ว
is,
ไม่ไหวแล้ว
I've
พอ
got
แล้ว
Crystal
พี่
in my
ผ
build
ม
diff
ขอโท
team.
ษ
Okay.
ผมขอโทษ
Everyone else is getting to
พี่
have a
Howie
piece
ค
of
รับ
the pie. Look at this, 13 and 2, 9 and 3, 9 and 2, and Crystal's. I'm not. You
He's
know,
on a tail.
it's
you
not
know?
fair. Why can't my guy do the thing? Let Crystal have a
อย่า
turn.
อย่า
Unlucky, bro.
Justice for Crystal.
We're going to have a go again for Full Sense. They're trying to put together an A split now. B main has been an area of contest for G several times in a row now, so they're just going to give that one up. They try to approach from a different angle, but chokeholds in position. They're going to have to clear that one out towards side of Blink. Immediate reaction from GE though, and look at Autumn's positioning. He's just so ready.
I mean, Crystal is here. He
ทำ
might
ไม
get
คิว
a
เลือด
turn.
เหลือหนึ่งอะ
That's all I'm saying.
ฮะ
But of course, FULLSENSE are going to
ก็
go
เลยขึ้น
ahead.
นะไอ้โดนสตันเมื่อกี้นะ
Trailblazer as well. Cruz, okay, back
Oh.
towards a side. Oh, Javi.
Oh, this could be awkward. Patman. Oh, he's seen him. All right, so the jig is up. Some damage
คิว
into
บอกว่ากู
Harvey's
นี่แหละ
position in the end. He
อันดับ
actually
หนึ่ง
does fall
เลือด
to
เหลือ
the
หนึ่ง
picture.
พอไอ้คิว
First
บอก
time in a long time that
กูนี่แหละอันดับหนึ่ง
Pat and
นี่ไง
open
สัต
and
ว์
Pretty gets another one on
I am
one
him, bro.
HP. Hold up, this might be doable, or maybe it might not be. Patman exists. Patman doesn't quite get the ace, but he has done so much work to pull this round back. FULLSENSE, they are trying to draw blood from a stone in order to win any of these rounds. Can maybe Kahlua do it? Of course not. And by the way, Crystal didn't get a kill again. It's not fair. It's not fair. He's still 1-3. Can he get points for the defuse? Give me some build diff points for defusers. You know?
He's gonna no, there's no points for that. But he's gonna have.
He got 2 assists. That counts.
He's gonna get us all. You're coping right now. It's all right, Jordan. We'll get the next one.
Man.
But still, you have to admit, this is another one of those. FULLSENSE brings in their best effort. They work the map. They go in together as a squad. Primi gets a kill on 1 HP. But Pat just comes in illegally, brutally, pummeling every single bone that FULLSENSE has. They just cannot walk past. They can't get anything done. They haven't gotten the spike down or
ทำความเคารพนะครับ
much
อย่าลืมนะครับ
else.
Well, goes from bad to worse. There's another opening pick for Autumn. I think at this point you've just got to throw caution to the wind as FULLSENSE and just send it. Like, you've just got to try anything, because whatever you do right now, it feels like it's doomed. Anything GE touches turns to gold, and I don't need to tell you what anything that FULLSENSE touches turns to. I think you can figure that out for yourself. Plant going down low. And a little bit of a lurk here from Cruz. So he actually could get a bit of work done, but spotted by Crystal. Unbelievable. How do they always know?
Fuck มัน
They're
รู้ได้
just
ไงวะ
diligent.
มันรู้ได้ไงวะใครได้ปกติที่มันรู้ได้
Mentally
ไงวะ
as well.
ฮะ
You know, they're not under
มันรู้ได้ยังไงวะ
So straight on with a retake, full force against FULLSENSE, who is doing their darndest, but they can't get a single kill.
It makes me sick. It actually makes me sick how easy this is for GE right now.
You're just a biased caster, man. You're so biased for GE.
Apparently.
10-1, flawless. This is still the first half.
Oh my god.
And I really have to think, you know, as much as we love and respect Frost and how he was able to bring up the GE roster from nothing, by the way, this is, you know, onto a, well, I guess a bit of a reunion, but onto a new map. It takes quite a bit of time. I don't know maybe if 1 week was enough to prepare against GE's Summit, which they clearly have been working on quite a bit. You know, putting the theory to practice is a whole different thing. And I believe that's what FULLSENSE are struggling with right now. Because onto the sites, onto the actual execution, they're not able to bring it through. Primi gets some of it done, but it's still some of these different positions. Pat comes in with that multi-kill hold. Now you have a lot of space towards middle with some of the work that your stars have done, but it's still information that G are working off of. You're trying to apply pressure, go a bit faster.
Ah, man, can he do it again?
Oh, that's pretty good. Doesn't have to. Salvos will hold it off for now. It's a good bit of delay utility. Cruz is going to go off on an expedition towards the ace site.
I think GE knows where FULLSENSE is.
Yeah.
Would be my gut feeling. That's my suspicion.
ไอ้เหี้ยนี่ละ
Oh, Cruz,
มันเอา
they
ทุก
don't know
ที่เล
where
ยเหรอ
Cruz is.
ไม่เอาแล้วเอาตามผมไปแล้ว
Although they are definitely considering it. Autumn as well, by the way, on the line, not missing, and Harvey does know where Cruz is, bro. They know. GE knows everything.
มึงดูออกมัน
They
ดี
are
มึงดู
omnipotent
ออก
at
มัน
the
ดี
moment. They know. They are omnipresent. They know
โอ้โห
everything.
ไอ้
That is
เหี้ย
such a good line.
FULLSENSE
30 seconds left.
just don't feel as though they're in the server right now.
I mean, they're trying to play the long game, long con with Cruz on lurks, but Javi's already spotted that, recognized that. These two teams with that much history against each other. 10 seconds on the clock. It's a base race. onto the A site, but they're still so afraid. They have to cut some corners just to get the spike down. I don't think there's time. Get to the top.
There's no
You're
time.
out of time.
How?
Oh my God.
They lost a round to an empty site. They lost a round to an empty site, Quack. It's 11-1.
Oh my God.
I am
No.
speechless. Pat is
No.
in 17 and
Halftime.
No.
You're speechless. What do I have to say? 50 seconds here in the half time to try to collect ourselves, and that's all that FULLSENSE have got as well. I mean, this was not the outing that they were predicting to start the week.
Definitely not. I don't know if this was anything anyone was expecting as well, but
GE fans.
กูถึงเวลาแล้วนะเว้ย กูจะเปิดของลับกูแล้วนะ ใน100 ล้านวิธี นี่คือวิธีเดียวเท่านั้น เชื่อกู
I think you've just got to take it as it comes in this second half. Maybe, probably, it doesn't go your way. I think it's looking pretty over for FULLSENSE. They would need the most insane of all comebacks to still win this series. But
on the defense,
try to rebuild, try to put it together for next week.
Frost is about to
My
explode.
God.
Now, the question I actually have is,
Ford,
does FULLSENSE
Ford,
have 2
Ford.
games this week?
เย้ย
I don't think
do
so.
that.
I don't think so.
Probably.
Which is probably a good thing.
They need the time off.
Yeah, they got 2 next week.
And look at how confident G are right now, just clearing
Dr.
everything.
JJaz,
Pre-fire
มึงเชื่อ
the
มันดิวะ
long
มึงเชื่อมันดิ
position,
วะ
towards middle through the smokes.
มึงเชื่อมันดิ
Surely
วะ
they can get a pistol crack.
This is very forward though. They do have a lot of trips and smokes to play around. So it depends on how well G knows the map to clear pre-fire the corners.
Drone's going to go forward. Don't think it's spotted Cruz, but he is going to be
They know
attempted
that,
to be cleared.
but
At least
it's
Sephiroth
okay.
chiming in with a couple of
Fast,
headshots
fast,
will
fast.
help
Why
him
shoot?
out. Keeps
Why shoot
Cruz
fast?
alive long
Fast,
enough
why
to
shoot?
find the one, but still, GE are fighting their way
3-2
back into this A site. They get themselves the 2 for 3, which will allow them a plant. You've got Patman alive. He's obviously popping off. And Crystal there to play the support role. So let's see what maybe Patman and Crystal can put together here. They have been a little spotted on that cross. Okay. Patman's just got to go and shoot someone. That's really all it is. You just got to win this round with firepower alone, and he is in the form to do it. Doors going to be closed. Patman happy to just hold on that line, slow things down. Now Crystal making his move. Patman can't hold on for 2, but Crystal, this is his time to step up. Hasn't had to do much throughout this game. This could be a nail in the coffin for FULLSENSE, but just not given the space to get it done. So FULLSENSE at least give themselves a small opportunity to work within this second half.
I'm sorry, Jordan. I know you really wanted Crystal to do something there. But now that aside, for sure. Not too bad for FULLSENSE immediately with Sephiroth being able to take down 2. Cruz hiding into the corners. And with the final 3 as well, playing it tight, safe as much as possible just to put 1 round on the board. Definitely almost a scenario where Pat, if he had taken down Primi, had taken down Jip Boys, that could have been different rounds. We go again. This time a full pistol train to do some work towards the B site.
Okay, but what if GE just wins this round? Like, no, that would kind of be fitting for the way this game has played out.
ไอเดียวิโต้มันอะ
Flash around the corner. Patman starts it well. Oh no.
Oh my God.
Dear. Oh no. This is not the timeline. Surely, FULLSENSE. Primi pulls 1 back, but you've still got to get past a few. And thank God for Primi and Cruz. But still, Crystal alive. Could win this round. He's going for the long flank. It's something a little bit tricky, something a little bit different. Doesn't matter if he gets his timing right, if he waits patiently, which he doesn't, so... There was something cooking there for Crystal. This time FULLSENSE kept a little bit too close for comfort though.
Whoa!
I mean, that would have been the right play for Crystal to pick up a weapon, do something, but Primi Cruz.
กูเกือบวัก
Either way,
Oh
though,
my god.
still not the cleanest of rounds. This was meant to be
Oh my
your
god.
anti-eco. Bring some rounds over
ไม่
for the bonus.
มึงเห็นแผนมันไหม
That possibility
มึงเห็น
gone.
แผนมันไหม
This is very likely going to be a 12 and
มันเอาของ
2.
วิโต้ดูสกิลมาวางในสโมก มันปล่อยของในสโมก มันกดปุ๊บ
Is it Outlaw or Marshall? There was this big of a viewing party in Thailand. I had no idea.
That is crazy. And by the way, what a rough day for it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's impressive though. Shout out FULLSENSE one
It's
time.
a forced buy. FULLSENSE need it.
Bonus round. In theory.
Just a myriad of the same trips and smokes around B main to start things off.
สโมกมันไม่บังสกิลวิโต้หรอ ถ้ามันอยู่ในสโมกแล้วสกิลวิโต้อยู่ในสโมกมันก็ได้ครับ
Contact play style towards this side.
I know they have better firepower.
Throws given. Flashes getting tossed out. Nades as well, but no commitment. It's just an attempt to draw out some counter util.
Chip boys. This is a pretty far forward position. It's risky.
Harvey's got to turn around. Oh, awkward for Chip Boys, but he does wrangle it back. Still 10 HP. He's not getting out of there alive.
It's info, at least for FULLSENSE. They're immediately scrambling to try to figure out where GE are headed to, but the Seekers keeps them invested on the B site. It's just Kilwani.
Yeah, flash goes around the corner there. Drone not going to do too much. Just going to try and pop some delaying util, but Yudatan's already out in front of it. And once again, GE have got FULLSENSE's number. They have the sight and they have the player advantage and they have the space as well. Patman forward will catch Primi in the side of the head. There is nothing to be done. A 2v4, Dog's going to go in, spots both Sephiroth and Cruz, flash around the corner. Patman can't get it done alone, but you can tell GE, they just want to be on the front foot. There's a 1-for-1. They don't want to throw this away, but Cruz has no HP. It is almost done. GE up to 12.
Blood's in the water. The Sharks are circling all around. I don't know what else could be done. Not too bad on the initial hold. Chip Boys manages to find his one, but as soon as those Seekers were called in, like, Kilo is just not able to do much else. He tries to delay, but even past that, and you can kind of see why this Sky was brought in instead of the Gecko as well. Plays off the Trailblazer and the Flash immediately.
Yeah, and you can really see why Platoon's been playing it down, because this game has been a nothing for GE, but for FULLSENSE, who knows? Let's hear from GE as they try to close this game out.
Okay.
Okay, let me drone A right now.
Wait, please just wait. I think better B, Sava. You don't B, Sava.
Okay, I leave you.
That's fine.
We B split, right? Just I watch Link first. Can we double swing this first, King One? Kill, go with him, kill, go with him.
Okay with him.
Yeah,
Second,
go
ready?
mid. 1, 2, swing. Leave me, please. Next fight, keep the Oh shit, we B split, motherfucker. Yeah, go mid kill with him.
Oh, what?
Leave it.
คอมมัน
Actually, I go with them as well, Sava. You just drone here alone, okay? They know, boys. They know. I need to fight this guy.
Okay.
Let Pat sing
No,
it.
Still very much in control of things. Just
มันดู
trying
ชิ
to
ว
right
จัด
some
เลยว่ะ
wrongs. Play it safe. FULLSENSE though.
มันบอกไม่
Okay, at
แต่
least
ของ
they
ว่าว
clear
มา
their
เดฟักเกอ
main,
ร์
but
Be
Bro,
solid hold
we missed
for
it, motherfucker,
FULLSENSE,
bro.
even if
แต่ของว่าว
it is the Cypher. I don't think Sephiroth's going to get too much done here. He's actually just going to play for the retake and allow GE out onto the site. Rotation coming through for FULLSENSE, but it is a meandering
กลาง
rotate
นะ
at
มี
best.
แต่
30
ล่วง
seconds left.
Cosmic Divide to go
มันอยู่
down,
กลางมาเดิน
cutting the
ชิว
site in half. And again, Patman at 23 and 6, improving upon that scoreline. Does fall to Primi, but a 1-for-1 is fine as far as GE are concerned for the moment. Autumn causing a bit of trouble for Primi, tags him down low. Harvey's on the off angle there as well. Crystal chiming in. This is it for GE. There is absolutely nothing in the day today for FULLSENSE. Sephiroth cannot get it done. 13-3. The game is over, and they say that revenge is a dish best served cold. But today, the frost is not cold enough. GE take the grudge match.
Just absolutely melted. 13-3 as the final scoreline on the last half. FULLSENSE looked fully out of sorts. Ascent was not too bad. It in fact looks kind of even in the first half, but things all started to fall apart and crumble. Just don't see this happening too much. I mean, still putting some numbers up, but they're just not able to hold the map whatsoever. Every single fight they take towards middle, every single hole they try to have on any round, a site. G has definitely
ใครเลี้ยนไอ้เหี้ยใครเลี้ยนกูฟันนะไปครับเลี้ยนไปครับ
very impressive performance from GE today. I mean, there was so much conversation around this match. This was supposed to be a Giga Ultra banger, you know. But
ไม่ฟังก็ไม่ต้องครับ
GE, it could have been a postcard.
It feels like they sent one just to say to FULLSENSE, hey, we're moving forward. What about you guys? I mean, Autumn is just on one as well on this second half, but this is incredible so far. Let's toss it down over onto the stage with Bella for the winning interview.
ดูกองคิตโต้โง่มองอะไรไม่รู้ต้นไหนวะ
Hey guys, it's Bella standing with Global Esports' Autumn. Autumn, congrats on your win today.
Thank you.
글로벌 esports의 어텀 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
ทุกคนครับ
Well,
อย่าเพิ่งเศร้านะครับเศร้าได้แต่อย่าเศร้านานเพราะอะไรครับอย่างน้อยนะครับเราก็มีสปอนเซอร์ผู้ใหญ่ใจดีนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็น RichMan Shop นะครับเรื่องการเติมเกมโน้นหนึ่งนะครับอย่าลืมใช้โค้ดนะครับ RMSXJJaz นะครับใครกำลังจะเติมมาโลนะครับผมลด 5% โอ้โหไม่ว่าครับไข่กูมิ่งนะครับผมมีโค้ดส่วนลดครับไข่ GJJ นะครับ67นะครับในวันที่พวกมึงเศร้าก็ยังมีส่วนลดมาให้พวกมึงนะเว้ยนะครับขอบคุณผู้ใหญ่ใจดีของพวกเราด้วยนะครับ
because you are that good at Yoru.
Nah, I'm not that good, but I think Yuri is pretty strong. Like people after the patch a while ago, people like kind of ran away from him, but actually he's pretty strong right now. Like the TPs are good with the new patch. I think it's 20 seconds, and I mean he only has one flash, but I think he's in a good state right now. Yeah.
사실 자기가 그렇게 요루를 잘 다루지
หลายคน
못한다고
คิดว่าแบบว่าหลังอัป
겸손하게
เดตมาอาจจะ
얘기를
กลางนะครับ
뭐
แต่จริงๆผมว่า
메타 새로운
โยรุ
패치
ตอนนี้กำลัง
다음에
ดีเลยนะครับ
다들
ผม
요루를 기용하는 걸 기피하고 있긴 하지만 아직도 요루가 쓸모 있다고 이야기를
ไม่อยากไปดูในกลุ่มเลยว่ะ
TP도 20초나 되고
ผมอยากไปเปิดดู X เลยว่ะน่าเลื่อนว่ะ
이용할 수 있는 요원이라고 어텀 선수가 평해줬습니다. 그리고 오늘 오늘 경기 양 팀의 심리전이 관전 포인트 중 하나였는데요. 너무나 잘 아는 만큼 그 익숙함이 오늘 경기 준비 과정에 얼마나 영향을 미쳤는지 꼭 한번 들어봐야 될 것 같습니다. Well, today's we had a lot of things to watch out for today's match, right? You guys are very familiar. It's about the mind games, the reverse mind games, whatever you want to call it. How much of that familiarity play into today's match prep?
I think honestly not really. Like I think we just played our end game. We didn't really like focus too hard on what they're doing, and yeah, we just win tour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you think that just worked with Star?
Yeah, it did.
뭐 사실 서로 그렇게 인식하지 않으면서
เตรียมตัวมาวันนี้ยังไงครับเอาจริงๆก็ไม่ได้เตรียมตัวอะไรเยอะครับ
들어갔다고
เราแค่
뭔가
โฟ
심리전에
กัส
이렇게
เกมตัวเอง
과하게
นะครับผมแล้วก็
집중하기보다는
โฟกัสใน
자기만의
ตัวเองซะ
게임을
มากกว่านะครับแล้วก็
집중하면서 오늘 경기
ทำให้เราชนะในวันนี้
임했던
นะครับ
따라왔다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 하비 선수가 저번 인터뷰에서 이번 스테이지가 마라톤 장기전이라고 이야기를 해줬는데 오늘 경기 글로벌 e스포츠 합이 상당한 것 같거든요. 현재 어떤 선수가 생각하기에 오늘 팀의 합, 소통이든 뭐 게임 내적이든 어느 정도까지 도달했다고 생각하는지 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, Javi said last week that stage 2 is a marathon. It's a long journey, but it seems like today you guys cleaned up pretty well. It seems like you guys are pretty have reached a certain level. How much would you say your team's at out of 100 then?
Today I'd say we're at like 90.
Today's a 90?
Yeah, like we played really good today, but yeah, I think recently we've been playing in like scrims and practice maybe like 70, 80%, something like that.
Yeah. So every day's a new day?
Yeah.
Okay. 오늘 글로벌 e스포츠의 합은
จากสัมภาษณ์ที่แล้วนะครับ
생각했을 때 한
นะครับไอเกียวคุณได้
90%이다.
บอกไว้ว่า
평소에 연습할 때는 한 70%인데
สเตจ2นะครับเป็นมาราธอนนะครับ
경기마다
ทีละ
다르기
นิดทีละหน่อย
때문에
นะครับโฟกัสไป
복잡은
ทีละ
될
เก
수
ม
없다고 어떤
วันนี้
선수가
คุณรู้
이야기를
สึกว่า
해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서
เล่นยังไงบ้างครับ
글로벌 e스포츠의 어떤 선수
วัน
인터뷰
นี้เราถือว่าเล่นได้ดีนะครับ
Thank
เต็ม
you
ร้อย
all
ผม
for
ให้
that
90
interview
เลย
and
นะครับ
congrats on your win.
Thank you for having me.
ยังไม่ร้อยนะมึงอันนี้ 90% ของมันนะเว้ยในซ้อมเราจะอยู่ประมาณ 70-80 นะครับแต่วันนี้บนสนามเรา 90 ครับ
What a win for Global Esports in a crazy
พี่หวานสวัสดีครับพี่หวานชิบะยาเดี๋ยวนะ2 แมปสปีดรันพูดเลยเหรอวะอยากดูสกอร์เหรอบ้านดำเดี๋ยวเจอกันคู่ต่อไปนะบ้านดำนะบ้านดำโอเคไหมจุ๊บมวนนะบ้านดำจานเรายังได้ไปแชมป์ไหมเดี๋ยวต้องไปดูครับบ้านดำย้ายมาบ้านแดงบ้านม่วงนะคือระหว่างเกมจะต้องปิดนะครับบ้านดำนะเดี๋ยวมันแบนกูนะครับส่งได้นะวิตาบูเนี่ยได้นะเจอกันนะบ้านดำเจอกันคู่2นะบ้านดำทำไมถึงโดนนะครับเขาโหดกว่าครับดูรูปนี้ไม่กล้าเปิดเลยอะฮะเจ็บไปทั้งหัวใจมึงคิวเพลงเลยมึงเปิดเพลงเลยโอ้ยเฮ้ยคำพูดติดปากตอนนี้ติดใจมันขยี้พวกกูจ้ะนะกูจะขยี้ให้มึงแร็กซ์กูจะขยี้ให้มึงแร็กซ์Damn Pro for you at the goal bro get the fuck out of here broใช่ครับใครเรียนนะครับผมพูดจริงนะผมฟันนะนะครับช่องเราเรียนได้แค่สตรีมเมอร์นะครับถ้าเราดูอันนี้มันก็ต้องดูหน่อยว่าอันนี้มันสแตทอะยังมีโอกาสได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนไหมมาดูกันเดี๋ยวนะช่องเราใครเรียนกูฟันหมดนะกูไม่สนนะเฮ้แต้มมันเสมอเราละอันนี้ปัญหาแรกเลยคำถามคือว่าตอนนี้ที่4คนไหนได้ไปสมมติถ้าแต้มเท่ากันอันนี้กูก็ไม่รู้ Wait let me see Criteria 9 to 11 don't involve the ties in 1 3 or more teams โอเคนี่ Final standing from stage 2ไม่ต้องรอดูครับจบสเตจ2ใครอยู่ข้างหน้าสุดคนนั้นได้ไปแต้มเท่ากันก็คือถ้าสมมุติเราแต้มเท่า global แต่ global ไปรอบลึกกว่าเรามันได้ไป เราเหลือใครอาทิตย์หน้าเราเจอเซต้าวันที่30 GEVN หนองชิมเชียร์ใครต้องหนองชิมอะยังไงต้องหนองชิมถ้า GE ชนะคือยากเลยครับเราน่าจะ play in อะถ้างั้นอะเราจะตกไปรอบนี้เลยเว้ยซึ่งก็จะเป็นทีมไทย3 ทีมในรอบ play inว่าโดนไอ้เท็กเจอร์ล่าเหรอโอ้เราลุ้นได้อยู่โชคดีนะที่เราชนะหนองชิมจินจีโบรจินจีวีคท้ายคืออาทิตย์เดี๋ยวนะเราถูกอ๋อเราเจอ RQ กับอาทิตย์เดียวกันshit this is kind of hard bro คำนี้กดกันกูอาจจะเห็นด้วยกับมึงนะเว้ยไอ้ป๋องมีใครที่วันไหนเราวันที่30ครับ30กับ1เดี๋ยวไปดูช็อตคอกันตอนไหนวะเดี๋ยวไปดูนะเดี๋ยวแป๊บนึงแพ้เซต้าก็ไม่เหลืออะไรแล้วแชทกูพูดจริงถ้าแพ้เซต้ารับประกันครับเพย์อินอ่ะกูพูดเลยเจอ RQ แล้วก็ GenG ต่อต้อง4-1อ่ะต้อง4-1ของจริงพอเราเพย์อินก็ยาวครับเพย์อินนะถ้างั้นก็ไม่ได้เพย์ออฟก็เพย์อินเสร็จเอาไอ้เหี้ยเพย์อินโอกาสมันง่ายไอ้เพย์ออฟโอกาสง่ายกว่าไงไอ้สัตว์bad day that was not just bad day that was like crazy day bro no cap แต่มันไม่อยากให้เพย์อินด้วยไงเพราะมันมีชาร์ปเปอร์กับ55ไงมึงจะให้ทีมไทยมาตัดกันเองก็ไม่อย่างไงอันนี้เหมือนกัน10 โต้ครับไอ้จัดพูดดีๆครับ10 โต้ครับคือถ้าลงมาเพย์อินมันก็ต้องตัดกันเองเนี่ยนี่จ้าเมื่อวานไม่ได้ดูเลย It's okay ครับ
We did something very wrong here. Can you tell us why we were wrong? Can you just give it to us? Tell us we were idiots.
I mean, I cannot blame you guys because we all know that FULLSENSE was a really good team. Like even before, there's the second best team in Pacific right now because they finished second place in Ho Chi Minh.
Yeah.
And you guys saw our performance from internationals lately and we're not doing good as well. So I'm not gonna blame you guys. That's why you guys pick FULLSENSE.
You should blame us.
We're also humble.
We did something very wrong here.
Humble guy ไอ้เหี้ย humble guy ฉันเป็น the humble guy ไอ้เหี้ยแคทเตอร์ถามว่ามึงคิดว่าเราทำอะไรผิดเราผิดพลาดตรงไหนไปฮะด่าพวกกูเลยบอกพวกกูเลยว่าพวกกูโง่พวกเราผิดพลาดตรงไหนไป ผมว่าพวกพี่ก็ไม่ได้ผิดพลาดอะไรหรอกครับนะฟูลเซนก็ต้องให้นะว่าที่ผ่านมาก็เป็นทีมอันดับ2แปซิฟิกนะครับผมในโฮจิมินห์เขาจบอะไรครับอันดับ2นะครับในสเตจ1ใช่ไหมผมก็เก็ตพวกพี่เลยครับว่าทำไมจะเลือกฟูลเซนครับนะมีแต่ตัวตึงๆทีมเขาก็โหดอยู่แล้วนะครับพวกพี่ไม่ได้ผิดพลาดอะไรหรอกครับDamn, Batman! The humble guy! เฮียแม่งโคตรจัดว่ะแชทเราจะดูไอ้นี่ไหมเราจะดู post match interview ไหมพูดไปยิ้มไปเบอ let's go เบอเราจะดูวาโลทูเอเชียไหมดู and the EWC wait what
why we were wrong.
Best team in Pacific right now because the performance from internationals lately and we're not doing good as well. So
ฟ้าเล่นได้หลายตัวครับฟ้าเป็นฟลิก
You
ครับ
should blame us.
They're all so humble.
That's what RQ Sun does. He gave it to us. You deserve to give it to us because, yeah, I mean, while we did have some debates about it, your performance in RQ was fantastic. Yeah, you really earned it, especially on that second match there. And I do have to ask you, I know everyone, you guys you just want to win the game, but do you feel any relief now that you've won this match against FULLSENSE?
I mean, it's not yet because this week is like kind of super week for us. We have a game on 25th, so during our practice,
วีคนี้เหรอ super week อ่ะ ว่ะ
coaches in every scrims because we cannot like just focus on FULLSENSE. Because it's not unlike playoffs like if you win you're gonna face another team, so you can just focus on the first team first. But this is group stage, so we're preparing for both team right now. So
มันแค่ fire power หรอไม่ครับแมปแรกโดนจริงๆแต่แมป2นะแผน global โหดจัดแผน global มันไม่ใช่แค่ bad day ยิงไม่โดนนะครับ global master class summit อะแผนไม่โคตรดีเราขาดแบบ 100% summit มึงดีนายไม่ได้เลยอะมันแบบขาดแบบ 100% น่ะไม่ได้ไปวัดปาร์ตี้จะไม่น่าได้ไปอยู่แล้วไม่ได้ไปตั้งแต่แรกอยู่แล้วอ่ะพูดจริงๆเพราะว่าถ้าไปก็ไม่ได้วัดแบบสตรีมไงแล้วเราไปก็น่าไม่รู้จะแปลกหรือเปล่าก็เลยไม่รู้ตอบไงรอดูนี่ดีกว่ามาลองไปดูช็อตคอกันหน่อยมีเวลาไหมหรือว่าแบบไอ้ลาวอะไรไหมมีไหมเตโฮมันเล่นยากเกินไปแฟดก็มีเข้าไซส์ไงจุดไอ้เหี้ยแต่มันก็เล่นเตโฮนะเว้ยแต่มันเตโฮคอมโบกับสกายเนาะไม่แต่กูยังพอเห็นภาพนะแต่ว่าภาพโกโบมันดีกว่าว่ะคุกกี้ต้องที่เอาเลนมาคอมโบไปมันเคลียร์พื้นที่แบบปาของให้หมดอะแล้วมึงค่อยสู้แบบจังหวะชุลมุนแต่พอมึงสู้จังหวะชุลมุนดูแม่งยิงดิ insane bro global just summit god ว่ะ
like he
ถ้าได้วางหรือจะได้เล่น
let us
ไม่ไหวว่ะ
like tell our information first like about the map. So basically if we just choose comp we're gonna suggest something and then he gonna cook around it. So I think that's the very good thing like how our chemistry as a team is working better right now.
Yeah, I wanted to
ฉัน
ask
คิด
like,
ว่า
after
ตีโฮ
the
มันนี่
change,
นะคนเดียวแบบไรที่
that
แต่
there's more alignment in the
ของ
team
ไปตั้ง
because
เยอะไม่เจอใครเลย
I think people talk a lot about Frost in particular, but at some point
เอ็
in
ม
time,
ดิฟ
you
หนัก
guys
อยู่
have
แม
like
ป
3 or
2คือมัน
4
เอ็ม
like
ดิฟ
coaches
เพราะว่า
and analysts.
ไทมิ่งแล้วก็แผนครับดูแผนดิดูมันจ่ายของไม่ให้เราได้เล่นเลยใช่ไหมมันจ่ายทีคือเราต้องกระโดดหนีของโดนแฟดจังหวะนั้นมันก็ยิงปังคือเราไม่ได้โอกาสแบบยืนวัดตรงๆเลยนะถามว่ามีราวอารากี้เยอะไหมก็มีนะแบบโดนทะลุควันอะแต่แบบจังหวะรีเทคจังหวะตีไซส์คือแบบโอ้โหแล้วเฮียแพทเมนคือแบบ4-1เอาไม่ลงอะช็อตคอจีสมิธหรอไอที่มันบอกไอ้มัตเตอร์ฟักกิ้งอะไรนั่นน่ะนะนี่ลาวไม่อาหารลาวให้หน่อยสิได้ไหมไม่ใช่ 9-1เหรอจังหวะมันเข้าไซส์คือดีมากมันโอ้โหแล้วออฟแม่งโหดจัดอะไม่น่าใช่ว่ะไหนแป๊บนึงดูนี่ก่อนมันปล่อยยังวะไม่แต่ก่อนมันชอบไลฟ์นะทำไมเดี๋ยวนี้มันปล่อยเป็นคลิปก็ไม่รู้อะตอนนี้เราชนะ1 แพ้ 1ยังมีโอกาสลุ้นไปแชมเปี้ยนไหมครับยังมีอยู่ครับถ้าโอกาสไปแชมป์มามีแต่คำถามคือว่ามันจะยากน้อยขนาดไหนเนี่ยต้องทำไงเข้าเพลย์ออฟอะชนะ3 เกมที่เหลือเล่าหน่อยวะไม่รู้วะเราดูสัมภาษณ์วาโลทูเอเชียดีกว่าต้องห้ามแพ้แล้วใช่ครับถ้าแพ้หลังจากนี้ก็เบลสอย่างเดียวว่ะ Final Boss จินจีเบรอแชทถ้าสมมติอันนี้มันปล่อยก่อนเราดูอันนี้ก่อนนะโอเคไหมดิวไหมจับมือก่อนโอเคนะโอเคไหมเดี๋ยวทีวันเดี๋ยวไปดูเพย์ออฟเอากี่ทีมครับไปรอ2 ทีมครับเล่นแย่ทั้งทีมครับต้องยอมครับAV1ว่ะวันนี้แบบไม่ได้จริงว่ะไอคิวยังแบบลั่นอยู่นะคนไม่ไหวจริงว่ะวันนี้โดนหมดวันนี้โดนหนักจริงเล่นก่อนได้ไหมหมดลมไม่หักเล่นอะไรแล้วอ่ะรอดูสัมภาษณ์แล้วพูดจริงจะเปลี่ยนเลยอันนี้คือตามความเป็นจริงนะครับตัวไหนคิดว่าไม่คือไอ้เคียมึงอันนี้คือแบบตอนแรกมึงก็พิมพ์ดีๆนะแต่พอมึงพิมพ์แล้วมึงโชว์ความเฮี้ยในตัวของมึงเองอ่ะมึงก็ไปไกลๆส้นตีนครับไปครับพิมพ์เป็นผู้เป็นคนไม่เป็นก็ไม่ต้องอยู่ในสังคมนี้ครับไปครับกูบอกแล้วให้ความคิดเห็นมันไม่ผิดหรอกว่าแบบกูคิดว่าไม่ได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนหรอกเล่นอย่างโอเคแต่มึงพิมพ์แบบไม่เป็นผู้เป็นคนน่ะทั้งที่มึงเป็นคนหรือมึงไม่ใช่คนฮะมึงอาจจะเป็นนวัตกรรมใหม่ของโลกหรือเปล่าเนี่ยอันนี้ก็ต้องลองดูนะครับก็โดนฟันซะนึกกูมีแต่55แล้วไม่กล้าเปิดกลุ่มเลยว่ะ12-13เหรอ
from someone เอาจริงๆวันนี้ฟอร์มเราไม่ไหวเลย TS ที่เป็นทีมสกิบิดี้ยังดูมีทรงกว่าฟอร์มเราขึ้นสุดลงสุดกันเกินไปไหมนะ
Yeah kind of actually
plays off the Trailblazer and the Flash immediately
ขอบคุณครับแคปเปอร์ราวนี้หรอ
Platoon's
ราว
been
นี้
playing
ดู
it down
ไอ้
because this
อะไร
game
วะ
has been a nothing for GE but for FULLSENSE who knows let's hear from GE as they try to close this game out
คมสนุกนะครับ
Okay, let me drone A right now.
Wait, please.
ไหนคริสตัลดูอะไรวะดูคริสตัลดิอ๋อมันดูแมปอ่ะเนี่ยมันโชว์ไปดูแมปมันชอมันใกล้ครับมันดูแมปอันนี้มันดูแมปจอมันใกล้มันทำดูเกมมันเนี่ย
Oh shit, we beat it, motherfucker. Yeah, go mid kill with them.
Oh, what?
Actually, I go with them as well, Sava. You just drone here alone, okay? They know, boys. They know. I need to fight this.
จะชอบคุณหนูเอลลี่ไหมว่ามาคือใครอ่ะวีมิสเตอร์มาเดฟักเกอร์มันจ่ายของเราเว้ยมันจ่ายของเราวีมิสเตอร์มาเดฟักเกอร์เยี่ยรั่วเลยฉันดาวสกอร์ถูกด้วยไอ้เหี้ยออตาแม่งโหดจะไม่ลงว่ะเพราะแผนดีนะแต่นักแข่งไฟพาวเวอร์ไม่มาวันนี้ไม่มาอะไรเลยครับงอมดิเฮียกูงอมเนี่ยทำไงได้เนี่ยทีวัน20วัดเร็วไหมถ้าจบเร็วดูพับจีต่อไหมแชทโอเคไหมทุกคนจบเร็วเดี๋ยวดูพับจีต่อโอเคไหมบัตรลิงก์เราเมื่อวานนี้อันไหนวะเพื่อนน่าจะเปิดแล้วนะดูว่าอะไรแค่แมปแรงไหมถ้าพับจีมาเหรอน่าจะ20เลยไหมก็ดูให้จบไปแล้วก็พับจีก็มันมีตั้งกี่แมปมันมีตั้ง6แมปใช่ไหมเราอาจจะพลาดพับจีแมปแรกไป
was amazing. On the other side, though, you
ใน
have
กลุ่มสายยังเดือด
T1.
อ่ะ
I
กู
think
ไม่
you
เปิดแล้ว
have
อ่ะ
to say
กูกลัวว่ะ
T1 are favored today. They are that super team. They're coming off a win
ถ้าลงไปเพล
against
ย์อินมีโอกาสเป็นแชมเปี้ยนไหมมีครับ
It's all about that confidence of Farrell. It's all about that magic, as you said, Pilski. Can they pull off another upset?
Yeah, for T1.
ไม่เอากลัวแล้วไม่เปิดแต่ก็อยากเปิดนะคันมือว่ะมันอยากเปิดอยู่นะใจหนึ่งอ่ะแต่มันก็แบบเชื่ออย่า VL คือทีมนะครับ Varvel ครับอยู่สเตจหนึ่งเหมือนกันครับเปิดเหรอไปดูดิเขาล้ำเฮี้ยกันวะโอเคคนไทยได้อยู่เรือนตัวเดียวไม่พูดถึงฟรอส
To talk again about this match, even though you keep saying things are happy, you keep saying your goal is to get to champs, and it's just another game. We're gonna have fun, but is it really just another game, Platoon?
Yeah. Is it just another game?
Is it really?
You're not gonna be sad if you guys lose this series.
Well, honestly, let's be honest. Even again, without the drama, this is like one of the most important games of the group.
Yeah.
We're very close in
No.
points.
This is PR answer. No.
We're not.
There is drama though. So like, how are the players feeling? Like, I really want to know. Like, there must be surely there a little bit of tension going into this.
ไม่อันนี้สัมภาษณ์ก่อนแข่งนะทุกคน
You're telling me Pat isn't like literally gonna get in the server today, and we're not gonna air any of it. But if he gets an ace on the pistol, he's gonna say something, isn't he? Like surely.
They want to win as bad as they want to win against every other team. I'm sorry.
เขาถามประทูนเขาลองแบบว่าจี้ประทูนว่าเฮ้ยมันมีอะไรหรือเปล่าวันนี้อยากชนะแบบขยี้เลยไหมประทูนบอกไม่มีครับอยากชนะก็ชนะทุกเกมครับเข้าใจไหมทุกเกมสำคัญหมดครับประทูนว่าอย่างนี้เปิดเฟซเหรอเชียร์มามันรู้กันไปสัตว์ประทูนว่าอย่างนี้แชทว่าไงชนะก็อยากชนะทุกเกมสำคัญหมดครับโอเค WW นะยังมีการห้ามนะครับยังมีการห้ามดูไอ้คนแรกที่มียาวๆอันไหนวะอันนี้ไม่กดตีด้วยอันนี้ไม่กดตีด้วยอันนี้ไม่กดตีด้วยเฮ้ยในเอ็กก็เดี๋ยวกลับไปดูเจอกันใน TikTok นะครับมวยบีสวัสดีครับโทสวัสดีครับมาเตอร์ลอนดอนหลอกคนไปวอลปาร์ตี้ยังไม่เข็ดอีกเหรอตลอดไป
from Saf ที่อ่านว่า safe เอาไปแค่นี้นะ just งอมวะไม่มีแรงเลยกูต้องมาดูเกมที่เราสู้ไม่ได้เลยวะเรายังกลับมาได้สู้ดีวะคนไทยอย่ารำกันเลยคนไทยด้วยกันช่วยกันเชียร์เกมมีแพ้ชนะแต่อย่าเลิกเชียร์สู้ FS เกมที่เหลือเราได้ชัวร์เดี๋ยว GE ก็ไปโดนน่อนชิมเชื่อกูอย่าให้เกาหลีตื่น
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับเซฟสำหรับ100ครับแต่เพิ่งกำลังจะเล่นงานเอฟเฟกเป็นไงอะโดนนะครับโดน มาแชทเรามาดูอันนี้รอดีกว่านะครับถ้าอันนั้นเลื่อนเดี๋ยวเราไปดูกันนะโอเคไหมทุกคนโอเคไหมถ้าว่า RQ เราไหวไหมไม่ไหวก็ต้องไหวว่าพูดจริงย้อนเอ็กกับแป๊บเดียวอ่ะอันไหนอ่ะเอาฉันปิดเอ็กไปแล้วว่ะ
Certainly for Varel to be going mid, at least to start this round off, having a little bit of a look in.
คือไปแล้วอ่ะ
There's not a lot happening there at the moment. That orb's gone up. Try and keep Varel at bay for the moment in this pistol.
เบื่อมึงว่ะอย่าเพิ่งเบื่อกันเลยที่ผมแล้วผมเหลือใครอ่ะ
straight up towards male and be
มาครับแชท T1 เจอวาเรลครับ
by Zuna
1-0 ทั้งคู่
opens up the rotate here for Varel to go toward A. Have to get past a couple of players. There's going to be a lot of
อย่าลืม
noise
หมด
being
กันนะ
made,
แม
but
ปแรก
that
วา
is
เรล
not
เป็นคนเลือก
enough
นะ
to alert
ถ้าวาเรลชนะ T1 จะโหดไหมเวนยูเลมิโนเวนมีไหมอาทิตย์นี้อ่ะวะ
Well, I mean, Meteor's getting his head banged off as well. Apparently, that prediction for Varel not
Today,
looking
man.
too bad, at least
เช็ง
here on
เลย
the
ว่ะ
pistol.
ที่อ่ะ
All down to DH.
เดี๋ยวดูมีการลมดีขึ้นเหรอ
who probably can't do too much. Wants to conceal his position still, but
ทำไมแมปที่เราคาดหวัง
there's nothing that you can really hope to do.
เดี๋ยวดูมิดนะฉันดูพับจีต่อนะโอเคไหมแต่ว่าขอดูวาโลให้จบก่อนได้ไหมครับทุกคน
Somewhere about who's giving him a duel at this point. It'll take him the rest of the round to get through the wall. So kind of has to go back in the other direction where he's now greeted by
อันนั้น
two
อ่านไป
scores.
แล้วจ้าอ่านไปแล้วนั่นน่ะอ่านแบบผ่านๆไม่อ่านออกบ่อยไปเรียน
But yeah, I mean, I think that's one part of the conversation that we haven't
แม
really
ปแรก
looked
ทร
that
ง
much
ดีกว่า
into
เยอะ
yet
แมป
is
แรก
the
ยัง
fact
พอดู
that
แบบแมป2อาจจะเปลี่ยน
Boxman has said in interviews where in the past
KAИ
off that
5
lost streak, it was a really painful season for Varel to go through. Everyone was kind of
เลข1-0 คืออะไรครับคือว่าเล่นไป1เกมชนะ1รอบครับ
had that first win against
ก็เลย
Secret.
ถ้าเล่น2เกมชนะ1แพ้1มันก็จะ 1-1 ใช่ครับผมมัน
a
ตา
lot
ถู
of
กแล้วครับ
these positions together as a whole team.
ชอ
No one from
ใจ
T1 could stop them in a single heads-up duel, apart from the one that DH
แล้ว
just
ฉันเลือก
got.
อะไร
So
ได้ไหม
let's see if that converts to a bit more, but okay.
ไม่น่ามีใครเลือกแล้ว
Meteor answers back. That's well, Marshall gone now. It's not the biggest loss. Still, though, a lot of information for T1.
Yeah, T1 could get up to some funny business here. Slow Orb's going to go through. Once again, it's a similar setup in middle for T1, but Meteor, how is he getting away with this? Another shot through onto Zuno. It's not a killing blow, but I can't believe they're still challenging him. You know he's here.
He's tagged every single one of them. At least there's a Sage. LP will do what he can to top Suna off, but this is huge. Look at the position, the stack.
เอฟชนะไม่
You
แพ้
don't want
ค
to
รับ
get too overly aggressive here as T1 and walk into the setup from Varel. You just get minced apart. But
ฟรอมนอนใต้สะพานลอยขออนุญาตสอบถามนะครับแมปที่2เล่นไม่ได้ทำไมไม่แบนครับไอสัตว์กูเชียร์ตลอดนะแต่ขอด่าหน่อยเหอะเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมแผนก็เกยิงก็กาก
high low, one player in the orb as well to swing on the contact. This could go perfectly for T1. It is all set up for success. Prowler's going to give the info, but Buzz is close enough to hold down the trigger anyway. No.
เฮ้ยอีโคเหรอ
Have just bullied Varel out of the server in that round, and
โบนเลยไม่ต้องเบาครับโปรเต็กซ์ครับ
unfortunately what we might see a little bit more of today. We had high hopes for Varel after that pistol, but T1, they're a pretty good side.
คิดว่าสายที่ผลงานช่วงนี้ไม่ค่อยมาเพราะอะไรหรอมันไม่ใช่ช่วงนี้นะอาทิตย์ที่แล้วเราเพิ่งชนะไปนะ
People do tend to forget, since Meteor has been relegated to playing Sentinels for the
ดี
better
จ้า
part
ส
of
วัสดี
the
เพื่อน
year. Back in 2023, this is what he was known for in the Korean scene. Jet and a Marshall, he was always popping hits. He didn't really get a headshot this time around, but he got that one
ไม่
kill.
กูแค่
picked up the
100
Marshall
ด่าง
and
กูก็
went
ปิด
off
หม
on
ดอ่ะ
a
แต่กู
tear.
ปิดไม่ทัน
Now
เมื่อ
he
กี้จริง
gets
กู
again
ชลาไปหน่อย
to
เมื่อ
go
กี้
in with an outlaw.
กูขอโทษ
While Varel once more
ไม่แบดเอง
moves around middle.
Yeah, a bit of an investment from Varel as well. They're not prepared to give this one up just yet. That Prowler dealt with.
จากการ
And so
NBA
too
หรอ
Cinder
จากการ
and
ซิโร่ไม่ดูพับซี
Zepsi.
หรอ
DH keeping his teammate Munchkin alive. Can't keep himself alive, nor Munchkin.
ปกติ
in
เว
the
ลา
long
วัน
term,
ดี
but
จะ
has
ด่า
done
ชื่อ
enough
ต
of
ลอด
the
นะ
job
ไอ้สัตว์
to
จิตใจ
pretty
ของ
much
คนวัน
seal
นี้
the
ค
deal
รั
for
บ
this round. Foxy's going to be spotted out clean. A couple of kills in the end there
เอ
from
อ
Fast
แต่ส
T1.
มิธหรอ
Will not make
ไอ้
the
เคี้ย
same
คนมัน
mistake that
มัน
Varel
ปล่อย
did.
มาก็แบบมั่นใจปะวะ
So
ไอ้สัต
now
ว์ใช่ไห
they
ม
are well and
ไอ้
truly
เคี้ยไม่
on
ใช่แบบ
top.
ลืมมูลลืมตาไม่ได้ซ้อมมาแล้วก็ปล่อยทิ้งหรอก
I mean, especially with that swing
Wow.
economy from the previous round as well.
ไปซ้อมปิงปองไหน
These
จัด
losses
ไปโบ
are not too big of an issue for T1. They're just going to
ถ้าเช็ด
continue
ทีม
to
ไหน
be able
จะ
to
เช็ด
buy back
ทีวัน
up.
มั้ง
But at the same time, you start to picture, how their setups
ทำการบ้าน
go.
ซูซิโร่
We've seen it before already.
ไม่ได้ดิ
It's
เซ
just
ทีวัน
pretty
ไม่ได้ปะ
fluid
วะ
as
แชท
well. You're just gonna have Meteor
ต้อง
now
เชื่อวาเวล
upgraded to
วะ
a full operator with a bit of assistance from Izu
ช่วง
as
นี้
well.
สิอันนี้รวม
Same
อ่ะ
thing
ช่วง
with
ก่อนกับตัวนี้
still the
อ๋อแบบ
combo
มา
of utility out towards middle, which
ไม่
is
รู้
where Varel
ว่า
credited towards most of the time. But let's have a listen in.
จะว่า
see
ตอนแรก
what
อาทิตย์ที่แล้วนึกว่า
Varel
ปลดล็อกแล้วนะ
does. They're attacking half.
กลับมาเหมือนเดิมจบนี่ดู W ไชน่าเหรอ
스카이 플래시 하나 빠졌고 왔어. 뛰고
สองเป็นไงเละครับแชทมีใครแบบว่าไอ้นี่ก็เขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะเดี๋ยวกูเปิดบนโทรศัพท์ก็ได้ดูไอ้วาโลทูเอเชียมันหน่อยดิ
CT만 쳐줄게. 헤븐만 쳐줄게.
헤븐에 벽 칠게.
프라울러로 할 거지. 미직 메인.
나 월당 한번 할게.
ตีนี่เอ็กซ์คนตีจ่าดาวมันเก้าสุดอยู่แล้วตอนเนี้ย
램프 총으로 째.
ไม่ฟาร์มตอนนี้แล้วมันจะฟาร์มตอนไหนวะเพื่อน
사이트 리콘감.
램프 하나 램프 하나.
리콘 깠어?
빼나.
Well, Izu and Buzz with a
กร
solid
อมซัม
hold.
วัน FSC หน้าเอาเอนโดแทนฟาสแล้วเอาจิตไปเซ็นเหอะถ้าดูจากสถาพรตอนนี้ แต่ถ้าพัฒนาว่าไปอย่างเอาใหม่มี PRX เป็นไอดอลก็งี้โยนเก่ง
มีพีไอเป็นไอดอลไอ้เหี้ยนี่มันชกเย่ได้2 ทีมว่ะ
ไอ้เหี้ย
กู
กู
เซ็นเจอใครรอบหน้าครับกู
exactly
เซ็น
where
เจอ
Zuru is.
พร้อมซาฟที่อ่านว่าเซฟไม่ใช่กูจะไม่บ่น FS เลยนะ เราก็เลือกเมฟที่เรามั่นใจถึงเราชนะแอดเซนมาแต่อย่าลืมตอนนั้นเราชนะเพราะ MS เพิ่งกลับมาเลยไม่ได้เตรียมทำไมเราไม่เลือกสปิริตวัดแต่ไม่เป็นไรทำใจกิฟโกยิ่งต้องเช่งนิเก้แพ้สตากูเชื่อว่าเราโคเรียสเลเยอร์เชื่อกู
It was a little worrisome at some points, but you can definitely see what is going to be that game plan for T1 still. Every single fight that they take it with advantage. Off to the back end, Varel is meant to try to clear out more of those corners or positions, or at least keep them locked off with the slower, but didn't quite expect Izu in the corner. And then you had Boombot plus Paranoia, just no chance. You go again, Varel decides to try to pick up the pace towards A site.
Well, held at bay by the moment, though. They're going to just commit straight through, and it's gone all
พร้อม
wrong.
ซัมวัน
Buzz is
วัน
there
ดัดเดย์ของ
waiting
น้
for
อง
them.
ๆอาส่วน
Izu
ฝั่ง
there
เขายิงคม
as
เกิน
well
แผน
to
เรา
help
ก็
him
ไม่ได้แย่นะ
out. Frankly, seems like Varel are making it a bit too easy for T1 in that round.
Yeah, this one is just straight up scissors beats paper. You
เฮ้ย
try multiple
มี
things
น้อง
from the past
ๆน้อง
round.
ๆมหา
You
ลัย
saw
เขา
Meteor
ทำโครงงานอะไร
push
ไม่
down
รู้อ่ะ
his
เขาจะ
ankle
เชิญ
with
ตัด
that
ไป
op,
อ่ะ
and you think he's gonna do the same
เฮ้ย
thing,
ไม่
but
ลีกไม่เป็นไร
T1
เป็น
completely
น้องๆ
flips
มหา
it
ลัย
on its
เขาติดต่อ
head.
มาอยากทำโครงงาน
Is a little bit
ไม่รู้แต่กูไม่รู้เดี๋ยวกูต้องคุยกับน้องทีหลัง
grasp
ว่ะ
from Varel, but we'll see if they can try something different on the next.
เฮ้ยดี
or
เดี๋ยวถ้าอะไรช่วยได้ก็เดี๋ยวไปช่วย
I wanna keep my eyes
ไม่
on
ใช่
Buzz
ตอนนี้
here, 'cause he's
ไม่ใช่ตอนนี้
moved over from A to B.
อาจจะแบบ
He's got
ให้ช่วยอะไรมั้ง
as well, and that's where Varel are going. So I expect we're going to see
ไม่
something
แต่อันนี้
reasonably
แบบอันนี้เป็นเบอ
explosive
ร์
in
งาน
this round.
เบอร์แบบต่องาน
Especially if Varel tried to pick the pace up. It might be T1 that want to pick the pace up here, though. Izu's holding the flash.
Okay.
not personal number เบอร์
There's the showstopper, as expected.
เขาหรือว่าเขาหลอกกูปะวะกูต้องไปทำอะไรหรือเปล่า
Meteor still holding, slight off angle on that off. This is tough to break.
เขาเรียกโครงงานเหรอไม่รู้ว่ะ
Dash available for Meteor as well to get out should the shot miss. That is a good
เขา
thing
จับมึงไป
too.
ขายถั่ว
พร้อมมายุยเมื่อวานดูพี่ทีมเล่นเกมในช่องหลักยิ้มมีความสุขตื่นมาตั้งนาฬิกากลัวพลาดตอนบ่ายสั่งป๊อปคอร์นเมเจอร์2 ถุงจบเกม2-0 ผูกยังกินป๊อปคอร์นไม่หมดถุงแรก
Otherwise, T1 still pretty happy with the current state of it.
On the line again is Meteor, so he has a second bite at the cherry, and it is sweet. Connection on to Zexy, so as Varel
ป๊อปคอร์นที่คุณนึกว่าอร่อย
try to
ก็
work their way
ผม
around
เล
the
ยว่ะ
map, they are just losing player after player. Meteor missing the opportunity there onto LP, does feel pressured enough to pull out the Blade Storm, knows that there's going to be a close range engagement here in a second. LP in the smoke, waits patiently enough. Munchkin has come across. So has DH. Pit is going to be ripped. It looks like a push coming out the pit. Foxy9 just catches up to Munchkin as he tries to push his way through, but it's not going to be enough this time for T1.
เขาอยากศึกษาประจำวันของถั่วเปล่า1 วันเนาะ
Hell yeah. Bunker down inside of that pit. Foxy9 was
ชนะ
holding
อะไร
on to
ที่
that
วัน
for a
วิน
couple
เนาะ
rounds and it finally finds
พร้อ
the
มซัม
right
วัน
situation.
ป้าครับเอาบะหมี่เหลืองหมูกรอบต้มยำใส่ FS เยอะๆครับป้า
Hey.
คุยอะไรกันลูกครับป้า
เฮ้ยขอนี้ดูขอนี้อมชิบาครับสัตว์
So otherwise,
จานทักมาบอกลูกค้าก็ทุ่มหรอ
keeps their
ผม
options
ยิ้มหมาเลย W ว่ะฟนาติเมื่อวานเป็นไงจันชนะ
It's maybe a haunt that comes back up. and they can always re-clear more sections of the map. So this is not truly done. Not truly a done deal yet.
วาโลทูเอเชียลงคลิปแล้วเหรอเฮ้ย
Layer of
ดูไหม
conditioning.
คลิปจูดี้สวัสดีครับน้องชายเติมเกมที่ไหนดีครับเติมผ่าน RichMan Shop นะครับแชทนะมีส่วนลด50 โค้ดเท่านั้นนะทุกคนอย่าลืมไปใช้กันนะ
Recognize
ไม่รู้หมดหรือยัง
that's
เนี่ย
more than likely where Varel's about to go. Then that does give Foxy 9 a bit of space towards A.
สมแรกส้ม
Foxy 9 had a bit of success with these kinds of lurks last week.
ตัวเดี๋ยวจบเรานี่แป๊บจบเรานี่แป๊บ
T1
ยังไม่ลงนี่ครับอ้าวอ๋อไอ้เหี้ยคนเราออกขอบคุณครับบูลด็อกครับ
Someone goes down there should be an immediate trade. So
we can't walk past Buzz's line. Like he has to fight that line.
อ๋อกูว่ากูลืมอะไรกู
he's
ต้อง
just gonna stay tucked in. Maybe
Come
call
on,
the
Hat.
team over, but
That's a difficulty. He can't get any further without taking a
อา
fight.
จารย์
พร้อมยานูขอบคุณที่จัสที่คอยสตรีมดึกๆอยู่เป็นเพื่อนอ่านหนังสือนะคะเดือนหน้าเราจะไปแลกเปลี่ยนต่างประเทศแล้วขอกำลังใจหน่อยไหมคะ
Or not
โอ้ย
quite
ตะนู
committing.
สู้ๆนะครับเป็นกำลังใจนะครับไปแลกเปลี่ยนก็ขอให้สนุกขอให้ได้ประสบการณ์ดีๆเจอเพื่อนใหม่ๆเยอะ
I mean, I don't
ๆ
know
นะครับ
how
ผม
much
เก่ง
you
มาก
can
เก่ง
continue
มาก
to
ที่ออกจากคัมโฟร์โซน
mind game your way
คัมโฟ
out
ร์โซ
of
น
this.
ตัวเอง
You
แล้ว
might
ก็
have
พร้อม
some
แป๊บนึง
faults
พอ
to
จบ
try
แม
and
ปแรก
deploy,
ผม
but
ก็ลุกไปอาบน้ำพอกลับมาเกม 2กำลังเริ่มพอดีผมเลยเดินไปต้มมาม่า
And this
มา
is
ม่า
why it
ยัง
works
ไม่
out
ได้ทั
so
นสุ
well
กแพ้
for
ไปแล้ว
T1. This 2-1-2 setup. Yeah, Meteor's up by middle, and it does give Foxy 9 a bit of space, but because of the
10
position
โทษนะไอ้เชี่ยมาม่ามึงต้มอะไรเนี่ย30 นาทีเหรอมึงต้มจนละลายแล้วมั้ง
I don't know, man. I look at this round and I kind of get the feeling that the Varel Ideas tap is kind of already starting to run dry a little bit. If that's what you're going to do, you're going to lure the player out of the A and then try to lure the player out of the B and then go, oops, well, we've lost the round. You need to be doing a bit more, especially against a team like T1. You know, maybe this works
พร้อมสา
every
คู
now and
นะ
then.
ไอ้เหี้ยตัวมึงปรับ10 บาทละหรอไอ้ส้นตีนสมควรแพ้
We
ทีม
haven't really seen them get a clear read for like where Meteor would be
ขอบคุณ
positioned.
ครับขอบคุณครับ
That's one of the main
คำแบบโดน
things
10 บาท
that
ครับใคร
he's
เลี้ยง
always
กู
gonna
กิน
be
หมดอ่ะ 10 บาทกู
off. So
กินนะกูไม่สนอ่ะ
probably
แล้ว
gonna
บาทกู
wanna
กิน
work the map a little bit to figure that out first.
ก็ไม่ได้
They
แชท
are trying different things now, given by their current positions. But same goes for T1 though. They might go in for a mid crunch.
Just the one player here to deal with it for Varel. Foxy 9. Pretty sharp though. Oh, very sharp though. One by one. They walk into his crosshair, and I tell you what, you don't need many
ทำงานเสร็จ
ideas
เปิ
on
ด
the
มา
attack
ดู
if
กู
that's
นอน
how
ต่อ
things
ดีกว่า
are gonna start.
จะดูยาว EMA ไหมน่าอยู่เลยครับ
คืออะไรวะพี่จัสผมก็แบบว่าตื่นมารับตังชิวๆมาเจอฟูเซนอะไรนี่พี่เครียดเลยหาเชือกกับเก้าอี้ให้หน่อยพี่
น้องใจเย็นน้องล้างใจเย็นน้อง
Oh,
กูกลับมือนะแม่มือถือจะหมดจะไปแคปเปอร์
He just falls off the line.
อย่าไปเล่นอะไรพวกนี้เลยนะทุกคน
Perfect
ถ้า
time
เล่น
for
ก็
Sexy to swing.
มึงพร้อมเสียดีกว่าอะไรเงี้ย
It's just
คลิป
easier.
มาแล้วเหรอ
I guess you chalk that one
จบราว
up
นี้
to
ดิ
Foxy 9's brilliance.
เชื่อกูอยากรู้เลยสัมภาษณ์มันจะพูดอะไรวะ
But the trades were just so far apart. It kind of turned
มี
into
ใครเป็นเหมือน
individual
กูไหม
1v1s for the
เรา
guys.
ไม่สามารถโฟกัสเกมได้ หรือกูสติแตกกูขอโทษนะ ถ้ากูดูไม่อินคู่สองนะ We are just kind of as a whole team running them over มีโค้ดไหมนี่ครับนี่โค้ดที่เป็นชอบคำมวยบีม RMS X JJaz ครับ ลด 5% สมาธิสั้น มาแชทดูไหม จะดูไหมของ global เสร็จแล้วดูของ FULLSENSE ต่อ โอเคไหม เอามา
from someone พี่จัสครับ
ครับ
ผมกำลังจะฝึกงาน พี่รับสมัครฝึกงานไหมครับ ตำแหน่งตัดต่อ วุฒิการศึกษา ปริญญาตรีแม่โจ้ปริญญาโทแม่ดอกจันดอกจันดอกจัน สนใจไหมครับ
มึงอะไรเนี่ย ปริญญาอะไรเนี่ยน้องมันนะ ขอตำงานแบบเราใช่ไม่ไปทับโอเคเอามาเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเอามาครับแชท
Welcome to today's VCT Pacific Scrum. We are here with Platoon and Autumn from GE.
Platoon ออตัม
We'll
ว่ะ
start by hearing thoughts on today's game from the coach and then from the player.
ถามหน่อยว่าคิดยังไงเกมวันนี้
Yeah, I'm extremely proud of how they played. Honestly, it was even the rounds we lost, I thought we played really close to perfect. So even from the first half on Ascent, it looked like it was a fight, but in my mind, I knew we were chipping away at their mental, even the rounds they were winning, because they had to pull off a lot of individual and solo plays while we're just kind of as a whole team running them over. So yeah, really proud of the boys.
ก็ภูมิใจในน้องๆทุกคนนะครับไม่ว่าเราที่เราจะแพ้นะครับหรือว่าเล่นไม่ดีก็รู้สึกได้เลยว่าเป็นเราที่แบบฟูลเซตต้องเหนื่อยมากๆนะครับกว่าจะชนะเรามาได้ก็เลยรู้สึกว่าโดยเฉพาะแมปแรกนะครับเรากำลังทำให้เมนเทลเขาเสียอยู่นะครับผมก็บอกเลยว่าวันนี้ภูมิใจน้องๆมากครับเล่นได้ดีกันทุกคนเลยครับผม
Yeah, I think we just played like really calm today, and everyone was confident in like taking duels. I mean, Pat and I especially, like trusting ourselves and like taking timings. But I think also our comms was really good today. Like even after some hectic rounds, we managed to chill out like pretty fast and reset into the next round. And even when we're down in rounds, I felt like we all just knew we can win those. So yeah, I think we just played really well today.
ก็ส่วนตัวนะครับรู้สึกว่าทุกคนเล่นได้ดีนะครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าวันนี้เราใจเย็นกันมากๆนะครับแล้วก็มั่นใจในตัวมากครับโดยเฉพาะผมกับแพนนะครับรู้สึกว่าใจเย็นมากเรากล้าเล่นไทมิ่งแล้วไม่ว่าเราอาจจะแพ้ราวหรือว่าเราตามอยู่นะครับผมก็รู้สึกว่าเราชนะหรือว่ากลับมานำได้ครับก็วันนี้รู้สึกว่าทุกคนเล่นได้ดีกันมากๆครับใจเย็นกันมากๆครับผม
From someone เดี๋ยวเราจะมาดูสัมภาษณ์กันนะครับรอดูว่าออตัมจะมาพูดอะไรบ้างออตัมออกมาบ่งชี้ส่วนคนฝรั่งเศสออกมาบ่งทูบขอบคุณครับ
ครับผมอร่อยเลยดิมึงไอ้เหี้ยอะไรเอฟเฟนมันจะไอ้นี่หรอมันจะเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟหรอเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟคิกหรอโนเวย์ right
Thank you. We will now open the floor to live questions. Please use the raise hand function on Zoom and we'll call on you to ask the question.
No way, what?
Michelle from Philstar, feel free to unmute yourself and ask your question.
เขาสวัสดีบองชูไม่บองชูในหัวกูคืออะไรรู้ป่ะร้านขนมปัง ไม่ไหวแล้วมันร้านขนมปังอะมึงไม่เคยกินหรอร้านขนมปังบองชูอะที่มันขายขนมปังอะอันละ10 บาทอะ
Hi guys, can you hear me?
อร่อยนะ
Yep.
Congrats again on the win today. So my question, Michelle from Philstar from the Philippines. So my question is for Coach. So earlier Frost mentioned that they were a bit surprised at some of the tactics that GE showed today. Do you think the aspect of familiarity played into how you strategized for today's match, knowing just how previously Frost was with the team?
I think it was a factor for sure. I'd be lying if I were to say it wasn't, but at the same time, I think we're really focused on what feels good for us and finding our footing first.
เจอประธานแพทไปหน้าซีเป็นไก่ต้มเลย555
รอเฮียอะไรประธานแพทเป็นของจริง
For sure. I'd be lying if I were to say it wasn't, but at the same time, I think we're really focused on what feels good for us and finding our footing first, since it's just the start of stage 2. So it's a little bit less about them and a bit more about us right now, but it's not to say it wasn't a factor at all.
And my
คุณรู้สึกว่าคุณได้เตรียมตัวอะไรพิเศษมาไหม
ที่อ่านว่าเซฟอาทิตย์หน้าเชียร์ให้สุดๆแข่งติดกันเลย2 วันเหลือเซต้ากับ RRQ กูว่าเราเก็บได้ถ้าไม่ได้ลั่น300กูว่าเราจะไม่แพ้ทีมไหนอีกละ
สาธุครับผมคิดว่ามีอะไรที่แบบเราเปลี่ยนแปลงมาเพื่อแบบว่าเจอฟอร์มไหมเพราะว่าเราเคยอยู่ทีมเดียวกันพัทุงก็บอกว่ามีแฟกเตอร์นะครับว่ามีเราแบบว่าเคยอยู่กับฟอร์มมาก่อนมันก็ทำให้แบบอาจจะรู้ใจกันก็เลยต้องเปลี่ยนมาประมาณนึงนะครับผมแต่ว่าถ้าถามผมจริงๆเราเปลี่ยนจากสเตจ1มาสเตจ2ตรงที่ว่าจะสเตจ1ที่เราโฟกัสทีมอื่นมากกว่ามาสเตจ2ตอนนี้เราโฟกัสตัวเองซะมากกว่าครับ
second question is recently it was announced the additions to the coaching staff for GE. So especially for Coach Darren from the Philippines, how has the dynamic been between the three of you?
Honestly, it's been great. Immediately meeting Amix, I really liked his vibe, and although we weren't like really friends before, we were well acquainted because we scrimmed against Naus a lot, even this year and last year, and we have a lot of connections to the Filipino scene in GE, even from last year with Poppy. So I knew I would like him before I even really talked to him, and I immediately liked him, and he's been helping a lot since before EWC even. So yeah, he's been an amazing help, and he's a huge reason for our win as well. Fields as well. Since EWC, I've also been talking to him a lot, and we've been sharing our thoughts about how the game should be played and tactically. And he's also just a really cool guy to hang around. So I think the three of us have a really good coaching connection going on and a good system to keep working towards the future.
ล่าสุด Global ได้ประกาศหลังบ้านมาเพิ่มอีก2คนนะครับชื่อ MX กับ Phil อยากรู้ว่าคุณแล้วก็อีก2คนเนี่ยเข้ากันได้ดีไหมตอนนี้แบบว่าบรรยากาศเป็นไงบ้างระหว่างพวกคุณ3คนก็เอาจริงๆ MX นะครับผมรู้จักมานานแล้วแต่เราไม่เคยได้สนิทหรือว่าได้คุยกันจริงๆแต่ว่าเราซ้อมด้วยกันบ่อยที่ผ่านมาตอนเขาอยู่นาออสแต่ว่าผมก็ชอบเขามาตั้งแต่ตอนนั้นแล้วนะครับแล้วยิ่งพอมาตอนนี้ก็รู้สึกว่าเข้ากันได้ง่ายขึ้นเลยครับแล้วก็บอกแล้วเป็นคนที่คารมดีนะผม MX ส่วนฟิลก็เหมือนกันเช่นกันนะครับก็ช่วยเรามาตั้งแต่ช่วง EWC แล้วครับก็รู้สึกว่าตอนนี้เรากำลังไปด้วยกันได้ดีอยู่แล้วก็เข้ากันได้ดีครับผมพวกเรา3คน
Thank you so much. Congrats again on the win. Good luck on your next match.
Thank you.
ตอนนี้หลังบ้านมันมีโค้ช3คนเองโค้ชบอยเผื่อแชมป์ไม่รู้
Thank
นะ
you, Michelle. Does anyone else have any question?
ยิ้มใหญ่เลยดีรออะไรไม่ยิ้มแบบหุบปาก
Okay,
ไม่ได้
we'll now
ดูดิ
move
ดูดิ
on
ดูดิ
to pre-submitted question. The first question is
Happy
for
ว่ะ
Autumn. So you've played a
ดูดิ
wide variety of agents throughout your career. How does that flexibility change the way you prepare compared to someone who might only specialize in one role?
I mean, it definitely gives you some ideas on how other people are gonna play. Like when you verse people on different agents, you can kind of like have an idea, like more ideas on how they're also gonna play, like not just yourself. So I think that definitely helps, like just overall like playing the game at a high level. But I think also, like yeah, I can play flex, but also I'm definitely more comfy on agents like the Yoru Jet and Vito, like Chamber and these kind of agents. So even though I mean people think I'm kind of a flex, I think it's not for me. I don't really believe it like that much. I mean, yeah.
ออตามครับในฐานะที่คุณเล่นตัวละครมาเยอะเขาว่ากันว่าคุณเป็นคนเฟล็กซ์นะครับผมคนที่เล่นตัวละครได้เยอะอยากรู้ว่าเฟล็กซ์มีข้อดียังไงถ้าเทียบกับคนที่แบบว่าเล่นแบบโลเดียวหรือว่าตัวเดียวอะไรอย่างนี้ก็สำหรับผมนะครับการที่ผมเฟล็กซ์ได้ทำให้ผมรู้สึกว่าเข้าใจว่าพวกที่ชอบเล่นสไตล์เดียวหรือตัวละครเดียวเนี่ยเขาจะเล่นกันไงคือผมจะเก็ตประมาณไทมิ่งของเขาวิธีการเล่นของเขาทำให้ผมเนี่ยสามารถเคาน์เตอร์พวกเขาได้ครับมันทำให้ผมเข้าใจตัวละครได้มากขึ้นครับผมมันก็จะช่วยผมในการเทคไฟท์หรือว่าตอนแข่งนั่นเองแต่ถ้าผมจริงๆผมว่าผมไม่ใช่เป็นคนที่เฟล็กซ์หรือว่าเล่นได้ตัวละครหลายตัวนะครับผมจะมีตัวละครเมนอยู่ก็อาจจะเป็นแบบโยรูวิโต้แชมเบอร์เจ็ตอยู่ซะมากกว่าครับผมจะไม่เรียกตัวเองว่าเฟล็กซ์นะครับผมเขาดูมีความสุข
Thank you for answering that. Another question. This one is for Platoon. So with someone with a data analytical background, how do you balance trusting the data with trusting your instincts during high pressure moments on stage?
That's a good question. I think actually a lot of people have a misconception that I'm like just the numbers guy, but I'm really confident in my analytics because I think I really understand the game individually at a micro and a macro level. So I think it's an easy balance for me because I see all the flaws in data. And if anyone that really studied data knows that the first thing you learn is how flawed it is and how it's used to really just sell a story. So you really have to be careful with how you're using it. So yeah, that's kind of my perspective on data. I always take into account the game circumstance and environment first, and then data comes after that if it can help us there.
ในฐานะที่คุณมีประวัติในการเรียนการวิเคราะห์ข้อมูลมาหรือว่า Data Analytics คุณใช้มันขนาดไหนในการทำทีมคุณแบบว่าหวังพึ่งแต่ Data อย่างเดียวไหมไม่นะผมไม่ได้หวังพึ่งแค่ Data นะครับถ้าใครเรียน Data Analytics มาก็จะรู้ว่าข้อมูลหรือว่า Data ที่เราได้มารอบแรกเสมอเนี่ยมันจะมีความผิดพลาดอยู่ในนั้นเสมอนะครับผมเราจะเชื่อมั่นในมัน 100% ไม่ได้ผมก็เชื่ออย่างนั้นเหมือนกันครับว่า Data ที่เรามีหรือว่าข้อมูลที่เรามีเนี่ยมันไว้ใจ 100% ไม่ได้ครับเราต้องดูแฟกเตอร์อื่นๆด้วยเช่นสภาพแวดล้อมในแข่งหรือว่าสภาพแวดล้อมในเกมตัวละครมันมีหลายๆอย่างครับผมจะเอาอันนั้นมาเป็นหลักก่อนแล้วค่อยเอา Data มาซัพพอร์ตต่อครับผมเชื่อมั่นใน Data ผมประมาณนึงแต่ว่าผมก็ต้องดูสิ่งแวดล้อมด้วยเช่นกันครับผม
Thank you for sharing that. And thank you everyone for your question. That wraps up today's scrum with GE. Thank you all for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you. Bye.
ไม่มีคำถามแซบเลยเหรอวะเป็นไปยังไงวะแชทดูฟูลเซนไหมแชทดูฟูลมึงมามันว่าไงมันไม่ได้ชกอะไรเลยเว้ยดูอันนี้ไปถึงไหนแล้วอันนี้7อันนี้เดี๋ยวว่างกันนะเทคพอชิมจัดไม่หรอกดูแม่งจบไปเฮีย
Hello everyone and welcome to today's VCT Pacific Scrum. We are here with Ross and Cruz from FULLSENSE. We'll start by hearing thoughts on today's game from the coach and then from the player.
นี่ไงเกมวันนี้ครับโค้ดก่อนแล้วพี่จะต่อ
It's kind of unusual. I don't even feel like we played a game. But obviously disappointed in the result because we can no longer control our own fate for the 1 seed. I thought once we got past this tough stretch of games here, we'd be smooth sailing the rest of the way. Obviously that's not the case. Frustrated about some of the maps and some of the way things went. In particular, like Cruz will probably tell you, we predicted the summit change from the get-go. And we had some plans around what to do to slow down Autumn because we kind of saw that he couldn't get his op going, mainly because of some of the way their comp was. And we had plans for it, and we just, I don't know, it just kind of went out of the window. I thought on Ascent, we had so many rounds that could have went the other way. One play here, one play there. Very obviously surprised about the result. I don't really... I would never have expected it, but I think it just says that we still have room to grow and there's things that we got to do to improve. And shout out to them because their defense at one point was the best in the world or in all of VCT, and their defense today really showed up.
กูแบงค์ไปเลยเอาจริงมั้ยกูฟังแล้วกูลืมจำเลยว่ามันพูดอะไรไปวะแป๊บนึงนะกูขอโทษนะไอ้เหี้ย
Feel like we played a game.
My bad, chat แป๊บนึง
Coach.
It's kind of unusual. I don't even feel like we played a game.
รู้สึกไงบ้างกับเกมวันนี้ก็แปลกครับไม่คิดว่ามันจะจบวันนี้แน่นอนว่าผิดหวังแต่ว่าเซอร์ไพรส์มากๆครับที่ว่าผลออกมาเป็นอย่างนี้คือสำหรับแบบสมิธเราคิดไว้แล้วครับว่าเขาจะมีการเปลี่ยนคอมจากกิโคมาอะไรประมาณนี้เพราะว่ารอบที่แล้วออตัมเล่นออฟไม่ได้คือเราเตรียมตัวมาแล้วแต่ว่าก็ไม่รู้ครับเกิดอะไรขึ้น
From Rennie พี่จัดสอผมสอบซัมเมอร์เสร็จแล้วได้คะแนนดีมากแถมได้ A ด้วยต้องขอบคุณการอวยพรจากทัวร์
เก่งมากครับน้องชายเก่งมากครับ W ครับลินนี่ครับไม่รู้ว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นนะครับแบบสมิธส่วนอเซนก็มีหลายราวที่เราชนะได้แต่ก็พลาดไปนะผมก็ต้องให้ global esports เลยครับที่วันนี้เล่นได้ดีแล้วก็ตามที่คำล่ำลือครับว่า global เคยเป็นหนึ่งในทีมที่สแตทป้องกันเยอะที่สุดใน VCT แล้ววันนี้เขาก็ได้ทำให้เราเห็นแล้วนะครับว่าแม่งป้องกันโหดจริงๆครับผมสำหรับglobal esports ส่วนสำหรับเราก็เสียดายครับเรานึกว่าผลลัพธ์จะออกมาอีกแบบแล้วอาจจะทำให้เราเนี่ยควบคุมตารางได้มากกว่านี้ให้เราได้ซีด1แล้วก็มีโอกาสได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนมากกว่านี้แต่ว่าก็ตอนนี้ก็ไม่ได้อยู่ในมือพวกเราแล้วสักเท่าไหร่นะครับก็หวังว่าหลังจากนี้เราก็ต้องเต็มที่แต่มันก็ทำให้เรารู้นะครับว่าเรายังมีอะไรให้เติบโตหรือว่าพยายามหรือว่าเรียนรู้อีกเยอะนะครับผม
we kind of saw just kind of went out of the window. Thought one play here, one play. Never have expected it, but we still have room to grow. At one point, what's up?
For me, I think on Ascent, we just didn't really help ourselves losing both pistols and had to grind really tough rounds, especially against their defense. But we still came out with 5 rounds on attack, which I think it's enough. But then we lost another pistol again and lost another anti-eco. So like, I don't think there's much we could do. And the team is a bit quiet today. So I feel like not everyone is helping. It's kind of hard to play that way. Kind of disappointed with how we approached the game today as a team. But I mean, on Summit, I think it was my fault. We should have started on defense. I think things would be different. But obviously, I think it's really defensive-sided heavy across like all the games that has been played. So I thought we were gonna get more rounds than 1 for our defense, but I guess not. So it kind of threw away the momentum. Yeah.
ก็นะครับสำหรับเกมวันนี้ก็ไม่รู้จะพูดอะไรอาเซนเปิดมาเราแพ้พิตเติลนะครับผม2 รอบก็เสียไปแล้ว4 ราวนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าถามว่าครึ่งแรกเราเล่นได้ดีไหมครึ่งแรกเราก็เล่นได้ดีแหละนะครับแม้เราจะเสียพิตเติลครึ่งแรกแต่ว่าเราก็บุกมาได้5นะครับซึ่งผมว่ามันก็พอนะสำหรับอาเซนแต่พอเปลี่ยนมาฝั่งกันเราเสียพิตเติลไปเสียแอนตี้อีโคไปมันก็แบบมันไหลครับผมวันนี้แล้วก็ผิดหวังกับผลลัพธ์ในวันนี้มากแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทุกคนในทีมวันนี้เงียบๆกันด้วยเหมือนไม่ได้ช่วยกันเลยนะครับผมก็เลยเป็นอย่างงี้ส่วนแมปสมิธผมยอมรับความผิดเองผมรู้สึกว่าเราน่าจะกันก่อนเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าแมปสมิธแมปที่กันมากๆนะครับถ้าเรากันก่อนก็รู้สึกว่าผลลัพธ์มันน่าจะไม่ได้ออกมาเป็นอย่างนี้นะครับผมสำหรับแมปสมิธ
Thank you. We will now open the floor to live questions. Please use the raise hand function on Zoom and we will call on you to ask the question. Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay, we will now move on to pre-submitted question. This first question is for Cruz. You recently spoke about preparing the next generation of leaders for the team. Has it been rewarding seeing young players grow into bigger responsibilities, either for your team or for other teams?
I think for Sephiroth, for sure. I think he has a lot of potential to do things that I think could possibly replace me in the near future. But I think there's still a lot more room for him to grow as well as the rest of the players. I think even though he can do all of what I expect him to do, I think the rest needs to step up. They can also step up and like learn the game, understand the game, make calls, cancel calls, like start reading the game along with like your IGL and your teammates. I think that'll probably help the team, and no matter where they go, they will probably be a better asset for the team.
คุณเคยพูดว่าคุณอยากจะปั้นเจนใหม่หรือว่าปั้นดาวรุ่งใหม่สำหรับวงการวาโลไทยนะครับตอนนี้มันเป็นยังไงบ้างก็ต้องบอกเลยครับซิฟิลอสนี่มี potential สุดๆนะครับผมที่จะเป็นได้นะครับทั้งการยิงการคอของน้องนะครับซิฟิลอสบอกเลยว่าพัฒนามามากๆครับแต่ว่าก็ยังมีอะไรให้พัฒนาอีกเยอะไม่ใช่แค่ฟาสหรือว่าซิฟิลอสคนเดียวนะครับผมแต่ว่าน้องๆคนอื่นอีก4 ทีม4 คนในทีมเหมือนกันนะครับที่ต้องพัฒนาตัวเองเหมือนกันต้องสเต็ปอัพขึ้นมานะครับที่แบบว่าช่วยอ่านเกมจะอยากทำอะไรต้องช่วยกันพูดนะครับผมคือต้องบอกเลยว่าถ้าน้องๆพัฒนาตัวเองมาถึงจุดนั้นได้บอกเลยว่าน้องๆจะเป็นเพลเยอร์ที่มีมูลค่าสูงมากไม่ว่าจะไปอยู่ในทีมไหนก็ช่างครับผม พี่ทักไปเดี๋ยวทักไปเดี๋ยวทักไปหน่อยวะ
Thank you.
กู
This
จะร้อง
next
ไห้แล้วว่า
question
ฟอร์ด
is
อ่ะ
for
เฮ้ย
Frost. Understand that at the opening today, you mentioned there are things that you hope the players can improve. But if you could replay just one round from today's match, which one would it be and what would you change?
ถ้าให้เลือก1 ราวได้วันนี้ที่แบบอยากจะแบบเปลี่ยน1 ราวในวันนี้ได้จะเปลี่ยนราว
There's
ไหน
a couple, but a good microcosm of today was the opening pistol on Summit. Vito pops his trophy, and we know exactly how to play it, how to counter it, and all of a sudden my players lose their minds. And I won't get into specifics, but it kind of felt a little bit like GE, because that happened at GE too, where you prep for something, you go over it, all of a sudden they go in game, it looks like a deer in headlights. And I think that's kind of what happened today. We didn't really show up to play. I'm pretty surprised by the performance overall.
Wait.
Obviously, we didn't. Like, it's not like we didn't know Autumn was gonna op and how they were gonna play. It's more just sometimes we just kind of just like lose ourselves in the moment. And I think this was probably a good example of, I think, the outside stuff maybe getting into people's heads a little bit.
เขาถามว่าถ้าให้เลือกเปลี่ยน1 ราวได้จะเปลี่ยนแปลงอะไรในราวนั้นก็มีเยอะเลยนะครับแต่ถ้ามีราวนึงราวพิสตอลนะครับแบบสมิธวีโต้เปิดของไอ้ลูกบุ๊บไอ้ลูกไอ้สกิลดูดอันติไอ้ดูดของเราเตรียมตัวมาแล้วเรารู้ด้วยต้องเคาน์เตอร์ยังไงเรามีสถานการณ์นี้ที่เราซ้อมมาแล้วแต่อยู่ดีๆเพลเยอร์ของผมเป็นอะไรกันไม่รู้ครับเสียสติเรื่องคนละแบบเฉยอะไรและไม่ใช่ว่าเราไม่ได้ซ้อมมาหรือเราไม่ได้คิดว่าออตัมจะไม่ออฟเราคิดมาหมดแล้วเราเตรียมตัวมาหมดแล้วแต่ก็ตามภาพนะอยู่ดีๆก็สูญเสียความเป็นตัวเองครับเหมือนที่เกิดขึ้นใน GE ก็เกิดขึ้นในวันนี้อีก1 รอบนะครับก็ทำให้เห็นได้ว่าบางทีมันอาจจะไม่ใช่แค่ในเกมแต่ว่าแบบว่าอะไรหลายๆอย่างอาจจะเรื่องนอกในเกมด้วยก็ทำให้เพลเยอร์คนหนึ่งหรือเพลเยอร์เนี่ยลืมตัวตนหรือลืมทุกอย่างที่ซ้อมมาได้ครับผม
Thank you for sharing that, and thank you everyone for your questions. That wraps up today's scrum with FULLSENSE. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and
But like for now, I think up to this point, we've kind of been going, oh, okay, T1's been ahead. They've looked like the team that would close this map out. But now Varel feels like they're in with a real chance. Seekers are going to be invested. T1,
oh, that's so good.
Not holding anything
From someone
in check for this round. They really want to try and convert it. Guiding Light's going to go through, but they're walking into a massive crossfire. Varel set up perfectly for that take. T1, are they going to falter at the final hurdle, the 11th hour? Could be their undoing.
They're getting hit by a rock.
It's a big rock.
And again, it's down to, I guess, easy ones more to try.
PUBG เริ่ม6 โมงครับขอดูวันลงให้จบก่อนนะ PUBG อาจจะพลาด1 แมปนะครับโอเคไหม
Done. There we go.
โอเคไหม
He took a little bit to cotton on to Izu's peak there, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, 11 and 10. And that one, I have to say, MVP of that round is LP. He might not be doing the most work with the kills, but that wall showstopper, you just don't expect your opponent to be doing that. And then the way he layers his slows as well, doesn't immediately dump 2, saves up 1 more. So he kind of just confirms where his opponents are going to commit towards. The second one comes in and his teammates are already prepared with a crossfire of their own. And that's why Sage kind of works out very nicely in this double duelist meta. It's a counter to the meta. We'll kind of see how it continues to shape up as well. Same position.
Yeah, I mean, not much cash money here for T1, so they are once again kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, but hey, apparently a Sheriff can get it done. Foxy 9 goes down. It's a similar approach, right? You've got Buzz and Meteor given the power weapons in this round. To do the job on the entry, and again, Meteor falls at the hands of Zexy.
กดแบงค์เลยว่ะ
Phantom lost as well. That is irretrievable.
Another heads-up duel that Meteor hasn't really been able to pick up. Quick with the rotations around the side though. Just can't take down LP.
งอมหมายงอมแบงค์เลยอ่ะไม่คือแบบว่า
Out in the middle there as well. So
ถ้าสมมติสูสีใช่ป่ะกูจะงอมนะแต่กูแบบงอมแล้วแบบยังเห็นภาพเว้ย
T1
วันนี้มึงเละว่ะ
really fumbling the bag here.
มีอะไรพี่ๆหรอสัมภาษณ์ไม่ค่อยครับส่วนใหญ่งอมมากกว่าครับ
Looking
ส
like
ตรีม
such
เมอร์พี่เอา
a
สตรีมเมอร์
calm
กับคน
game
น้อง
for
มันก็
them.
งอม
Now
ได้ดิ
it almost feels like it's out of their
ใช่ไหม
hands.
It really makes you want to root for the underdog, don't it? This is
งอ
Varro's
มด้วย
pick.
กันนี่แหละเฮีย
T1 aren't
เว้ย
in Pacific. This
เลเกอร์นะมัน
feel
เกิน
like
ค่า
a
จริง
doable
เว้ย
round with the multiple players all around top of B heaven. And that's map point now as well. The final possible.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวนะวาเรลแมตช์พอยท์ที่วัน วอ
It's
ต
gonna be a 13-10.
เว้ย
Make it an
From
overtime play at this
Dictator
point.
PATMEN คู่วายส้ม
Running in all sorts of problems, obviously, for T1 at the back end of this half. A couple of these
พี่ดูมี
sort
ไหมวันนี้มีใคร
of
อ่ะ
hero rounds
วันนี้
that
น่าดูไหม
haven't worked out for them, and that has
ก็
put
มึง
them
งาน
in
แต่
this
ใจเลือก
deep
คิด
hole
ไว้เพราะ
now.
มีปาร์
Where
ตี้
they have to pull back these 2 rounds.
มี
Timeout's
ปาร์ตี้
gonna
เคิร์
fall
ดเหรอ
as well on the
เฮ้ย
T1 side, which
ไอ้ตะวันทำไม
you
มัน
have to say
เกิดมัน
feels
คู
very
เลยวะเพื่อน
necessary here. Look at that, 5 rounds in a row for
เมื่อ
Varrow.
คาใจบอลบอกซองมา
It's a timeout
ไม่
at
แบบ
the nth hour too.
It was a 10-7 scoreline at one point for T1.
5 rounds. And you really have to think like
อาทิตย์หน้าเจอใครนะเจอ
they need to kind of maybe slow things down or just
ถ้าดี
really,
วันแพ้เป็นผลดีกับเราไหมก็ดีครับ
it's like one or the other. You can't pick a middle lane.
แต่แม่ง
Because you
ตัดสอง
have
รอบ
to
แพ้สองรอบ
overwhelm
เชื่อ
or bait out LP.
เว้ยมี
utility.
ปาร์ตี้
That
เคิร์ด
has
ไอ้
been
ขี้
the
ห่า
key issue
วิล
so
เลสสุด
far.
เส้น
As soon as that
เอ
wall
อ
comes up, break it immediately around a ramp, or just
ไม่กล้าดูย้อนเลยครับเฮีย
avoid it completely.
ได้เลยครับ
Somehow, one way or another, that's going to be the game plan for T1.
EF
because
TS นาวีวัน
if
นี้
they
เหรอ
just play the way that they have been playing, where default-ish,
เอ
it's
อ
just
เอา
going
คิดว่ามึง
to
งอมมาพัก
be
ดี
them
ปะวะ
getting isolated bit by bit. They run into the slow orbs.
มันหมดลม
and
จริง
just
ว่ะ
not
ไอ้สัตว์
able to quite make it out
เออ มัน
alive.
แบบ
So 4-1 this time around. Heavy emphasis towards B. It's just Cinder up to the task.
มึงรอดูอาทิตย์หน้าไม่มีวอลบัลลังก์กับทุกคนเหรอสาธุ
Early out in mid for Varrow to cause a bit more of a
เฮ้ย
headache. for T1. That dog
หมาไม่เห็นเหรอ
through.
เห็นใช่ไหมเออ
Foxy 9 spotted out, but I don't think that's going to be too useful.
เออเดี๋ยวดูความจริงก่อนละกันเพราะความจริ
แพ้
งเป็น
ขา
มู
ด
ด
มันแง่อมจริง ฉันยอมโอทีเยอะๆแบบฟานาติกเมื่อคืนดีกว่าขอฟิลแบบนั้นกลับมา ถึงแพ้ก็ยังสูสี
จริง
So you just start off with
กูนะถ้ามันโอเวอร์ไทม์หรืออะไรใช่ป่ะมันยังแบบ
pressure, early
เชี่ยอีกนิดเดียวมันมี
group
ภา
up
พ
inside B and fully execute. Oh, this is
They're going to try it again.
not the most
Damn,
comfortable.
bro.
Meteor and Buzz just trying to get out and create a bit of space. Yizu
From Dictator
will be the one
Pac-Man I kick you
sort of
out
filter
and
through as that second or third man in and actually finds the entry.
หวานเจี๊ยบเลย10 บาท
That's better for T1. Now Varrow will have to see if they want to invest what they've got here.
เพิ่งเรียนเสร็จเห็น
And
เพื่อน
push
ล
their
ง
way
โน้ต
back
กู
into
นอน
the
เลย
side.
เฮีย
Foxy and LP chiming in with one
เกี่ยวว่าอะไร
apiece.
ดู
It's
เล่น
still not really
มันก็
enough to
ขำๆเบื่อ
stabilize that leaderboard at the
Chill,
moment.
man.
There's
Don't take
numbers
everything
for T1
seriously,
and
bro.
showstopper for
was right,
Buzz.
Rose was left
So the pressure is
Pac-Man was right, Rose was
enough
left.
right now.
Crazy.
That he wants to invest it rather than save it
เอ
for
อ
the next round. Oh, see how impactful that comes to be.
กูเดี๋ยวเอาไอ้สัตว์เอ้ยกู
Sooner
ไอ้
still
สัตว์
looking
เอ้
for this round
ย
though, by the way.
โทษทีกูสลิงแตกไปหน่อยโอเลี้ยง
Wait,
โทษ
and
ที
then
เพื่อนโทษที
kills
ไม่แบ
from
นไม่แบน
Buzz
ไม่
will
แบ
be
น
enough. So
Yeah,
it's not
คนมัน
over
คน
yet.
มัน
11
สลิง
to
แตกอยู่
12. We will go max rounds on split.
ไอ้เหี้ย
You really start to feel
ไม่
the
แบนไม่แบนไม่แบน
tension as well in the server. Buzz wanting to clear the back of the pillar just
ไม่
in
งอมว่ะ
case. But either
เออ
way,
เดี๋ยว
the
กล้องลง
ideas
ที่
could
สอง
have
ไอ้
worked
เหี้ย
out. If
บ้า
Cinder had picked up an initial frag, though, this could have been a very different
เออ
result.
จานลงไลน์ไปมันไปหน้าปิดตัวตนโพสต์ชัวร์กูไม่เคยท
Not something that you
ำ
can
เอ้ย
แต่ทีมไหนที่ในโซนไม่เก่งมากมักได้แชมเปี้ยนนะ2023 EG ไม่เก่งในโซนแถมโดนด่าทั้งปี 2024 เอ็ดก็ไม่มีใครสนใจเพิ่งเอาไซมอนเข้าแค่ไม่กี่เดือนก่อนแข่ง 2025 เน็ตจบที่ 2 แต่ก็ไม่ได้ดีขนาดนั้นตัวผู้เล่นก็ฝีมือไม่มีใครโดดเด่นเล่นพอๆกันทั้งทีม
go for a res play.
You don't want to get
Actually,
get too
yes.
aggressive.
รอมแพทเมน
Not the
10 บาท
most
แลก
aggressive, but you have
20
something with like Suna,
มึงก็เอา
Zexy,
20 ดี
LP,
20 มึงก็
push
ทำให้เลขมันกลมกล่อม
Suna
ดิเพื่อน
goes for
เอ
the
อ
alt orb. And then you have, you know,
ถ้าจัดเซต้าเราไม่แต่ ตอนนี้แบบประเด็นไงมันเข้าใจแบบมันประเด็นเยอะมันแบบเรียกยอดไงเข้าใจมันก็แบบพอดีอ่ะมึงลองปิดไมค์กี้สักรอบไหมพี่เฮียหน้าคอพังว่ะจะไปพับจีไหมวันนี้ไปครับ
but then again
กูจะกูขึ้นลงสตรีมใหม่ดีป่าวะหรือเรายาวเลยดีวะ
it
แช
all
ท
depends on what KDG reads as
ยาวเลย
well,
เนาะ
so
เดี๋ยวพับจี
fans, Varel, they're gonna
แต่ขอดูวาโลให้จบก่อนนะได้ไหม
Oh, and it's
พับ
gonna
จี
be a
ขอพลาด1 แมปนะครับได้ไหม
The sage over towards B, so probably doesn't come into play that res, at least initially in the
เคนโซอยู่ไหมอะเคนโซ
stages of the round. I wonder if we're going to get another fast play out here from T1. I think we probably will.
EGS super
DH
cool,
can port
but
back in
not
onto the
at
side
first,
as well.
yeah.
There's entries that are hit and they want to get in quickly. You know, the Blade Storm's out. These have been the
But
more
how
successful rounds for T1 in my mind, where they've gone a little bit
cool,
faster, but Zuna's still in on the site. Trouble is, Meteor's gone past and dealt with Foxy 9. It's getting a little awkward here, though, for T1. Meteor's out on an island.
X10C คือยุคบุกเบิก
no plant yet.
Yeah, they haven't gotten
มัน
into
บอก
the
ดู
site
ก่อนถ้า
cleanly.
ทำให้มูดดี
Zuna
ขึ้น
doing
ขอดู
a
พับ
lot
จี
of
ก่อนนะ
work holding on.
เพื่อบิดได้กินไก่เราก็ได้กินไก่ตาม
Big, the res out onto Zexy. Munchkin needs 3. He gets 2. Meteor swinging back on it. He's been spotted out by LP. There's going to be a call. Please help me. And finally, Munchkin arrives.
ทำนอ
Meteor
ด
just ducking behind cover long enough. Round not yet done though. Zuna,
มี
who
มันเข้ารอบ
was
แล้วจะ
the
ดู
sole
ทำที่อะไร
reason
มัน
they
ก็พูด
couldn't
ถูก
work
นะ
their
เอา
way
แต่
into
ว่า
A, is now going
ได้
to
ดู
have to
ไก่
be
แล้ว
the
มัน
one
เฮไง
saves this round for Varel and avoids
ดู
the
อันนี้จบ
OT.
ก่อนดูอันนี้จบก่อน
Clears out ramps. Knows that they're probably picking up the spike
มิด
together.
กับชาร์เปอร์ฮิวใจ
Has
เบ๋
a seize as well. He's considering B site.
Well, it would be bold. It would be a galaxy brain move because it seems like that's where T1 are headed as well.
Meets them by middle.
Oh.
Oh, T1 heads back.
เฮ้ยมึงเดินเหมือนมึงมีวอลแฮกไอ้เหี้ยทีวัน เอา
Maybe
ดิ
get a glimpse of the crowd, you know.
I mean, the crowd's making a lot of noise here, so both
คนดูทำเสียง
sides
มัน
of
เลย
this
เดินกลับ
equation are going to be wondering what does that mean.
That's crazy bro
You know,
Hot's back.
That's crazy.
This is big info now.
The orb's a good one.
That's crazy
to
bro
get them into the site.
What the fuck
10 seconds left.
Zuna's going to try and push out past it, but the plant is safe, so he's going to have to make noise if he wants to drop, unless a mistake is made by T1 and they peek him.
They probably will jiggle.
Munchkin looks like he wants to, but he's not seen anything just yet. There we go, info given, but a kill as well. Nightfall down. That's Meteor's position given away. Prowler to try and chase him. HP is low for Meteor. He's just going to try and take the fight.
ว่ามีเงินใจมันถึงมากไอ้เหี้ยบ้า
A bold play that works out. You'd think everything in your body is screaming run. You're 23 HP, but he takes the fight instead.
ว่าแต่จริงนะเดี๋ยวนะ ทีมเทียร์2สูสีกับ T1
Okay.
ว้าว
Varel was very close to winning that round on multiple occasions, though.
Actually bro
The
Do you have
mentality
catfish สวัสดีครับ
you have to assume
ว้าว
to make a play like that. You're down
Yeah,
a red
เราจะ
HP,
มี
you
โอกาสมาก
break
ขึ้น
the
ไหม
hunt, immediately go for the kill.
นิดเดียว
That's Meteor. That's your 2 times Masters
ไม่แต่
winner
ตอนนี้นะมึงปิด
right there.
แบบนี้ได้ปะกูปวดฉี่ว่ะกูวันฉี่ตั้งแต่
First
2
day
วั
of
น
the
ที่
week.
แล้วละ
First overtime of the week.
I think we had the same thing last week as
Yeah,
well.
I think so.
And it was the same team too. Varel.
They love their OTs, that's for sure. See if they can actually convert this one. Worked hard for this map, but T1
ไป
might
สิแต่มัน
still
พลาดอะมัน
reign
overtime แล้วอะ
supreme. Another commitment towards the A side. Izu under a lot of pressure here, but Cinder
What
is
the
not fooling
fuck,
anybody
Cinder?
with that. Meteor gets way too easy of a kill, and Varel are just sort of running into T1, but T1 have kind
ไหน
of
เอ
done
ฟ
the
เฟน
same
กู
thing
มาไม่ทัน
back,
จบแล้วเพื่อน โดนสปีดรันไปแล้วอ่ะ
kills
เนี่ย
there, so 3 on 3, the retake required here
อะไร
for
ไปอ่ะ
T1.
T1 has
แป๊บ
more
เดียว
util
ไปชิว
though.
ไปชิว
Eight shells, flash.
มา
Maybe not even be a retake just yet. Site's not taken. Buzz wasn't really expecting
T1
LP to be
ปิดเกมนะ
walking around in no man's land like that, so kind of goes down for free, but the trade is in.
แมตช์พอยต์แล้วปิดเกม
That is in now as well. Zuna and Foxy.
They take the least likely approach, and the flash could be huge.
การรู้สึกว่ามันมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงเยอะเกินไปไหมเลยเป็นอย่างนี้เหรอ
TH, we'll see if it does get tossed on in.
หมายความ
Smoke's
ว่าไง
going
ครับ
to go through as well. Paranoia just down the line, but both these attacking Varel players are on the site. That wall will help with the cross in a sense, but time is now really starting to get the better of T1 here, and DH can't see anything. It doesn't matter that the trade comes. Because Foxy 9 is there to finish it off, and Varel once again have another bite at the cherry.
กูไม่พูดเลยเลย
That's a juicy fruit right there. Oh my
กูไม่
god.
พูดเลยเลยครับ
Tried to work around the toxic screen instead. Munchkin was meant to
Marvel
get
ได้
the
แมป
flick.
วันเหรอ
Unfortunately, Foxy 9 has it instead, playing off of his teammate's contact. And that's why it's a little bit odd. T1 are making some of these moves which aren't exactly the
น้อง
most
ทีมได้อาร์ปีมาเตอร์บาร์เรอร์ได้ฟอกที่นายจะ
tactical,
เป็น
but
ยัง
I
ไง
guess in those situations, it's the best that they had.
เปลี่ยนผู้
So
เล่น
just
เปลี่ยนโค้ช
trying
บ่อย
to
มาก
put
ไม่ถึง
together
1 รอบปี
whatever they can
ก็จริงนะ
now on for this last OT. Oh, big swing.
T1 working their way in through middle.
ว่ะ
Buzz
ปีนี้
is
ถ้าพูดถึ
fighting
งพูด
his
มาฟูลเซน
demons
มี
at
โค้
the
ชถึง
moment,
3
just
คนเลยนะ
trying
เว้
to
ย
hold Varel at bay
ใช่ไหม
outside of A.
It's spitting out a lot.
พี่ทีม
He
พี่ที
certainly has.
ฟรอส
Heals coming through as well from
What the
Izu in
fuck?
the meanwhile, but Foxy 9 on the off angle, he's got 2. This could be it for Varel. Snakebite through. Meteor wants to contest, but this time he gets a bit too overzealous. Pit up as well. Spike in that pit. And surely you're not getting past him. I've spoken too soon. Buzz goes one better. But it might still not be enough. The heroics from
ฟนาติก
Foxy
เบียร์เขา
9
พูดเล่นตลอดแต่ฟนาติกกูชนะนะ
give
เว้ยเอลามิน
T1
ยา
a
มา
deficit in this round.
2-0 นะ
God. Down to a minute. If Buzz gets one more kill, that's showstopper.
พาจับด้วยคิวหรอไอ้
It's
จิ
a
ตเล่น
very
เซน
possible
กูช
way
อบ
to
นะ
turn
ว่าจะ
things
ดีนะ
around,
From
but you
someone
have to
เผ
be
ลอๆสัก
so
วันวาเรลมันได้
careful
แชมป์แบบ
on
หน่อง
every
ชิมขึ้น
single
มานะ
corner, though. They're
โอ้โหว่ามี
splitting
สิทธิ์
up
เพื่อนไอ้ฟ็อกซี่ไนโห
just
ด
for Izu to try to catch someone if there is some kind of rotation, but no. Has a flash as well, which could pull some of the attention away. Gets the orb bait.
Damn.
No.
30 seconds left.
Buzz wanted that showstopper so bad. And he's got it, but he won't get to use it.
How do you not consider? Well, just Izu and a flash.
I mean, Izu's aware at least that there's one player at the backside here, but with 15 seconds, he's got to go back and get the spike. It's impossible, surely, with the time that he's got available to win this round. I just don't think he can get there. He's got the spike, but how do you get past all of these defenders? He has to plant. He has to plant. It's over. He cannot plant. Zexy goes down, but it will not matter. Varel will take map 1, and from the depths of nowhere, Varel, who didn't win a single series up to last week,
ไปดูมิด
are
รอแล้ว
now
ด้วยเนี่ย
again
เดี๋ยวเปิด
one
ละ
map away from
ดูระหว่างรอแมป2มาดูมิดดีกว่าป่ะระหว่างรอแมป2นะโอเคไหมโอ้พี่บอยสวัสดีครับ
who kind of showed up yesterday like Liquid, who had an
รอดูระหว่างแมป2โอเคไหม
from บังขายถั่วที่ผ่านทาบมา ผมใช้โค้ดเติมแล้วครับ ลดตั้ง 5% ขอบคุณโค้ดดีๆครับ ถั่วจงเจริญ
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณนะครับผมใช้กันให้หมดนะทุกคนนะเขาจะได้แบบว่าไม่ให้โค้ดเราบ่อยๆไงโอเคไหมเกมแรกโดดไปยังกำลังจะโดดเกมแรกทีมก็ฟอดูไปแล้วใช่ไหมแต่ไปย้อนดูบันเองใช่ครับเบียร์
from ร้านลับของจัสมี2สวัสดีจำผมได้ไหมผมตอบข้อความคุณลูกค้าในเว็บไม่ได้แต่เรามีตุ๊กตายางหำใหญ่ที่สุดของทางร้านเราคือ 89 นิ้ว ราคา 1,090 บาท ที่เป็นลูกค้าคนแรกเลยนะเนี่ยที่ชอบของใหญ่ขนาดนี้ลูกค้าที่จะกรอครับลูกค้าชอบผู้ชายหรอครับขอให้เพลิดเพลินกับตุ๊กตายางของทางร้านเรานะครับ
already impressive highlight reel
การ
of
กู
times
รีวิ
where
ว
he's
ปาร์ตี้
unfortunately
เกม
had
แน่
to
ได้
step
เฮ
in
เก
for
ม
one
หนั
of
ง
his
ได้นอน
teammates,
แต่ที่
but
แน่
they
กับ
are
แคมอ
banging
ร่อย
on all cylinders to start things
แชทเดี๋ยวไปเข้าห้องน้ำแป๊บนึงเดี๋ยวมานะ เดี๋ยวเรามาดูแบบ2ต่อแต่ระหว่างนี้เรารอดูอันนี้ไปก่อนโอเคไหมเดี๋ยวมาเข้าน้ำแป๊บนะแต่เลื่อนกันนะกูขอร้องละกูรักพวกมึงนะอย่าเลื่อนกันนะเดี๋ยวมาเข้าน้ำ
now that the plane is in the air, the drops are coming through, and we'll see if anybody drops close to each other. They've managed to avoid it for the most part these first 2 days, any early game shenanigans.
Yeah, Severny and Novo here, playing path from the north to the southeast. A little bit difficult for some of the teams to get to the western side. Fairpier's long stretch. The team's going to be having to go close for that, so let's see what ends up happening here. There might be some contest for cars and so forth, so it's going to be definitely interesting. And also with the circle, like the plane path with like this here, we could end up getting some crazy circles, either all the way up north or southeast with like a 50-50 circle. At least that's what the tendencies has been with these plane paths here, Poro.
Feels like we managed to duck Military Island for the most part.
You say so.
So far, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. But oh, there you go, hard north. As you said, another hard shift coming in once again. Well, Gen G right there on the south side playing around Razak, and we did get a chance to sit down and speak with Seoul about his tournament so far.
저희는 에란겔에서 그룹마다 좀 다르게 떨어지는데 뭐 그 이유는 일단 파이널에 올라가기 위해서고 저희가 하는 모든 행동 하나하나는 우승을 위해서라고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
They're on the clock here, Poro, for sure. 26 points so far, and with a roster like this, with names like this, PGC champs in the roster here, they should definitely be making waves. And today, uncontested on the drops. They are looking good. Rorschach is a strong start here for them. It's a top 3 prior getting into the circle. You can already see D moving in there. Daniel has been having some great impact actually for the team. Quite surprised with how much he's been able to lift for it, and now already being that front scout, trying to see out and get the information that's so crucial in a rough circle like this, where you're already counting out about 40% of the playable space, and it's going to be such a high priority. And also, when you look over to the other sides of, you know, a Nemesis that's already in the Severity, they're already locking down some of these high priority spots. And Lou, he is back. He has been flown in and arrived today here just to be ready and saying like, oh gosh, you already made it. 69 points, nice. But let's see how far we can take this. This is the absolute best practice you can get for a player like Lou. I saw he was grinding rag with some of the guys across all the hubs in the community, so that's been amazing. And I'm sure he's going to be absolutely ready for this.
He did get in a little bit late last night, but should be nice and warmed up. You saw he already took a couple of shots there at Gen G as they made their way across the river, so a little bit of damage already been collected here by Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, 4 a.m., the story this year so far has been 4 a.m. and T1. They just cannot seem to avoid each other. Well, at least to start things off here today, 4 a.m. has one Yesnaya, and T1 has been relegated down to Ferry Pier, but should be okay for them.
I honestly regard Ferry Pier as a pretty high drop. Sure, it's nice, also great if you go for that loot there, but especially with the amount of military zones we've seen throughout, and also the Primorsk, the Ferry Pier, the amount of water we've seen, it's a strong drop. Let's see how far they take, and also I'm super excited to see them back against each other in the lobby here. They always make games extremely exciting. Sharper
กูวันนี้แข่งสุดเท่าที่แข่งมา2 วันเลยเหรอ
from the high ground here. Jedi already peacocking just a little bit as space.
ดูแมป2ไว้ไอ้จัดโอเคแป๊บนึงนะขอเนี้ยเปิดไว้ในอีกจอนึงนะ
Open possibilities and open compounds that they can log in. He's not getting any.
ดูนี่กันเดี๋ยวนี้พอไม่อยู่จอจะไม่มีนางรำมาสัตว์ใหญ่ๆที่เดี๋ยวไม่มีจริงเนี่ยทำไงเนี่ยเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวกูต้องนอนกับแม่งเนี่ยนางรำเนี่ยกลัวนะ
From someone คิดว่าการที่ Frost ออกมาพูดนู่นนี่ในที่ต่างๆมีผลเสียกับเพลเยอร์ไหม
ไม่รู้ว่ากดดันได้ไหมว่ามีสิทธิ์นะคิดว่าไงอาจจะมีสิทธิ์ไม่คือต้องอันนี้นะขอให้ความคิดเห็นตัวอย่างหนึ่งได้ไหมกูอะ
From หนุ่มอินเดียคนหนึ่งกูเชื่อเรื่องอาถรรพ์เจจัสนะเว้ยตอนก่อนไปลอนดอนตบหมดแน่นอนโดนคิวยิงรัวสัปดาห์ที่แล้วมาแน่ FS 20ไปคนดูก็เตือนแล้วนะว่าจัสเงียบหน่อยต้นเกมด่านแอดเซนพูดไม่หยุดเลยกูเลยคิดละเจจัสมันมีของเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมของอินเดียอย่างแรง
มึงไม่เห็นซอกการ์ดใส่เสื้อหรอสำหรับกูนะกูขอพูดตรงนี้นะกูไม่โอเคกับฟอสหนึ่งอย่างตอนฟอสสัมภาษณ์กับผมใช่ไหมผมเป็นคนแรกเลยที่สัมภาษณ์ฟอสก่อนที่มันไปถ่ายของตัวเองด้วยสไปค์ทอล์กตอนสัมภาษณ์กับกูมันบอกกูแล้วว่ามันจะไม่พูดอะไรเยอะซึ่งตอนนั้นกูแบบดีแล้วแค่แบบจบด้วยกันไม่ดีหรืออะไรแค่นั้นพอแต่หลังจากนั้นน่ะเอายับเลยว่ะอันนี้ส่วนหนึ่งที่กูรู้สึกว่ามันไม่น่าเว้ย
From someone ทำไมเล็กจังอ่ะอันเท่านิ้วก้อยเลยแล้วเข้ามานานขนาดนี้คือแอบไปเติมมาใช่ไหม
ไปห้องน้ำมาปวดฉี่มันอั้นฉี่ไว้นาน3 ชั่วโมงแล้วเพื่อสอนลูกพี่ไงก็ลูกพี่ตอนแรกก็บอกเลยว่าไม่พูดอ่ะลูกพี่ก็เอาจริง
ๆ From the RichMan Shop จะไปเรียนร้องเพลงลูกทุ่งแม่คุณเหลือบมองสักครั้งสักวันจะร้องลูกทุ่งให้ฟังเผื่อคุณจะเหลียวมองกันสักที
เอาจริงไม่เชื่อกูไม่เสียดายนะกูขยี้ฟอด้วยเฮ้ยมึงพูดหน่อยนิดนึงหน่อยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยขอประเด็นหน่อยแบบว่าแบบเอาจริงๆเราก็อยากได้ใช่ไหมเป็นคนแรกสัมภาษณ์อะไรเงี้ย
อ่านดูหน่อยของผมตอนที่ไปเข้าห้องน้ำผมเครียดจริงอันนี้
โทษครับตอนนั้นพี่ปิดไว้เผื่อกันเลื้อนนะน้องพี่ขอโทษนะไม่ใช่ผมไม่ขยี้นะเผื่อแบบไอ้ฟอสมันจะบอกอะไรหรือเปล่าอะไรเงี้ยบอกไม่กูไม่เอากูจะโฟกัสเกมเหรอโอเคดี respect And then what the hell man เอาชาร์เปอร์ถ้าดูทีวันเดี๋ยวดูครับเดี๋ยวจะย้ายกลับไปดู
It's a bit unfortunate, yeah, for sure, especially It's not a high prior position with the current first, so I'm not sure you can hide your cost a little bit.
ฟูเซนจบเกมก็โดนทีว่าแบบแรกก็โดนหนังหน้าแม่งไม่อยากอยู่แล้วขอไม่ได้เลือกอะไรแบบนี้หน่อย
Sure, they're gonna have enough meds with that station, but sure.
ฟูเซนก็โดนทีมันก็โดนแบบแรก
Unless the circle moves away from him, they're gonna be able to take the compound where R8 is at for the recalls. I don't really see them getting them two back. So let's see what happens now on screen with 17 yesterday. In my book, 23 points, having that central drop spots is just not good enough for a team of this caliber here, Paro.
No, very high expectations been placed on this squad, and deservedly so. I mean, they're R8 PGS winner so far this year.
ทำงานดีวะใช่ไหมรู้แล้วว่าเล่นแล้วมันไม่ดีรู้แล้วว่ามันไม่ใช่ตังค์ที่เราเหลือแบบ
This is again one of those
ไม่
teams
ใช่เงินเย็น
that
น่ะ
has that reputation that if they get
ทำไมวะ
things going their way.
มึงจะเล่นจนกว่าแบบคนรอบข้างมึงจะเดือดร้อนไหมล่ะก็แค่นั้นแหละ
See them put myth levels of points up in one day should they get the ball
มึง
rolling.
เนี่ยมึงพร้อมเป็นภาระคนอื่นหรือยังล่ะ
All depend on this
พร้อมก็เล่น
first
ต่อ
game
ไม่พร้อมก็
here.
อย่าไปเล่น
See if they can start finding their way.
เพิ่งเข้ามาดูคลิปเก่าแล้วทำไมมีที่หนึ่งอีกแล้วไม่ใช่คลิปเก่าครับคลิปใหม่ครับ แฟนทอมโบลีสีไหนดีโบลีขึ้นไหนวะแฟนทอมโบอันไหนอะมันขึ้นไหนอะ
พร้อมเสียค่าตั๋วไปดูโดนยับเอาจริงๆกูว่ามันเกี่ยวกับ FS Watch Party ดูรอบที่แล้วมันก็แพ้ยับรอบนี้มายับพอกับรอบที่แล้วกูว่าเลิกทำ Watch Party ตลอดการพอก่อนพักก่อนยับไม่ไหว
ไม่ไหวสวัสดีจัดสวัสดีครับวางมาเติมกันแล้วเอาหัวไปมาจุ๊บหน่อยจุ๊บมากครับมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นเป็น2-0ฟอร์มไม่ไหวป่ะวันนี้
From Pros ได้นะไอถั่วแอบชกกู
ไม่ได้โชว์ผมก็พูดแล้วผมพูดนานแล้วเฮียผมรักเฮียนะแต่ก็ตามนั้นว่ะ
30% of the circle is water and unplayable, and Gam taking over that
ไม่ดู
cliff
ยัง
side
เดี๋ยว
now
เปิดดู
means that
วันนี้ก็ดูจัด
entryways
ไปที
will
วัน
be limited as we see still 61 left alive, 6 teams up.
กูบังคับใครไม่ได้หรอกใช่ไหมว่าให้เล่นไปเล่น
ATSSIMP โทษจัสวันเสาร์นายจะบิดสตรีมไหมนี่เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมนายไม่ต้องฝืนใจดูก็ได้นะฟานาติกอ่ะ
วันเสาร์ไม่น่าบิดหรอกแต่วันนี้อาจจะว่ะ
Then they can start playing around it and be extremely greedy. Gam is one of those 50 points that's looking great.
อันไหนวะ
Just
โบ
need
อ๋อ
one
โบ
more decent game here.
โบจะว่าดีนะ
By the merit of being in the next 6 games here, they're gonna have
พร้อมจัสผิดหมดอย่างที่เขาบอกของอินเดียมันแรงมึงผิดจัสยอมรับเถอะมึงเริ่มนี่มันพูดของอินเดียมันเลยส่งต่อไอฟรอส
And GK did backfill that position as I was talking about before. Might be able to rest as well, so that's huge for GK.
ถ้าวงจบในน้ำมันจะสนุกขนาดไหนอ่ะก็ว่ายน้ำไปยิงไปอ่ะอันนี้เติมเปอร์เซ็นต์ใช่ไหมใช่ครับ
Yeah, this is nice here for Falcons, just kind of
บอล
playing
เริ่ม
in
แล้ว
from the edges, managed to catch
พร้อ
that
ม
1
ซัม
point
วัน
off of
จัส
R8.
กูอุตส่าห์ลางานแกล้งป่วยมาดู FS แล้วดูสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นสิกูร้องเลย
Man, even when you get them back, where do you go?
ใช่แล้วดูอะไรวาโลหรือพับจี
is occupied right now, so
วาโลไหมให้จบแล้วพับจีต่อไหมหรือว่าไง
to play around, but it's going to be dicey for sure as we see Sharper now pulling up into that bunker location. Will be able to retreat, get that res off. But Nemesis has eyes.
เรื่องเลย
just trading shots on the northern side of shooting range here. Sharper finding some success.
วาโลต่อแรงไม่มีแรงหมดลมแรงมึงอย่าบังกูเลย MLBB
just a little bit Jedi being out already. 2 kills. It's looking good to stack.
เดี๋ยวสลับไปมาได้ไหมล่ะสลับไปมาได้ไหม
You just need to avoid
สลับไปมาได้ไหม
0 and 1 point games.
ดูแม่งหมดไหนเฮียไม่รู้แหละ
right here, doesn't it? But I mean, I guess when you have the pickaxe and you can create that.
เดี๋ยวแวบไปแวบมาแล้วกัน
I'll say this though, again, we're eliminating so much base as you talked about. Now though, we have to talk about the Falcons pulling up onto GK. They saw that they having a
ผมมาเล่นเห็นเปลี่ยนสีได้แบบอาเจกผมว่ามันดีนะคมนะจุดดีครับโบะ
Might not.
วันนี้มี ABA ไหมมีแต่
left alive. He will at least have time to heal, and he is going to spot
ไม่รู้ว่า
Won't be able to go for the flush.
มีอาจจะทำให้เรากลับมายิ้มแย้มได้คิมโซอย่าสองใจเดียว
getting the angle in time to
ไม่
prevent
รู้สอง
that
ใจเปล่า
flush.
แต่วันนี้2
See if Falcons can get rid of this play. Sanjay, obviously a hero in the scene. He will go down, and he got it. He stayed alive in time. That is great work from
โดดแล้ว
Sanjay.
โดดแล้ว
Now Pac Pro and EJ, they're just going to be birds in the sky. They're going to have to survive, have to try to rat out Chan though. Finds 2 from Vicious. Simon and Tygan goes down here. More kills coming in for 17. And with the circle going south, there's just a perfect southern shift for everyone to still be inside their locations. Only Gam is going to have to reposition Falcons as well. And for the teams coming in on the southern side, they're going to just have to slide in and just try to survive for just a little bit.
I worried. I mean, historically, that Wave's spot that 17 is playing in has been very dangerous to try to go to early just because of how it plays out. But oh my goodness, cold 119.
ระยะนั้นไม่ยิงโดนได้ไงวะ
โปรโมทอย่าง K1 ยิงกันอย่างเคโรเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยม by Watch Party FS
dig in there a little bit more than you used to be able to, and they're able to defend themselves and stay alive as 4. We'll see if that plays out for them a little bit later in the game as the circle has popped. It's going to square up right on top of shooting range. Nemesis really kind of on the clock here.
Yeah, they need to show up. This is a home circle. This is their chance to put points on the board. Sure, they're central, but defending shooting range is an absolutely insane task to have ahead of them here.
You got a couple more.
จัดว่าพับจีอันนี้น่าจบพอดีแล้วก็ได้ดูวาโลต่ออ่ะ
Get one of their boys back in R8. Going to be doing the same.
ไหนนะเปิดดูไม่ดูไม่เป็นไรขอบคุณครับชินโซครับ
Hovering around on the southern side of the circle, looking for a place to come in. But Falcons will get their man back. We'll see where they go from there. Empty gets spotted out by Gustav. And really, it's just
มิดตอนนี้คือที่2ครับใช่79แต้มครับวันนี้วันที่2วันเดียว79แต้มวันนี้ไม่ดูต่อหรอคนดูอยากดูพับจีอ่ะเดี๋ยวสลับไปมาเธออาทิตย์หน้าเจอใครอาทิตย์หน้าเจอเซต้ากับ
shots coming in on R8 empty absolutely pull up from Shrimzy. More points come the way of Falcons. They saw this as an easy target on their way. Another transition on the way into the circle here. Now they're considering how we're going to approach this. Can we take some of the lower ground? Can we take some of the higher ground? We've seen them before be able to play some of these matches quite well with getting kills and 4 points already. That's a decent average. They can just continue that for the rest of the day. They're absolutely
พร้อม
fine.
คลายเครียดวันละคำ iPad มันยิงโคมเพราะโดนตด IQ ไอกล้องมันยังคิวเพราะ IQ ตดให้โดม iPad มันเป็นลมเพราะมันโดมตด IQ แต่ไอในมันมาปลิวเพราะ IQ ตดให้โดมขอบคุณครับ
Find some more success here as we see 17 working their way up to the wall. Nemesis just playing it slow, playing it quiet.
เฮ้ยอะไรของมึงเนี่ยฮะ
Get a little bit closer.
อะไรของมึง
Looks
เนี่ย
like everybody's
ฮะ
kind of found a foothold.
จะไม่เป็นเกมหรอเดี๋ยวให้วาโลมาจบก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยทีเดียว
See who they're aiming at.
โอ้ไอสัตว์เอ้ย
It really decides a
เฮ้ยวง
lot.
ใครเนี่ย
Southwestern
โหนาวี JDG T1
T1 has already set up so
วันนี้
much
มันเจ็บ
space
กว่า
just
ต้อง
ahead of this.
เจ
And
อ
look at
โล
the
กใบ
amount
ที่
of teams
2
that's
คนเก่า
inside
วะ
shooting range.
ไม่เจ็บอะไรเลย
There's
แค่อยาก
going
สรร
to
หา
be
คม
so
ไว
many
จัด
fights coming from that northern and western side here. Now the Falcons and Myth are moving in as well. Twisted Minds are pulling up. Vicious out in 16th place here. That's so much damage being done from multiple sides. Samblers out.
วง4แล้วพับจีเดี๋ยวก็จบแล้วเดี๋ยวไปดูวาโลต่อ
Yeah, we'll see if they can get Batu back on his feet, but it doesn't. Yeah, okay. I think. Oh, now Perfectix has gone down. A good grenade from December 12th will get him low.
I mean,
and now,
maybe not.
The man who just arrived last night, Lou, is the only player left alive for Twisted Minds, but JDG not freely allowed to continue raining utility down. So they're getting shot off, but now Nemesis looks like they have spotted out something here. They're just going to spam the smokes with grenades, but maybe a res coming in here on Perfectix.
จีจบหัวตารางซึมไม่ซึมดีวะ
That's not where boats go.
Falcons managed to just send it all the way through here. As we see Gam approaching 17 gaming. Winbo is that front point man. They know there's a car there. That's a quite obvious easy nade to be thrown in his direction. They're trying to get an information here. The double nade towards Shawu does not connect.
Yeah, they're going long with the utility, so
พูดเลยแม่งซึม
they
เศร้าอ่ะ
didn't spot the car out. Either that or, I mean, Wimbo's just being very, very quiet right now. But you see Duck Juice and the rest of the boys there.
มิดเอาหน่อยเว้ยขอมันๆน่ะ
Smoke's
บู๊
going
หน่อย
to
ว่ะ
slow things down for the time being. Wimbo waiting for
เจไปเอาพอดคาสต์วิ่งบ่วงเว้นนะได้ออก EW เลยนะ
nice shots there from range. We'll get
ผมมี
Clory's
คำถาม
low
พี่บ่วงเยอะเลยว่ะ
Fancy foot dancing around. There you go. The grenade from
ไม่รู้
Wimbo
จริง
will
จัง
be
เปิดฟัง
perfect.
เฉย
Gets the knock on a Clory's. Almost takes down Tombu as well. Another one will
ไอ้เหี้ยเป็น
follow.
กู
And
แค่
he's
ฟัง
going to
กูน่า
find
ทรมานแล้วว่ะ
Tombu that
เสียง
time.
กู
Duck
เนี่ย
Juice
แบบ
now going to
หวัง
recycle
อะ
those smokes. See if they're able to reset this fight. But I don't know if Wimbo's going to let them.
เฮ้ย
Logos pushing
เจ็บมันไม่เห็นเหรอ
in.
วะ
Oh my god, it's a huge third-party opportunity for so many teams, but 17 is making all the work.
เกิดเหี้ยอะไรขึ้นเนี่ย
That is Gam.
สถานการณ์เอฟเอฟพับจีเป็นยังไงก็มีสิทธิ์ล่วงเยอะอยู่ครับ
7 kills now for them, and Team Liquid is trying to hold off Gen G's push. They do get a couple of knocks to start things off, but a good grenade from Salute will find Luke 12. It's down to just Halo and Cowboy. As Salute and Soul will push in Trying to find some heads peeking. You're not going to find them in time. Team Liquid will wipe out Gen G.
Extremely well executed here for Team Liquid. And they have said if we have a good game one, we might be making moves here for the next one. And it's a pull.
อะไรอะเฮ้ยให้ปาแฟนมาวะเฮียสวยจัด
Teddy gets Cowboy.
60 แต้ม
Huge play here from him. Aimbot finds Zalo. Now it's just down to Purdy Curdy.
And
น่ากลัวจัดไอ้เหี้ยทีวันนาวีโอ้แต่ละตัวคือแบบ
But he
60 ได้หมดเลยอ่ะ
once again as Purdy Curdy finds himself the last remaining player for Team Liquid. Hitting all those crates, see if he's got any more utility, but you see the shots coming in from range. But
he'll
take him down. And R8 just refused to die.
We might have to call them recall 8, the amount of times they've been called back into this game here, multiple. And that's them being able to survive is just insane. Now shots coming in here sharper as well. They need these points here. They need to extend and put on points with the board here. 31 points, 19th place power. That's going to be rough considering how far this next circle shifted and all the teams in the northern side are going to have to fight for just the little space that's left alive.
กูขอถ้ามีคนถามว่า FS เป็นไงกูอยากกราบให้มึงพูดว่าผมไม่รู้3
จบ Not forget about Navi and T1
ผมไม่รู้
great positions on that hillside. Have not seen anybody. Nobody has managed to wrap so far as to get into their area of control. Falcons, meanwhile, they've sent it towards the center. They find a great center position, so they're just vibing right now for the foreseeable future as everybody is fighting their way out of shooting range. JDG, grenades will be thrown over there, but they're not going to find the mark.
Shen takes so much damage.
7 นัดป่วยนะ7 คิวในเกมเดียวอะ
The last hope alive for 4AM. They're going to have to make moves. So many teams are trying to get in here. JDG's holding off. Myth is fighting them. Meanwhile,
มิดมาแล้ว
Nemesis have a huge brawl and T1 is
เจ็บขอบเก็บวินด้าไปว่ะ
from the high ground.
ชาร์เปอร์ล่วงครับ
17's been doing so much work from these fields. They managed to find yet another team flush up to 9 kills, and now their attention is fully on Nemesis. But you see the third-party shots from T1 causing 17 problems. Melman will throw the pool guys. Don't look at explosions. Grenade, fade away, run back, play the wall. They do know that they have to keep an eye on that wall down from R8's perspective, but R8 now eliminated. So Nemesis down to 2. Twisted minds are right in front of them.
เสียงอย่างเดียวเหรอ มันกูแยกไม่เคยออกเลยวะบางทีอะ
So hard for them when they're that last team to go out before the placement points drop. Top 8 teams and JDG, what a great hold for them to be on the edges and riches of this high ground. Now they're pushing up. They have cover to play with as well. They're going to be the last team to come in from the north, but T1 is moving in for the third party. They want points as well.
JDG farming right now, as you mentioned, that ridge line proving so huge as nobody from the high ground can see them, but T1, they want a piece of it. They're going to come down. They'll spot out December 12th. Nice shots from Heather will take him down from range. Now T1 will find 2, will find 3. Cold 119, the last player left alive for JDG.
5 kills for him so far. Can he defend this? He cannot. JD goes out in 7th place, and T1 with the aggressive push paid off, but Myth is coming out to feast.
Beautiful work from T1, but as you mentioned, Myth now trying to take advantage, but can they spot them out in time? Raining the only one knock so far. Heather has the near side, runs out of bullets, has to swap guns, spots out Jacob with the trade, forcing away. Doesn't get the knock, but at least pulls them away long enough to where maybe Type can get that res onto Raining.
Yeah, even with the 8 kills that T1 have in the top 5, this is a great game for them. They're pushing the lead even further, 54 points. Welcome to the finals, guys. This is your ticket. This is your game. And now they can make life hard for everyone else. Myth now on the approach to get into this northeastern side of this new circle, but Falcons and set up a perfect hold on that. And all their foxholes, they've got cover. They've got everything to play with. T1 saw that, and they're disengaging to go around on the western side. That's a massive play for them. So smart, so coherent. Meanwhile, Navi has been holding that central location, central compound. They've got all the information.
Yeah, Navi has just kind of been watching this game play out in the kill feed. They haven't really seen much of anything. They've been holding up on the high ground for so long, but nice flanking angle here from T1 as they collect their 9th kill. That one's going to be on to Gustav. Now Navi has started to flex out. They're starting to find more angles. Myth trying to push their way into Falcons, but they're getting pressed by Navi still as well.
That's difficult even with all the Doritos on board and all the vehicles.
Look at T1.
Hard time. T1 saw the knocks. They saw that they were losing players. Kickstart is low. That nade might be right in his foxhole. What a great 58 damage. He's going to have to duck and weave out of that. He might go down with just a few more utilities being thrown in his direction.
A vehicle about to explode as well, and he
They're
will
out.
go down. The vehicle
Get,
explosion, and
the
Falcons
kapé.
gets eliminated in 15. Now up to 10 kills as they are just farming on the edges. They'll turn their attention over towards Myth. They're still 4 strong. They've managed to get revives on all of their knocks, but look at how T1 is playing. Just so aggressive.
I love that aggression. That's so well played, so well executed by them, and they realize they have so much space ahead that they could just go for it. Now Myth, it feels like everyone has been avoiding them. Once we saw the fights come in, it's like, oh, it's Myth. They already have qualified, so let's fight someone else. But Heather and T1 do not care about that. Baron goes down, and he's in the front smoke. With Ian being so aggressive, there's Panzers alongside this too. But Heather and Ian, 4 kills each. Can they make it even further?
Well, at the same time, we see Navi. I mean, we looked at him yesterday where they had a great opportunity to get a lot more kills, but they played it a little bit more cautiously, going for the win. What a shot from Heather. Take down Scappy Kiss. Now the last player left alive, playing around the edges, looking on the smokes. One is about to go down. He go for the res here. That is extremely ambitious. Ian should spot this out shortly, and he will. Kiss will get taken down as 14 kills now for T1. But Navi in the driver's seat. But they have gotten 1 point so far as the game has played on. Somehow EJ from Geek has been all by himself here on the southern side, not spotted by anyone.
I've got to apply the same strategy. If you can see some free placement points, you gotta be safe and secure about that.
Absolutely.
4 guys alive here with everyone holding so much control. And there's just 3 kills left available. EJ from Geek. And 7 kills for Heather so far. It's insane.
It's great work.
Are they just denying this? Like, they realize that it's just 7 players left alive, and couldn't make the most of it here with Geek. Almost a guaranteed 2nd place at this point here. T1, they know that potentially that Navi is already qualified too, so they might have just a fight just for the scraps. Here we go.
We'll see how aggressive they decide to be here in this late game. Trying to wrap around, but Navi is already ready. They'll find one. Hacktor will take down Ian. Heather will try to return the spray. 1,100 damage for Heather so far to go along with his 7 kills. Ian will get flushed out.
EJ might find him. He might drive straight into EJ. He has an MP5, and no, stun grenade is going to be going out here, and that push is coming in. Heather's low. And the heel just popped off. He's going to be able to get it. Heather's get found. Shots coming in. EJ just with the close drives. And EJ gets found for Navi. They get the chicken dinner here.
วันนาวีนะแซงเอฟเฟนอะไรเงี้ยปะวาเรลทีวันตึงๆเลยปะเงินเดือน 30,000 ออมเฮ้ยกูมาเปิดอะไรเนี่ยเฮ้ยเหี้ยเฮ้ยนี่เดือนเลยว่ะซีเลยเหรอ
Sometimes these are the most difficult to get through. We have to believe. I know. We've been stunned too many times in our past casts, but I'm feeling something here. They're taking things slow, kind of careful.
แบบแรกดูอยู่แบบแรกปึ้งอยู่แบบแรกอ่ะมันอยู่
You don't know what the setup's really going to be like for T1. You don't know if they've maybe invested a rifle. They've got someone on an aggressive push somewhere.
He's hunting. What's going off of it as well?
I don't know what's happened there. Meteor just kind of baiting Foxy9 in. So that's how it starts.
Okay. Corner for Buzz.
Yeah, they're going to walk their way into C, and there's 4 players here.
Anti-flash.
Oh no, Barrel. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Let's see if they can make it happen anyway. It's 2 for 2 on the entry. Klaus starting to stabilize. The overdrive from Zexy. Take a sigh of relief. Enough to get Varel into the site with a plant, but Meteor could still be good for it. They don't know exactly where he's coming from, and he has a nice timing. They're around the corner. They're around the corner.
Timing.
Breathe.
คนที่ทำได้คือ Meteor เว้ย
Meteor lining them up like you said. Tapping on that defuse. Klaus with a good tag in there, but not really enough. Still the spam through the wall.
โจอะไรนั้นดูนี่หน่อยนะครับ
Varel are going to give me a heart attack.
It's all right, Jordan. We're in the clear. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to shiver and shake anymore.
We might have another month and a half of this. I don't know what clear we're talking about.
อาจารย์คนแรงเหรอไอ้เหี้ยไม่มีลงมาพูดจริง
It's just fun though.
อุ้ย
Trust and belief in the team that could. And it's Zexy with the overdrive to bring the numbers back.
ลงแต้มมันไม่ทันแล้วดิมัน2มันเริ่มไปแล้วอ่ะ
Thought that he was stuck on the defuse anyway, and all that time we still have to recognize, DH, for all his efforts, is still kind of a rookie.
Big round here, again. T1, lots to work with. Oh, DH, he might be under a bit of pressure. Foxy9 and Klaus again chiming in with the entries. One on long, one on short, and again the
น่าจะเปิดต่อครึ่งหลังแล้วกันโอเคไหม
Right now you got Munchkin hiding in on the site trying to survive. That's impossible when LP is pushing forward.
And now they have the site. This is beautiful. This is exactly what you want from a double duelist team. I think to see things like this from the Southeast Asian team, like Sharper, well, not Sharper, 555 perhaps,
sure,
challengers.
555 มินชั่นว่ะอิซิโต้โบรแควกโบรซิโต้โบร
actually
ไม่ดูพับจีหรอเดี๋ยวสลับดูครับอันนี้กำลังเตือนกับพับจีจบไปแล้วแบบแรก
don't know what to do with it. They don't expect it too
often. คนประเทศไรคนเกาหลีครับ
รอนหนุ่มเหนือคนหนึ่งไม่มีอารมณ์ชักว่าวเลยวะทำไมวะถั่วทำไมละถั่วยังไม่หายงอมเลย
ไอ้เหี้ย
เพิ่ง6 โมงเย็นเองเพื่อน
consolation prize for Buzz.
Again, 6-4. I said I'm starting to believe, and I am starting to believe. But opportunity now for Varel to really push the issue.
คือไรโค้ดส่วนลดRichMan Shop ครับไปเติมมารูRichMan Shop ลด 5% นะโค้ดเจ๊อ่ะ
These last couple of rounds, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout come through from either side. They matter so much for both teams, these last two.
I just want to see them turn the dial up to an 11. Just keep going. Keep going faster and faster.
No timeout.
Let's go. Meteor still on an op, of course.
โค้ดส่วนลด
What I
RichMan
am
Shop
a
ครับ
little bit worried, which we can reserve for a later discussion, would be Varel on the defense. But for now,
certainly a later thing. I mean, Zexy.
Foxy9 คนจีนคนโมร็อกโก
You can imagine what kind of play we're going to get from him in this round as well. Wants to.
ที่วัน2-0ไม่มีอะดิตอนนี้โดนนำไปแล้ว 1-0 นะดิ
just straight into garage all of a sudden.
Counter flash ready and waiting. Trademark in there as well to get the information. Drawing round the corner.
Wow, Buzz. What a shot.
Seeing if he can be the hero. That's a nice kill for Meteor to grab, but he can't hold on to the site. So again, the site opens up, although this time for Varel, it is at a numbers deficit.
RichMan Shop ไม่งอม
Foxy9 alive though. He's the kind of guy that will pull that numbers deficit back in as many shots.
Pulled up around garage. His camera doesn't spot anything, so he's less worried about a flank. So all
ไม่ไวรัลถ้าไวรัล2-0ทีวันที่โหดเลยนะพอชนะทีวัน2-0ที่บ้านแต่เร็วโทษครับแบทเทีย
From Izu, no players crossed, and now Meteor. Foxy9 trying to come into play. That gets 2, and Foxy9 for another one. Varel just pulling this round out of nowhere. 7-4, and surely now T1 are feeling the pressure.
Production.
Oh my god!
Right now. Oh my god! Initially with the shot, but the way that he played the pixel angle from around platform, this, and then gets the flick.
Oh
of Izu
shit!
hopping up, that is insane.
Yeah, that's crazy from.
Damn, Daniel. พูดจี้สวัสดีครับคิดถึงห่างหายไปไหนมาสบายดีไหม
Could we really be seeing Varel start this season 2-0? Zexy and Foxy9 again, as they have been so many times, are the openers for the round for Varel.
You know what's something another president said? Yes, we can. We can see it 2-0, I think.
There you go. Joke's over. Buzz trying to hold. He's going to be paranoid away. Tries to dump as much util as he can to build a bit of space on this side, but it is not going to be enough to stop Varel from getting their way forward. Munchkin in there, but somehow Buzz gets nothing done. 2-on-2. Very quickly brought back. Foxy9 always on the front foot. And another plant here for Varel, and a potential 8-4 lead heading into the second half. Zuna has the Hunter's Fury. May not be needed. Foxy9 calibrating for the kill. 8-4. You are kidding.
Yes, we can, baby. Oh my god. And T1 in that, latter portion of the first half were just absolutely sucked into playing Varel's game. The moment they flicked that switch and started to go fast pace on every single hit, even sometimes a little bit more calculated because of the variance and how they're hitting different sites. It's just unexpected.
รอมซัมวันวันนี้มือรอมกินเต็มแต่ NFS นะมูฟออนรอปลดล็อกออนเพลย์ออฟสู้
They try to match the pace at which Varel are operating, but they cannot match up with the firepower or the positioning. You mentioned it's crazy. And that's what it is.
Bro, how are we saying T1 cannot match up with the
เป็นวันอะไรวะเฮียเอาไปดูพับจีเหรอหรือมันเบรกจบไปแล้วแบบ1 ป่อง
What's happening in the game though? I know. Meteor has that op. He's sitting on it. But just look at the way the rounds play out. The way that Varel are just immediately commenting.
เอฟเอก็โดนทีวันก็จะโดน
Playing post plant really far front.
เฮียเอ้ย
They just weren't allowed to retake. They were
แม่งโดนล่ามเกินว่ะโดนเกินจริงว่ะ
puts up his hand says no. You don't meet the requirement.
Might be the GOAT.
He actually might be. Seth is the code for putting him in his build div.
I have
you have build div too. Oh, you guys.
I'm getting the karma for Crystal not getting anything in that utter destruction by GE.
I'm getting crushed because I banked in on T1. We'll see though. I was worried about.
ถ้าดีกว่าแพ้ก็ผลดีกับแต้มแชมป์ประจัดก็จริงครับใช่
Then they're gonna play catch up, and that's not.
ก็อย่างนั้นมีอะไรให้ตามทัน
Need this one if they are to make it clean. But same goes for T1, and they've got 3 sheriffs.
กลับไปดูพับจีดูแบบนี้จบก่อนแล้วกัน
It ain't over till it's over. Pistol round important. Victoria would like you to know that she also has him. Doesn't want to be left out.
T1 slows things down.
Vic's not very good at build diff though, so it's probably.
โค้ดอะไรโค้ดลิทแมนช็อปครับโค้ดลิทแมนช็อป
Anyway,
ส่วนลด 5% นะ
That's right. T1.
อย่าลืมไปเติมกันนะทุกคนโอเคไหมโค้ดลิทแมนช็อปอะ
Towards A. Got Zuna just
ไปใช้กันเร็วไปใช้กันเร็ว
try and get the information.
ดูพับจีต่อไหมดูครับแต่ว่าเดี๋ยววาโลก่อนแล้วกันแบบ2มันครึ่งหลังแล้วอะ
Needs to break the trip just to pull some.
วาโลยาวเลยขอบคุณครับบอสเติมมาเยอะแล้วจ้ะเติมเลยตาเริ่มลอยอ่ะ
No one's playing from heaven.
Gone through.
ตาเริ่มลอย
Comes the swing. Zexy instantly deleted. Always tough, but refrag in from Klaus and Varel once again just barreling their way forward until they run into the brick wall.
รอมหนุ่มใต้คนหนึ่งเราจะไปเฮ็ดงานละอย่าลืมนะถ้ามีใครถามท่านอินเดียจงพูดว่าผมไม่รู้3 จบ
ผมไม่รู้อย่างนี้ใช่ไหมครับพี่
But you just have to admire again how this retake was almost about to go through.
ทำไมใครคนโหลดใครเป็นจัสตินบีเบอร์อะพีโมเรียมจะเข้าในมาร์เก็ตไหมหรอเหมือนจะไม่นะครับ
And that's enough for players who tend to fall back into its graffiti to try to hold the position. So they managed to break up the crossfire, but Buzz just comes back in, shoots them all down with the sheriff.
Yeah, I think he caught a couple on reload. Varel.
เอฟเป็นไงบ้างครับแตกครับ2-0แบ่งอาร์ม
Go in for the orb. They want the round 3 ult.
Yeah, the round 3 run it back would be nice. It's going to take a little bit of work for LP to get there.
Otherwise, to play close where they can and hope for a pistol kill. Meteor's great leap, well positioned by middle. Neither side making a move though.
เห็นว่าแล้วอย่างเงี้ย10 โต้เลยวะจริงเดินหน้า10 โต้
Yes.
That's what I was worried about.
I think it's fine to take that risk though, you know, in a round like this.
Yeah. But you can't be doing those on those actual buy rounds.
No,
Write this one off.
4 players over towards the A site though. Spikes over towards C. So not sure we're really going to see much of an overinvestment here from T1. DH is going to stick around, see if he can get up to a bit of a ruckus himself. Actually gets out alive. This is all going
ครับจีให้ชนะโดดแรกนาวีครับโดดแรกนาวีชิซุย
Perfect positioning all throughout. I think Varel are just going to have to take the long, safe route towards C. And in all that time, Buzz just sets up min-maxes every little bit of advantage they have. He gets his ult. Smokes are up as well. DH can put another one up, but they're going to leave it open because they want to farm.
remaining.
ทำตอนนี้ก็กอบโกเอฟได้หน่อยให้คนไทยชื่นใจเหรอน่าลงวันอาทิตย์อ่ะยังตัดไม่เสร็จเลยว่ะ
Can't get any more done for Varel, so the gap closes
คลิ
to
ปมันยาวคลิป
2.
มันยาว
You said you were worried about this defensive half. This next round will be the big tell as to what this might look like
ท่าน
for
พิจารณ์อ
Varel.
โพสมาสวัสดีครับ
It really would be. So I'm not really inspired by too much apart from that
รีบ
one
ทำไม่อยู่
little
รีบทำ
retake
ไม่อยู่นะ
protocol on the pistol. This one is just perfect. Every single advantage.
ต้องทำ X ซ้ำไม่รอบนี้
maximizes it. Buzz has his ult
ไปถามคนใน X มาไปถามฝรั่งมาว่า
his hunter
อยากได้ซับกันไหม
and that's gonna be
ฝรั่งมันบอกมันไม่อยากได้นะ
depending on how the rest of this half could go. Once more with the early A presence, nothing marking the back, and I think Pharaoh should start to recognize that they can
ก็เลย
maybe start to test that as well, because it's not a cipher, it's a chamber. As long as meter doesn't show anything, Pharaoh might be able to start to send up flanks, but now it's gonna be go time.
Once again, they're going to play for the retake. Foxy9 might have a crack.
Oh,
my word. Bit of a tap in onto Izu, though Zexy will fall as well. So both the Neons out of play early on in this round. Plan's going to go down.
แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวจะไปทำอันนี้ดูอ่ะไปทำเป็น AI ดู
I don't know if it's spotted meteor.
มึงถ้ามึงจะไม่ให้คนไทยแล้วก็ไทยคนไทยทำมึงน่าจะมีให้ด้วยเลยไอ้สัตว์เอ้ย
Maybe a
อัน
flash
นี้บุญ
around
เฮ้
the
ย
corner.
เฮ้ย
No, they've
เฮ้ย
not cleared it. You
เฮ้ย
have to clear that. Meteor will get
Okay.
3. A simple mistake for Varel will lose him the round.
Enemies close.
Sure. And you know what's the ironic thing about that is that position is where Foxy9 was causing such a problem for T1 from as well.
Both sentinels on both teams. This is
อย่าลืมเกาคำนี้ได้ครับ
I was worried.
มี3ชาร์เปอร์ไหมมีชาร์เปอร์มีเหมือนกัน ชาร์เปอร์3 วัน
You
จันทร์
you can't go down like this.
เอฟเอเป็นไงบ้างอาจารย์มาดูไม่ทันหรอแพ้ครับ
Bonus for T1. Now they're off to eco or half
ต้องเป็น
buy.
ภาษาป่าที่สุดอะ
T1 are just having their way with things. Oh, it goes again. Now trying to push up in the sea. Let's listen to Varel.
กูเดาว่าทำไทยเป็นอังกฤษน่าจะง่ายกว่าอังกฤษไปไทยใช่ป่าวะ
야, 오 몰아준다 피닉스 얘들아.
최대한 안 찍어볼게 그냥.
Spike planted.
한테 주고 싶은데.
챔버 A 쪽판 것도 생각해야 될 듯.
에이 아울러.
생각해 너네.
เอารอ
CCT 믿는가 보죠.
กูอ้อมมันมาแล้วกูได้ไทมิ่งกูได้1
And it's just stock standard. They tried to go for something, but immediately met
พีซ
with
สวัส
the
ดีครับ
outlaw
ไม่ใช่
all
ผมคุย
sorts
กับ
of
กำแพง
resistance.
ไอ้ไม่เป็น
T1
พีซวันเดอ
immediately
ร์
has
ฟัก
to
ไม่
side
เป็น
at
พี
this
ซ
point. Their best
What the hell,
bet
bro?
just to try to find exits or die to the spike. It's
อยากได้
not
ซับเขม
looking
ร
good for Varel.
No, 8-8 will be the scoreline. There's no doubt about that. And all of a sudden, this map starts to feel
Damn
a little bit
T1
rough in the air.
อะไรน่าจะยากกว่านะ
That
อังกฤษไปไทยน่ายากกว่าไทย
Varel
เป็นอังกฤษ
fairy tale
อะ
finish feels a little far away now.
Well, the clock's hitting midnight pretty soon. Well, not literally, in Korea at least, but you know the whole Cinderella bit. At least they're going to be able to buy up in the next round, but I do wonder if you want
มีซ้ำด้วยสัตว์มีซ้ำด้วยบัต
or not.
ไอ้บัตมีซ้ำด้วย
Because right now you're just kind of almost reacting to
Yeah,
everything.
it's up Spain.
They've only really
Some
had
Spain,
one
yeah.
gun round, so I think if you're the coach here, you probably do give Varel a couple of chances to see if they can figure it out themselves.
Okay, and they do have Zexy and an op now, but
Yeah, that's a little bit different.
it's T1 towards B.
He's been struggling to have impact on this map.
เว้ยแล้วนัก
though.
ตันหล่อ
And
ว้าว
B
ไอ้
side,
แบบสวยจัด
very quick plan. No.
No
What?
way, bomb
He's
drop.
got the hot hands. That's weird. Not a big deal. LP getting sent back.
มีภาษาทั่วไหมอันนี้จะมีครับอันนี้มีแน่นอน
On the attack,
อย่าไปห่วงครับ
but
ภา
Varel
ษาทั่ว
have what could be their first round on the defensive half getting put together here. Zexy's forward with some nice positioning. There's nothing happening over towards A. You don't need any other players there. So heavy defense in towards mid, towards B, towards C.
Just hold.
Yep. Good smoke.
วาเรล W ไม่
Just as
เฮีย
Meteor wants to try to get some
W อยู่นะ
information,
แต่ว่า
but
มันจะ
Smoke
โชว์
loses
แล้ว
his
ว่ะ
space. Now
Munchkin.
the push into garage might be the only option left for T1, but it seems as though Varel are ready for it, prepared for it, and aware, but they
Totally,
still
yeah.
don't win the duels. No, that is criminal. Klaus, aware that he has given away his position on the site, now still has to fight, and he does. It's Buzz that goes down. Oh,
Totally,
missed shot
yeah.
from Zexy. That is going to be painful. And it's all on the shoulders of Klaus to pull off a big clutch here. 25 seconds on that plant. He's got to be prepared for both these players' positions. He's been given the information. Now he just has to hit the shot.
Whoa!
Klaus, 8-8. Will go now to 9 for Varel, and they hold on to the lead. Klaus coming in as the super sub, or the change up in the lineup, is delivering.
Oh my god. Comes back in. Beautiful. Sub down for Boxy9, steps back in for Cinder. And this is just amazing. Sure, they were tested quite a bit, a little bit reactive still with everything, but it does show they have a bit of prep for this match, especially against T1 as well. The run it back hot hands. I don't know if that was improvised, but they quickly recognized that that's what T1 tends to do. It's a set play of T1s that they oftentimes
ทุกอย่างดูสดใสมีความสุข
employ,
มึง
I
มัล
should
ติ
have
เวิร์สหน่อยเนี่ยเนาะ
Down to the retake, that was amazing. We go again. It's now Zexy in the right position. Let's see if he meets his mark. He should. Has to. Has been silent.
ทำไมเทมทีมดูทีวันไม่รู้มันเหมือนกันวะ
Like you mentioned. But peek with the drone. Now it's Meteor and an insert as well. The drone doesn't see it. If Zexy pushes up much further and thinks to hold the angle for A lobby,
อันนี้เป็นการล่อจังสงสัยแต่งตัวเป็นงานแต่งเอฟออนอยู่เลยรอเป็นพิเศษงานแต่มันตอนเช้านะสิใช่ไหมอันนี้เป็นงานเลิกลางกันครับเขาเลิกกันแล้วเวลานี้เดี๋ยวค่อยตื่นมาแต่งตัวอีกทีตอนเช้า
I think Zexy might be dead if Meteor comes back.
Or not.
Or not. I mean, yeah, if the call is from T1 to come back over, then Zexy might get himself
ปาด
You can't whiff.
แตก
Tough. It was an awkward spot for him, but Suna makes amends for it by catching Meteor, who was trying to pick the pace up over towards A. Smoke's going to go into heaven. The rest of Varel starting to rotate their way through. Buzz sent back. Klaus underneath heaven. Holding to see that push coming out. T1 would have been in the blender if they committed to that. So it's actually a good cancel, but Zuna is getting this info. Oh! More than that, he gets a kill.
And a bit of damage against Izu too.
Oh, TP back over.
Oh, they think it's
cancelled. Towards B. Still have Foxy with the hat available.
เอาตัวโลสไลด์มาเจอเซิร์ฟ
Back to check B. It's not really going to be a body for.
ยังไงบัสบอกกูอยู่คนเดียวในไซส์นานไงสัตว์ดูข่าวดีเฮ็ดนอกไซส์รู้อีกซ้ายมือแต่ดีเฮ็ดลองวาไปขวาวาไปขวาซ้ายขวาไม่รู้ฟ็อกซี่นายบอกแต่กูล็อกซ้ายอุ้ยดีเฮ็ดได้คมลองอีกทีดีเฮ็ดยังไงดีเฮ็ด
Wait.
What's happening?
Come on.
He's got time.
Okay.
He's picking up a rifle or something.
That got caught up in the moment.
Oh
my god, what a... Oh, what a
เป็น
round.
แพ้ยับเลยเหรอครับยับครับ
10 on the board for Varel.
T1.
เมื่อกี้เป็นอะไรคุณว่าคีย์บอร์ดทำการที่กูเป็นฮันนิทานะมึง
Great shot from
มึงทำอะไรวะ
Yes. Has Hunter's Fury now as well off of that. But fantastic kills, quickly recognizing, quickly holding the positions
แปะมืออยู่เหรอ
And you know what? I do have to
หวาบ
remind
ไปเลยอะเมื่อกี้
our talent predictions for this matchup as well. We might have
เขา
just
แต้มมืออยู่
done
แต้มมืออยู่
it.
แต้มมืออยู่ไอ้มึงดิฟิวอ่ะมึงดิฟิวอ่ะมึงอย่าพึ่ง
Okay, Peril.
มือซ้ายในเกมเป็นมือคือแล้วนะจ๊ะก็จริงนะแต่ไม่ชอบอ่ะ
T1 in the hot seat.
Oh, there's some sad-looking faces in the T1 coaching booth, I'll say.
วาบล้างวาบหลอก
My goat Munchkin.
แต่ถ้าเธอหยอกอย่ามาหลอกรัก
Still is the goat regardless of the result of
ได้ป่าวะ
this
ไม่รู้อะ
match, but
it is nice when there's a sign that we can read.
Yes, because we can't read the others. But either way, what we can
And now
read is the fact that this is the second timeout of the map from T1 Coach KDG. It's been a bit puzzling. They started off incredibly well, but Varel immediately reacts and reads to it. Or holds.
ฟอร์ซีนายฟอร์มเสถียรขึ้นไม่ออกจากจีได้ขึ้นเหมือนกัน
Sexy in a forward position, even though it was a whiff.
ป้ายเขียนสวยลายมือสวยครับวาเร็วนี้เน้นยิงได้ F9 มาฟอร์ซีนายมาคุ้มกว่า10ตัวหน้าฟอร์มคล้ายๆเหรอ
I really feel that they're starting to believe in themselves as well.
ไม่ W เมื่อกี้ W ไงสวยเมื่อกี้ชุ่มสวยรูปอ่ะรูป
They
สวย
want to hold on to this lead.
ใช่ไหม
And you look at the double trips are outside of C as well. There's just a chamber we can push out middle. T1 are going to be slowed down by
ทำไมมึงกดดนตรีวะมึงข่าวอะไรเนี่ย
Here we go. Straight into the C site. Foxy9 is the anchor here.
ว้าวมึงดูทีมเวิร์กมันดิมึงดูทีมเวิร์กมันดิ
Is really causing a problem. There's just nowhere to go, and T1 might be finally able to break their way in. Drone goes forward. LP not spotting anything. Has to try and creep his way in. Does get the better of Munchkin plan. As of yet, not on the
ช็อกดาดสุนะช็อกดาด
Tough though. There's a lot of angles that you've got to clear out here, but the
ช้าไปเพื่อน
at least they're being given a
ถ้า
bit
ทำ
of
ตั้งแต่
space
แรก
to
นะ
work their
หวาน
way
เจี๊ยบ
out.
เลยว่ะ
Meteor, though, bottom along with an op is going to be a tough one to deal with. No smokes
Meteor op
available.
มุม
Walls
ใกล้
not there either for LP. So I don't know how you win this as Varel. You just have to shoot.
คม
And it's not easy. These are unfavorable.
เฮียวะไปทางเดียวกันเหรอวะ LP ไม่รู้แฟลชไม่มีมีเทียวแง้มมีเทียวปืนแล้วมีเทียวยิง
Meteor will finish it off. T1 gets a 9. And they
คือว่า
slow
แทนมามันดีครับ
down Varel's
เอฟ
victory
ดุง
lap.
ดิงปะดุงปะดุงดิงไอ้แค่ยังมีอยู่ปะวะเนี่ย
I mean, off the timeout to try to pull a tricky play against
Oi!
T1 who
What?
just
Did,
sent
bro.
it
Hacking,
straight
bro.
into C site. It was always going to be a tough situation, but they did make it close. Hunters for
เช
everything.
ทีวันไม่ได้
invested.
เชียร์แค่พากแค่ฟัง
That said, though, T1 does play it well. After getting the spike
ให้
down,
มา
things
วาเรลต่อนะครับ
cool off a bit.
เฮ้ย
And
มันมานั่งดีเลยว่ะ
it's going to be Meteor with the operator doing much better than I have to say.
ดีว่ะ
Zexy, who's just really not doing
ไม่ได้เล่นกันมานั่งเป็น
much
โค้ช
right now. Maybe he just goes off on a shotgun at some point. Who knows? But for this upcoming round, at least, despite the timeout from Coach TK9 on Varel's side, they're not going to be able to forward much. It's going to be 10-10 again.
พร้อมหนุ่มปากีคนหนึ่งในวาโรคอมมูไทยก่อนเข้ามันถามว่าคุณได้รู้จักเพจนี้มาจากไหนกูตอบไปJJazแม่งไม่อนุมัติกูว่ากูผิดยังไง
So
มึงใจหรือเปล่า
about something here as
ไม่ใช่
Varel.
แล้วมั้ง
You're right that the op isn't having a huge amount of impact, but if
ไม่ใช่
Zexy
แล้ว
can
มั้ง
the overdrive find
ใช่ไหม
1 or 2 in this round, pull this one back, that could be a killing blow for T1. This is
อุ้ย
not the only
นา
timeout,
วี
by
แย
the
ก
way,
ทาง
that
กับอาดิน
Varel have
เหรอ
got available to them. You're going to
เอา
invest
ดิ
in a rifle there again for Foxy9. He has been so impactful on these hero rifles. I think Varel are really going to give this one a crack.
ไล่ออดประกาศแบนอาดิต
All right. Might
ไล่
as
ออด
well.
ไม่ให้อาดิตโคสตีมนาวีก็บอกเลยว่าเราขอ
T1 are a team that can really switch things up as
ไม่
well.
ยุ่ง
Switching
เกี่ยว
up
กับ
the
อาดิต
pace
แล้ว
a bit now. Varel are discouraged from taking further space, so it's somewhat reactive, but they do have a stack towards long, and that's about it.
Stuck towards
เฮี
long.
ย
To be pretty
ว่าเดี๋ยวลี
useful.
โออีกคนนึง
Meteor once again has been
เนี่ย
left up to his own devices on short, and when he got
ไม่แต่
this
ลีโอ
far,
มันไม่มีอะไรให้ประกาศหรอกเพราะว่าลีโอไม่ได้วันปาร์ตี้ไงไม่ได้โคสตรีม
The
ไม่ได้มี
difference
ส
this
กัดอะ
time, though, is that no one's really up front to really delay things, and they don't really have the guns. It's all just Foxy9.
I back him, man. He's been getting 3Ks whenever you need them from him. He
จะ
can
รู้
do
ดี
it
ว่ามันเป็น
again.
ใครน้องมาครับเป็นใคร
rushing? I
นัก
don't
บอลใช่ไหม
know. Oh,
Foxy9.
ทำไมมันเลี้ยนหน่อยแค่อาดิตเลี้ยนจัดอะ
Deeper into long.
มัน
He
ไป
might
ดู
catch
ถ้วยหญิงแล้วมันเลี้ยน
Meteor
ครับ
here.
มันพูดแบบ
He certainly could catch Meteor, but the kill will go
เหี้ย
the
ละ
other
มันเกลียด
way.
กันเลยอะเออ
That
Rifle
might be Varel's chance in the round.
ไป
Up in
114
smoke.
บวกมี
back up. Maybe they try to get a flank against Meteor.
Oh, overdrive from
Here's the
Zexy. The
ball.
investment is here.
Wait,
Spike
what?
is going to be dropped. Fast lane to just create a bit of chaos. And remember, there is that flank coming through
เอฟ
from
ฟอร์มเป็นยังไงครับ
LP.
ดูไม่ทันดีแล้วครับ
He's got to slow it down though, because Meteor's on the line. He's fallen off of the line. All of a sudden, this becomes doable. LP in the back line. Remember, he's on for one freebie at the very
รอดได้ไงวะ
Varel. Take the round out of nowhere.
เม
Absolutely
เทียวงการ
wrong.
เวลาเหรอ
T1
วงการเจ
thought
ลา
they
โต้
had it.
นี่
they
จ้าง
had
จ้างอา
the
ดิตกี่บาทพี่
position
ไม่ได้
and
จ้างค
Meteor
รับ
pushed all the way up.
แต่ที่แน่ๆโดน
Support
อี
his
โคเนี่ย
team,
เออ
watch the angle towards C Lake or something.
กูแลบไป
But
กิน APM what the
immediately,
fuck
line up with the relay bolt. Overdrive gets pushed in. Klaus on a separate angle as well makes him a tough target to hit. And in all that time, LP up from behind, run it back, has a rifle off of Foxy9's corpse. This is now more than double digits for Varel. One more is all they need for map point.
วาเรล20ที่วันอย่างนั้นเหรอวะ
Playing such a chaotic style.
The
T1
judge
look like they want to meet them
Oh.
at their own game. They're going to go
Sexy.
fast on into the
Oh.
side. Zexy's here with the
Oh.
judge for two.
Oh.
Any flick out of nowhere. Varel are just utterly decimating T1 today. It is only Meteor left alive. And Varel are
What
going to go
the
to 12. They are
fuck?
going to have 3 series of points against T1. This is T1, by the way, that beat PaperX last week.
Damn.
I see you throw
T1
those
ที่เราวาด
papers
เต็ง
around.
Varel didn't win a series for 6
Yeah.
months. And now they might go back to back in week 1 to 2.
6 months is a hell of a way to put things into perspective.
What month are we in? We're
Varel
in the
ที่
7th
เรา
month
วาด
of the
เต็ง
year.
I mean, Pilsky was saying like what 8 games, but 6 months. That's a long
โดน
time.
พี่วาเรลเด้งใส่แล้วว่ะ
Whew, you come back, you're taking down a giant like T1.
T1
I
vs
think
10 ตัว
everybody
ชัปเปอ
wants
ร์
to see Varel win this game.
10ตัวกันวิน
Celebration on the stage is going to be insane if they do it.
T1's broke. It's stingers.
Okay, this is it. This is the round you have to do it in. It's the best opportunity you're going to get. Foxy9 in the position. This shot, but does recalibrate 1 for 1. Meteor catches Zexy. Varel, don't let it slip.
Okay.
They are letting it slip.
W
They
throws
have to cool their jets, but it's Meteor. What are you gonna do? He's so good in this position.
มันไม่
He's
น่าเพราะ
working
เฮีย
out
นะ
that
ที่
middle,
ซุย
catching rotations left, right, center.
วาเรลมันโหดเกิน
Gold
ไป
team
ว่ะ
now can assert themselves in the A side, get the spike, and T1 will be looking fine and dandy
เรา
there.
เจอวาเรลเราจะไหวไหมแชท
Feral do have a lot of cash to splash though, so can always give it a good shot. Push outside a garage, maybe
ยัก
get
ษ์
a
ล้ม
flank
หมด
against Meteor. I mean, you have so much time. He should not expect it, but he does.
เจอใครก็ไม่ไหว
Are they
ตรง
gonna
นี้แค่
pass
ดู
each
จริง
other? No.
Enemy remaining.
Okay.
It's largely a moot point how many guns Varel lose here. They've got
12 9 12มันหนาวพวกเองรู้ปะเนี่ยเอ
next
อ
round. It's
ใช่ไหม12มันหนาว
battle to creep their way forward. T1, they need 3 rounds in a row, and they're going to be tough rounds to get through. But this will be 1 out of 3.
Yeah. Great way to start though. And as much as
ไม่
we're
น่ารับ
kind
คุณ
of,
ทรงอะจัดอีกทีเพย์อ
I
อฟอะ
imagine
ถ้าได้
most
ไป
of
อะ
the fans watching back home as well are rooting. You're getting your money's worth if you're a
กับผม
Korean
หมูกรอบไหม
fan in the stands. You're just it's just so entertaining to
จะ
see
กินหวาน
both
กินหมูกรอบ
teams
อะ
fight
ตัว
with
นี้ทำอะไร
every
ต่อตัววัน
ounce
นี้
of
มียุโรป
effort
ไหมมี
they've
คิด
got.
ดูขอดูดีไหมหมดลมว่ะ
It's
ดู
just
จิม
week 2
ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ย
stage
เซ็ง
2.
จัด
Let's keep going.
อันนี้ทำอะไรพี่จายอันนี้เรือนะครับน้องชาย
Cycle these through for the next several rounds, couple of rounds. Feral needs to play it safe.
บอลยังอยู่ฟูลเซนไหมไม่รู้เลยครับ
So a bit more maybe retake
ต้องให้บอลมาบอก
centric kill trip setup towards A site. Foxy9 wants to bank off of it. The rest of the team to hold with a stack closer towards C.
ตัวนี้คิดว่าทีมไหน
They've
เป็นนัก
cleared
ล่า
out the drone meter not spotted. But T1 can always cancel and
มันมา
re-clear
ล่า
back
พวกเรา
themselves.
แล้
But right
ว
now,
มันมาล่าพวกเรา
more of an
แล้
intention
ว
towards this A site where it's a retake setup.
It is. Klaus can get over here pretty quickly. The rest of the guys might take a little longer. Don't really have any big impact ultis available to Varel, whereas T1 do have that run it back.
มึงเชียร์อะไรก็แพ้กูไม่ได้เชียร์ทีวันนะแค่บอกกูเชียร์ทีวันเนี่ยกูไม่ได้เชียร์ทีวันนะ
Completely open for now.
Pure
Just
noise now.
util.
เชียร์วันแล้วนะเนี่ย
Sexy.
Run it back.
เพิ่งมาโค้ดอะไรโค้ดลิทแมนช็อปครับใช้ส่วนใช้โค้ดดันส่วนลด 5% ครับกูตัดสวยไฟ
He
สวย
gets
จัด
that reload bolt down, and that might actually slow things down enough. The barrel can get across. Klaus, Zexy in onto the kill feed for all the right reasons, and it's over. In the blink of an eye, it is over. The giant has been felled by the unlikeliest of heroes. Barrel have gone back to back.
The dream is real, boys.
Wow.
Oh my God, everyone.
ไอ้เหี้ยทีวันลองเด็กมันเล่า
Regardless
เลย
of what anyone tells you, you have to believe. From absolutely, truly, zero to hero. Taking down his former seniors in the form of Buzz. I mean, I know Stack's not really playing in the server, but maybe Munchkin as well, and he just jumps for joy. What a moment, what a game. And to do it all in a 2-0 fashion.
It's a great way to put it. You have to believe. I don't
Damn,
know how many
Mario,
people
bro.
truly believed in Varel coming into this
Damn,
split, but the one important factor is
คิดถึงออตตามหรือเปล่าคิดถึงออตตามหรือเปล่า
starting to be rewarded. A win last week.
ตัวแข่งเมื่อไหร่วันเดือนหน้าครับดู
And
ที
now
ม
Varel out of absolutely nowhere, out of
ดูพับจีต่อไหมดูพับจีต่อไหมแชทดูพับจีต่อไหมดูไหม ดูนะดูจำเป็นตัวใส่กูเชียร์วาเลวครับถ้าเชียร์ทีวันมันก็ได้แต้ม4กล้าไปแข่งไหมเราติดตามคลิป JJaz นี่คืออะไรอ๋อเปิดไปแล้วครับในสตรีมเมื่อวานครับคิดโซคนจัดด่าเนี่ยแชทไม่รู้แชทเห็นยังวาโลใช้หน้าเบรอวาโลใช้หน้าเบรอมันเช่าตึกอะ200ตึกอะมาเปิดวาโลอะครบรอบ3 ปี
一起上！
来吧，走起 ！Come on, let's go！
我既是锋利的
ใช้หน้าเบรอ
也是不。
พับจีไปถึงไหนแล้วครับมาโดดเท่าไหร่เนี่ย
T1 Ty finds December 12th. Suze falls out of the cards. That happens. Ty finds Nans. JDD is falling apart. I was talking about it. If they didn't get a southern shift, they're gonna have a hard time. And Ty has just been the man to do exactly that.
Oh no, they try to go for the pull-up with 3 and Type gets 1 and the other goes down as just fat fingering F a little bit, and now Type is free US delivery. Cold 119 will try to see if he can take him down, but Type is going to get him as well. Taking down all 4 of JDG, and look at the smile on his face. He knows he just got away with murder.
ยังแต่ใกล้แล้ว
across to that bench, you saw him doing the Korean
ไอ้นี่
slide.
60 แต้ม
Perfectly executed. Mechanical skill in this guy is just next level. Rimsey, 50 damage here from a mortar. The other one does not connect as it's just moved a little bit further.
ผู้2ใครชนะวาเวลครับ
The trees comes death, doom, and destruction. Will Falcons will stay alive? Okay, still all eyes on Falcons as T1 will now return to this Gen G incident after picking up a little bit more utility. They can now make this push with a little bit more confidence. Heather will go down to Bean. D gonna find Type, but in the end, oh no, Dean still alive. Gen G holding strong here. It looked like the push from T1 was gonna be more effective, but Gen G is just keeping them at bay, reigning now the last player left alive. And look at 17, they're starting to get more active.
17 is trying to ensure that the space that they have on the southern side is theirs, and they know they're inevitably going to be fighting Na'Vi here. Gustav finds a Khan, and Falcons realize it's EK. It's a team that's currently not inside the top 16. If they deny them space here, you know that our PUBG Weekly Series
คืออันนี้เรามาลุ้นอะไรเรามาลุ้นชาร์เปอร์ก็ฟูลเซนครับลุ้นชาร์เปอร์ให้เข้ารอบลุ้นฟูลเซนให้อยู่ในรอบ
My goodness. In the land of culinary masters, Gustav is
working
these grenades perfectly, but Shrimsy will find 2. EJ will find 2 though in return. GK not going down without a fight. It is so hard to push anybody as a 4-man squad in this game. Everybody is doing such a good job of holding on the line. But T1 does get eliminated. Shrimsy, the last player left alive. Big battle versus Park Pro. He's going to do a lot of damage, but it's not going to matter. GK holds the line.
ทำไมรู้สึกว่าFSได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนแน่ๆอ๋อแต่ต้องเล่นกับเทียร์2ก็น่าจะดูทรงอย่างนั้นนะครับต้องเล่นเพย์อินว่ะโน้มน้าวไปเพย์อินเยอะอยู่ครับมีอะไรจะบอกว่าไงแต่ยุกี้
There's some pressure here, but they're gonna go for the rest.
เฮ้ยไอ้เหี้ยมึงจูบ่อยสัตว์ไอ้เหี้ยพี่ตัวบอกมึงจูบ่อยเชี่ยนี่ดิ
gets a top 4.
ไอ้ถั่ว
What a play from being there, just backing it on in. Why not? Well, Gen G now has control over the entire north side of this zone. We are in zone 7, and all they have to do is really just kind of hold the line, wait, and see if 17 and Na'Vi are ever forced to go into each other, as they are still full 4-man squads. Na'Vi once again playing by the playbook of let's just keep 4 alive. I mean, nobody's really pressed them that much coming out of Palace. 17 kind of in the same boat, like they sent it to that good position early. Nobody really came in. If they did, they defended it well. 5 kills for 17 so far. But it looks like Na'Vi might be considering sending it up to the north, so that's going to put Gen G back on the clock.
And surely if Navi wins this. They're gonna shift
จะเรียก
into
ใครชนะ
how
เขมร
hungry
คนหนึ่งกู
and
เพิ่งโดนไป
fragging
กูได้เข้า
superstars
แล้ว
we
วะ
know they
กู
are
ว่า
here.
แอ
But
ด
then
มิน
again,
คอม
if
มู
you just
วา
get
โร
these
ไทยอยู่
circles,
ใน
why
ไล
not
ฟ์นี้
just
แน่
take
นอน
it?
เครื่องหมายสี่เห
Why
ลี่ยม
not
เรื่
play
องเหลือ
around
จะ
with it?
เชื่อ
You do the same
ใช่ปะเนี่ย
as
ไม่ใช่แล้วมึงมั่วแล้วไอ้
I
เหี้ย
do love myself
จริงปะ
some
เนี่ย
of the kind of play style we see
น้อง
from
ไอ
Navi
ซ์สวั
when
สดี
they're
ครับ
extremely
วันนี้
aggressive,
แปซิ
just
ฟิก
pull
จบ
up
เร็ว
and
จัง
everything,
แปซิฟิก
drive by
ปีน
and
ล่างกันดี
everything. But with new
กู
leadership
ไม่เชื่อ
within
ใจ
the
เป็นหลอด
team,
ชนะ3 รอบติดต่อ
deciding a little bit differently how the game plays out. That has shifted towards being extremely winner chicken dinner heavy, and I
ไอ้
like
บอส
what
ดู
I'm
อยู่ไอ้บอส
seeing. You can guarantee yourself these top 4
ไอ้บอสรู้จัก
positions
ไอ้เหี้ยบอก
alongside
แล้ว
some of the kills that's
เอ็น
going
เอ
to
รู้
come
ไหม
along
อ่ะ
with it.
นะ
That's going to pay off.
from CR67
when
ขุ
you're
ดอกละไอจะเจิมทีมไหน
speaking from
แม่
a
งซวยทุ
viewer
กทีม
perspective,
อาหารกว่า
when you've
ซอ
got
กาดก็
Hackatory
มัน
and
นี้แหละ
Boostic on your
จัส
team,
เชื่
I
อ
don't
กู
think
รอบ
you
หน้า
want to
มึ
see
ง
them
ลองเงียบ
get
ตี
their
มึง
points
บอกไม่รู้
placement.
รู้
That's
รู้
right.
รู้
Like
รู้
you
เชื่อ
wanna-
กูลั่น
you
ทั้ง
wanna
ทีม
see
บอก
them
เล
doing
ย
going
ส่วน
out
พวก
there
ท็อป
just
เพลเยอร์มึง
popping
มา
heads,
1-1
man,
กับ
fucking
จัส
heads.
ตู
Well,
มาเรียงตั
they're
ว
going to
ฝี
be in
มื
a
อไม่
perfect
ได้ปีน
position
หมาย
to
ถึง
do
จั
just
สนา
that for the rest of the day if they can secure this win.
ทำไมมันเป็นอย่างนั้นล่ะ
Actually, I mean, they might be in perfect position to do it already. 64
มัน
points.
ใช่หรอวะ
They're pretty much on. And
กดแรง
meanwhile,
ระบายลง
Gen
ไป
G
อ่ะ
is
เชื่อ
just
เอาจริงว่าแม่งหมดหัวจริง
absolutely
เชี่ยแรงยังไม่อยากกด
polluted
เลยอ่ะปก
right
ติ
now.
เชี่ยแรง
They
นะ
have the high
ช่วงเนี้ย
ground.
แต่วันนี้แม่ง
17 starting to make their way in. Looks like they maybe got some vision here on Navi. At least one part of their duo did. Xiaowu taking shots over in that direction. Not finding any knocks.
You know what I hope for this game here? I
16
do
เว
hope
ลาไล่
that
อาร
this
มณ์
next circle is going to go northwest, where 17 and Navi is forced to fight each other, and Gen G just
อย่าให้
third
17 ชนะ
parties
นะ
and
เว้ย
perfectly kills
เหี้ย
all of them and gets the win. That would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
They found an arm up there, and now the circle does go center, and it does kind of force both 17 and Navi to
มันมี
take
เว็บ
a
ดู
little
ตาราง
bit
รวม
of
เมื่อวาน
space
แช
ahead
ท
of them. But 17 does have a good ridge to play here. But once we get a little bit deeper into this game, they're gonna try to figure out, is it worth maybe trying to sweep the western side to
ได้
get
ดิ
Gen G
เอา
up?
17ได้
That'd
ชิ
be
บหาย
two
ดิ
guaranteed points from the kills if they get them.
เอานาวี
And
ดิ
the point for placement. But then that'll enable Navi to perfectly third party that fight. They're gonna have to do it quickly
มีลิควิด
and
เหรอ
swiftly.
I mean, you can see
แต่ลิง
17
เนี่ย
has
ไม่ได้
got
ได้
a
ครับ
little bit of a ridge line here that they're working with that they can hold on to for now. And that's giving them some angles onto Navi. But other than that, they're not really
แข่ง
seeing
กี่วัน
anything.
วันนี้วัน
Navi's
สุดท้าย
got
ของ
that
กลุ่ม
pickaxe
สเตท
they're
ครับ
digging
พรุ่งนี้
in.
เพย์ออฟละ
And they're
โอ้ย
just,
ขอบคุณครับตาม
they're just
เลย
not
อยู่
providing 17 with
ครับ
any targets.
โย
So eventually this
ดู
ridge
โต
line that
เหรอ
they're working
ตาม
with
เรา
is
ขอ
going
โท
to
ษ
be
นะ
outside of zone. And it's going to force 17 into a different position. And that may
ฮี
be
โร่
what
ลงไหมครับ
Navi
นา
is
วีเหรอ
waiting
ลง
for.
ครับพรุ่ง
Yeah,
นี้มา
I'd
ไม่
rather
มา
see a
พรุ่ง
smart
นี้เป็น
push
ไม่
to
ได้แข่ง
take
กันไหนวะ
space away from Gen G here now with the circle
พรุ่งนี้ว่าลง
closing
มีใคร
in.
แปซิฟิกเดี๋ยว
But
ดูอ่ะ
Place
ดู
gets
ตารางอ่ะ
slowly eliminated, but with a gillied out
ที่หนึ่งกลุ่มสเตท
D
ได้เท่าไหร่500,000 บาท
and a bean with an arm. That's going to make things difficult.
It's only 2 of them, but that is not what you want to have to push into here. Is 17, it feels like, is the one that is kind of on the clock.
บ้านะถ้าโดนอ่ะ
As Bean to spot him out, getting a little bit closer. They cannot allow
เอ้ย
Lil
พับ
Ghost
จี
to get
พรุ่ง
into
นี้เหรอ
grenade
เดี๋ยวดูก่อน
range,
ว่าวาโลมี
which
ใคร
is exactly what he just did. Fortunately for Gen G, that grenade will sail just a little bit long.
คิวเซต้าดีเอ็มเป็นเล็กว่าพรุ่งนี้เป็น
But
เล็กเหรอ
obviously, if Lil Ghost, that's a scary player to give full 3 gear. Left the gun behind, but that does not matter now.
Oh,
John
there you go.
finds a nade onto Ferris.
เป็นเล็กครับพรุ่งนี้ดูเป็นเล็กก่อน
17 doing what they can to get into
เอา
utility
เอา
range.
นาวี
They
เอา
find
เอา
the
เอา
first
เฮีย
one,
นาวีเอา
but
เอาเอา
Navi with the happy feed is going to avoid the next few that come through.
เฮียเมื่อคืนอย่างลั่นเลยเฮียป๋องวันนี้แม่งโอ้แต่มึงพลาดนะเว้ยฟรติกาแบบ3อ่ะ
Gen G using that opportunity to start taking a little bit more space, see if they can get the angles. Sprays come through, get them low, but no knocks to be found just yet. Navi have weathered the initial storm, only losing Ferris. But Tiantan and the rest of the 17 boys have taken up so much space. They have priority here on center dot. You can see what they're working with, the little ditches that they have to hide in. But there you go, a grenade will find Xiao Nawu, and that'll even
ช
things
นะ
up.
พนันติเฮ้ย
So much utility,
ชนะ
so
คือ
many
ชนะเว้ย
nades being thrown here.
เอาแม่ง
They
ดี
don't even get to shoot their guns. So
น้ำมัน
now
นะเว้ยแม่ง
we're
โอ
gonna
ทาม
see
คนเดือดเลยสัตว์
Fires gonna be pushed forward. Being third party though, the Hagatari goes down.
พ
That's
ร้อ
a
ม
big
ซัมวัน
name to take
วัน
out
เสาร์
already.
เรามา
And
เชีย
it's
ร์น้อง
also
ชิมกัน
forcing
เถอะ
Navi to
ส่วน
push
อาทิ
around
ตย์
on
หน้า
this
เรา
south
มีทีม
side.
ที่
So
เชี
this
ย
is
ร์ทั้ง
playing
สอง
out
ทีม
exactly how
เจน
Gen G
ถ้าเชีย
wants
ร์ช
it
นะ
to.
FS
They're
ห
gonna
วาน
force
เจี๊ยบ
Navi
ส่ว
to
นไอ้
push
จัส
into
อยู่เงียบ
17.
ๆ
The
ตัว
Panzer
ไว้บั
Faust
ก
comes
ตัว
through. Does
ได้
have
ครับเนี่ย
damage onto both of them. That was actually a great
อ๋อเป็นไปได้แข่ง
Panzer
เสาร์อาทิตย์เหรอซุปเปอร์วิก
But
เป็นเล็กเหรอ
Wendell now with the blue tickling his heels
เอา
has
กี่
to
ทีนะ
move,
16
and
ใช่
he's
ครับ
gonna
มัน
go
คนสุด
down.
ท้ายเอามาคัด
Boostic will get traded by Lil Ghost, and Gen G in a perfect position to capitalize off of all of it. T plays so aggressive.
เอาเฮียนาวีเหลือ
Gen
1
G
จิน
might
เหลือ
take this. It's a
2จินเหลือ
2v1v2.
2เอานาวีแตกรอ
Finds him, but he's down now. That's Navi out. And 17 wins because of the blue damage.
It's a chicken dinner for them. I do not think they expected that, considering the looks on their faces.
I don't think they did either. I think 17 thought they were down to one player. He was bleeding out, and all of a sudden he just gets the game winner screen. So winner chicken dinner for 17 as Gen G left to sit there and wonder, like, maybe he just lost it in the smoke. I don't know what happened.
มันจะมีนะส่งไปให้อ่านไม่มีอ่านมาถามมันเดียว
Others they need
17
a
ชนะ
compass.
แย่ดิไม่ใช่หรอ
Definitely
ตามฟูเซนนี่ทั้งนั้นอ่ะ
lack of sense of direction it feels like, but then again stun grenades everything, you can get extremely blinded and we don't have the information here. Let's go. Goodness. Lots of fans in the arena here today and for sure hoping for a placement inside the top 16 so you can get into that finals, and 17
overall
did
standing
exactly what was needed.
ไม่ต้องดูนี่
ได้
18 แต้มอันนี้อัปเดตยังโยจิตใจสวัสดีครับอันนี้ไม่ได้อัปเดต92 แต้มตอนนี้โอเคเอฟเอไอมิดนาวีได้มันจี้ที่1ไงโอ้โหมันอีกไกลนึกว่าไม่มีใครไหวกับมิดแล้ว
รวมแกตทูโซผมอยากชวนคุณมาร่วมงานกับผมเป็นงานถ่ายวิดีโอสบายๆเวลาถ่ายทำแค่2 ชั่วโมงถ้าคุณสนใจก็ติดต่อผมกลับมาได้เสมอกลัวไม่เอาแล้วครับ รอมันอัปเดตก่อนมาเนี่ยไอ้คัตทูมันอ่านว่ายังไงไว้ชื่อแค่เนี่ยไอ้นักแสดงเนี่ยสุก RIQ เซต้าเป็นไปเล่น DFM เสา CE หนองชิม TST1 อาทิตย์เป็นไปเล่น DRA เจน GRQ เว้ยก็คือ RIQ Super Week เป็นไปเล่น Super Week ที่วัน Super Week ว้าว
On the edge of the blue zone as well. So rough, but yeah, well played by them, of course. You're trying to avoid giving points over to teams you're fighting up against directly here, so that was important to do. The second place in the kills to come alongside.
ล่วงไป2นะครับตอนนี้
Well, also great news for 17 because they definitely had a slow start by their standards yesterday.
Absolutely.
And then so far through 2 games here today, they have looked
fantastic.
7 kills that time. For I think 51 points overall.
โอ้ยในกลุ่มมีแค่ชุดเต้นไม้เนี่ยที่ตามทันนี่เฮียไม่มีใครเร็วนาวีทำเฮียไม่ได้เร็ว
position to get a lot of work done, but they ended up losing just too many players in their battle against Falcons.
เป็นไอ้ถั่วไปเถอะถือว่าขอเหลืออีก3ทีมเนี่ยตกเอฟไปถึงจะรอดหรอไม่แล้วมึงดูแต้มนะ56 55 51
All these teams left to wonder what to do for these last 4 games, but we're going to
โดนท้ายไม่เหล็ก4 โดด
and 17.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I've got Lil Ghost here from 17 Gaming, an impressive day number 2 so far.
แต่มันจะบอกทีมไหนแข่งวันไหนหรอแล้วนี่จบแล้วป่ะอันนี้ของวันเนี้ยแต่แค่อยากดูแต้มรวมไงว่าใครได้ไปต่อใครไม่ได้ไปต่อวันนี้วันท้ายแล้วครับวันนี้วันท้ายแล้วคือถ้าเอฟเฟกต์ตกไป17คือแตกครับบอกแค่นี้ก็ต้องระวังเขากี่ทีมเขา16 ทีมแล้วเนี่ยถึงสีเขียวเนี่ยชัดเห็นไหมอ๋อกดอย่างนี้ไม่ได้โอ้ขอบคุณนะครับดีเทลสเตต49 แต้มมันเดียวมิดมึงบ้าหรือเปล่าวะเฮียโหดจัด
from หลวงพ่อเจมส์ Can I see you a ดอกจัน I will give you all of my pocket but my pocket has like 2 bucks
โอ้ I take 2 บาทน่าจะใส่70 บาทบอกกิมมี่ I told you แบบ I want I want
want to ask you about your latest signings this year with Tian and Wenbo. How are they fitting into the team? How are they gelling? And kind of what's their role?
那么我们知道呢，你的这个团队是非常强大的，而且呢是
在我们的整个的现金当中，尤其是在我们这个游戏比赛当中呢，都是非常知名的。但是你最新有一些新的成员，像天天和温波，我们想 ไม่หรอบางทีไม่ได้แข่งวันนี้ไงใช่ป่ะ
对于这个团队有什么样的影响，或者说他们是否
อย่างเช่นซูเปอร์ไม่ได้แข่งวันนี้ชาโดไม่ได้แข่งวันนี้เฮ้ยกลัวรอดเดี๋ยวนะตามกับฟูเซนมีใครวะ1 ทีม 2 ทีม 2 ทีม 2 ทีมเท่านั้นหรอโอ้ชิบชี้ไป
Even better. That would be incredible to see because you've started.
2 โลบักเปล่านูไอ้ว่า$2
Extremely strong. Congratulations. Thank you very much, little guys, for joining me in this interview.
วันนี้วันท้ายจะเคยอยู่มิดไหมไม่เคยครับ
Coming your way right after this.
จะอยู่ฟูเซนแล้วก็ไปโซเซียแล้วก็มาทารอนครับเฮียแตกยับแตกยับ
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a
อยู่มาคัดอีสปอร์ตไหมหรอเอาดี
in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Attention, entire world! Hear my proclamation. Schneisel has surrendered to me. As a result of this, I am now in control of both the Damocles and the Play Away.
แดบตาไทยคอนซีวันไม่ทันเบลจัดไปแรงมาวันนี้แกเซ็งเหรอมันไม่มีลมเลยอะดิ Hello จังซื้ออันยองอาซิโอ brother GG man
But they're fine. They're already in the finals. Navi, give me this. The people out there could pick better than you. Tell us
ตอนนี้
your
แชร์พวกอยู่
predictions
พวก
in
ที่
the
อยู่บน
chat
เอฟเฟ
for
ก
the
ต์กวยคะแนนเหรอ
I'm gone. I'm leaving. Get out of here. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye. Oh, ridiculous. Gremlin. Ugh.
เป็นประทีนั้นนายเหรอใช่แล้ว
Everybody that was picking 17 gaming
สติไม่อยู่กับเนื้อตัวแล้วอ่ะ so sorry just have to work sad I miss you all good brother how was your day bro how was your work
Yesterday they were averaging about 3.8 points per game. Today they're at a solid 14 points.
จะดูยุโรปไหมไม่น่าครับยุโรปวันนี้เฉยๆป่ะ
pops on you in the by the second game. I mean,
หมดจริงเหรอเหี้ยหมดก๊อกว่ะ
17 has been sort of up and down, back and forth. They gotta win. I'm proud of them. Maybe they'll be able to put their jerseys on now and move forward. But at the end of the day, I'm just used to 17 as a team.
ชนะเป็นไปเลยมาแพ้ไอ้นี่เหรอ VL เหรอ
things to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And historically, yes, they've been a very central team, which is why they always fight for those central compounds, Picado, and so on.
I am back. Welcome back. ก็น่าดูอยู่นะมันก็น่าดูอยู่แหละแต่ว่า
As long as they keep up as
มันเรียกว่าอะไรอะมันบดว่ะ
there's a very good chance that they actually just end up qualifying off of what was a very bad day one.
It really was a team that was able to also have a
FULLSENSE
bad day
เหมือนเดิม
one
ใช่ไหม
was
ครับแต่
JJaz.
สาย
They
ล่าง
were able to bounce back in this last
เว
match
ลา
as
ตัด
well.
สินน้ำชอบเบสไซด์เหรอครับ
Is
ใช่
it
ครับ
because of, you know, these
มันจะได้เห็นเชน
rises
ไง
like, you know, Myth and Twisted
มา
Mind
แชมป์
get
ไปด้วย
removed early from these games
พวก
that
เอ็ม
these
ซี
sort
น่า
of
ตก
teams at the bottom of the leaderboard
หา
are
แพ้
able
อี
to
กที
catch
มัน
up.
เป็น
But
รอดเหรอ
no, I have to put it to them. It was a much better
ใช่
performance
วันนี้
from
ไม่น่าดู
JJaz
EMEA ว่ะ ไม่น่า
I
ว่ะ
mean, they
หมด
had
ว่ะ
5
หมดจริงว่ะ
eliminations early on, and being able to hold that space on the northwest side, you know, whilst Navi and 17 were having their little scuffle there. But I think they lost a little bit of composure when they had that smoke there from this. You know, D was being able to cover this, but yeah, a little bit of composure lost. But I think all round it was a pretty well played game for Gen G.
ถ้ามีทีมกวยคะแนนแบบวันรอบแรกแล้วก็
In a lot of ways, Bean is becoming the soul of this team. He's stepped up. He's making big plays. He helps to lead. I'm
แล้ว
also
น่ากลัวอยู่
liking
นะ
what D's been bringing, but it feels
คำ
like
พูด
they
มากมาย
over
ความ
the
หมายไม่
course
ค
of the
ม
year
ไม่
just
ใช่
taken a long time to gel together to sort of
พอ
figure
มา
out
ดู
how
มันก็
to
เป๋อยู่
take
เงี้ย
that leadership of soul
มัน
and
จะ
run
ไม่
with
ส
it
นุก
as
เอา
we
วัน
look
นี้
at
สิ
that
ใช่ไหม
head-to-head 8 kills for Gen G, who struggled in the beginning and also 17. Like
พวก
that's
นี้ผิด
nice
เย
to
อะ
see.
ก็เนี่ยวันนี้ก็ดูยาวเนี่ยอันนี้ก็ดูพับจีไง
รวมกลุ่มปกป้องสถาบันจัสร้องเพลงในหลวงของแผ่นดินเป็นไหม ถ้าไม่เป็นเดี๋ยวให้คนไปสอน
Impressive, and we see here they almost had as much damage as a full 4-man coming out from the other team. So
Something that we were expecting today is teams like Mid, teams like Twisted Mind come in and sponge up a lot of points. They have been able to get points, but it hasn't been of the likes of what we're expecting out of them.
Yeah, I mean, you saw in the first game, Twisted Minds was in a definite salvage. They had to go up to the north of Firing Range, which nobody wants to do, and get in a big old kerfuffle, so they had to salvage those points. They're such a good spot. Myth, I think, is doing the same thing. They're not overcommitting, and I respect that. They're saving. They're maybe not revealing their super secret set plays until the grand final because they know they're
Can
going
you
there.
reveal it for entertainment, please?
Well, I don't know. They haven't told me yet.
over
ตำแหน่ง
there.
ทำโรตีในมาคัสอีสปอร์ต
I want to see what we saw day one out of group stages because they were just running
วันนี้เราพักผ่อนดีกว่า
at everybody. It didn't end up mattering who ended up being in front of them with this here. But the reason why I actually ended up bringing those sponge points not currently happening is because all those teams from Group A, Godspeed, the teams that aren't playing today, right now they're just feeling the pressure even more because there is team towards the bottom.
Q เซต้าดูฟอร์มเซต้าหน่อย
Well, I mean, this
ดั
is
ก
the
ไว้ก่อน
worst case scenario, right?
เป็นไป
Now
เล่น
that those
DMR นี่
teams
เฉย
knew
ๆนอกจากว่าเป็นไปเล่นแพ้นี่ฮา
the sponge points aren't sponging as many as we thought, on top of the fact that Gen.G and both 17 are having really good games.
เดี๋ยวนะ
If
ฟ
you're
นาติก
already
ซูเปอร์วี
sitting-
เหมือนกันเหรอวะทีเนี้ย
Having known that feeling,
พรุ่งนี้
sitting
ฟนาติก
out on the sidelines, just hoping a team is going to not play well is probably one of the worst things you can go through. So
ถ้าไปจำไม่สตรีมรู้สึกมีความคิดอยากสตรีมไหมตลอดเอาจริงเอาพูดจริง
Maybe it's not myth. Maybe it ends up being Na'Vi. 2 games in a row, these guys make it to the end game. They've hit 61. They've made their cutoff.
รู้ว่าสตรีมนะเพราะว่า
interested in slowing.
มาแบบมีอะไรแบบมาเล่าไงแต่ว่ามันก็ต้องแบบมีวันหนึ่งเพื่อแบบไปหาเรื่องมาเล่าให้ฉันฟังอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเหมือนกันอ่ะ
And Navi's carrying the momentum lays that we saw out of them.
แต่บางทีมันก็แบบต้องเคลียร์งานอะต้องแบบเราเอาจริงเอาพูดตรงๆนะคือกูก็อยากสตรีมแบบว่าเป็นมาราธอนหรือแบบยาวๆนะแต่มันทำไม่ได้ด้วยเพราะว่าเราทำ YouTube ด้วยไงใช่ไหมแล้ว YouTube มันต้องแบบลงคลิปตลอดคือแบบไม่รู้ว่าบางคนอื่นเขาอาจจะไม่ได้ทำไงบางแบบไม่ได้ลง TikTok ไม่ได้ลงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันต้องแบบมีเวลาอัดคลิปถ่ายคลิปแบบตัดคลิปด้วยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมีคอนเทนต์อื่นๆมาให้ด้วยแล้วช่วงนี้แบบงานเยอะได้ไอ้เรื่องซิปโตไอ้คลิปไอ้หมีแบบช่วงนี้แบบเข้าคอนเทนต์เยอะมันก็เลยแบบเฮียเอ้ยวันนี้วันเกิดเราจัดโอ้ยแฮปปี้เบิร์ธเดย์ครับน้อยขอให้มีความสุขมากๆนะครับขออะไรก็ขอให้สมหวังสุขภาพแข็งแรงรวยๆปังๆขอให้เป็นวันที่ดีปีที่ดีนะครับแฮปปี้เบิร์ธเดย์ครับวันนี้อันเดอร์ด็อกเดย์เหรอใช่ไปทางดังไม่ใช่มันก็ต้องแบบขยันใช่ไหมกลับมาขยันแบบมันก็ต้องทำทำคลิปแต่ว่าเอฟเอสมีโอกาสเจอโอกาสได้1-2อยู่ไม่ยากมากครับกูลงแรงก่อนนะบางจะไปบีทยากว่ะมันกูไม่ได้ดูตารางเลยว่าลบเท่าไหร่วะโหลบ19ไฟแค่วันนี้กูมาจัดอ่ะเซสชั่นปรับทุกรอบแข่ง W
I think sorry 56 I guess my math is terrible and they are going to have a little bit more of a climb ahead of them. The thing that I'm worried about is there are a lot
แพ้ยับบ่อยไปไหนวะ
piling into this 50s and 60s after game 2 which is bad news I think for some of them who are fighting but really bad news for FULLSENSE and AGAL. Those are 2 teams that are like we need sponges, stop getting points and that is it. Twisted Mind's going out early, Myth not getting kills, that's hurting them.
We made the prediction
From someone พับ FS ถ้า GKSP เจง 4AM ลั่น FS ก็ตกรอบ
คือถ้า4ทีมนี้ลั่นต้องครบใช่ไหมทีมไม่ได้คู่ไหนไม่รู้ก็เหมือนเอาไว้ดีทองนะกูว่ามันก็ดีนะเยอะจะได้แบบมีหลายๆช่วงช่วงดูแข่งจริงจังดูแบบติดตลกช่วงปรับทุกดิฟท็อก W เบอร์
What time does a team that actually needs the points ends up looking at R8 and saying, you know what, we might need to go after them to get some free eliminations, some free points.
RQ เนี่ยนะพรุ่งนี้ถ้า RQ ชนะมันก็ขึ้นบนหัวเราWait, how is play in? 3-4 ฮะเอา3 ก็ 4คือแล้วก็ได้เราอยากตกตรงนี้พอวะ1-2จะว่ามีทางไหนที่เราจะจบ1ได้บ้างอ๋อโอ้ยากเลยครับถ้าจบ1ใช่ไหมสกอร์ตรงนี้เราต้องเท่ากันคือแบบอาจจะเป็น3-1หรือ2-1หมดอ่ะ3-2หมดหรือว่ามัน4-1ได้วะเหมือนจะ4-1ไม่ได้อ่ะหรือไม่ก็แพ้หมดเลยเจนจีแพ้หมดโกลบอลแพ้หมดแต่มันเป็นไม่ได้เพราะมันต้องเจอกันด้วยเองไง
Where are you at, Paper? Then I know they're there somewhere.
He's somewhere. But let's talk about of 17 game and of
ยากอะที่1ที่2ยากว่ะพูดจริง
had at the beginning of this year a big seismic shift alongside a lot of the other Chinese teams with their roster, right?
Well, I mean, 17 Gaming kind of brought in some new faces.
ๆหนองชินต้องชนะ GE และเราเนี่ยต้องชนะหมด
ฟรอมฟลายยีฝากกินข้าวแทนทีผมกินไม่ลงซึมกว่าส้วมในบ้านตอนนี้
ขอบคุณครับไม่ฟลายไฮแล้วนี่ฟลายฮีแล้วว่ะมึงขอบคุณ100ครับ kind of hard actually way man
Historically, obviously they've been multiple times second places at World Championships and things like
ถ้า
that.
จะไม่บีฟอร์มมันแค่บอกว่าถ้าทำเป็น
Obviously they had big shoes to fill with Tian Tian and Wimbo when they came in, but Tian Tian, especially for me, has really been that guy to do it. Of course, towards the end of the PGS, he didn't look as good as he did at the beginning of our PGSs. I want to see that Tian Tian here this tournament.
I mean, Tian Tian is so good that you have some external drama that's caused him problems throughout the year just to try to keep him off the field. That says something.
All right, well, thank you very much, Matchroom. Once again, it is time to head over to the commentators for another game. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goblin. And we are 2 matches down, and so far it has been the 17 T1 and Navi show. But we can officially say goodbye to Petrichor Road, to Tai Lu, and now with 4 games remaining, Supers, Shadow Esports, FULLSENSE, they're on Sweat Watch.
Absolutely. I would count 4 or 5 teams out at this point. There's some spots up for grabs, and now with our third game of the day, 4 more games to go for it. The point is, though, there's 10 teams that needs to pass that 60 to 61 point mark. I don't see it happening. There's just not enough points available that we see 10 teams shift and make AGL and FULLSENSE nervous. Shadow Esports and Supers is a completely different story. They're on absolute the cusp here with 53 and 55 points, and that's especially what the points and the teams are looking for to get ahead for. But now with Navi in the 60s, let's have some fun. Let's see what we can do. Let's see how much soaking can be happening here. We could, from this point on, see some more third parties, see some more hot drops. And as the general statements of the day and the overall genre of what we talk about has been hyped, it's a clear direction from the hiring here at Esports World Cup. It's just to make sure that you have enough space above you to put cool stages behind everyone, right? You see Seven, you see Calaris, even Matra and Paper. When they're on camera, there's so much space to show the whole cool scene behind us, because what a stage and what an arena we have here at Esports World Cup.
It is amazing scenes, and I love personally the Key Crusher.
It's amazing.
I want to believe that is an actual Key Crusher, and that's actually like gears in there and it's destroying everything, and not the power and magic of radio.
Usually it's just Barney snipping his fingers, you know?
Yeah, it's really just Barney. I mean, look, the guy's vascular right now. He just puts them in his hands and he just crushes them down.
I see him all the time just drowning that creatine. And now we have the circle. Let's talk about what's really important here. We have Liquid in a center position here now, and we talked to them just a little bit before, and we heard, you know, they're saying, once you have enough points here, we're going to make some impact. I want to see that in this game. We want to see some impact for sure. And with Falcons, Tiggleton got example down in a really early stage here. It's super important for them. They got a little bit greedy in terms of how many cars they wanted, and Falcons absolutely destroyed that. So that's huge. I guarantee you that Falcons is
มาดูกันว่าฟูลเซนจะอยู่รอดหรือเปล่าและชาร์เปอร์จะเข้ารอบได้ไหม
Iron sights. Well,
20 แต้ม4เกมยังมาแชท
decent start to the day. I gotta say, man, we've been talking about T1 and for good reason. Like they've had a fantastic day so far. 25 points just today.
Sure.
But all of our Korean squads have been kind of delivering. Geekay has got 20 points. Gen G 16 points through 2 games. Like obviously Geekay and Gen G
แต้ม4เกม
a little bit more necessary.
เกมละ5 แต้มชาร์เปอร์ทำได้ไหม
that they can. Geekay currently now
ไม่ถ้าฟอร์ม
sitting
ไม่ดี
in
ถ้า
that
ฟอร์มดีอ่ะ
17th spot just below the cut line. So we'll see if they can continue.
เชื่อบางทีมเกมเดียวก็ได้แล้วเนาะ
As we see a very
ฟูลเซนอยู่อันดับ8นะครับตอนนี้ฟาลคอน
fully playable Miramar circle start things off.
The vast majority of the team is going to have an easy entry. Already have great spots inside that.
ชาร์เปอร์ต้องเท่าไหร่
production for just showing us that entire leaderboard here.
ไม่ถึงด้วยมั้ง
insightful here, and especially for the teams that's already out that have already played all their 12 games.
เอาจริงๆชัปเปอร์แค่
keep you updated throughout today.
ติดท็อป16ชนะ JDG อ่ะ
especially in the
ก็ได้
later
แล้ว
stages of the day, but most importantly,
คู่
you
สอง
can
เป็น
see
ยัง
on
ไง
the left side
บา
of
เร
the
ล
leaderboard
2-0 ทำเกรด
where the teams are at currently.
ถ้าเราชนะหมด
jumping into that.
ที่เหลือก็การันตี2นี่เพราะ JDG ถึงสกอร์เท่าแต่เราชนะถ้าเราชนะไงนอกจากว่ามันจะ 3 way tie ครับถ้า 3 way tie ก็ชิบหายครับ
Honestly, I think it's doomed for them.
เอฟเอเข้ารอบยัง
Like if you're 60 plus points, I feel like you're safe.
from someone เริ่มหมั่นไส้ไอ้ชาบี้8K ว่าจะตัวเองท้ายตาราง GE ทำทรงมาทำท่าแบบเมสซี่
ใช่ มันทำอะไรวะอยากรู้ว่าคุณดูไม่ทันเขาทำอะไรวะเพื่อนเลยกี่โดนเลยอะเหลือถ้ารวมอันนี้ก็4ครับ
They're gonna have to have big games, and if you're going up against a T1 that's aggressive, it's gonna be a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's for sure been a
มัน
slow
ทำตอนไหน
start
อะ
for 4 a.m. on a day where they absolutely did not need a slow start. They left themselves with a lot of work
มัน
left
ทำมือ
to
แนบ
do.
หูใช่แล้วมันทำตอนไหนวะ
And,
ต้นจบไปนะ
well, we know we've seen this
ชนะยัง
squad.
ดูไม่ทันเรางอมอยู่
The fraggers that they've got, the superstars
ไอ้
that
เหี้
they've
ย
got, Shen and Spaceman.
เว้ยคนชนะมันทำอะไรก็ได้วะเพื่อน
Capable of popping off
พับ
at
จี
any
ยังลุ้นเข้ารอบอ
moment,
ยู่
but
ไหม
the
ยัง
moment
ลุ้นอยู่
is
ครับ
now. They want to make sure that they
งอม
secure
เกิน
their
ไม่ดู
spot
อ่ะ
in our final. Check back in with GK coming in from the north side. Just past El Pozo. Everybody looking like they're playing
คนชนะมันทำ
a
อะไร
little
ก็
bit
ได้
more
แชท
centralized
เอ
here
อ
on
มึงรู้หรือเปล่า
Miramar, even though this circle is 100% playable.
God,
as
the
we
bad
said,
news.
and
What's
even
up, bro?
though
What's
we
the
have
bad
seen
news, bro?
so many hard shifts, I think maybe the
FS
fact
is
that
in
we
the hot
have
seat
been
right
seeing
now,
so
yep.
many hard shifts, maybe forcing these teams to prioritize a central spot in C1
เสียงอ
even
ยู่
more.
สายฟรอส
Especially getting the spots that give you a lot of information. Well, Falcons, they are driving close, and they know that it potentially could be Twisted Minds. They are getting closer to it, sniffing a little bit. Now that they know that Twisted has not been able to recoup that player.
Go next.
Now Lou playing on the south side. Looks like Falcons just want to commit fully to the south side of Power Grid. Lou on his own will get a little bit of damage in his direction from Gustav, but the Panzerfaust will try to prevent any pushes immediately as he is currently blind. Perfectix and Batula
ทายบทไม่ออก
starting
ทาย
to
บท
make
ว่าอะไร
their
ดี
way over
อ่ะ
here.
บทว่าอะไรดีบทว่าอะไรดี
Holding the
ช่วยคิด
line.
หน่อย
Falcons have managed to take the inside though. Just trading utility back and forth right now. Nobody wants to be the
กู
one
เชื่อว่าชาร์เปอร์ปัดเอฟเฟ
that
กต์ได้
makes
เหรอ
the
เกม
blind
ท้ายเหรอ
take. Oh, Lou, he's just waiting.
ฮาเลยนะ
That's a good spot to hold on. Just between the
from
door and the
someone
blue zone.
ถ้าจบเกม 4FS ลงไปที่ 14 ถึง
Giving
15 รอด
information to the
ยา
other
ก
guys are here. Not having an example is going to have quite the impact. And that's why they're Falcons are hunting here, trying to see if they can hurt and already hurt Twisted Minds.
I was waiting for
ชา
that
ร์เปอร์จะเข้ารอบได้ไหมเนี่ย
Panzer
ต้อง
Fest
ต้อง
to go through
รอ
the
ดู
door,
นี่ครับ
but Tickleton will live to fight another day for the time being as the smoke wall has been laid down by the rest of Twisted. They'll try to get
แต่พอพูดไปทั่วมันก็เงียบโดนยำตีนเหมือนกันมันชนะไงก็ให้มันไปเถอะใช่ไหมให้บนหนอให้อะไรดีวะ
has been on point with
อ๋อ
his
เอฟเอชาร์เปอร์
grenades
จะ
so
เข้ารอบ
far
ไหมเหรอ
today. See,
เอาแต่ละเกมดีกว่าว่ะเกมนี้ทายว่า
It's just a complete disengage for Twisted Minds. I don't really see it being valuable. And also
มิ
now that
มิ
they
นำแล้ว
know
เอา
that
ชาร์เปอร์ดีกว่าชาร์เปอร์
guys are coming in from the southern side here, it's giving away space in the
ถึ
north
ง
where
6 แต้ม
that
ไหม
could
อ่ะ
be their exit plan going on out later. They have their cars there as well, so I understand this. This is a smart exit as well. Lou takes some damage now from other points of views. It's a little bit rough for them now with a minute and 30 before the next circle pops here. I
from
understand
someone
this
ช่วงนี้ FS ฟอร์มตกแทบ
decision
ทุก
making
เก
here
ม
from
เป็น
Twisted
อะไร
Minds. It's the right way to play, even though I
มันมี
really
ร้าย
get
อ
you
ย่าง
want to defend your
ที่
own area.
เราก็อาจจะไม่รู้ ข้างในใครจะรู้
compound they know to expect company, and they weren't able to hold the Falcons off initially, but they were able to retrieve Lou safely and most importantly quickly, because you saw Gike starting to hover around on that northern side. Vicious also creeping out on the south side. I think that might have been who was taking shots at Lou in retreat. So Twisted Minds able to reset. Very nicely done by them as we check in with Nemesis. I mean, just north of Chumacera, getting a little bit close to Sharper, but you can see the terrain. It's keeping them pretty well separated here.
Absolutely. Yes, most of the teams has already made their way into an area where they feel like they can either get information from or where they think the
มาแล้ว
circle
เพิ่งถึงบ้านวันนี้เป็นไงบ้างแบม
We're gonna have another 25 seconds before we see that circle pop, and again, that central location along the ridge line, south side of the power grid is extremely valuable. that high ground where you're able to gather information and see where you're potentially going to have to go. Now the R8 coming in from the western side. It's one of the more open areas where not that many teams are in from. Let's see where we do end up going here, Poro.
Hard shifts have been a story. Let's see if we get one here. And we will all the way back down to the south. So JDG, Suze in good position. Gen G also immediately in vehicles trying to reclaim, kind of go for center as quickly as they can. Nemesis will try to regroup, knowing that they've got Sharper on their west side. They just heard the shots. Melman actually forced to pull away from that spot by blocking shots from Jedi as R8 has found themselves a BRD and coming in from the north. Backfilling PK with the shots
รวมซัมวันแสดงว่าจัสรู้อะไรข้างใน FS แต่ไม่บอกคนดูแล้วอาจจะเป็นหนึ่งเหตุผลที่จัสไม่จอย FS
กูจะรู้ได้ไงกูไม่อยู่ใน FS เขาไม่ได้ชวนกูแล้วกูจะจอยได้ไงเรามึงบอกกูสิ
In an area where you might be able to drive by or even take some shots at them, they don't want to be dashing ahead of them.
มันเป็นมุกไม่ใช่หรอข้างในใครจะรู้อ่ะไม่ใช่หรอ
Just going along the ridges there and then dashing towards the center to have some of that pride to try to
วันนี้
get
เกิดอะไร
in.
ขึ้นสองคู่ยับยุยี่เลย
Drive scouting is extremely
เอฟเอฟ
crucial.
แบบจีตกรอบยังตายังครับ
especially with
มันไม่อ่านกูเพิ่งอ่าน
TPP being in effect. T1 coming in from Picard. We're checking the southern side here. A lot of teams have actually hedged their bets against it. It's a little bit further southwest, but could be a stopping point for T1 before decide to go further into this next circle here.
มึงคิดว่ากูจะรู้อะไรได้วะ
Just get all four close together so that they can do a pull-up or a drive-by on a team that they feel
ใคร
like
ข้างในใครจะรู้แต่จัดรู้
working out pretty well for
หลาย
him as
ที
they
มมันจะ
get
เก่ง
in
กับ
just
เป๊ป
before
แล้ว
myth
ก็ทีมใด
arrives. DK will
เรียกป
out
ฏิ
of
บัติ
December
บาง
12th.
เมืองแดง
Unfortunately,
เข้าไป
JDG
ดึ
losing
งเศร้า
one
อยู่แล้ว
there. So he is a little bit in no man's land. Songjang
กลายเป็น
just
Fox
making
9คือความ
that
เป็นไป
desperate
Fox 9
run
มัน
to
โหด
try to
เกิ
get
น
back
เล
to the
ย
gas station. Won't get there though. Luke 12 will take him down, but did he get close enough? It looks like he did. Get to the. They can't flush him out. He'll most likely get rezzed back up as we see Liquid keeping eyes on R8. Remember, R8 does have that BRDM. They left Teddy behind. I think he might be the one that's driving it. The rest of the boys have gotten a little bit closer in towards Liquid as will get back on his feet. But yeah, a lot of teams opting for 4 deep in one building as that is just kind of what the circle has provided.
ไหนเขาไม่สตรีมเมอร์น้ำดีสังกัดดีๆที่ไหนเขาจะไม่สตรีมเมอร์น้ำดีอย่างสตรีมเมอร์น้ำพูดอังกฤษ
said, okay, let's go. See if we can get some potential kills on the teams that are rotating around here. Ships is just straight running for 4 AM. They see the cars driving away from them.
เป็นพักกันนะจูดฟันดีครับซิก้าครับ
The 6x scope on the mini here. You see exactly what directions is, and especially from an area like here, you're going to see cars, you're going to see people moving. Now over to Gam, where Vicious is just right next to them.
Curious as to what 4 AM scouted out.
ไม่น่าแล้ววันนี้จบจีพักแล้ว
Like they could push down onto because as you saw that warehouse is already occupied by 17, so 4 AM they're just making a full-on send, trying to get a little bit closer to center. As this circle is closing, everyone is popping and is going hard west. So yet another hard shift here as everybody will be back on the move. Cam gets a little bit too close to Vicious with that high ground. Duckmai will find the knock. Can he secure the flush as well? Those are shots coming in from Falcons. So it looks like he will get stolen away. We'll get credit for that one.
That's a
Welcome back tier 1เลยนะเว้ย JJaz มึงว่าไงวะตึงเลยปะ
We're going to have all the teams coming in, especially for the south shift to then a west shift here. Means there's going to be so much pressure coming in from that east and then other sides here. So many teams actually sweeping. The pressure's coming in from the north currently and from the south.
Hard shifts hard enough to deal with as it is, but when they start ping-ponging, right, when they go hard south followed by hard north followed by whatever, it's even more difficult. Now, Twisted Minds, they did manage to get example back. They perfectly timed it to where he was able to drop down in Picado.
Run the tire.
Falcons
got another tire
out.
ใช้เวียดนามเด็กพอๆกับแชทไทยเลยเหรอ
finds himself in no man's land. We'll see if he can drop the smoke down in time to keep himself alive. The rest of his squad over in that warehouse trying to provide him with some support, and they will do so. Actually, it's going to be GK that gets the long range shot. Falcons from getting that knock on the end. He is barely staying alive. Will get that heal off in time, but he is stuck out in the middle of nowhere.
few more kills for Falcons, and they jump straight into that 61 plus points area where you're
เหมือนนะเว้ยใช่
absolutely
ป่ะ
safe. Hackatory here finds Thunders.
จะได้ไงสังกัดเดิมแฟร์เวลกับแฟร์เวลแล้วทันแฟร์เวลแล้ว
Especially
ปล่อย
the
กู
back
ไปเถอะ
two tires on the
กูไม่เอา
Broncos.
แล้ว
He
ไม่อ
just
ยู่แล้ว
starts spinning like
roller skates, man.
กูเขินเวลาจริงว่ะ
How much
จะ
he's
โดน
been
ออ
able
ร่า
to
ไหม
do.
เนี่ย
Well, he does get
อังสั่งมา
retrieved
เป็น
by
ไง
his
บ้างหมายถึง
teammate.
ซิปโต้เหรอนิวไทป์หรือว่าอะไร
Get him back to the compound as Heather keeps a watchful eye over Tickleton and Kickstart.
บาเรลชนะมีผลดีต่อเราไหมใช่ครับ ผลดีต่อเรา
Looks like they're wrapping a little bit
สามารถ
farther
เดฟเฟนไม่ได้
north.
สามเลยอะดิ
I think they may
แค่แบบทักไป
be
คุย
heard
เฉยๆไม่
shot
ได้สาม
from
เลยหรอก
Vicious. And yeah, that hard Western circle may
แล้วฟรอนต์ก็มี
allow
คลิป
them
อยู่แบบ
to
มีคลิปอยู่
go
ไปดู
for
ได้นะ
a
ถ้า
little bit
ฟรอน
of
ต์ออลลี่
a
อะ
blue rotate all the way over to the northwest where it's a little bit more free and clear because they know right now that the way
พ
they
ร้อม
were
ซัม
in
วั
was
นถ้าเป็น
completely
ซิปโตจาจริง คงเรียกไม่หันขอถ่ายรูปเดินหนีแชทไม่อ่านโดต่ำกว่า100ไม่ตอบแล้วแหละดูทรงเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมไอ้ถั่ว
ไม่มี
Them rotating now
เอ
also
อ
being phased through.
เอีย
It's
ตอน
gonna
ทาน
be
เรา
one
เจ
down
ได้
per
หันเลย
second,
ทำไม
and
ซิปโตจะไม่
after
หัน
the
วะ
next circle pops, it's gonna
ใช่ไหม
go from 1 to 3. So you really need to start making those rotations now.
มึงคุยกับไอหมีมาได้ถามไหมว่านอกจากซิปโตมีทีมไหนจะเทคไหมอ๋อรอติดตามในคลิปนะครับ
So it might be an aggressive push for space where they have that high
แล้ว
ground
ยิ้มให้
control
เอา
that they're looking for now. Shrimps, he finds one tiger.
ไปดาวมัน
Gets
อะ
a lot of damage. It's down to half HP, and the other guys are going to be even
ร
closer.
อ
They're
รอ
going
ติ
to
ด
be
ตามในคลิป
running this down.
That's good shots from Shrimsy.
เว
It's
ทีบอก
that
ตื่นเต้น
trailing
ถ้า
man.
ทำงานไปนานๆแล้วสนิท
And
คง
he's
ชิน
got
มากขึ้น
the other
แต่มัน
boys
ออร่า
right up
ดี
front.
ไม่ได้
Looking for
ตื่น
the
เต้น
duck
เวที
mine's
นะ
gonna do a lot of damage. Tickleton's
ตื่น
gonna
เต้น
go down to Tycon. The trade comes through. No duck
เป็น
mine's
ล่ะ
gonna find Gustav.
ใบไหมไม่ใบไม่ใบไม่สปอยไป
Shrimsy
ดู
now
คลิ
the
ป
last player
ขอ
left
ยอด
for the Falcons. And VC takes them out almost
เอาฟาวคอน
instantly.
ล่วงสวยดิเฮียอย่างเงี้ย
Tycon is back.
คลิปเอาวันไหน
An absolute
ถ้าไม่มีอะไร
prime
ผิด
here.
พลาด
Three
วันอาทิต
easy
ย์
kills for Falcons. They had a perfect setup
ป๊อป
angle
คอร์น
from
ทำมาจากไหน
both
พี่อะตอบมา
direction
ถู
here.
กนะ
Even though the utility was deployed, it was not enough. And now Navi, they're gonna have to make moves here as we jump over to them and on board with a
แบบนี้ก็
rotation
หวาน
with
เจี๊ย
Hackett
บ
here. The absolute superstar from this roster.
คะแนน
Vicious
มันจี้เอฟ
maintain
เฟกต์
control.
เกินเอ้าก็ตัดมันไปก่อน
Western
ไอ้ฟอลคอนน่ะ
hardship.
ใกล้สุดแล้ว
It's
ก็ไล่ตัด
absolutely
ทีละนิดทีละหน่อย
mayhem
เสื
for
อก
the
ก็แย่ละ
teams in the south.
Here
โอ้
come
บี
the
ซีมันอีก
mortars.
ก็ตั้ง9 แต้ม
Will
ฟาวคอน
avoid
อีกแค่
one
2
for
แต้มเอง
now. R8 dead center circle.
เอฟได้มีโอกาสที่ 1 ที่ 2 ใช่ไหมมีอยู่แหละมั้งครับ
Causing
ถ้า
some
จำไม่
damage,
ผิดอ่ะ
causing some chaos. Only one kill so far to speak of. Team Liquid just off to
หัน
their
มามอง
south
ด้วย
half
หาง
wall
ตา
deep
ซิป
in
โต
their
เจแจน
compound
มา
zone. We'll see a lot of teams starting to make their way in on this south side. JDG, it feels
เขา
like
กี่
as
ที
soon
ม
as
เอาพับจีเอา
that
16 ทีม
second
ครับ
Western hardship came
เจนไฟนอลอ่ะ
again, they just realized, okay, we're in point farm mode. Let's stay in
ส
this
องแต้ม
compound
เนี่ย
as
3
long
เกม
as
มัน
we
หา
can
เจอ
see
ไม่
if
ได้
we
เลยเหรอ
can
เอา
catch
ใครไม่
these
รู้
teams as
เฮี
they
ย
make
แม่ง
their
แบ
way
ดเดงอ่ะ
past us. T1, they at least have 2 vehicles.
แม่งบินลงมาแล้ว
Go ahead and
ตุย
send
บิน
it
ลงมาแล้วตุย
where
ทำไง
you
อ่ะ
can
หวาน
send
เจี๊ยบ
it
ดิ
to. They're having to come in from that eastern side, and it is going to be rough.
Having to thread the needle
พอ
in
ไม่ถึง
between
10 แต้ม
GK
เอา
Team Liquid and next
มึง
to
ดูมึงดู
17 game is going to be difficult. It
ข้าง
could
ใน
just
ใคร
be
จะ
a
รู้
straight up pull off on the gas
สตรีม
station,
เมอร์คนไหน
and it
เอาใจ
looks
เท่า
like
จันแล้ว
it's
มี
DJ
อารมณ์ทางเพศ
trying
ห
to
รือว่าไอ
defend
พอ
the
ด
eastern side here, but T1 is pulling up. Parksrow finds Raining, and Type returns to favor.
Does the damage, but doesn't get the knot. Raining will go down in the end.
เอาเฮียปิดเอาแดบแล้วยิงแดบแล้วยิงไอสัตว์ไอซองจังแดบแล้วยิงแดบแล้วยิงนี่แดบแล้วยิง
Finds himself all by himself in Heather.
ไอเชี่ยแดบแล้วยิงเหรอโดนทีวันไอไทป์เก็บหมดเลยเหรอเฮ้ยเฮีย
GK squad, and now it's down to 2 for T1, and everybody else that was outside of the zone realizes that.
สวยดิสวยดิ
JDG also crashing now that same spot, while Vicious will try to make their way in past Gam.
Extremely well executed by them, and now the third parties comes in. So many teams have to enter from this eastern side. JDG out here,
มึงก็แชม
Gen
ป์
G out
มึงก็
here.
แช่งทีมที่มันลุด
Twisted
ปิ่ม
and
ๆเอา
Nemesis also fighting.
เขาเรียก
Vicious
มันต้องมี
coming
ส
in,
เต็ป
trying to
ก่อ
thread
น
the needle once again. They actually found a little bit of a space here. They might be able to play in some of these dips.
อันแบ็กจ้าไปคัมแบ็กครับ
in
เอฟเป็นที
throwable
มมันไหน
range
30
of
ครับผม
4am. They got a read on exactly where those guys are, and immediately the grenades
30
come out. 4am will return them while Gen G will they'll run into JDG. JDG actually taking some damage here as well, maybe leaving it a little bit too late. Nans and Suze, the last two players left alive. They'll try to come in here and capitalize on what's left of Gen G and T1. T1 down to a duo, but they are holding the line here on this gas station. Tight will take down Nans. JDG in a lot of trouble.
The scenes coming in now. JDG down to Bean finds it. Oh, a lot of damage done here to him. 21 HP. Has to see if he can make something happen.
โอ้ยแม่นแล้วนะเฮีย
leaves Heather to just 1 HP.
แม่งออกมารับเลยไอ้ไทย
Barely alive, has to hop into the Bronco to heal up, and
พี่ถั่ว
Heather, you can see only operating on about 5 HP of his own. But you
พี่
see
ถั่ว
Team Liquid looking over in this direction, taking shots in at anybody who peeks the wrong window. So Bean, let's see if he can maybe breach and take down that last player. 4 Angry Men in the meantime does get eliminated in the end. It's going to be 17 that does it to him. Now Bean, still working around the outside.
I
Maybe
love that.
Get this revive.
สวยว่ะ
Will
เฮี
get
ย
there in time. Will
เฮ้ย
Heather
พี่ถั่ว
allow
ท่า
it
เยอะว่ะ
as the
เอาดิ
grenade will come out, but it's going to be a little bit too overcooked.
Blue zone out, pushes some.
ดูไอ้โนล่าโฮไหมดูไปแค่อันแรกว่ะคือไม่ได้ดู2 กับ 3 ครับแบบอ้าวเฮียพี่ถั่วเพิ่งจบไปล่วง
You're gonna have D
ไอ้
having
สั
to
ตว์เอ้
disengage
ย
from this.
โอ้โหเฮียไฟแมนอีกทีวันโหด
Top
จัด
of him here.
ไอ้เหี้ยทีวันโหดจัด
Absolute fire today.
On fire, causing fire, taking down Gen G. They're down to 1 player, but who cares when you got 8 kills? Gam trying to make their late push, and they are pushing into the wrong neighborhood. 17, Vicious and R8 combining to take shots over towards them.
เจนจีออกไปดีกับเราไม่ดีเจนไม่ต้องตามมาเนี่ยดีเลยเนี่ย16 17 18เนี่ย
Have to see if we can heal up, but it looks like they're
ระวัง
able
10 ถึง 15 พอตอนนี้
reset here. Vicious, Tanvu now the last player for Gam. Trying to send it down in, and this is mostly just on a wing and a prayer here for Tanvu.
ภาค 3ผมรู้สึกไม่หนุกกว่าไปดูเชลล็อกหนุกกว่าหรอ
Gam's out in 10th place. Scappy finds Soset and Diffix with the MP5 and nade.
ไปแล้ว10ก็ไปแล้วไอ้แกมไปแล้ว
Even more points out of this one. Stayed left as the last one. Myth gets
เฮ้ย
so
เดี๋ยว
much
ไอ้
out
ส
of
กั
this
ปปี้
one
โห
here.
ดไปว่ะ
Having a compound in that's so
ยาย
high ground control on the southwest side. And that southern shift in this phase 5 was just insane.
Yeah, Myth
Effect
back
of
on their
16
old
16เหรอ
bull.
ผมว่ามี
They
10
are
เหมือนกัน
4
นะครับ
deep in a compound, and they
มันยิงรถระเบิดได้ไม่ได้แต่มันต้องยิงนาน
controlling
ว่ะ
the south side.
เพราะเป็นพิธี
Navi
เหรอ
once again
โทษทีกูลืม
doing
Oh,
this
check-
is
oh,
this
hold
is
up. Check
different
it,
from
please, now,
Navi,
please, now.
but this has been working out a treat for him so far. They have been able to avoid all of this fighting, all of this stuff for the last 3 games in a row, and they have managed to make it to the top 9 with all 4 up and a lot of real estate around them to play. As they look off to the distance, Heather will go down to Cowboys. So Team Liquid will pick up another point as Wembwa now just peeking through the slats in that shed. See if we can maybe do some damage to Vicious. You got to figure 17, wherever this next circle goes, this is going to be where they have to look. But there you go, Powell will get that knock onto Wembo before he's able to get to the smokes, and now it's all down to Xiaowu.
Next circle about to pop here, and that's going to determine so much. We actually go northeast here, and Liquid is laughing. Live comms I'm hearing right now is guys were fed, trying to see if you can find any kills because nobody's going to be looking to us. It bounced just wrong.
I think it bounced just right. It just didn't do enough damage, but that was a great grenade from R8, and they still have that BRDM in play, trying to keep their distance but stay in utility ranges. They're going to start raining grenades down on top of Vicious. The smoke's keeping them alive for the time being.
ไปเหงารอบไฟนอลนะมิดไอ้สัตว์อันนี้จริงนะ
Wembo back on his
เอาเน็ต
feet,
แมน
so
วีซี
back
ครับ
up
แตก
to 2. They bide their time. Trying to come in here at
แต
the
กหมดไหม
perfect time.
เอ็มบอท
Empty will take down Powell. Aimbot going to go down, or I'm not going to go down though. Nice trade from Duckmine. As now the BRDM is coming in. Going to do it for Vicious Gaming. R8 will turn their attention towards 17.
Yeah, get that BRDM out of play right now. 17's going to have to do it. They put pressure onto it. You got plenty of bullets. 300 plus 556 bullets here. Wembo just starts shooting. Get that BRDM out of here.
They need to, and they need to do it.
เวลาโดนไฟเราเอาน้ำกระป๋องดับไฟไม่ได้
left in the bag for Wembo.
ทำได้เท่นะ
He's going to hop 3 into
พี่รัก
the
ไกด์สวัสดีครับ
plus. Make the push right on top of
เยี่ยม
Sharper.
เอ
They
ฟเอ
left
ส
Spiro
เล่นเฟิร์น
behind.
พันอย่างโหดไอ้เหี้ย
He's going to
ไม่
find
ไหว
him
ว่ะ
up in a Tanawat as soon as he walked out of the door. Now the rest of Navi still pushing in. Ferris will get traded down.
Chopper มา Chopper มา แต้มแรก Chopper มา
inside the shack as long as he can. He's going to find another knock.
Chopper
Hackatory will go down. Boosting going to go down. Navi getting ripped apart here by
Chopper แต้ม 2 ก็มา
number
นะ
of
แต่เหลือ
different
คนเดียวเหลือ
teams.
เจได
Jedi still alive though for Sharper. Spiro was left behind to be that point man, to be that
แต้ม
overwatch.
3 Chopper
But now there's nothing he
ใช่ปะวะ
can do but watch his team
3 แต้ม
die.
ถึงหรือไม่ครับถึงหรือไม่ครับ6 แต้มแชท
Spiro trying to survive just a little bit longer. 5 more first aids. Trying to outlive maybe Sharper. Jedi though has plenty of bodies to now loot.
ทำไม
Sharp
4 วะ
is trying to make
ท็อป
the
แรก
most
เอา
of
ท็อป
it.
7 แล้วโอเค
3 kills so far in a top 7 is not gonna make enough it
3 ไม่รวม
They're
ranking
in 19th place right
ไม่น่า
now.
6 แต้มไม่น่าละ
Gonna
ถึ
have
ง
to
แล้ว
get
แต่ว่าถึง
10,
นะ
15, maybe 20 more points today to get into that final.
I mean, you can't blame Navi. I mean, they had the full-on pull-up against Sharper. They take out one to start off things. It was really just great solo play from Jedi there to hold the line. So he will go down to blue in the end. Spiro most likely not too far behind him. There he goes. Navi will at least secure another placement point for themselves by out-healing the blue. But now we are down to Myth, Team Liquid, R8, 17. And a little old stat from Nemesis, the last player left alive for
การ
his
บอก
squad
ฟอย
over
เวลา
on
ชกใครก่อน
Southeast.
แข่งอ่ะ
Yeah, just hoping
ดู
to
เฉ
get a
ย
little
ๆก่อน
bit
ชก
more out
เขา
of
ก่อน
it. Those two
เป็น
teams
ตล
going
อด
out
ตั้งแต่
that
เทอมที่
quickly
ละ
secures 2 more placement points for his team. This circle goes on the other side of the road already. R8 and 17
โอ้
is
ชัป
gonna
เปอ
have
ร์
to
งาน
fight
ยาก
and
ว่ะ
then
อย่างนั้นต้อง
cross the road.
ฆ่าแต้มต่อเกมเลยว่ะ
Liquid
ชัปเปอร์
trying to get the most out of this one here with the little amount of kills they're able to find because everything's been happening out and around them.
ลิควิดไก่ชิบหาย
Nobody
นะ
has, yeah, and nobody has dared to breach their compound, so it's been difficult.
No more BRDM
ราย
for
การนี้จบ
R8.
ตอนไหน
They can at least use it
กรุ๊ป
as
สเตจ
cover.
จบวันนี้เพย์ออฟ
They
จบ
can
วันอาทิตย์
maybe take down these players from 17. The problem is they're going to be really tough to get rid of quickly because they
จะ
do
ได้
have
5 แต้ม
those
แล้วจะไม่ถูก
foxholes
6ก็
dug
ดี
down. Nice grenade will sail past Wenhua. Unfortunately, a little bit undercooked there, or overcooked rather, as 17 will stay alive right
แต่
now.
ประคะแนนหน่อยได้ครับ
Just the problems he's causing from that spot. They
โอ้
spotted out
โห
Teddy.
โอ้
Just
โห
a
ไม่
straight
ล่วงได้ยังไง
1v1.
วะ
The
นั่นน่ะ
smoke will keep Teddy alive, but a lot of damage has been done. Wenhua getting
อี
a
เหี้
little
ย
bit aggressive. He's going to push into AJ.
แข่งจังวะ
Not going to get the knock though. We'll have to retreat back to cover.
Venbo with the 3 vest here makes so much possible for him. Now he's gonna have to relocate and then
โยโบมาสวัสดีครับสบายดีไหม
shot onto Venbo and now Shabu, last man standing, hits one, gets Teddy down. Now the other guys are
เฮีย
gonna have to
R8
push
ไก่
forward.
นี่
Can
ฮาเลยนะ
Shabu make
มั
more
นเลยนะ
happen?
Wenhua had to move. He had the blue zone right on his back. With Xiao Wu though, we'll try to see if he can take out one with him. No, he won't.
มิด
R8
99 แต้ม
down Teddy, but they have
ลิควิด
8
นำไปแล้วนะครับ
kills now,
นำฟูเซน
7
ไปแล้ว
kills
61
now.
แต้ม
They might be able to get the revive here. No, that blue is coming too quickly. And they're going to have to cross the street. But Liquid, just
Liquid
all
R8
eyes
คืนนี้ไม่
centered
แข่งไม่
over
มี
in
แต่
that
ไม่ดู
direction.
ครับ
Myth looking that way as well. This is
มิด
gonna
ล
be
อย
tough
แต้ม
here
มิด
for
โหด
R8.
จัด
They
ไอ้
do
เหี้ย
manage
2
to
วัน
get the
บ้าไปแล้ว
res and at least deny the point to 17. And they're going to lose AJ in the same time as it looks like this is just going to be all point denial. And Liquid is reading it. They're going to try to send utility over to secure those points, but they can't get them. R8 will go out in third.
เที่ยวหรือมิดโอ้เที่ยวมีบ้านว่ะเฮีย
Smart deny here, but yeah, they had to do exactly that here. And it's a second day of play. Big dash for them to try to make anything happen. They got 7 kills and a third in this game here, but they're still in 24th, and the last play is R8, unfortunately.
It's a heavyweight fight to close things out here in match number 3. Team Liquid, they've got the compound. Myth has all the high ground. They are already over 100 points. And now they just wait. You see if this circle provides them any favor. Unfortunately for them, they'll have to move downhill just a little bit while Liquid can still maintain their compound position. They can still play from those rooftops. You can see Alo playing around the smoke. Kurt right there next to him. Luke playing from the second floor. Cowboy just kind of runs around, seeing if he can find any more utility, any more smokes for when eventually they will have to leave.
And if Myth is able to close this game out, that would mean them
แต่ได้เชียร์มิดครับ
already
เชียร์มิด
breaking last year's record of the group stage from Rock. That'll be huge. Surely they're gonna do it in the
จ
later
บกลุ่ม
games
แล้วแต้ม
here,
ลี
but
ไม่แต้มลี
being
ครับ
able to do it already in match 15 would be insane. A P90 in the
ได้
hands.
อัลติมาอีกแล้ว
Top
เอา
Baron
อยาก
is massive.
กินนาโม
He's already
จิ
got cover and is inside this circle here with the utility that they have available to them. And the smoke lines that they're already starting to provide here, that could be massive. Both teams setting up.
แต่วงมันน้องบ้าน
for a
นี่
late
ว่า
game fight.
ดีว่า
Doritos flying down from the sky. The emergency cover being applied.
Yeah, I think you really like
Heck out
Myth's
up.
chances here, honestly. As, Team Liquid
They
will start.
return the favor though with the nades.
Yeah, they'll start with the utility
มา
barrage.
นี่
Team
ไง
Liquid
เอา
will
กู
lose
อะ
Kurt.
มึงเอาจ้า
Baron with that flanking angle will find a little bit of space through the smokes to get that knock. Team Liquid retreat, try to reset, get that res on Kurt, get him back on his feet. We'll see how much utility they have left in the bag once it's all said and done, as the blue zone grenade's not going to fall where they need to, but Luke forced down from his high ground spot. Actually gets a little bit closer, and Jacob will find him with the grenade. It's going to be tough to get that revived. Kurt not even revived yet, as Cowboy going to take a lot of damage. I think that was another blue zone grenade that does it. Will finish off Kurt. But Myth is just securing this.
So well executed by them. The utility being put out at the exact right spots to deny any revives or anything. The blue zone damage.
แม่งกลัวจัดอะแม่งกลัวจัดอะแม่งติ่มจัดอะ
Kurt in and just put him inside the house here, but they thought with a quick rest that they could get him up quickly so they could defend this push that's inevitable from Myth.
Just a stranglehold from Myth, and it was always going to be difficult for Liquid to have to leave this compound. Everywhere, there's not much Liquid can do. They
ดักไว้เนี่ยดักไว้สวยบาเรนไก่แล้วเที่ยมาถือบ้องยิงแม่งเลยสัตว์อีกทีนึงปั๊มปั๊มปั๊มยิงมันสวยเที่ยโหดเกิน
So well executed by them here, having that southern control there, but it does feel like all the other teams are just so scared to face them. But now, in triple digits, Kiss maintaining control of his lead. The most kills here in the group stage of Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris.
A lot of action in that game. The ending of
ขอบคุณครับโมตีW ครับ
the whole thing shaped up, but you gotta give credit where credit is due. Myth managing to secure
ขอบ
what
คุณ
they
ครับ
should
โม
have
ตีใครได้
secured.
กิฟต์ซับอย่าลืมขอบคุณเพื่อนด้วยนะ WWW
Second place, they did manage to collect a nice little stack of kills for themselves as well, just to kind of
มินนอนรอได้เลยจริงไม่มีใครไหวแล้วแค่หลอดจัด
Yeah, absolutely. Now absolutely guaranteed in the final for Liquid.
Being
above that AGL and FULLSENSE 61 and 60 points.
เยอะ9 เกม 4 ไก่ยังไม่หมดจัดอ่ะ
like this here, but the way that Myth played that late game with the utility, putting on so much pressure on Team Liquid once they only had the small houses and riches to play here. Really well executed.
Yeah, you can say they're still excited, and maybe a little less excited than they were the first time they got it. It's old. They are very, very secure, and we'll take last year's first place group stage winners record. So that is good news. Add on.
แม่งหลอดจัดไอ้จิคอบะ
Yeah, and now we'll see how far they can push it. Kiss just
หล่อพอๆกันเลยดิผมก็อยากไปยืนเทียบอยู่นะแต่เดี๋ยวมันจะยินอย่างกัน
That was crazy. They played 9 games and won 4 of them. That's just insane.
แต่รายการนี้โอเคนะไม่บันเคลียร์นะไม่รายการเนี้ยเฮ้ยใครทำอะไรเนี่ยฮะเพิงรักเชี่ยอะไรเนี่ยฟอนกับเพชรมินเชี่ยอะไรเนี่ยฮะเฮ้ย
The PUBG on, and I'm here with in-game settings with Shrimsy from Falcons. How do we get a setup for an Esports World Cup past champion?
I like to have my chair as high as I possibly can without my legs dangling so that I get
เล่นจนเด้งรายการ
degree angle.
ไม่ใช่ล้างจานละมั้งจะโหดเกินอ่ะไม่โหดจัดอ่ะ
About 72, 73. I like to have like my belly button hitting my desk.
คืออะไรอ่ะ
And then with my keyboard.
เพลงที่ดีแล้วกูต้องล็อกอินเหรอกูไม่ล็อกอินได้ไหมเฮ้ยจิตใจสังกัดไหนไม่มีสังกัดครับ
มีเรื่องมาเล่าเช้าแก๊งพร้อมยัง What's up What's up ये व्यक्ति भारत से है ये हिंदी बोल रहा है अनुवाद की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं जो भी इसका अनुवाद करेगा वो पागल होगा มันมีนิทานพรำพรามีคนชื่อว่าเจจัสเขาเป็นสตรีมมาในบ้านดำแดงเขียวมูเรื่องอดีตชายคนนี้นั้นมีมากแต่เรื่องปากหมากนั้นมีมากกว่าชายาชื่อบัง
What
จากอินเดียชอบติดเกมคนอื่นกูจะบ้าเล่นมาแล้วก็เล่นแบบมาบ้าเอาแต่กด
อะไรเนี่ยมึงทำมึงเจนเพลงเฮียอะไรมาเนี่ยเฮียอะไรเนี่ยเฮียอะไรวะก็คอมกูมันกากซูเมก็ไปได้สไตล์นี่เฮียนะไม่แล้วมันพูดแม่นเลยนะฮินดีอ่ะเอาดีมาด่ากูโง่ด้วยเฮียอะไรเนี่ยเฮียอะไรเนี่ยแชทกูฟังเฮียอะไรไปเนี่ยแม่งกูยาวจัดชื่อของเราคือใครแล้วก็ขอบคุณคนใจดีร้านรุ่นที่ดีริชมันโชเฮ้ยอันนี้ได้มีสปอนเซอร์WWW ให้สปอนเซอร์ให้ W เลยตรงเนี้ยเนี่ยท่อนเนี้ยเอาไปเลย4ท่อนเนี้ยโลกี้แก๊งบวกสปอนเซอร์อ่ะอะไรวะเชี่ยมันคุณว่าเพลงบอลโลกอ่ะมึงว่างเนาะฮะไอสัตว์ AI นี่เขาแบบเอาไปพัฒนาโลกกันดูแม่งแต่งเพลงที่ดีเฮียรูปปกเป็นรูปถั่วขอบคุณนะไอสัตว์เพลงที่ดีลองแปล2 บรรทัดสุดท้ายดิเชื่อมันไม่ใช่ภาษาฮินดีดิ2 บรรทัดไทยคือภาษาคุยก็ไม่รู้เนี่ยภาษาอะไรเนี่ยไม่รู้อ่ะถั่วประโยคยาวๆมึงเขียนว่าถั่วสงกรานต์ปีหน้าเจอกัน W ซองไอ้เหี้ยรั่วเกิน
1800 damage only 3 kills to show for it that's rough
ใครเพลงปืนมาโลราจาเหรอ I am the Raja
It tells a lot when you actually look at that. I mean, look at the damage that Liquid did.
รั่ว
Speaking of Liquid, got into a
WAI
now just have to make that
แต่
little
AI
push,
น่า
but
กลัว
they've had a
ใช้เดี๋ยว
decent
นี้นะ
day as
ใช่ไหม
well. But
ไม่
yeah,
ทำได้หมดเลยว่ะไม่ทำทุกอย่างเลยมาค่าเฮ็ดเจอ
I
กันไอ้
have
สัตว์
never seen so many rounds fly
Thank you, bro.
towards a person without hitting, and then the Panther was quite
โค้ดไรจัด
unfortunate,
ไม่
but
ใช่โค้ดลินแมนช็อปนะครับโค้ดลินแมนช็อปนะอย่าลืมไปใช้กันนะครับไม่รู้จะหมดยังหรือว่าหมดยังวะมึงถามก่อนมันเติมได้อยู่ไหมถ้าเติมได้อยู่ก็ยังไม่หมดอ่ะถามแป๊บ
from someone winner chicken dinner เป็นสำนวนแสลงภาษาอังกฤษมีความหมายถึงการได้รับชัยชนะหรือโชคดี
ใช่ครับ
ปัจจุบันเป็นที่โด่งดังอย่างมากในฐานะประโยคประจำเกม PUBG ซึ่งจะปรากฏขึ้นบนหน้าจอเมื่อผู้เล่นหรือทีมสามารถเอาชีวิตรอดเป็นคนสุดท้ายได้สำเร็จ
พูดดูครับผมมาถ้ามันหมดแล้วจะบวก 5% แทนหรอไม่ใช่ถ้ามันหมดแล้วคือเดี๋ยวไปขอโค้ดมาเพิ่มไงใช่ไหมเติมได้แค่วาโลนะเติมได้วาโลเนี่ย RMSXJJaz ลบ 5%
In regards to some of the other squads we gotta now start talking about just obviously T1 Heather continuing to perform but I actually want to shift the focus I want to shift the focus to the top 16 that will be moving
ไม่ได้ครับได้แค่วาโลครับได้แค่วาโลทุกคน
we are currently getting closer and closer to more squads
Valorant bro
get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Tai Lu is at 43 points in Group A, and Petro
โคตรหน้ารถ10ได้ไหมไอ้เคียไม่ต้องหันทำมาหากินแล้วมั้ง
It's
จะไม่เก๋
unfortunately must be not a great time sitting at home, but look, you're in Paris.
ตอนแรกกูนึกว่าจะไม่มีแล้วนะโค้ดอ่ะเขาไม่ดับดูจานเลยเขาแบบนี่ครับเขาจานครับผมเอาไปเลยครับคนดูน่ารักรับไปเลย 5% RW ไหมขอคนลดร้อยโหลดร้อยเลยเหรอรอเปิดเองก่อนนะเดี๋ยวหาให้โค้ด100%อ่ะบวก 100%ทีมใส่ช่องโค้ด20 รอบเติมฟรีไหมครับเทียมบอก20 รอบคูณ 5%
This is a just do the best you can, pat them on the heads, and that's enough. So there are teams out there that I think can make those moves. Exactly. So that I think helps some of these teams with a little bit less stress on them.
We were able to see some of the other squads stepping up today. We saw JD Gaming putting up some good eliminations. And 17 Gaming, even with the chicken dinner. One squad that has been consistent, especially after yesterday's last game, is none other than Falcons. And I believe Kalaris is currently with the coach.
With these points, what's the feel in the team and how things are going?
The team's feeling great. I'll be honest. We made some changes recently that we had to adjust to.
แต่พี่ไม่เติมหันพี่เติมหันแต่ลินแมนช็อปครับโน้1เรื่องการเติมเกณฑ์
We're just trying to be more aggressive.
ลินแมนช็อป
take more space. And then obviously with the new meta, we're also trying to in later circles try and get center, try and get established, and just not be scared.
โอลินแมนช็อปครับ W
We had a chat before.
ทำไทยช่วยไทยไหมโค้ชใช้ได้1วันไหน1วันที่31เท่านั้นครับ
Yeah, of course. I mean, so
เอฟเอสมาเอฟเอสเป็นไงบ้างเพิ่งมา
to move Gustav to the main IGL and kickstart the co-IGL. I'll give a brief reason why. Basically, obviously, I think Kickstart is one of the smartest players in the game. But when he was IGLing, he was just obviously in his map too much. And when we were successful, it was when he was playing
ใช้ได้ถึงสิ้นเดือนหรอใช่เพราะว่าได้แค่50 คนดูจริง
down and dirty. When he was IGLing, he was just kind of having to think too much. Gustav had
ทำไมตอบผมไม่รู้ผมเชลซีกลางไหมอันนี้แปลกๆนะมาคัดนะ
in this new meta, Gustav is like really in tune with like sending and other stuff because that was never our play style. Our play style was always very structured and disciplined.
ดูคะแนนเนี่ยเหรอ
So you can see just from watching Myth, like sometimes you just gotta go a little crazy.
มาไอช่วงนี้น้ำมากินไงน้ำมากิน
And
หรือว่าลองแบบเช็คตลาดทุกวันไงเผื่อมีของดีเข้ามาดูจริงว่าไง
And being up front in the trenches seemed like it was the right thing to do. So prior to coming here, I made the change, and I think so far it's been great. Gustav's been great, and Kick's been helping him, which it's
เพราะว่าอะไรแข่งวันนี้
That's the most comprehensive answer we've had so far. Thank you very much.
You know that.
ก็คือมีสิทธิ์ตกไปที่ 12
Get back to the stage. Get back to your team. Good luck in the
พร้
next
อม
games.
ผมไม่รู้เขาไม่ทักเราไม่ทักอีโก้ชนะฟูเซนแพ้
PUBG together, with like you and your friends. Do you think I'd understand like French callouts? Yeah, I don't see why not. Okay, so like what's the French word
พวก
for
40 แซงได้หมดเลยเหรอ
Oh, it's easy. We just say la zone bleue qui pique un petit peu.
Okay.
It's been like the
การ
tickling,
เติม
the
นัง
tickling blue
Dynasty ต้อง
zone.
เติมที่ไหนลินไม่
Will
ชอ
make a
บ
little bit of damage,
I mean,
จะไปดูช่องแชร์ฝรั่งใส่กันยับของในวันโลเหรอเร็วไร
Okay, fine.
วันนี้มี horror game ไหมครับวันนี้ไม่มีคำนโมน
TP is what we say.
Oh yeah. This is easy as well. You say.
ดูวันโลสีทุ่มไม่ได้ดูครับวันนี้
Il y a une autre équipe qui est en train d'essayer de nous faire les fesses.
วันนี้พัก
Seriously? What does that mean?
It means there is another team who trying to get in our ass.
Oh, okay, sure. Surely TP is just quicker.
No, this is the way.
Okay. How about camping? Like he's camping over there.
Oh yeah, it's easy as well. It's like il y a un mec qui a posé sa tente et qui est en train de se préparer pour l'apéro et le barbecue. What? Buddy, you don't want to play with me, my friend? Oh, I guess he's gone now, but we're not gone anywhere because now it's game 4, guys. Group stage. Casters, back to you. Buddy, come.
จะมาใส่ในวันไหนจัดนั่นหลังวันจันทร์วะ
like how fast communication is and important and like
แต่วันจันทร์บินนะแบบที่บอกไปวันจันทร์บินนะ
speak on them, like benefits for Korea.
เพราะว่าฉันจะไปถ่ายทำชาร์เปอร์แคมป์ชาร์เปอร์อยู่ไหนกูยังไม่รู้เลย
It seems to be a bit of a communication issue there. Yeah, I think poor Barney just had to learn that the hard way firsthand. That did not sound.
นั่นเป็นทางก็ไม่รู้ว่าเดี๋ยวต้องถามเนี่ยตัววันจันทร์และสัตว์ไม่รู้
It did sound good. It did sound pretty.
คอมโมจิบแซด78 จัสครับผมไม่ได้เล่นวาโลแรนต์มา2 เดือนบังเอิญได้มีโอกาสดูคลิปสอนใช้โอเปอเรเตอร์ของจัสทำให้ผมเก็บ 3-4 คิวได้เกือบทุกราวเลย ขอบคุณมากครับจัสน่าจะเอาคลิปตัวเองเป็นแบบอย่างบ้างนะ จะได้เล่นเก่งๆขึ้นบ้าง
So we're going to be on Rondo now and just kind of seeing if
ขอบ
some of these
คุณ
teams
ครั
in the
บบุตรสิครับ
make their run.
ถึงว่าสับออนไลน์บอกแล้วโปรดักชั่นจะเต็มของชัปเปอร์อะ
There's a little bit of yeah, that's they're both interested in the glider, road. So we are going straight west to Jiaotin. So this is a pretty hard shifted early western circle. JDG.
ได้พี่ใหม่ฟันเบ็ดเอาตอนไหนบอลลิเมนชาวรัสกินใหม่มาขอโค้ดอีกทีได้ไหมเหรออาจจะลองถามดูน้องซีเวลคัมแมนน้องซี
always been a really good player, OG
ได้คิดว่าที่งานอวดปักวัดปาร์ตี้เศร้าไม่เศร้าดิ
kill rampage
คืนนี้มีครับแต่ไม่ได้ดูครับมาครับ
right next to each other. Let's go ahead and listen in what's going on with Boostic in the squad.
เขาปล่อยเช่าแคมป์อยู่ไม่รู้ว่าเดี๋ยวผมถามกัน
We dropping on test track. So
โค้ดมาใช่ยังไม่หมดมั้งเคยไม่บอกยังไม่ตอบเลย
in the map. So we have a good chance for a good zone,
Best chance for good zone, and then the circle abandons you and goes west.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the funny thing is, I kind of wonder now, with the circle changes to Rondo, like the circles don't have to just sit around the middle of the map anymore because of the land ratio. They can go anywhere. So, kind of curious if like that might be something that is changed in the future.
สอนแต่คนอื่นสอนตัวเองด้วยไอ้เหี้ยเดี๋ยวมึงเจอกูล่างเรเดียนไอ้เหี้ยเดี๋ยวตกใจกันหมดอ่ะ
some of the that in stadium or like the really prioritized positions because the land, the amount of land on Rondo is absolutely massive. Is huge.
It is just full landmass everywhere. Lord only knows where the circle can go a couple of times. I mean, I'm fine with getting some Jiaotin in there. We've been seeing a lot of Eastern Way circles throughout the year, so we look at this. This is going to be great for JDG. Trying to get on the climb right now. Presently in that 16th place position at exactly 50 points. And whenever I came into today, off of what we saw with Myth on their first day, I was assuming that they were going to be feasting. They're still having a good day, but I mean, when they had 79 points in just one day, and so far it's still being pretty competitive. Sure, Team Liquid right next to Cole.
Okay. This is a big fight really for some really valuable real estate. Halo knows there's a player around the corner here as he's got the pre-fire, he's got Cole down.
Ooh, JDG, do you want to keep in on this one? No, Nons instantly turns away December 12th as well. So Team Liquid going for a great position early, trying to make sure that they secure. They've got to be careful. They do have 17 and Little Ghost that's back behind them.
That's a really nice early win here for Team Liquid, keeping themselves in a really good spot. I mean, basically after that last game, they're good to go to the grand finals most likely, but I think some confidence here would be really nice for Liquid, who has had those moments in the past where they bomb out at the end of a group stage and they just kind of falter if they even make it to the finals.
They show some hesitation going for an easy fight or an easy kill because they don't want to risk it in the later stages. That's always been a Team Liquid MO. But remember, we do have eyes in the skies. We can see everything. We know whenever they can do stuff. They don't always know it. So Team Liquid coming in with that style of play, that's a well-read strategy to understand where to go and assume somebody's going to be in a point. Very well played right now as it's going to be containment on the rest of JDG, while a whole bunch of friends are now approaching. 17 in vehicles trying to run on the other side of Team Liquid. They better be careful as you have T1 and PK on the other side of all of them.
This is exactly what I was just worrying about on the map, Matt, with 17 coming in behind Team Liquid. They're going to have this hill position to put some fire down into Liquid, so they need to make a move. They need to make it fast. They do have Purdy Curry trying to find a bit of an off angle here, might be able to put a little bit of pressure in response. Yeah, there it goes, but it looks like it's enough to thwart 17 from full committing to this backside of Team Liquid, and they are going to be okay for now, but I think Liquid needs to find a safer spot.
I was a little bit worried about 17 coming into the day. I'll be honest, we were talking about the center meta and trying to get control over positionings. 17 day one, whenever we saw the interviews, they even admitted it. Yeah, it just wasn't good. And now they managed to finally figure out a little bit more. They've been having a phenomenal day so far, presently in 10th place overall on the climb, tied up with Falcons. That rivalry just seems to never stop. I don't know what it is about 17 and Falcons always just kind of being next to each other. I was thinking that maybe T1 was the new hotness that Falcons were flirting with, but no, the old X and 17 is always around.
The last couple of days it's been T1. It's still,
specifically Heather, it feels like.
Yeah.
Heather is
incredible. Like I said, he's a stellar player when he's at his best.
You're a proud papa right now, right?
Very, very proud. He is one of my favorite players. Very much keen on him from the first couple times I saw him playing back in the long ago of the Korean PUBG.
มีสิทธิ์อยู่
17 was another 1-3 split, but favoring those minor leagues. Goes back, put the other 3 forward. Gonna see R8 just driving on ahead. Twisted
3 เกม
Minds
ถ้าไม่รวมโดดนี้เหลือ 2 ครับ
of course from test track, a little bit late to the east, but they're in the finals. So whatever happens today with Twisted is, just money in the bank.
Well, my eyes are drawn to leaderboard cut position. Remember, it doesn't matter the group, it doesn't matter anything else. There's no survival stage after this. It is just top 16 that go on, and we have a race for that 16th position right now as GK is going to be down in 17th at 46, just 4 points back behind JDG and Gen G on the chase. So a lot of Koreans trying to nip at the heels of China right now.
Yeah, you can see
MUELTS คิดไงจะไปสอบเร็วๆเหรอ เหมือนทดสอบนะจำไม่ได้ว่ะ
อุ้ยเหี้ยฟาลคอน
Double Panthers are shredding Sharper and they're gone. That's a little bit of vengeance back as Falcons find some good clean kills. Hey, that's okay. Now you just get kind of double cars, right? There's a joke that's historic that we'll leave alone.
We'll leave that for Pansy. She's allowed to make those jokes. We are not.
So not a lot of people making the commitment into JAL10. It's really just JDG and Team Liquid on the outskirts. DK down to the south. A lot of wraps up to the north as we've seen Gam that went for that early drop very far up to the north. Nemesis is going to be just inside of them. Myth, the only squad really playing more over to the west except for Falcons, and that firefight with Falcons was on the zone wall all the way to the west over there. So this is a lot more of a safety anchor play coming out from them. As external from this, we've got a little bit of shots being fired. I don't think it'll lead to a firefight, but it is vicious and Gen G.
Yeah, I don't think that'll matter too much. I think for Falcons here, this very well could just be a rotation trap where they had a read on how a team was going to make a move. And
trap work.
Yeah, trap work, trap good. And who knows if it was Gunnar or Gustav in the heat of the moment. As we just found out, Gustav is the main IGL for Falcons now. Obviously a role that I thought he was just going to be the IGL when they picked him up, honestly.
Well, Gustav brings in a little bit more of a tricky style, and I don't necessarily mind that with Falcons. We've seen the fact that whenever they can play a more opportunistic play style, it works for them, but it hasn't always been something they lean into. Now it's just another arrow in the quiver, really, that they can bring out and find something. And when we look at everything, that circle pop, it's going to feel really good for them and Myth. You can see that right in between Myth and Falcons, there is a giant hillside that's going to be eating up a lot of space, make rotations a little bit more difficult as we move into the south. The northern area is going to be a lot more open, but also a lot of compounds leading all the way up into another little, I guess, island hillside that happens right along that northern area.
Yeah, so this is going to get pretty difficult for a lot of these teams. Everyone's going to be wanting to go around the edges of Jiaotin. You don't want to get stuck inside of that city unless you have no other choice. I think Liquid was getting some kills there. Let's take a look at this Panzer from Gustav. They do a lot of damage to him on that first one. Kick gets one on the other side, and then that's so well.
Patience pays off.
Yeah.
Timing on not
being
ready for the first one. Set up the second one in a great way. Rotates coming out. A couple of shots onto T1 as it looks like they're going to go for that big hillside that we were talking about just a moment ago. A lot of squads going to be forced to play more into the east. Gam making a rotate over into the north. Team Liquid on a slow rotate here. They don't got to go too far. Really, we've got about 50-50 the way that this road cuts through. It's going to be a lot of space. So Nemesis just going to go ahead and send it in, but it's on top of Myth, and these guys have just been hungry all day today.
Oh, his kids again. 2 kills. He is just unbelievable. One of the best players on the planet, hands down right now, and he just dispatches Diffix and Soset with ease. And now Nemesis was hoping that this northern side of the circle would be a little more free than it was, and they found out the hard way.
So what I was talking about a second ago, we've got the road that's going to be a lot of squads over into the west. It's going to be the more raised section of everything we're looking at. Over into the east, it's going to be Jiaotin eating up a lot of space, and those hillsides making it awkward pathing. That's why we've got dust-ups like what we're looking at with Falcons and Gam on top of each other. Tickleton's going to be coming in back behind this one. Could have a good angle, and I think that Gam's realized they don't really want to play this position. Does juke a little bit of trouble. Can he juke it out? Nero, no life remaining. Is he going to get that last little bit of hit onto him? Is he going to get away? No way. That's Tanvu just covering him, man.
Oh, kick in a really awkward spot there. It's actually going to be Heather with a dragon up from where?
What is T1 and Falcons? These guys are just at each other's throats from no man's land. That is what, a good 200-300 meters away?
Or maybe more than that. That is really far away, especially with the Dragonov. The drop on that gun, pretty difficult to manage. That is ridiculous stuff.
T1.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so that's the first couple of shots coming up from T1 in this high ground. This is going to be a bang to everybody on the line. We need like a we need
อ
one
ร่อย
of
เลย
Tig's
ที่หนึ่ง
old
ได้กี่บาท
like
วะแชทมันบอกยังวะ
things that he was using to try to figure out
ร้าน
distance.
ดอทปะ
Maybe get ourselves a protractor or something else like that. But that was a crazy shot. 4 Angry Men going to be approaching from the north. GL10 does have a lot of teams that made commitment in just because of the lack of territory everywhere else, what we were alluding to a moment ago. So that's going to be VC, Team Liquid, remnants of JDG, Twisted, and 17. Just the north of it. Circle pops. Ooh, T1 in a great spot. And everybody in GL10 not necessarily too sad about it.
I really want to see GK try to find a way to get this 2-2 split to kind of be a conjoined thing, and they are doing that. They are going to send 2 players down. That's really, really nice because this is going to get really contested in that northern side. There isn't a ton in terms of compounds to play with.
But you're moving right into the T1 firing line while you have Twisted on the other side. That's a brutal gauntlet to deal with. You have to make it in the hillside just a little bit further away to at least get Twisted. They've got there. Now at least have some moment of safety here in this one spot. It is pretty centered up, but the rest of your squad has to make a rotate, and it looks like Whippo just can't really find a way to get over there.
Yeah, for 17, this is pretty dicey because of what you were talking about. That road that they have to run down is very hotly contested. Meanwhile, 4AM has found their way into the circle, has the hill. With the tower on it, and they have kind of circling around them a little bit, just looking for a positioning mistake from 4AM that they could potentially capitalize on. But 4AM also has the safety of a BRDM here.
Down to the south, Gen G is going to get them another hillside. They have vision of what's going on with Navi over into the east. 4 Angry Men, well, yes, they do have that BRDM. They've got Falcons over to the west, and they've got Myth back behind them. Twisted Minds to the east. That's a terrible position to be in as R8 had the same idea that 17 did, but Winbo just defending it right now. All 3 players still alive, and R8 nowhere to go. They're going to drop 3
Yeah, that didn't go good. That did not go good there for R8. I mean, again, like I mentioned earlier, the reason I wanted to see Geekay kind of form up into a 4-man was because of stuff like this, where teams are going to have to crash because they don't have a lot of better options. You know, a couple teams get jammed up in Jiao Tin, which is not ideal. And there's that kill I was talking about that you're looking for. That's even the BRDM. Nobody else from 4AM is there right now. This just could be stolen.
He's moving aggressive for it. They want it. This is like, nope, mine. Thanks so much. Baron just going to steal it.
ไอ้เหี้ยตีนี่มันโหดไปหรือเปล่าวะมันปาข้างเรามิดอ่ะ
Window at least trying to get something back, but no. Mid eyes on continuing to climb right now. Falcons were watching all of that, so they know who their neighbors are. This is a much dicier circle than what we were originally looking at, specifically for Phase 3. Jiao Tin's still going to have a lot of that territory. And the south is so vertical in the western area that it is going to be so hard to deal with.
No, you're right. There's a lot of high ground in this circle. It makes things very, very complicated for a lot of the teams that, again, don't have something that's safe already, and even going forward could make things tricky. Shrimzy sees EN out on the rock and can't really get the shots to connect there with Mark 12, but this is just a little bit of posturing for Falcons. This doesn't feel like their kind of desired destination, and they're getting ready for some pre-rotations, it looks like, into the next phase. Meanwhile, T1 is sitting pretty happy and hoping that this circle stays in their favor.
Nemesis has 2 players up, and it's Melman all the way over to the northeast, still in Jiao Tin, and then a big rat coming in on the other side. State is so far over to the west, he's back over against the zone wall with this new circle pop. Gen G and T1 are going to have a ton of vision on everything. T1 has to be careful, though, as it looks like a couple of squads are going to be running right into their face. No options. Falcons got Myth back behind him. 4 Angry Men trying to cut in the path very early. Gen G as well as Navi going to have control of the south, and Jiao Tin's about to suck.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing Team Liquid take an emergency pickup here to try to get else potentially. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. I don't know where they're going to go.
How's Liquid getting away with this rotate? Somehow they're squeezing by everybody. Finally, everybody's starting to unload onto him, but there's enough of a little dip over here that they can get into position, but Gam is waiting. These nades are about to go right up into their face. Goes a little bit too far down the hillside, though, to connect. Finally, that bounce lands on top of a car. But it's
We're done for the day, baby.
Finally, Tanbu connects with 1.
Yeah, Gam there not really reading the angle of the hill properly, so a lot of their grenades were funneling down away from them. But yeah, 4AM is getting shredded right now. They are not having fun. Team Liquid losing players because they just try to drop on top of Gen G. It is absolute madness here on the south side.
This is terrible for 4 Angry Men. Even if they can get distance away from Gam, and now that VC's come up back behind on the other side of Gam, that's going to stop the relenting nade tosses that were getting thrown their way. T1 still has high ground positioning over him. T1's going to get eliminated. Now we still have a couple of rotates that are going to be problematic, as it is going to be Twisted having to make a move into the circle where 17's going to be defending. And Myth actually pushing right in the face of T1 on the high ground. That could be big.
Well, yeah, now T1 kind of given their first big test in this circle to defend this spot that they took very, very early on. Tanbu, if you hit this Panzer, I will be very, very impressed. He's got a good angle at it. Ooh, just came up short, hit in front of Wenda. And we'll see. Myth is actually making their attack work here.
Well, they have the BRDM that they just sold, so they're just kind of brute forcing their way up the hill. On the other side of 4 Angry Men, GLOABAL is going to get vision on them, so 4 Angry Men just entrenched over here, but not in the best of ways. The trees just providing enough cover for the time being. As no, Falcons actually pulled away, saw all the shots going at 4 Angry Men, and they're going to go to the hillside right underneath the T1 is, man.
I thought the Doritos did that for a second. It almost looked like it.
4 Angry Men, what do you even do? Do Falcons see that and go back down the hillside? They're just kind of caught between the 2 hills in the valley and get peppered.
Well, they're trying to kind of find an angle into this fight. Tanbu will deal with Wenda, though. And now over into this tree to scoop up their spoils. Are Gam 17 in the meanwhile still defending this pagoda up on the hill. Batulin's going to be a little bit more disciplined with his approach.
Twisted better be careful. There's a couple of solos back behind them nipping at their heels. If there's an opportunity, somebody's going to go for it. Little Ghost gets a knock onto Example. Nice nade throws coming out. Blue's right on top. Blue's going to make it a lot scarier. Maybe open up something for Suze, but no, it's going to be Perfectix. Gets a knock on a Wimbo. 17 suddenly starting to falter in their defense. Goes down. Twisted the circle abandons them. Cuts south. All the firefighting. It's going to be GK now focused up with Myth and Baron right on top.
Yeah, Gam getting involved a little bit there too. So a bunch of teams all of a sudden know that Twisted has to leave the safety of this cover. Grenades even starting to make their way in from Baron of Myth, but Twisted succumbing to the blue mostly here. Heather with that Dragunov again, looking to replicate some of those sick shots he was hitting earlier. There it is, the headshot for Heather.
Look, he was beated in at like 300 meters from those last shots, right? Taking a second there. Gustav, nade bounce going to go a bit too far to flush him, but could stall out. Really, the longer that Gustav can stay alive over here, it's going to slow down the T1 rotate. Trimsy's right underneath of him. So T1 not feeling too good about this, but they can't go to the east. Myth's already waiting there. Gam, who we saw, has got control of that trench line for so long. T1's going to have to either deal with Falcons or do a wrap around, maybe down to the south, but then they have to deal with GLOABAL, who they already know on the side.
Yeah, so T1, it's nice that you're going to essentially eliminate Gustav. Actually, GLOABAL steals that point, so they don't get the point, not that it matters too much for them. But you've got tough sledding ahead. Wild sending.
He's all by himself, nowhere else to go, so it's just time to be bold and see if he can steal it. And he's somehow squeaking by all the squads. They were caught shooting at everybody else right now, so Batulin's going to sneak right up next to the Falcons. I wouldn't go too much further. He sees the cars and you hear the brakes slam on like, nope, this is it. This is as far as I want to go.
And he's got to deal with Gam just on the other side of that road. Not going to be easy for Batulin's T1 sending it up towards GLOABAL. Salute. Prepping a nade. The rest of GLOABAL circling in towards him. T1 doesn't want to give them the angles. They're not going for the top of that hill. They're maybe looking for something around these rocks.
I really like this. They baited around Falcons, moved into the low ground. Now Falcons are taking shots at GLOABAL. T1's just trying to sneak this one by, but the looming giants down into the southeast are going to be Na'Vi. They haven't had to get too involved so far. They're going to spot out T1 and get a knock on them right before they can get a stop.
There's just nowhere for T1 to go. They had to either take a fight or do something absolutely bananas, and instead they're just kind of lost trying to find anything that's inside of this circle that'll work with. Yeah, EN might just be bleeding out here as that vehicle is going to explode very shortly. Hakatori lining up with another nade will probably get the flush. Indeed he does, and Type almost goes down with his teammate.
This one spot does have a reprieve away from GLOABAL and their high ground. There is some vision, but GLOABAL is more focused on where Falcons are playing at. And so GLOABAL's playing a position that's more to the southwest of this. That's all T1 to kind of hunker down. VC is close, but they're in a lower section. Just down below all of this is there's a multi-tiered firefight. There's GLOABAL up on top, then there's the road and the crossroads that intersects. That's the middle tier. And then we got Gam, Myth fighting on one side of the road. Then we got VC as well as DK fighting on the other side.
It's so funny to see players use frags to create a little bit of extra room in the terrain and have to use some of that emergency cover as well, and just kind of hope it doesn't land on you here. As T1, you'll take any safety you can get.
Twisted's like, Batulin's just a wall right now. Has kind of forced Falcons down into that cam positioning. Seeing if maybe they can steal anything. Nade's going to go right down into their face. A bit too far. Tanbu playing the high side of the hill, just trying to get away from Myth right now. Hearing the shots from Myth going on to Gam, it looks like DK might be trying to backstab Myth. if Myth stays too focused on this, they might get pounced.
This is just the classic Batulans. When you're the last player alive, send it center and just get away with it. Just get away with absolute murder.
He is the best snake in the game.
I think so. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Yeah, the Batulans.
ไม่ไอ้บาตูลินนี่มึงคิวเลยนะ
Oh, because he slew it.
เมียเลยนะ
This is what I was worried about, though. Geekay backstabs right on to Jacob. Gets the knock. Okay, guys, you've got high ground. You've got all this to dial in. It is a bit complicated, though. From high ground to hit these lower ground positions, you've got to dial it in the back a little bit more. It's all balanced about being on a flat piece of terrain, so you have to make sure you pull back just a bit more. Where is it going to land? Right in between everybody. There is Gam's just somehow still alive. And what was kind of a terrible
yeah, absolutely.
GK here needs to make this work
against Myth relatively quickly. They don't have a lot of time, and Scappy's going to find a grenade onto Sungjong. You can see Shrimzy putting some damage in, but can't really get great eyes onto Gam from where he's at. Meanwhile, Bean needs to try to get his teammate up. You can see that Soul in front of him was knocked earlier. Shrimzy still just harassing from this hillside. Falcons clinging to this edge nicely.
Saw what 34 bullets or something like that left for Shrimzy. They've been fighting for a while and not much left in the tank, as Na'Vi is now going to move into a more controlled position in the lower side of the hill that Gen.G's been trying to keep dominant. You can see that the way that these hillsides kind of roll down into the lower section, it's much harder to defend on that eastern approach. It means that Gen.G doesn't have too much more options. They can either push down into Falcons and T1, or they have to take the fight against Hackatory and Na'Vi.
I think as Gen.G, you're going to lean to this, yeah, for sure. The way the hill angles is just a little bit better for you than what, Na'Vi's going to have some cover to work with at the bottom of the hill, whereas Falcons, you can get a lot closer to them because of that edge. Park Pro going to be knocked here for GK. They are still having a tough time in these fights against Myth and Gam. We will get a point for Sungjong onto Corey.
GK ขึ้นมา50
SGG รั่วเลย Grenade not really finding any damage.
This is a big game for GK, though. Finding these kills have put them up to 50 points. They are now ahead of JDG on the top 16 leaderboard that we're looking at. Can they manage to take down Myth? Getting a bit picked apart right now as they do have Gam on one side. VC looks like they want to get involved. Falcons has realized the push has come down from Gen.G. Just too many targets.
I love you, man.
Salute trying to come down. D's gonna go down.
แม่งหลอดจัดเลยนะแชทตัวจริงไงตัน
Salute's pretty low on life, but it's much harder for Gen.G to hit the nade on this very recessed hillside the Falcons are playing.
Yeah, ooh, that's bad news here for Salute. He just got that first aid off in time. Oh, here we go. Na'Vi
VC โดน GK
slamming into the backside. Falcons are like, okay, maybe we'll just wait this one out a little bit.
17 แตก Gen.G แตก
Gen.G done and dusted. No placement points for them.
Na'Vi has a great position. They've got control over about 50% of the circle except for Stade. He's kind of hiding out over there. All our other squads outside the circle except for T1, who's just kind of huddling down in the shadow of this hillside. Falcon's going to probably be moving to contest with them. But Gam, who's had to defend that trench for so long, now has to figure out how they're going to cross the road with GK as well as Vicious right next to him.
It's all kinds of messy, that's for sure. I mean, I think VC Vicious needs to make the wrap that Na'Vi just kind of did, but they're missing their timing, missing their window where they could potentially get into Na'Vi's back line.
You want
to push a hillside? Hackatory and Boostic are holding high ground on you?
They had a moment when Gen.G was up on, when they're fighting Gen.G on the other side of the hill is what I mean. And so they could have come in through there, but they just maybe were pinned down by GK or something.
VC, you're making the right call. That's really all VC can do, but it's going to feel real bad.
Oh, it's not easy.
But it might open up an opportunity if Stay backstabs on it. But I think that VC might just go on the hunt for more kills. There might be a couple of tasty treats over there for firefights as it is VC at 56 points, Gam at 59, of course GK at 52. Just trying to see how many more points they can get away from that 16th place position and get some breathing room, but it is just everybody stacked up outside the circle and on top of each other.
Make things even more difficult. Oh, his car gets in there. Let's take down EJ. Duck 2. Crazy. Him and Janvu going to combine to take out VC. Park Pro, can he do anything else in response? Nope. Tangu going to deal with him.
Go signal for one side of it.
Okay.
Pipe is still just holding the line right next to him.
ตอนนี้เรามาที่เท่าไหร่ 12 ไหม
Boostic also getting some vision on what's going on T1, so they can't really defend this. Gam's gonna have to burn a lot of smoke off of those bodies, get something after everything they picked up. Do they even still have a car there? It looks like they might. And are they gonna wrap into where Falcons is at? Oh man, this is gonna get crazy real quick. Good shots come out from Hackatory. Boost to get the knock on 2 already.
Yeah, things pretty much over for Gam at this point. Indeed, they do go down to your top 4. We Navi, Falcons, T1, and Nemesis Tiggleton right up and over. Actually, that was going to be Hackatory who got that knock. Helping Tiggleton out a little bit there. Tiggleton does claim the point. Boosting on the other side will end T1's run in 4th.
Okay, so Navi's got control over the circle. They know where Falcons is, but State is still alive on the other side of this. If Boostic peeks the wrong side of this, he could be punished fast.
ไม่นอกจากนั้นNMS อะไก่อะ
in the high ground. Going to be in that 4th place position, feeling comfortable to qualify.
ไล่ขึ้นมาแล้วเจมมันก็มา
close out this game, or is the
เดี๋ยวต้องไปดูตารางก่อนจะไม่ได้ว่ะ
backstab him at the
อีก
worst
2 เกม
I mean, State
2 เกม 3 ทีมไม่ได้อยู่ในนี้
The Falcons can do a little bit
คือ
of
มึงต้องหวัง
damage
จี
into
จีให้
Navi
ยิงเละอะกับ JJaz ยิงเละอะ2 เกมอะ
opportunity for him to strike. It's just a matter of the timing. I mean, you
กูเลย
can
มึง
use
แจ้
the
ง
edge
ท็อ
of
ป
these
16
hills
ไง
to get a peek, make it really, really challenging for Falcons who might just
ไม่มึงก็แช่งJJaz ตกเร็วก็จบแล้วแล้วก็อย่าให้ใครได้ไก่พอล่างๆอะ
find that one player. He's
ใช่
gonna
ไหม
see some.
Oh, dude, he has the LMG as well.
ตั้งเกม2 เกมเลยนะมันแบดเดย์ได้เรายังโดน 2-0 เลย
get 2 knocks off of it. Boostic is going to get vision. Hackatory going to get the knock, so Tickleton's going to go down. Starting to have the window closed back behind State. He knows it. It's all about how long can the Falcons survive. Shots come out just a bit too late. 3 players still up for Navi. State at least managed to get the knock on a Boostic. Falcons has gone down. It's a 2v1 and just really a rock for cover. Hackatory is going to be playing up to the north. Looks like he needs to get his meds in a better position. The high ground Ferris might have something to say.
Oh man, if he could have gotten that knock there on the Hackatory, could have made it a 1v1. But now Hackatory going to be afforded the opportunity to get the first aid kit into play, and he's going to keep pushing forward. Has that barrel, wants to put it to good use.
2 ยิงหมดอะประ
In the smoke, knows where State is. Ferris is feeding that information over. Ferris is going to go ahead and try to regroup. Looks like he might try to use the car to go for a res onto Boostic just to make sure that they keep this nice and clean. Doesn't even matter. He's just going to finish it off. Great play coming from Navi. They read that circle perfect.
Well, this is a team that a lot of people had on their radar as potential winners here for EWC, and they are making a strong case for that right now in the group stage. They've been absolutely electric, garnering a couple wins here today, and the way they managed the end of that game, very, very efficient, very smart.
Big shout out to Stade for Nemesis, though. Those guys were down to 2 real early. Like, Manchester survived, navigate a very weird circle. I mean, whenever we saw the verticality on that one, getting good placement points for his squad, trying to steal away a little bit more there at the end. Also, Falcons.
ดูตารางอัปเดตก่อน
High kill count game for them.
ทันบิดไหมเฮียไม่เคยทันบิดแล้วเฮียไม่ทันบิดก็โคตรเกินอะอัพยังวะ116 แต้มเนี่ยอัพละเดี๋ยวกูตีเม่งเลยอ่ะนะอุ้ยนี่ครับตอนนี้อยู่ที่12นะครับแชทซึ่งสมมุตินะสมมุติ VC นำใช่ป่ะสมมุติ VC นำก็ตกไปที่เท่าไหร่13ใช่ไหม GK นำตกไปที่เท่าไหร่14มึงก็ต้องหวังจินจีกับไอ้คิด JDG เนี่ยไม่ยิงคนละ10 แต้มอ่ะมึงก็ไหวหรอไม่ไหวหรอกไอ้ขี้อ่ะไอ้พี่ถั่วมันไม่เอาไว้หรอกชื่อกูดินอกจากว่าชิบหายมีควยแล้วจากไอ้เนี่ยประมาณเนี้ยแม่งมีใครกินไก่ขึ้นมาก็ตัวใครตัวมันแล้วกันนะโอเคไหมถ้าไม่กินไก่ขึ้นมาก็ยาแมนไอ้มีไปที่ชอโรดกูให้เลยใช่ไหมไปที่ชอโรดยกเว้นได้ไทรูไทรูไม่ได้เนี่ยใช่ไหมไปที่ชอก็ไม่ได้เนี่ยก็มีเนมิซิสมีชาร์เปอร์JDGจินจีถ้าไม่ไก่ก็ค่อยว่างกันอ่ะวันนี้4 ทุ่มดูวาโลไหมวันนี้ไม่ดูครับบ้านเขียวจะเผาจุดแล้วอย่าเพิ่งเผากันนะ อย่าทำอะไรฉันเลย 4am ต้องไกลหน่อยเหรอมึงจะให้มันไกลทำไมเราเดี๋ยวมันก็บ้าข้างยิง30 ตัวหรอกทำไงอ่ะใช่ไหมถ้าชาร์เปอร์ไก่และส่งฟูเซตกลับบ้านอันนี้เหี้ยอะไรนะไอ้เหี้ยทีมไทยตัดกันเองอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยบ้าเกินอ่ะอันเนี้ยไอ้เหี้ยอีกกี่แมปอีก2โดดครับโดดหน้าแล้วก็โดดท้ายมึงก็หวังก็แค่นี้มึงก็หวังพวกนี้ดีมึงหวังพวกนี้เนี่ยไอ้พวกเนี้ยเนี่ยมึงหวังพวกนี้มันกินไก่ดีใช่ไหม2 เกมมันมิด2 ไก่ก็จบแล้วใช่ไหมมิด2 ไก่เสร็จปุ๊บ VC ยิง4 ตัวเจนจียิง11เจดียิง11ฟูลเซนโตไม่ใช่ไม่ก็หัวตารางใกล้กันหมดใช่ไหมนี่มันยากตรงไหนวะ
From someone อยากรู้ว่าที่จะเรียนได้เรียนพวกทำเว็บด้วยไหม TML CSS โรง
เรียนครับเรียนหมดเลยเรียนออกแบบเรียนหลังบ้านเรียน Data Management everything จริงอะเบลแบ่งกันเองไม่ได้นะที่ด่ามันจะแบ่งกันเองอีกอย่างนะอันนี้คืออะไรหรอว่าวันนี้มีแข่งแปซิฟิกด้วยเหรอทุกคนเอาดีเฮ้ยลืมไปเลยนะมีแข่งโอ้เดี๋ยวไว้ดูอาทิตย์หน้าแล้วกัน
really have a good view and so we just lie there stay silent and wait for the other to like fight them out and
การโทรสายตรงไปหามิดหรอตามเก็บเจนจีหน่อยเจขอบสุดหล่อครับฝากด้วยนะจ๊ะ2 เกมทุกมันมันนี่ไม่แข่งหรอเพิ่งรู้เหมือนกันนะไม่รู้ว่าใครชนะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเช็คกูเฟซแป๊บ
thì hiện tại bây giờ là theo cái điểm số trên bảng hiện tại bây giờ mình đã đạt rồi là hầu như là gần như là đạt vào trong cái trận tiếp theo trong cái
มันมองแมปเลยเนาะ
bây giờ mình cảm thấy là cái
มันมองอะไรอย่างอื่นหรอก
của đội mình hiện tại bây giờ mình sẽ có đạt vô được tới cái vòng chung kết và sẽ có kết quả như thế nào
Bọn
em đã đạt được 1 trận vào chung kết rồi, còn 2 trận nữa.
ใช่ป่ะข้อมูลบ้านเราเถื่อนไหม
Mình sẽ phải cố gắng cho 2 trận đấu tiếp theo. Và nếu bọn em vào được chung kết thì
คิดว่าข้อมูลบ้านเราเถื่อนไหม
mong ra là có
ถ้าเทียบกับโซนข้างไม่เถื่อนหรอเทียบกับโซนข้างบ้านเราเช่นเวียดนามฟิลิปปินส์สิงคโปร์มันมีหรอใช่หรอบ้านเราเบาสุดถ้าเทียบกับบ้านอื่นๆอินโดเอาแบบไอ้นี่เลยเหรอ
You can get it from Chrome from Korea.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Thank you very
much. LOLT1 พลาดคนส่งพวกเวลาเกาหลีจะรู้เกาหลีเขาเจอเกาหลีโอเคไม่เอาเกาหลีไม่นับเกาหลีนับแบบเวียดนามฟิลิปปินส์อินโดสิงคโปร์ขอ1-4ถั่วคุงสีม่วง The Best ดูยุโรปกับจีนด้วยเฮ็ดจีนมึงบ้าวันเสาร์คู่มีดูไหมดูดูฟันติงไงวันเสาร์ถ้าจะไม่ผิดพับจีเวียดนามเถื่อนกว่าเหรอเอาดีเฮียไทยละวันวะเวียขายเรามาอินโดปีน้อยแรงกว่าส่วนประเทศอื่นในซีไม่ค่อยมีสปอร์ตน่ากลัวว่ะเฮียทำไมโซนบ้านเราโหดจังวะเบียต่อมีข่าวนะไม่เอาเถื่อนมากเลยเหรอเฮ้ยไข่มุงไข่เมิร์ดด้วยหรอว้าวมึงไม่เหมือนไอ้เจสันโนคามูถล่มเพราะว่ะเฮียนั้นก็มันจริงของกูลืมไปเลยว่ะซึ่งตรงนี้พับจีเหล็ก2โดด
Yeah.
Wanna go first? You wanna go first? Okay, you go first. Let's see what you're gonna be able to do here. Oh my gosh. This is so scary.
ไก่แล้ว
At least one. Oh, it gives you a countdown too. Okay. Oh, there goes one. Okay. You got this. There goes two. You gotta at least catch 2, right? So about that. Yeah. Oh, I was trying to.
มึงไม่เหมือน
You keep trying. I know you got.
Yes. เอฟเฟกต์2-0ใช่
2. Okay. You're still at 2. You're still at 2. 3. Anytime. 4. That's not bad, honestly. Now we gotta set this up, and I have to go next. Now that it's set up, it's my turn. Let's see if I can actually achieve better than 4. If I don't, I'm just gonna run away.
พี่จะคุยกับติโต้ยังเลยครับพี่จะลงกินไปไม่รู้ว่างหรือเปล่ากูทักไปบอกมันดีป่าวะชั่วโมงนึงเหรอไม่เอาให้จบจบแล้วให้มันรอเดี๋ยวจบพับจีแล้วไปทักเฮ้ยอันนี้มีใครลองบ้างมันยากป่าวะกูอยากรู้ว่ะ
You just gotta beat 4. There's 1. He's already doing better than me. There's 2. On a roll.
ยากเหรอ
Where's the next one? Is it the far right? It was the far right. It's gone. It's gone. You've only got 4 left. You're already doing well.
รีเฟกวะมันไม่รีเฟกวัยรุ่นอันนี้โกงโอ้โหเฮียโกงยังแพ้เฮียกูจะรั่วมันยากตรงไหนวะ
That's what happens. You got 3. That was your third one.
That was?
Yeah, that was your third one. But I had 4.
Dang it. Okay, well, you know what? I think it's time we challenge somebody else. Kalaris, Matt Rim, let's see what you got.
ฮัลโหลครับอันนี้กูนั่งอยู่บ้านนะกูไปเล่นนี่มันจะขนาดไหนมันนี่มึงดูคิวมันเป็นปากงูเลยไหมอันนี้คือร่างที่แบบยังไม่ 100% นะวันนี้กูรู้สึกว่ากูไม่สบายกูอยู่ประมาณ 30% ของร่างกายกู149มึงครับฮัลโหลครับกูอยู่ตรงไหนเนี่ยกูอยู่แบบประมาณเนี้ยอีเหี้ยโหดไปฟุกสัตว์มึงกดมั่วโกดคนธรรมดาอยู่กันที่273พี่มีเท้ามึงเชียวเอ้าก็กูบอกแล้วกูมันโกดโซโลพิจุดฮะมีคนได้มากกว่า149อ่ะจะทำโรตีทุกวันมือเลยไวไงกู129เอาดีไอ้เหี้ยกูไม่เชื่อเอาใหม่ไม่กูอยากได้ฟันนี่นัมเบอร์ไง169 55ตลก69 you know เห็นไหมไม่ยังน้อยมันก็ใครมาแบบยังน้อยอ่ะคุยดูดิแบบโคตรจัดอ่ะโปรเกมเมอร์เหรอมึงใช้เมาส์ดีจอดีมันเกี่ยวตรงไหนเราฮะฮัลโหลครับ my best 126 average 135แบบเอาดีมันไม่เกี่ยวมันคือโค้ดมึงเข้าใจมึงเคยดูไม่ได้ฟ้าเดฟิเลียเนี่ยมันไม่เกี่ยวหรอกว่ารถมึงจะโหดขนาดไหนมันเกี่ยวกับคนที่อยู่หลังพวงมาลัยเว้ยสัตว์นี่ของจริงดวงดีมากกว่ามันไม่ใช่ดวงครับอยากเป็นโปรแกรมเมอร์แต่ได้เป็นแค่โปรแกรมเมอร์นะครับโปรแกรมเมอร์นะครับผมบันนาวาซิตี้โซโออ่ะอันนี้คือไอไม่สบายนะไอเอ็มซิกนะ130 160โอ้ถ้ากูแบบปกตินี่กูให้70อะแต่โชคดีไปว่าวันนี้กูไม่สบายไม่งั้นมึงได้เห็นแบบคนเหนือมนุษย์วันนี้
breather in a way to those teams that are still in it from Group A but it's just so close.
You know who else was actually another surprise, especially now that they have their fourth? They have not gotten almost any points today as well. And this is a team that we talked about at the beginning of the show. Hey, Twisted probably going to be one of those sponges with Myth, but it's not even been the case at all.
Started the day with 69, nice. Not 77 now, not so nice, right? In fact, you saw Buck throw down his headset at the end of that game. Frustration starting to show on their faces. You get the professor back. You think you're going to have a better day. That said, Their fourth players flew in at 11 p.m. last night. He's looking rough out there. You got to give him that respect. If at least he's here, at least they're working.
Yeah, and at least they get a day to kind of train. And I think this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the day. When we were talking about Twisted Minds, that at least they will have now their fourth player. They're not going to be playing with their coach. They get an extra day of practice with him. And remember, something that you guys told me on Twisted Minds is that they usually end up starting off slow. Yeah, why not start off slow here on the last day of groups?
ท้ายตารางห้ามกินไก่คือแตกเปิดโหวตท้ายตารางกินไก่ดีไหมวะ
I mean, that is one of those teams that is competing for the club championship. They want to be in the finals, and right now with the way they're going into the last two games, it's going to be a nail biter.
You see this ticking down. They're at 61. That's where that cut.
กินไก่ไหม
that we've seen so far until that AGAL should be in a pretty good position, I think, Godspeed.
You say should, and I agree. And fortunately for them, it looks like the cutoff is, it might be lower. I mean, we don't have that many games left, and we're currently sitting just around, like, I'd say DK or Gen G, right? And Gen G's another team who they've kind of gotten some points here today, but they've struggled in their rotations, man.
If you want to talk cut muster, okay, R8, they're gone. They're dusted.
ท้ายตารางคือ16ลงไปนะโอเคไหมโอเคไหม
with 2 games left to play. That means they're almost certainly cooked at this point. And Team Nemesis, which is really
16ลงไปกินไก่ไหม
41. So watch, if you're watching for something, this game, watch to see if Nemesis or Sharper goes off with a 10-plus point game. If neither of them does, I can probably say we may have our 16.
Yeah, and talking about the top teams here.
ได้ลุ้นกันเกมท้าย
You just mentioned it too with Nemesis wanting to get those points, and in transition with R8, it's pretty much guaranteed that they're not, no matter how
แล้วมันมีตั้ง
good
8 ทีมเอามึงก็ไอ้นี่สิก็อย่าเชียร์มันได้ไก่ก็พอไงให้ชาร์เปอร์ทีมนึงเหรอชาร์เปอร์ได้รอบนึงก็น่ากลัวแล้วว่ะชาร์เปอร์กับจินจีจะไม่เอาอะไรเลยเหรอวะต้องรอดูไม่แล้วเขาทำไมทัวร์นี้มันลีลาจังวะ
They're just going to straight fall off, and they're just not going to qualify.
All right, well, hey, you know what? We did get away from the KAIJ City grid, so why not? Let me use my bodyguards. Let's go, Godspeed. KAIJ City grid, out of here.
What the fuck? What? ให้ชาร์เปอร์หน่อยเหรอเฮียพี่ติ๊กว่าพี่ติ๊กตันสับเบอร์
Obviously really happy. Making the finals is like the hard part for us, to be honest, and then usually we perform when we're in the finals. Less pressure.
Now, obviously, outside of this game, there's also the bigger picture of club championship. And Falcons are the defending champs. So do you feel like coming into these games, there's that added pressure on the team, knowing that you have to live up to that?
แบ่งถ้วยกัน
I think Falcons really accounts for the Battle Royales doing particularly well with the club championship points. They kind of like, you know what, like, we should be able to win without the Battle Royale games. So any points we get are a bonus, and if we take that mentality, then it's just like there's not a lot of pressure. It feels good.
And I love that too because Falcons are already in the point where they've gotten their 2 top 8 finishes. They just need a win. It could be you guys.
Yeah, I hope it's us. That would be nice. A little bonus.
I think it's going to be a really exciting finals no matter what way it goes.
เรามีนัดบ้านเกี่ยว
Obviously,
นะครับ
Falcons are going to be in it, so make sure you guys tune back in to see how it all plays out.
All right, here I'm down here at the stage with my good friend Avenger. And you know, I've been doing a lot of interview during this tournament with players, coaches, and everyone all alike. But what about interviewing my good old friend? It's your first time casting a LAN in, what, 6 years or something like that?
Yeah, it feels like it's been forever, but doing it with the Porosaur is fantastic. We've been having a lot of fun, and also the first 3 games were absolute bangers today here to finish up the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, what's your outlook on the games as a whole? Like, who have you particularly been impressed by?
So, obviously impressed with Mid this year, how far they've been able to take it. T1 today has been an absolute tear here. The type is starting compared to what he was able to do yesterday, right? So that's amazing. But again, it's so different in groups compared to what we're going to see in the finals, because when teams are secure, they start focusing on other things. They start focusing on third party on teams they potentially don't want in the finals. So that's really what I'm looking for in the next couple of games.
How's the atmosphere as a whole for EWC been so far? You have to look around all the other things that are going on around the halls. Did you get any merch?
Yeah, I got some merch. I had it on yesterday. It looked great. And honestly, the whole expo, the whole arena, everything, it's just such a great atmosphere. You see so many colleagues you've been working with or around for so many years, right? And everything is just, it feels amazing to be here. So also super cool to being in Paris this year. So yeah, love that.
ตอนแรกคิดนะแต่พอแม่งเปิดไมค์จะร่วมไม่ทันอะไร
However, it's difficult to go beyond myth, I think. What's your perspective?
Yeah, honestly, the way they've been playing, if everything kind of rolls their way, and also the amount of games we are playing, how dominant they've been this year.
จำยังเหลืออีก2อันนี้แล้วก็อีกอันนึง
top favorites right now, but there could
วันนี้
be
ทีมไหนกินไก่ไปยังตัด
things
กิน
going
ไก่ไป
against them
แล้
in
ว
the final. Then if confidence breaks, then it's going to be rough.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Here it is time to head on over to the casters, the other
แ
casters.
จ๊ดเบเตอร์วีแจ๊ดไม่เบเตอร์ครับ
The two of them together doing an interview talking about who they think is going to win. I thought for certain Navi was going to slip into the conversation there.
They can't let the EMEA bias go. Yeah.
I mean, I was expecting the Colaris EMEA dance to happen, right? So whenever we're looking at this, remember, guys, I know we're talking a lot. The big things to note is there are two teams that is going to be Shadow as well as Supers that are not playing today that are still in our top 16, and that is going to be 14th and 15th respectively. Then on the chase back behind it is going to be DK, Genji, JDG, and then like Toppers are talking about drops down into Sharper, Nemesis, and then maybe if there is a big game here, we could put 4 Angry Men in it. So we've got 2 spots dropping out and a lot on the chase back behind it, and it feels like this is just going to come down to trying to avoid the giants in the lobby of squads like this.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be tough, and some of those teams that are on the outside looking in that need some decent point games in this one to kind of keep themselves in contention to make it to that grand finals. It's going to be kind of precarious because when you have those teams that are already solidified, they can, send it into those compounds, I think back to T1, sending it against, I think it was GK, and wipe them out at the gas station in Miramar, because they have the freedom to be like, well, we can practice this, or screw it, let's just try it. We're already in. Who cares? That's like the concern when you're one of those teams. You're trying to play your game, you're trying to play tight, you're trying to play good macro, all these things. And then you never know when there's that wild card team that's just going to send it, in a clown car behind you, and all of a sudden you're losing players when you don't normally in those situations.
This team Liquid pretty stacked on top of each other. Looks like they might all have the ideas going for Palace. Maybe December 12th pulling away. They could just be securing a car, as JDG has a lot to fight for. Team Liquid already feeling comfy, so I don't know if I would make too much of a commitment out of this. Circle pops up this direction, so they might just try to split the location. That can happen in location. Yeah, they're all actually going to drop there. December 12th is going to get the vehicle. That's worrisome for JDG, in my opinion.
Cowboy knows all about this fight. He had this option against JDG last year. So definitely going to be something that he's kind of understanding what the JD Gaming modus operandi is in this spot, and they like to get up on this hill early, absolutely. But I mean, both teams would. This is one of the few places where you can get up in these rocks and get some vision, but it's going to be obviously identified there with the vehicle, making it super, not questionable, but they might just be leaving.
I like this from JDG. They have too much to play for. Presently in that 18th place position. Liquid trying to pick some opponents that they want to not have to deal with later, as a couple of rotates could be a problem for Team Liquid based off of this. So JDG going to cut a path a bit more to the north. That's no problem though, because it's all the queens up to the north. As we've got Heather, it's going to be hanging out at the crossroads, and Salute on the other side. So you're going to have to cut a pretty far path into this to find some safety to loot. JDG, you got away, but at what cost?
It's tough in this part of the map, actually. There isn't a ton of kind of trash loot compounds littered up in this part of the map. You're going to have to just kind of keep driving and go a distance to find anything, not to mention, like you're talking about, Genji, T1, not only are they in their default spots of Bodak and Yongchun, they're also spread out in some of the trash compounds around them.
What trash is available over here? Trash buildings, I should say. Is Genji has one set of the compounds. They've got Raining for T1 on the other one. It looks like December 12th and crew might be rolling right up to Bean, where he's in the process of looting, and I don't think he's going to be expecting anybody to roll by this. JDG, it looks like there's nowhere else to go. They're just going to hit the tree, jump out. They've got a little bit to work with, but Bean's going to have himself a ton of friends all of a sudden. But JDG, I think they saw this rotate. They're already in vehicles. They're cutting a path up here fast.
Yeah, Soul going to be right behind and trying to help out Bean. Let's see if Genji is just going to fully commit to this fight. They need points. If they can win this one pretty cleanly in a 4-0, they're going to have a good chance.
This is two squads presently tied, fighting for the top 16 positions. This could turn everything around for either one of these squads really quickly. A couple of shots coming out, nothing cemented in just quite yet. Soul going to go for the upper section of this building. Might make him vulnerable to nades coming out. December 12th not having too much to work with. Cold's going to go down. It's going to be deep. That spots him out. And now Genji knows who they're fighting.
But the shotgun just rang out to Bean. down. So all of a sudden, problems. Seoul will claim Cold's point as well. So it's a 1-for-1 so far between these two teams who absolutely need these points so desperately. Grenade from Seoul, not going to make it inside of the building window. Bounce around, and he's going to also make another move around the outside.
There's a potential storm brewing as Nemesis is rotating. If they hear a couple of shots, and Team Liquid is actually following. They saw the pathing coming out for this. Were they chasing the whole time? They're going to move into a third-party point to play around this. And oh my god, if they get the shots onto D, that could absolutely ruin Gen.G's position. It's going to be Heather, though, that they spot at range because everybody's getting involved. Nemesis still moving into the north. Now T1, whoever wins this, they could instantly get dropped out by one of these third, fourth, or fifth parties.
Now, this is absolute madness and worst case scenario for Gen.G and JDG. Gonna throw some blue zones there. Try to keep that door pinned down, and then they're going to try to use that grenade on the other side. They do get a lot of damage into December the 12th. So he's going to have to tuck in, but he's got a Saiga behind this. Meanwhile, Cowboy finds an angle of the M16, but Heather does 95 damage to him, backs him right down. So that has bought Gen.G a little bit of time.
Nemesis now involved in the north. T1 realizing this has gotten pretty hot, trying to figure out how much of a commitment they want. D runs into the building. December 12th. It's going to be on the side. Shotty pops off. Though, trying to keep D up and alive as it is full damage control for everybody, trying to fight just to stay alive on the leaderboard.
Salute now going to realize there's another shot with the Panzer. That's Suze down. And Salute clinging to life. Just nons left for JDG, but all these teams.
Team Liquid, they're going to send it in. They're going to play spoiler to it all. They roll right in. Soul's going to have to defend one side of Halo knows where the position is at. And this is just ruining everybody's day. Soul does get the knock and the flush on the Cowboy, though.
Okay, we've got a chance here for the side of Gen.G. Soul trying to make some big plays. Purdy Curdy going to go down as well. He did take out Salute with his grenades. Now they're trying to deal with Nons, keep him pinned down so they can isolate this fight with Soul.
There was a long-distance skirmish that happened with the back duo of T1 in Twisted Minds. So that's kind of repositioned the focus for T1. That's allowed Nemesis to move into another position with Diffex to get a little bit more vulnerable. Try to attack this, but Gam's also over here, one side of it. Gen.G is now going to be the first squad. But not too much. Diffex manages to get the drop on his Soul.
Well, I guess the good news is if you're Gen.G is you might have outdone JDG if they're able to be taken down without claiming too many more points here from Nons. Liquid the mortars will not affect him inside of that building, but definitely make things a little bit more scary when you're having to try to deal with the lack of sound cues because of those explosions.
With all of this, now Geekay has managed to get the city just to the west. They have EJ that's up to seeing if maybe he can supervise. This just turned into a massive pop-off. Nons is just trapped in position, and now Team Liquid really is as well because Gam's not going to let him go anywhere. You can't even cut to the west anymore with Geekay's positioning. And, I mean, what do? Poor old Nons is just playing for survival, and Team Liquid, they're just roaming around. They're at 67 points and fine with all of this.
And Nons also has that S12. He's got the auto shot behind, so he's a very tough nut to crack. That is for sure. And Liquid knows it, and they know that there were so many other teams around them, so they have to be extra cautious. They can't just make that push out into the open without getting some confirmation that it is going to be safe. Now, looking on the map, Nemesis is still in the vicinity, but they're not really totally hyper-focused on this fight. They've got 3 players that aren't really anywhere near.
There's the push. Team Liquid getting closer by the second. Nons just trying to play it slow, leaning into the shotties. It's worked out a couple of times for him. Start to hear the footsteps. He's got an idea on the angle of approach. Red zone on top of him might make a little bit more noise, make it hard to find. Diffex doesn't have vision due to the way that the trees are kind of lining into Team Liquid's reposition on this. Sosed's not going to have much either. So Team Liquid has an easy pass to get over next to Nons, but they don't want to overstep. They don't want to feed more points into JDG. The point is to stop them, not let them get anything else out of them.
Oh, and a red zone on top of this fight to boot just to make matters worse. Team Liquid isn't going to commit to the fight. They're just going to hold the line. They know that Nons is kind of in a spot where he's eventually going to be forced to make a play. Liquid's still not convinced it's safe, and plus the red zone.
You still got Tanvu back behind you, going to make it scary. Circle pops. Still keeps in a little bit of army base. The hillside to the north of it, a lot to be played over there. So Rotate's going to be coming out 4 Angry Men as well as Twisted down the south. Navi's going to try to run right in between this 2-2 split from down, but I think they might have eyes a little bit further north. Not realizing how hot it is over here. Twisted is going to be following him back behind 4 Angry Men, but Navi, they're running into the wrong neighborhood, it feels like. This is just everybody converge. I don't know what JDG did to piss off everybody. I know a couple of good spots, but this has just been hunting them down. Team Liquid is focused on this.
It's pretty crazy, yeah. The way that a couple teams saw the kill feed and knew that they were both in precarious positions on the leaderboard and wanted to try to knock them out, prevent them from getting into the finals, I suppose. And it kind of worked, so not too bad. Navi rolling into the middle of the circle.
Shoddy comes up. JDG down, and they only pick up 1 point, sitting in that 18th place position.
That's awful because Gen G got 2 more than you, plus GK still very much in the equation in this game, so... And also Sharper, who knows, Nemesis is one of the teams that took a couple of those kills, and they needed them to catch up to you as well. So a lot going on here.
Just trying to run right in back behind Navi, and that's all the shots you hear going off in the distance. Jacob's going to go down. 4 Angry Men's got high ground up on top of Navi. But Myth, just with so few options, just trying to bully their way in through it all. But the center of the circle is just clustered. Everybody getting a piece of it.
Myth is
วีทีซ้ำเอาเหี้ยระเบิดโคตรแรงครับ 4AM
Ferris though takes a grenade to the teeth and he is going to be knocked, trying to get another one in there, isn't going to go far enough, just kind of getting caught up on the terrain, not able to roll downhill. Shen wants to load up with another grenade to try to take Ferris down, does get him down to half. No follow-up just yet from 4AM. Meanwhile, they're losing players on the backside. HJaz getting down by Batulans.
เกมนี้ไม่ได้เดาเลยว่าใครจะชนะเนี่ย
For such a centered position in this hillside coming out of Army.
รอลุ้นอย่างเดียวดูว่าฟูลเซนติดไม่ติด
R8's also roaming over into the west. Looks like Nemesis trying to get a couple of shots on them. Every single kill that Nemesis manages to secure could be big. Already sitting at 2. Sharper is going to be coming in from same path.
มิดบอกชิวแล้วไป
the
นั่ง
northern split for
ชิว
GK
ๆดี
as
กว่า
well
ว่ะ
as R8's rotate.
ไปกินข้าวอะไร
We
ดีกว่า
have
ไปเดิน
seen
ดู
the
วิว
fact
ทิ
that
วทัศน์
Sharper
แน่
sometimes plays this early game very slow, letting everybody just kind of fight it out and then try to sweep in back behind it all. This is just, I mean, nobody playing the northern part of the circle paper. It is just everybody clustered center now.
มีวางแซงที่ 1 ได้นะ
Shen
ได้
is
หร
doing
อ
a lot of work right now. He prevented the res there onto Ferris. Sparrow down as well, so things getting very, very uncomfortable for Navi and 4AM. Need a big game. Doing a little bit of work here early. Hakatori, it's actually Team Liquid there, shooting him a bit in the back and has to try to take a pause to get a little bit of meds potentially. No, gotta rethink it because 4AM's on the hunt.
I like this. 17, you can see, has called an emergency pickup over it all. Nade's going to come up. Hakatori's going to get the knock onto Winda, and any follow-up nades could just find more money to be had. Navi moving around the north, trying to see how big of a game 4 Angry Men can find. There is an opportunity if they can somehow squeeze it out, but it is feeling bad. HJaz is going to go ahead and bleed out. Winda's continuing to do the same. Shin's trying to make something happen. Spaceman on the other side, but they just can't find it. And Navi is just being a beast. They're going to go ahead and get that one as well. And that leaves one player up for 4 Angry Men, and it feels like the dream is
เอาแล้วมึง
dying
ได้บอกไหม
back.
ว่าบักอินเดียนี่แบบว่า
nice mollies there
โดน
from
หนึ่งวง
Boostic.
การวาโลเลยนะพี่
Covered
ใช่ไหม
a
เรื่องการ
lot of that side
เรื่อง
of
การ
where
ขี้
Shen
โม้อ่ะ
was forced him out into the
มึงได้บอกไหม
open.
เนี่ย
Even caught him with the fire as well.
ต้องประกาศพี่วันไหน
Great play from him that really dashed any hopes, and GK sending it in.
There's potential points, and that's all GK wants, right up on top of Team Liquid, who's been kind of the villain of the lobby so far. Halo does find another song, John. Can he find any more? EG's going to be playing the other side of it, trying to go for a peek around, couple of shots. Park Pro makes
อะไรกูดูใครเนี่ยเฮียตากูเคแล้ว
Quick flush, just Halo in a 1v3, make it a 1v, or actually just all Team Liquid now eliminated. Fine and good. GK getting those points. Impactful, sitting in that 15th place position.
And they were getting a little bit of
ชิบ
pressure
หาย
from
เดี๋ยวนะ
Sharper
VC
behind them.
61แล้วเหรอ
Sharper, speaking of doing a little bit of damage to Gam, but the
Full
fact that you're
send
able to
ตก
get
มา
out of there as GK, you're going to have all 4 up. You get a couple extra points. You're feeling really good now about solidifying your position into that grand final. So they may have just barely creaked in, but they're getting there.
If you're Sharper and your Nemesis right now, you're thinking it's doable. Watching all these guys start to falter in front of you, knowing Gen G is out, knowing JDG is out, you know that there's a big point total that you need to get. So how good of a position can you get around it? Nemesis has got a great spot that they're playing over into the northwest. R8's going to be one of the closest teams to them. Unfortunately, also going to be next to Twisted, which could be a problem. Sharper's going to put themselves right next to Gam, though, and I feel like that's a much bigger problem given how aggressive we can sometimes see Gam play.
The issue for Gam is that kind of period between 17, who we just saw as a P90 in hand. That being said, Tanvu getting it done with the Dragunov, finds one knock on the Sharper. So Sharper, who is going for sort of a barricade of Gam into this next circle, is starting to hemorrhage players just a little bit. The res looking to come through. GK not third party or punish this fight. So for now, Sharper is taking it square on against Gam. 17 as well, pinned down by Falcons, so they're not really able to get involved.
I know
Sharp is trying to play for the late game. That's what they do, but when you're in this position, I feel like you need to get something bigger. It does look like they're trying to set up for it, or trying to defend back the position that Gam's playing from. But you've kind of spotted a lot of the rotates, a lot of big factors that are going on. 17 now moving could open up Gam to have a little bit more maneuverability room of their own to work with, but 17, where do you go? You passed on the emergency pickup a second ago. Now you're rolling right into Falcons T1 territory. But VC feeling great right now. This circle just
yeah, the problem for 17 is they're going to be underneath the guns of T1. And on the end of the hill, though, making it kind of work. They're taking some damage.
แทนที่มึงจะบอกว่า
holding on, but that's one
ไป
down.
ตัดคิมิมิก็ไปตัดคิมิมินี่แหละบอกตั้งนานแล้วเฮ้ยไอ้จะไม่ได้บิดกูนี่
enough damage. Just a little bit extra help
แตก
here.
อ่ะ
As Kickstart actually gets knocked by Raining, so T1's spread formation able to keep Falcons from doing anything.
It was risky, but now 17 is the
ใครลุ้น
gatekeeper
ไหม
squad
ตอน
on
นี้
the
ใช่
T1 and Falcons.
ทำไม
Gam
คน
had a
ลุ้นมิน
similar
กันมิน
idea.
แช
They're
มป์
going
แล้ว
to mirror pathing
กู
just
สเต
on
ท
the
อ่ะ
other side of T1, far more free, but
ได้
they're
คิต
moving
เตอร์ดู
right
จอ
up
นี่กู
next
มา
to
รู้ยังมันไม่ได้
VC.
ดู
Couple
จอ
shots
มัน
gonna be coming
ดูอะไรไม่
after
ได้
them. Another emergency
ดู
pin
แมพ
pickup's been called, and it's going to be coming out from Nemesis.
ผับ
Sharp
ซื้
is
อ
going to
มา
have to
มา
fight
เล่น
their
หรือ
way
ดู
through
ใครสนุกกว่า
potentially
กันเนี่ย
GK. That could be a
มัน
massive
ทั้ง
firefight.
เล่น
Is
ส
now
นุก
Falcons
ดูก็สนุกนะ
gonna
พั
have
บ
no.
จีอ่ะ
It's
เฮียว่านะ
Heather. Get away from Heather. Falcons, you want nothing to do with this man. He will ruin you.
ทำไมมัน
I
ปิ
think
ด
they
ปิด
realized
คะ
that
แนน
they
เอ็น
knew
เป็นไฟว่ามัน
something
คนละ
bad
กลุ่
was
ม
on
ครับ
its
มัน
way.
เกิดที่อะไรขึ้นเนี่ย
They were in
แค่เนี่ย
a really uncomfortable spot. and
TK
they
ล่วงเอาดิล่วงอีก
immediately
ล่วงอีกล่วงอีก
dodge those grenades of Heather. Raining has an AUG to try to back him up. The response, though, not going to connect
อ้าว
onto Heather.
เฮีย
Going to be
สัต
able
ว์
to
แม่ง
take
เก็
the
บหม
pony,
ดเต้
try to
TK
get back out of there. Will be good to go. Yeah, the backside of that pony pretty hard to shoot through.
Push coming happen right now from Nemesis. Looks like they're going to go after GK's positioning as well. So Sharper still over there, just one player up. Doesn't look like any magic's going to happen for them either. But Nemesis roaming around the outside, trying to get distance away from Twisted. Not going to find too much. Very solid defensive line. T1 down to the south holding defense. But remember, they still need to get into the circle. Falcons has actually got plenty of maneuverability room over into the east.
Sosa just got back into the game. Just saw him come in with a parachute there. So he's going to be grouping up.
ใช่ไหมเมื่อวานมีทั้งที่วันที่เป็นทัพเปอ
This
ร์
is going to be
มันแบบว่า
dicey.
เมื่อวานคือ
Big
กูเลยนะ
firefight
เอ
between
เอ
these
เจ
two
อซี
teams
มั้ง
right now. GK
ใช่ไหม
needs anything that they can find.
คือ
Holding
มัน
down
เป็นทั้งหมด
fourth
3 กลุ่มแล้ว
place,
มันเจอ
14th place. They want to
เจ
get
อกัน
some
หมดครับ
space away from everything. But Nemesis, if they can get a roll going right now, they
คื
can
อแปล
put
ว่าทีม
themselves
นึง
back
จะได้เล่น
into
2 รอบ
it. But they need to deal with GK in front of them. Then on the other side. Nemesis
GK
does get the knock
goalkeeper
on two. Is this the start of
ไอ้เฮีย
something
นี่มัน
big?
ตัด
That is not what you wanted to see. Geeke was trying to figure out a way where they didn't have to cluster behind that tree for safety. There just wasn't anything available. So now big points going into Nemesis's hands. Nice work there by Diffix to find the grenade. Melman able to step right in for the claim of more points, and Sungjang and Akkad have just left.
Rolls right by. VC is going to get some vision, a couple of shots at them, but Twisted going to get more involved. Then walk back behind all of Nemesis. And remember, it was Stade that survived so long inside that last game to buy them a couple more points. See how much more they can get away from all of it. Sosa just trying to stall out Twisted. I think that they want to get away from this firefight. It doesn't feel too good along this hillside. While yes, Nemesis does have the high ground, they know that it's a valley over into the east, and the circle's probably going to abandon them. And Twisted also not really feeling too good about this. Going to separate away, go more over to the north. While T1's going to have to push down the south. Circle pops. So it stays right on top of VC.
Yeah, Perfectix does get a little bit of trailing damage, but not really able to connect much there. As, 17 and T1 dusting it up there on the southern edge of this circle. Tian Heather already in the knock state. Grenades out towards Xiao Wu. Happy feet there, gonna keep him alive for now. Raining taken down by Tiggleton, so EN Type. The drop shot from Type is good. Takes down Xiao Wu, takes down 17.
Well, but you have to deal with a very high ground positioning coming up from Vicious because, yes, their positioning is quite vicious. Geeke's got control on angle over onto Twisted. Twisted's going to be more forced to the north. Nemesis, where are you going to go? It looks like they just might be trying to cut east. That could put them into the remnants of Geeke, but Twisted really can't get out of the spot. They've got R8 back behind them. Lou's already spotted out what's going to be going on over there. They're starting to realize maybe we just have to take this fight with Nemesis down the south. Let's see if we can find something. So said, shoot a couple of bullets to see if he can dissuade it, while Thanawat's still back behind Nemesis, waiting for his moment.
Oh, man. I mean, Thanawat needs to go big here. He needs to get a couple kills at the very least. He'd love to survive later into the game. That might be plan A, but he needs to take the points where he can get them. Is he going to go for Sosa there? No. Sosa just going to drive on by, and they're going to get down around the hill. They're trying to make a southern wrap underneath DK's eyes.
DK, what's your defense like? This is a squad you need to hold back, and you need to hold them back in a big way. trying to get smokes down for defense. Other side, Nade's rolling out.
ไอ้ TK นี่ไม่ดีแล้ว TK ไม่เอาด้วยกันแล้วเอ้าเหี้ย
Songjong gets a knock. Stade's gonna go down.
แนะนำไม่ตีดาวงั้นเริ่มจากเราก่อนไหม
can make this problematic. They need to defend strong.
เฮ้ย
And Twist is
TK
grabbing back behind on top of a con. This is a problem. Songjong needs to finish this fast.
Songjong needs these points. He really needs to find a way to get them, but he's feeling the pressure from the other side. And here come the grenade barrages from Twisted Minds. He is in trouble. He really is stuck inside of there. He needs a con to go crazy on this side against Twisted.
Falcons are doing a great job on corralling T1 and that's putting them back into this similar path. And VC still has high ground control over it all. Dipx trying to find something. So says that just get the knock.
เอาเหี้ย
แค่แตก
TK แตกเนมซิส48แต้ม
But they have so many problems. Just one player, Dipx now alive.
น่ากลัวนะเนี่ย
It's T1 one side, Twisted on the other.
อันนี้โดนแหนบกับสุดท้ายแล้วอันต่อไปสุดท้ายแล้ว
And starts claiming points. T1 right on his backside immediately though. And they're going to start taking players down from Nemesis. They have been eliminated only at 48 points for them. Heather, grenade in hand. If it's on point, he's done and he's got it. He just cannot miss today.
Just both sides getting hammered from there as now T1's going to continue their wrap. Maybe eyes onto Twisted. Nature of the beast on this circle is you got Vicious, super high ground, a couple of odd rock croppings coming down. It almost feels more like a Stalber ending if you look at the way that this land settles. Falcons going to be in east, comfortable. VC on the new circle pop. They're going to have two of their players up, high ground. Everybody else nowhere near the circle.
Yeah, this one looking like it might just come down to Falcons, VC, R8, depending on how this all shakes out in the southwest side. T1.
You guys didn't see that. He was shaking his head really hard at R8.
Nope, never. I would never do that. What do you mean?
เกมหน้าต้องไก่นะชาร์เปอร์อยากไป
Twisted
แต่
Minds
ถ้า
had
ชาร์เปอร์ไก่เกมหน้า
some nice shots with the M24. Seen him in the kill feed a couple times with that. The grenades to try to finish off aimbot down there. They're not quite all the way through, but probably good enough.
I mean, the quiet day for Twisted, not needing to have a big explosive day for themselves is big. Ooh, I love how well that was flush out on it. All right, what you got? Okay, AJ, sorry, you've got yourself a nice little position to play for. Dig yourself a little hole there as it's all rock and stone for R8 time being. Falcon's going to have plenty of space to wrap over into the east. Weekend Twisted Minds now has to deal with VC and T1. I don't know where you go. I mean, there's a little bit of a ridge that they can play, but it's going to be right in front of R8.
ครับเป็นจิตแก่อย่าแบนนะ
Just going to be watching Lou drive right next to them, and yeah, that's easy work for Type and Heather. Not too hard when you're afforded a pretty clean angle and a not super fast car driving by you. VC not really getting involved in this too much. They're busy dialed in towards Batulin's angle. R8 trying to get something done, trying to sled their way in up this hill, but really Duckmai has kind of thwarted any of their attempts.
He's just got such a great position on this trench. Batulin's did find that little bit of a ridge I was talking about a second ago, so at least get somewhere away from R8 for a second. We're back to the sneaky snake and Batulin's last one alive. VC looking like they're going to shift their focus more T1-sided. They're going to try to creep in the circle. R8 actually also getting some vision onto T1, so Falcon's going to have easy pathing all the way over to the northeast. Now have vision on the back tail end of what's going on with AJ and R8.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons are probably looking to claim this game. Tiggleton going to line up some mortar shots even. Goes on top of VC's players' heads that are up on this mountainside. Simon T, Tycon could be looking at some barrages their way. Ian does scoop up a P90. Scary to see T1 in their hands. And here the mortars begin. Tycon gets some good shots into Ian, but can't get the finish.
Instead, they give him more holes so he can continue digging. Have tons of different options wherever he wants to hide out at. I don't know. Falcons, they've got themselves that control point to play from, but I love observers. Thank you so much for showing us the verticality at play in here and why we're not really seeing too many shots coming out of VC. That giant rock cropping over there does lean down in the southwest. So that means the T1's playing it and trying to keep a focus on what's going on. T1's R8, everything else like that. VC doesn't have the cleanest lines until you step around that corner like Ian just did.
That was solid stuff from Tycon. He still had another angle that he could position himself into to finish off what he started onto EN and was right there to clean up the job. So that's one player down on one of their bigger threats right now for Vicious is T1, who are looking on the outside of this new circle. Are they just going to wrap around the eastern side, but that means they're going to run into Tickleton sight lines, or are they going to just try to sneak right underneath?
ทารอนจัสเปลี่ยนใจได้นะทารอนรออยู่เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมทารอนจัสทารอนรักจัส
A little bit of damage into empty. Just trying to find a way in.
I love the fact you pointed out Falcons have left Tickleton behind down into the southeast to make sure that nobody from T1 wraps around. Falcons already sent also Shrimsy and Gustav in control over the northwest, or actually just due north to see if they can stop out R8 and any rotate. But you can see it gets really complicated over here. They hear the vehicles roll in. How the nade's going to be cooked. They're going to be throwing them AJ's side. So it's going to be Shrimsy gets knocked onto empty. And good old AJ still alive at his tree for the time being. His kickstart, I think, is going for a full wrap back around. Nope, Shrimsy's going to go ahead and make it easier, get the knock onto AJ. Now it's just Teddy, the last one up, watching his friends die at range.
Yeah, Teddy's just like, well, I can't really do much. Now he's in grenade range of VC, so he just took one of the chops. Well, Tycon looking to try to steal that point, will do so. Falcons not going to claim it, but not going to be too bothered by that, considering their position on the leaderboard.
Tickleton has abandoned the defense of the southeast. He's going to go ahead and regroup, so it looks like it is going to be Falcons lined up against R8. Squeaking in right next to Duck Mai as Batulin's still alive, and T1 has actually moved into the shadow of VC's cliffside, trying to find some safety.
Ooh, a brief little moment there. Gustav got a little bit of eyes onto Tycon. It's actually Heather who finds another good grenade onto Tycon. Did take down Type though before he was knocked, so T1 going to have to stall out. Actually, Type inside of that blue zone nade is probably going to bleed out.
T1 kind of helping out the rest of the lobby right now, distracting VC on their high ground, having to dodge out these nades. Pretty decently cooked so far, does still get some damage, so you can see every single time that VC has to step away from the nades from T1, it puts them into the Falcon sight lines, and it's two different teams trying to punish the squad, and T1 is intentionally throwing their nades, knowing that, expecting somebody to the north to assist every time that VC has to move.
T1 just barely got the Type in time, and they were able to get that res through. I didn't know if that was going to be possible. T1 being diligent, clearing out all the hiding holes on top of this rock. Scaling his way forward, Simon T trying to watch it, has not seen Heather just yet, but a Molly there gonna disallow him in the shot from Type. That was such a short Molly. I think that other Molly hit his teammate.
I was gonna say, didn't he just drop one on his teammate? Everybody got too excited. It's like, we finally get the high ground. That's such a hard push up onto the top, and it's gonna be Duck Mai now looking up over the rock dropping to VC's had control for so long, and he's gonna go down. Batulin's trying to see if he can get the flush. He is gonna find it. Falcons got control of the low ground, and it is gonna be T1 trying to see if they can fight their way down the hillside.
That first Molly was so smart from T1 because it denies the TPP peek. That was so intelligent from them. A little bit of an oopsies on the other side of it, but regardless, it does end up in their favor. And here we go. More mortars, and who else would you expect other than Tickleton? First one, a little bit off to the side. Second one goes just too deep to take care of Type. Third,
ที่วันมันตามมาได้นะเนี่ยทำไปเล่นไปไม่เป็นไรหรอกสุดท้ายที่วันก็ไม่ได้อยู่กลุ่มเดียวกับมิตรครับผม
Some vengeance finally stabbing back with Falcons, and they just continue to rain them down.
Yeah, how many more does he have left? That's the real question. Used quite a few already. Shot 2 earlier over towards R8, and that was at least 4. So usually you can only get about 6 coming with you in a car trunk, depending on how you kind of shake things out. And it seems like I'm not sure if he's got any more. Just again, depends on how many they were able to fit into X amount of cars that they're able to bring with them. But for now, Teddy just wants to survive, just wants to keep himself in this somehow, some way. Make a respectable finish for his squad.
And he's only 2 points back behind 4 Angry Men right now, and I figure a lot of squads would take some respect from managing to at least finish ahead of 4 Angry Men. High side of this one, Heather's going to start getting more vision. It's going to come down to the center dot control, which is mostly going to be Falcons. T1 having to move down, VC having to play right down underneath him. He's going to get spotted though. How much is Peak going to go for? Does it manage to take down Pal? Keep going for the more bold peek onto this one. Could find yourself vulnerable. Batulin's might want a piece, but I think Sneaky Snake Batulin's just trying to watch. Nope, he finally does pull the trigger, but it's a bit too late.
Heather's got 5 kills again. He is just a monster. And the rest of the lobby trying to see if they can slow him down, but Shrimsy in trouble. Find him out in the open, get the knock. Type then using these stuns to try to get a new angle.
Great positional play coming up from Type. They've abandoned that one hillside, using the trench to really push down into the face of Falcons. Tig now going to have to defend, going for a couple of shots to see if he can slow down the pacing. Shrimsy still down back behind all of this, and the control the Falcons had in the lower sections just getting pulled apart. 2 many different ways. T1's finding it again and continues to be a problem for Falcons to deal with at range now. It is going to be T1 on 11 kills running down the hillside with 2 82 points. Trying to find more, sitting at 4 right now. It's going to be Gustav and Shrimsy over into the northwest.
That high-low setup there between Type and Raining really nicely timed and orchestrated. Got those players that were stuck behind that rock dead to rights where they just had to choose one of 2 bad options before they were taken down. Really good coordination being shown by T1, but it's a 2v2 right now. Falcon Shrimsy still has quite a few smokes left in the grenade launcher. A little bit of damage into Gustav. Heather just gets a glimpse, but can't connect for the knock.
Overall, both these squads qualified, but Falcons wants to get some vengeance back. T1 has just been doing such a great job against Falcons over and over again. Can Falcons find anything here? Smokes down. Center control still does favor Falcons as T1's playing right up against the blue zone. Gustav doesn't have much space to work with. This is all coming down. Smokes the middle. Gustav takes a lot of damage from the blue zone. Triple shot. Shrimsy gets punched. Feeding the information over, but it is the beast in the middle control. Trying to make sure you can find anything else, and T1 manages to find it again.
They just cannot be stopped right now. This group stage has been absolutely incredible from T1. Heather into the 1v1 and for it as you would just kind of expect at this point. With the way he's been playing, it feels like there's no hope when you're going up in a 1v1 against him.
All right, we've been talking a lot about top 16 and how everything's going. Slow down the pace and Shrimsy still down. Put them back into first place.
ดูแต้มแบบอันนี้เรียวไทม์ยังวะแชท I don't know let me check T1 96ยัง T1 100 แต้มแล้วนี่ใช่ไหมรอก่อนยังไม่อัพอันไหนดูสเตจ2นี่เฮ้ยอะไรอ่ะพี่จีนว้าวshit oh shit มึงเปิดร้านเหล้ากันเหรอเพื่อนมึงทำอะไรกันเนี่ยฮะอีมึงตื่นเกินเฮียตื่นเกินอัพยังเดี๋ยวแบบเช็คแบบนี่ถ้าสมมติสกอร์เท่ากันใครได้วะแชทใครอยู่บนหัวใครวะวัดแต้มอันดับอะไรคือวัดแต้มอันดับไม่กิด placement ทุกเกมที่ผ่านมานะว่าใคร placement เยอะกว่าเหรอใช่ไหมคิดว่าปีนี้ใครแชมป์พรีเมียร์แมนยูลิเวอร์แมนซีอาร์เซนอลเชลซีตัวแถมดูแม่งดิไอ้สัตว์ต้องดู placement ต้องดู placement ซึ่งสมมุติ GK นำ61 แต้มสมมุตินะเฮ้ยไม่ดีว่าปัญหาคือว่าถ้าสมมุติไอ้ GK ลั่นไปแบบ64 แต้มก็จบเลยปะเอาไม่ดิเอ๊ะฟูลเซนก็สมมติฟูลเซนสมมติมันนำฟูลเซนมันก็จะฟูลเซนก็จะอยู่ที่14แล้วเราต้องมานั่งดูอะไรเจนจี JDG ชาร์เปอร์อาจจะเนมิซินด้วยเฮียน่ากลัวคือที่แน่ๆพวกเคสนี้ต้องเอาอยู่แล้วแหละใช่ปะเพราะมันจะติดแล้วใช่ปะอีกนิดเดียวมันจะติดแล้วเอฟเฟกต์ต้องอยู่ในสีเขียวไปครับเนี่ยสีเขียวเนี่ยแท็บเนี่ยลงมาสีแดงก็แตกกลัวไม่นะแต่จริงๆ14ใช่ป่ะตรงมา14สมมุติ JDG ขึ้นไปตรงไป15 JDG ขึ้นไปตรงไป16โอ้ยกลัวยังไงก็รอดเพราะว่ามึงต้องให้ขึ้น3ทีมเว้ยถึงจะไม่รอดใช่ไหมโอ้รอดกลัวรอดเชื่อกูยังไงก็รอดแล้วนะมันขึ้นทั้ง3ทีมก็แตกยังไงก็รอดโอ้ชิวแล้วเฮียนอกจากว่าเจนจี JDG ชาร์เปอร์ติดท็อป3ก็นะครับชิปหายมีของจริงต้องมีทีมเกิน60ได้2ทีมเท่านั้นใช่แล้วชาร์เปอร์เราล่ะก็คือเลือกเอาว่ะ2ทีมนี้จาก3เนี่ยใครก็ได้ขอเป็นชาร์เปอร์1แล้วกันแล้วก็พี่ถั่วแล้วกันอ่ะมึงไม่ต้องไป JDG ถ้า61รอดชัวร์เหรอวะทำไมวะไอ้จานี่เกือบจะแน่นอนมาแตกไปแล้ว2นะในวาโลเอ้ยมึงเชื่อมันดีเกียร์พลังพับจีกูมันของจริงนะเว้ย
Teams, man, we are so close to finding out.
One
game away to finding out who exactly is going to be going to the grand finals. And who's going to be going home salty?
And as we're going to be talking about this, seems you're not pull up that overall. Yes, match report is cool and all. We see Falcons, we see T1. Heather is definitely one of the main storylines when it comes down to groups. But this is what I want to see. By the way, top 16, just if for some reason this is your first time tuning in, top 16 will be moving on to the finals. The rest will be getting their keys crushed.
รองร้านประจำ JJaz เงียนสวัสดีลูกค้าจำผมได้ไหมผมตอบข้อความคุณลูกค้าในเฟซไม่ได้แต่หางกลองขนาดใหญ่สุดของทางร้านเราคือ69นิ้วราคา990 บาทพี่เป็นลูกค้าคนแรกนะเนี่ยที่สนใจไซส์ใหญ่ขนาดนี้ลูกค้าชื่อจัสใช่ไหมครับลูกค้าชอบผู้ชายหรอครับลูกค้าจะทำอะไรครับอย่านะ
กูน่าจะปิดหนีมันไปก่อนตั้งแต่เริ่มเลยว่ะมันจะได้แบบไม่ทันเนาะ
These teams are probably out. These teams are probably look. The Shadow is still technically in the running.
นี่นะจ๊ะเดี๋ยวนะมึงมาของจริงทุกวันเพื่อนกูยอมใจมึงว่ะกูจะว่ายังไงก็รอดแบบมันเป็นไปไม่ได้ที่จะไม่รอดว่ะเพราะชาโดมันไม่ได้เล่นอยู่แล้ววันเนี้ยใช่ไหมซูเปอร์ก็ไม่ได้เล่นเนี่ยวันเนี้ยเชลส่วนอันนี้นี่โอ้โหไอ้แค่ถ้ามา12 แต้มนะวอร์เรล2น่ากลัวอันนี้ก็แต้มมารอดูเหมือนกันว่ะโบแวนโดเนสมันประกาศแล้วหรอ ได้อยู่ตั้ง3ทีม GG ชาบะคงไม่มาพร้อมกันหรอกใช่ไหม10 กว่าแต้มเปโลตั้งแต่ประธานออกไปก็ฟอร์มผีเข้าผีออก
earlier in those first pages because if they go out early it's just gonna open up the door and then we're gonna start looking at not just supers esports maybe not making it to the finals but we're also gonna start looking at FULLSENSE at AGL those are teams that are currently at 61 points and honestly with the way it's currently looking it could end up being a couple great matches from some of their squads from Group C and Group B and pushing those teams out.
I agree. I think when we talk about there's a little bit of a stressor for GK here. I think they need to come out, and I don't hope they don't play too defensive, but they only need like 3 points to sort of guarantee their advance. But that's kind of, for me, that's almost worst case scenario because when you land, you're like, do I play this aggressive? Do I look for those 3 points?
How many times have we seen a team play safe, Steve, and it ends up being their downfall?
I agree. Never play safe. Never go full Duncan. You got to get out there and you got to do your best.
I mean.
That's a lot of donuts.
Yeah, bro. You're really. Last time it was a nothing burger. This time it's donuts.
Have you seen us?
I have. You know what? I'm getting hungry. Luckily, we are going to be heading into that final game. But now into the final game, right? We talked about those squads that need to do, pretty much need to clutch up here in the final game to actually do it. The thing is, we saw it earlier too. We saw it before this match. We see now some of the other squads start performing. Falcons, Famas consistently now getting towards the end of the game and sponging up points. T1 as well. You're saying today an amazing day. The other squads.
อันนี้อะไรบินโดนเหรอมันคือโดนเหรอ
Wow. But they need to keep an eye out for it.
You know what? I'd rather, Steve, see a team go for broke and just leave it all on the line than just play safe and hope to goodness that they're going to get the points we need. That's not what makes champions. That's not what earning it here at EWC is all about.
You know, so I think we've seen some of the juggernauts awaken in these last games, which is not surprising. It also worries me about one of the 5 teams on the chase because if those juggernauts see me in the kill feed and they hear those gunshots and they know that they would rather have Shadow Esports or someone like that in the final, they can come mess with me, right? Because there's 5 teams that are jumping over each other. They're playing the most fatal game of leapfrog I have ever seen, and that is what this round is going to be.
Also, think about this. If you're one of the teams in the top 5 and you see, hey, DNS is kind of on the cusp. Gen.G is kind of pushing this other team. Let's see what happens. Maybe Gen.G can get that.
คิดไม่ถึงเหมือนกันนะมึงจะเล่นมุกเคี้ยนอยู่ตอนนี้เนี่ยเฮ้ยสัตว์
All these teams that are strong in the cusp that did not have a
กู
good.
ไม่เข้าใจนะ
Essentially, if you're on the top, you can.
เย้ยจัดออกมาโต้ติ๊กฮิโร่ออกมาเต้นอย่าให้กูร้องเพลงเดี๋ยวพวกมึงจะตกใจกันหมดบอกไว้ก่อน
is gonna be moving as we head to the final game of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get teams that are going to the finals. Teams going home.
อย่างนั้นเดี๋ยวต้องเปิดคอนเสิร์ตนะครับระวังนะครับบอกไว้ก่อนเฮียจะบอกไว้ก่อนนะคอนเสิร์ตนะเดี๋ยวมีคอนเสิร์ตนะบอกไว้ก่อน
And is going to be Shadow sitting right at the cusp. They're 55 points.
บอกไว้ก่อน
Supers back behind them.
ไออาร์ดีโดนแบบว่าปาร์ตี้แล้วจะคุยละแล้วนาวีเอามันออก
respectively. Gen.G presently tied with Supers at 53 points back behind it. A point one way or the other.
ไม่หนักแต่ไอ้เหี้ยไออาร์ดีด่ะรั่วเลย
And you've got Team Liquid looming large in the background.
โดนไรโดนท้ายแล้ว
Crazy chase onto JDG in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important here that you kind of take that
ถ้า
lesson that
กู
you
มีตั๋ว
learned
คอน
from
เสิร์ต
that
ไอ้จัด
previous
กูจะ
game.
ฟรี
If your
ลีโอ
team
โด
is
นแม็ก
like
แล้วนะ
JDG,
ดูแม็กแข่งเหรอ
Gen.G
นี่ไม่เห็นวะ
Nemesis,
คนแต่หอยอาร์ดี
who
ด่ะ
needs to get deep into a game, who
อันนี้
needs
มันทำอะไร
to,
มันเลื้อนแล้วดิตัวปาร์ตี้อ่ะ
moment to try to get into that grand finals, and there's teams hunting. We've already seen it. We saw it in the previous game with Liquid, and then T1 even a little bit kind of sniffing out at that fight. So you had a couple different teams that are out there saying, we're going to try to deny you because we want to keep, potentially Shadow Esports in the next lobby.
What?
Any log.
See how the drops are coming out for this.
Remember, we also
have a fight for first, and who gets to kind of crush the keys. Only 8 points up there, but whenever we look at T1 and Myth, 8 points.
งานไว้อยู่นะตอนแรกกูรู้ว่าของลีโอจะโดนพวกนี้ลีโอไม่น่าหรอกมั้งไม่รู้ว่าแต่ที่แน่ๆอาร์ดิโดนจัดดูเอ็มไหมไม่ดูครับ
Slow rotating over there, and of course, Team Liquid just to the south.
มินิผ่านเขารอบแน่นอนแล้วใช่ไหมครับแน่นอนครับคุณเชื่อคุณง่ายใจหวานเอาหรอกคุณได้ไหมไม่แต่ดิมันโดนจริงลีโอมันไม่โดนหรอกลีโอฟาเดีย
if he so chose.
ผมวงเฮี้ยนะผมถามจริง
absolutely awful.
แต่ชับก็อยู่ในวงโอเค
Okay, well, Georgia Pole, JDG, all these guys up at the top. Nemesis, get ready.
มันเคยมีวงจบบนสะพานปะ
ที่จะทับบางมดจะเปิดแล้วผมรู้สึกไม่อยากไปขอกำลังใจหน่อยครับขอไม่ให้ผมโดนไทยหน่อยครับเรียนวิทย์ว่าถ้าผมจบที่จุดสมานงานผมไหม
สู้ๆครับน้องคิงจูดี้ครับมอจะเปิดแล้วก็อินจอยชีวิตมหาลัยมันไม่ได้มีบ่อยๆหรอกใช่ไหมไปเจอทรงสาวไปเจอเพื่อนอ่ะใช่ไหมคิดว่าไงWไหมไปอินจอยชีวิตมหาลัยครับนะนานๆทีเนี่ยแล้วก็ขอให้ไม่ทายขอให้ทุกอย่างไปได้ดีนะครับอาจารย์ใจดีเรียนรู้เรื่อง everything ดีนะครับผมสู้ๆนะ
Yeah, they need 3 to get ahead of Supers, and then they have to finish ahead of Gen G. And if you get 5, then you're feeling really good. Yeah, hello, Gustav.
In South George?
You know, it's fine.
มีทุกจุดในน้ำก็มีใช่เหรอวะเฮี้ยเกินว่ะ
This doesn't matter. It's kind of funny. This almost matters more for Liquid, not to anything to do with getting in the finals. Because Liquid, I think, is pretty keen on messing with JJaz.
ช่วงวัยหนุ่มมันก็ต้องอย่างนี้หน่อยหรือเปล่านิดหน่อย
Their whole game, they're going to have a target
วันนี้เป็นการวาโลที่โหดหูมากครับจริงครับ
Team Liquid, they're playing with points in the back.
ก็เลยวันนี้พอก่อนนะครับ
They
วาโล
can
อ่ะ
just crash
ยัง
wherever
ถู
they
กเกิน
want. And the reason why they're messing with JDG is look at what we're looking at right now. South George, North George squads makes it hard to rotate, especially if you get a northern circle. You're going to be right on top of each other. You're buying for vehicles based off of drops. Team Liquid is playing the long game on this one and not afraid to be the villain if they have to do a couple of things. Not necessarily untoward towards JDG, but I mean,
it's fair game. I mean, that's part of the equation there. I don't know what happened to Baron. It's fine. I mean, Myth is. I mean, again, Myth, you're playing right. You're playing for the key crush spot. Like at this point, so that's I guess maybe impactful, but at the end of the day,
I'll say karmatic for me because while everybody else is having a serious conversation about goats, they're like, "Oh, my team, I love you, Myth."
Oh, when they were picking their own players?
That was a cowardly answer.
Yeah,
cowardly answer.
I'm with you on that. I liked everybody else because I'm like, oh, yes, I agree with that. Oh, Uba, yes. Loki, absolutely. Stravesy, interesting choice that I kind of agree with because I think he's been incredible throughout his career. Then you just pick your own teammates. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jacob has been exactly what Myth needed to push them into the top tier of PUBG esports, but yeah, come on, bros. Come on.
A little bit more consistency on wins coming out. Myth might have there's an argument for in the future or maybe right now they're the GOATs, but usually when you think of it, it's
you
like
gotta win a PGC. You gotta win a PGC.
That's what the OAT side of it is, right? As now most of our squads are starting to make more commitments into rotation positions, and this is going to be a very small circle given how much water is going to be in play. Sharper's just going to go full Navy right now. T1's got a 2-2 split on Military Base Island. DK is just going to be to the south of them. Myth's going to have the hillsides just to the north of Military Base proper. Game's going to go for bridge control, and 17's going to go for the ice chest over into the east.
You're my oath side.
Hey, I was trying not to make a joke about it. Thank you. People tend to forget about it. I'm always just matching.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 99% of what you
I was this close to actually having my like handle be Quaker. I was like, nah. I think it's technically better long term.
I could have gone with Darth.
Darth? Oh, Darth Vader. That's actually really good.
Yeah.
Okay, look, it's time for us to rebrand.
All right. The Quaker Darth. All right, let's focus in on the game.
That's way better.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Rotates over to the east. Navi, a little bit of a bridge camp. VC's got eyes on it. VC presently sitting in a good position. Navi also in a good position, but I don't know if VC's going to make too much of a commitment.
ตอนนี้วาโลชนะ8 เกม 10 เกมน่าชนะไหมแล้วกดผิดกดอะไรถอนดิ
Simon might get some damage and a knock, but it's really just whatever he can find. Anything that counts.
Navi, right? I think really importantly here, we got to notice that JJaz is in an emergency pickup, and there's not a ton that they have to work with. Thank you, observers. You're right on point today. You guys have been amazing. There's like the very southern compounds is basically what you have to work with if you drop onto the military island, but even that's a little bit of a gamble in this. So
พวกมันไม่ทำไรเลยกูให้มันเขียนชื่อ5 วันมันไม่เขียนจนวันท้ายกูก็เลยถามมันว่าถ้าพวกคุณไม่ทำไรผมขออนุญาตเตะออกกลุ่มนะครับมันก็มาร้องกันหมดกูก็ไม่สนใจเตะแม่งไปกูปี4พวกมันปี1วิชาเลือก
ดีมากๆมันต้องอย่างนี้ครับเก่งมาก
พร้อมทารอนบินสูงสู้ทุกสนามมีจัสนำความหวังไม่หวั่นไหวรักทารอนมั่นคงจากหัวใจเทียต่อไปไม่เปลี่ยนแปลง
ไอ้ตอนมึงเรียนมึงเก่งแบบนี้ไหมนะมึงบอกกูดีแต่งซะเฮียเต็ม10กวย10เลยสัตว์ไอ้เชี่ยนี่โอ้โหอีเฮีย
you're gonna have to go way
โค้ดอะไรครับโค้ด RichMan Shop ครับ RichMan Shop JJaz ใครไปเติม RichMan Shop Valorant ลด 5% ไปเติมเร็วปกติปี 1มันต้องแข่งปี 4ไม่ใช่เหรอวะไอ้แต่จริงนะกูบอกเลยนะมึงจับกลุ่มมามึงทำงานกับเพื่อนอะเพื่อนไม่ทำงานรอบแรกไม่เป็นไรถือว่าเตือนรอบต่อไปมึงแต่คำว่าเตะอันนี้คือคติกูนะเว้ยแล้วกูทำทุกรอบมีคนได้เอฟเพราะกูแล้วแต่กูไม่ใช่ว่าเพราะกูเพราะมึงไม่ทำเองมากกว่าฝากไม่ขี่ลด 5% ครับโค้ดRichMan Shopพี่ตาทำมันบ่อยมากจับกลุ่มไม่ทำงานพี่เตะเตือนแล้วอ่ะมันไม่เอาก็เตะเหี้ยไม่สนตาโดนเตะมากไม่เคยครับโคตรไหมไม่เดี๋ยวมึงโดนเตะเราไม่ใช่ครับกูเนี่ยเดอะแบกซ้อมปิงปองกลับมาแล้วสนุกไหมถ้ากลุ่มสเตะเข้ารอบลึกไม่ได้อย่างงี้ก็ต้องเจอชัปเปอร์หรือซิปโต้อะไรอย่างงี้ดิใช่ครับวินนี่
So Twisted going to have to try to drive around this thing.
แล้วเรื่องจัดเป็นลามไม่ใช่ลามนะครับลามเดี๋ยวลงสตรีมไปคุยครับเติมไม่ฟรีหุ้นดีไปเติมเลยนะไปเติมเลยนะRichMan Shop ใบไม่ใช่คนJJazนะ
Really early, well before you want to. Now look at Nemesis. They are taking theirs, so they time it with the phase 2 pop, so they have a better idea.
วันนี้จะเจิมอะไรก็แพ้ต้องเจิมทีวันไม่ต้องเจิมหรอกเจิมไปทำไมเนี่ยไปเจอพวกไอเจนจีดีกว่ากลุ่มมี7 คนมึงเตะเพื่อนออก6 คนงี้ไม่คือกูลงเรียนอะไรก็ช่างใช่ปะกูจะลงเรียนกับเพื่อนกูซึ่งอาจจะมีคนหรือ2 คนก็คือพวกกู2ไม่ก็3 คนละถ้ากลุ่มมันต้องจับ4 คน5 คน6 คนพวกกูก็จับแรนดอมเลยแล้วถ้ามีใครไม่ทำงานกูจะทักไปเตือนเฮ้ยฝากทำตรงนี้หน่อยนะเดี๋ยวต้องรีบส่งนะกูเตือนแล้วกูให้เวลาแล้วแบบภายในวันนี้ไม่ได้ไหมภายในพรุ่งนี้ได้ไหมกูเปิดไปมันไม่ทำกูเตะเลย
คือจีทุกจัสเครื่องหมาย
คนนี้ไม่ชอบ
เพื่อนรักทารอนคิดถึงจัสนะ
โอ้RichMan Shopครับดิเชเตอร์JJazหรอกูไม่สนนะเฮียบอกให้ทำแล้วกูไม่ทำงานมันไม่ใช่ประเด็นการโตกันแล้วใช่ไหมเคยเตะนะครับแต่ไฟนอลเทอมอาจารย์เรียกให้เขากลับมาเข้ากลุ่มเหมือนเดิมเหรอพ่อตาก็เคยมีนะสงสารเพื่อนหน่อยแล้วกูแบบแล้วก็เพื่อนไม่ทำงานอ่ะไม่ผมต้องเข้ามาอาจารย์ไม่เงียบเลยเว้ยเฮียว่ามึงก็ให้มันทำกันเองดิคุยอะไรกูอ่ะเพื่อนน่ารักแค่ไหนก็ช่างนะครับมันไม่ได้แปลว่าเขาจะเอาเปรียบเราได้เฮ้ยเที่ยมันแจกแต้มมาเนี่ยแจกแต้มมาเนี่ยเฮ้ย
And Nemesis, you're in trouble. You were fighting for survival. You needed some points, and instead you feed them to JDG.
That is unbelievable. They go right to the worst spot possible. Melman getting lit up, trying to get over the fence, but there's grenades on both sides. He's just done.
ไอ้แทนวูลาไป
That is absolute madness.
JDG ได้แค่2 แต้ม
Where does that put JDG? Tied with Gen G, but they still don't have enough to get past supers.
Okay, you.
Sharper in a lot of trouble. 17 just lands in the face. Yawu
doesn't even care.
17 with 1 player down. Sharper in a lot of trouble on the outside of this, just watching their
team. เราจะยอมแพ้กันตรงนี้เหรอวะ Sharper เพราะว่าความเป็นเพื่อนกับการทำงานร่วมกันในสังคมใช่มึงใจดีได้มึงเตือนได้แต่ไม่ใช่ว่าปล่อยว่างไปผ่านตาเขามูวาโลแอนท็อกซิกในวันนี้มีวันไหนไม่ท็อกซิกชนะมันยังเล่นเลยบางทีอ่ะเช่นเนี่ยก็มาลาออกจากคณะไปแล้วเพราะแค่มันไม่ยอมทำงานกลุ่มแต่ผลนี้มันโดนไปทำดูแลครอบครัวแต่สุดท้ายเพิ่งกูไปเจอมันอยู่ออนเกมก็ตามนั้น
Long one from them. Gen G.
กูเซ็นเข้าอะไรเงี้ยใจเย็น
Still outside the blue zone, playing it slow, patient. Myth Twisted. We saw them just a moment ago, kind of bumping up in a rotate. They're going to be playing the actual airport,
มึงเอา130 เมตร
leading into the airfields and where all the planes going to be landing at. Navi's in a great position in the circle. GK as well. So that's the other thing to be looking at is now that GK has moved into that 14th place position.
ดูวาโลไหมครับไม่ดูยุโรปนะครับเต
Sharper now in trouble at that 50-point cut line as Falcons going full on Navy.
โอ้โหฟอลคอนทำเดียวมันเลยถ้าเราผิดหวังฟอร์มของน้องๆวันนี้เราท็อกซิกไหมผิดหวังไม่ผิดครับแต่ด่าเนี่ยท็อกซิกเตือนได้วิจารณ์ได้เล่นไม่ดีเพราะรู้สึกว่าตรงนี้พลาดไปตรงนั้นพลาดไปแต่แบบอีเชี่ยวงูทำเวลนะเนี่ยท็อกซิกใช่ไหมผิดหวังแต่สุดท้ายเราก็ให้กำลังใจได้เนาะ
And we'll see if they're able to find anything safe inside of the circle. It's not going to be easy to say the least. And there goes 4AM. They're trying to drop in.
วันนี้มอไม่ดังเขาไม่ต้องค่อยแม่งทำงานอันนี้ก็จริงนะทำงานไม่รู้เรื่องเนี่ยวันนี้ FS ได้คอมมูเหมือนโดนชกกันเลยอยู่อ่ะวันนี้ผิดหวังมึงทำไมมึงต้องหัวทั่วเราขอโทษได้ไหมล่ะเกียร์มันเรื่องไม่ได้อะตอนนั้นน่ะมันมีกูเลือกระหว่างกูกับไข่แดงกูเลือกเป็นถั่วดีกว่าวะถ้าผมเป็นผู้ดีแค่กับหญิงอันนี้2มาตรฐานไหมนิดนึงวินวาทำอีกเกลว่าเดอะฟัคอันนี้มีดราม่าอะไรอันนี้มันเหลืองอีนี่มันขี้เหลืองอันนี้ด่าตอนนี้เวทีแชมเปี้ยนเหรอสาธุหวังว่าครับหวังว่าเอ้าเยี่ยจีเค60
Also on the scene.
So this is a problem with this firefight going on as loud and heavy as it is in the northern section. Gen G is going to see that first. Know that they can't drop off in the northern section. Probably pull down in the south, where Falcons just made landfall, where we saw 17 go, where we have 4 angry men at. It's going to be so dicey over there as Team Liquid still just trying to fight. Get this one out. Heather's going to be on the side of it, seeing if he can get the better of Cowboy, but it's just going to be too big of a crossfire that's been set up for Team Liquid now as they're knows where they're at. But this is the circle that we're looking at from here on out. There's not many trees. There's not too many other cover pieces to play. It's going to be burning smokes early in these types of firefights. They're going to be a problem. As here comes Gen G. Where do they opt into going?
It's by Falcons. It's right next to Falcons. They're already getting tagged. Gustav there can't maintain his footing. He's actually going to drop down, parachuting through. Bean there. He takes a bunch of damage on the dropping. It's going to be Trimsy who catches him.
That's one down. There are others did at least manage to touch the ground, but it's going to be very hard to play over here. More is now coming out. Don't know exactly where they're going to be going. Sharper still claiming the live over here. So at least Gen G has their backs into a safe position for the time being. Kickstart, though, is also over into the west, roaming around on the outside of the spotting it in T1, now being a little bit done with whatever's going on to the north with Team Liquid, has set their eyes into where we can see Gen G kind of playing from.
Feels like it's on to JDG now to be the ones to supplant the supers. See if they can do that.
ไม่ชัวร์13หรือ15เนี่ยเฟซตอนเนี้ย
and we know what he can do even on his own. Over towards our next circle.
วงไปไหนโอ้โห
Gen G
ไอ้เฮียเจนจีฟาลคอน
You are feeling so lucky right now. GK, you're just feeling cursed. You've got to come down out of your high ground. Roaming Team Liquid up at the top, still kind of contesting up against T1. I think that's going to be finishing out here pretty fast. But it is Heather.
จริงๆต้องยอมสุดท้ายแล้วพี่
He's a one-man army in and of himself, but Nate is going to finish him out. Team Liquid has to make a
ไปแล้วครับ T1 ครับ
GK both have to get into a circle that's going to be really open, man. This is what I've been seeing for so long.
This is really scary. I know, it is pretty funny. It's so slow, dude. It takes forever to get there. But this is so scary for Gen G. You're going to see that coming. You're like, there's nothing we can do about this.
Twisted. They're going to run right into Falcon's positioning if he needs those kills. Yes, Soldiers can flush onto one, but example pops out, gets the knock on to Tiggleton. Can we see Gen G find any of this? No, the angles are wrong because R8's also coming in.
ทำไมนะได้ครับพี่ชาย
Supers out. That's Gen G
แล้วผมจบแล้วผมโทรไป
So DNS will not be making it to the grand finals. Quite shockingly, example, going to try to set up some smokes.
อันนี้แข่งกี่รอบจัดอันนี้สุดท้ายของกลุ่มสเตจแล้วเดี๋ยวหลังจากนี้จะเป็นไฟนอลแล้วครับ3วันสุดท้าย16ทีมสุดท้ายครับจะคัดกันโอเคที่แน่ๆนะเอ้ยเดี๋ยวนะ
But it is also going to be JDG with the kills that they found a second ago, tied in 54. SP sitting at 2 players alive at 50, trying to fight their way. JDG, so few options. They just have one player up, and they have to run through Gam as well as GK. GK is going to go the wrap down in the lower section. That's where Navi's at. That's where 4 Angry Men and Myth are all going to be at. That's going to be a hellacious run.
ตอนนี้เราอยู่อันดับเท่าไหร่14อ่ะ
to find anything else.
else as Gam, and Tanvu keeps looking his direction.
He's looking for Luke 12.
ไม่กลัวliquid อ่ะ
The spot onto him. Not sure if he's going to claim it. Hakatori is going to fall to EJ. Geeky should be good to go at this point.
Oh, everything's stacking up. Myth finding more points. That's going to be big. But where do you go other side of this one? 4 Angry Men just kind of caught.
ไม่คือถ้าจินจีชนะแบบจินจีท็อปแล้วอ่ะ12 13 14 15ใคร13 14 15วะ
Circle is probably the furthest thing from his mind. No. He is just going to camp Luke 12 here.
ใช่พี่มันต้องไปเก็บชิปก่อนอ่ะบูชิปแล้วก็ไปชุบ
somehow some way Genji doesn't get anything else, but he's out in the open and he's done. Luke 12 has him out.
JDG แตก
How it started with Team Liquid getting the last stab on JDG, who falters into 17th place. 4 Angry Men also going to go down.
คือทุกอย่างมันจะพังได้ถ้าไม่มีโอกาสแล้วนี่ฟูเซนได้แล้วรอดแล้ว
How much more can we get? Genji holding on to that 6th place position is going to be well fine, but Sharper with 2 players up, how many more points can they find?
ใช่ถ้าชาร์เปอร์ไก่ฟูเซนก็ติดอยู่ดี
spread out on the coast, but who knows with the new circle settings anything is possible. Park Pro gonna get tagged up by Kiss using the edge of this.
ขอเชียร์ชาร์เปอร์นะชาร์เปอร์เอาหน่อยชาร์เปอร์5 แต้มเพื่อน
พร้อมซัมวันฟังกูนะอา8อันดับที่24มันเคยมาเทคโรเตอร์ของ YE ไทยตอนนั้นโหดมากแต่พอมาเทคผลงานคือกากเลยมันดิบเงินเดือน3 เดือนแล้วดิสแบนทิ้งเลยจนนักแข่งต้องออกมาโพสต์ว่าไม่เอาสังกัดซาอุอีกแล้วเหมือนพวกสแกม
8เนี่ยนะแล้วมันอยู่รอดได้ไงมาถึงวันนี้
Oh, Geeky probably comfortable now into that grand finals. Just looking to try to barricade Myth, do a little bit of damage to our top team from the group stage.
มันไม่อัปเดตเร็วถามมาวะ
Finish them off cleanly. Grenade gets up there, does some damage. The follow-up from Sungjong, he's going to be peppered, but he is going to find the mark.
ฟูเซนอันดับ13
So much breathing room, and that is going to be K continuing to climb. Now jumping.
ไม่ตอนนี้ฟูเซนอันดับ14ว่ะ
Car is going to be rained down in front of him. Gam just having to make a send into the circle.
ไม่รู้ว่ามันไม่อัปเดตเร็วไทม์นี่มึง
He's been trying to use for some form of safety. They're pretty close to the center of the circle, but it's going to be a tree, and that's about all.
แต่รอดร้อยครับรอดร้อยอุ้ยเหี้ยว่าดับมิสไซล์เบรอลุ้นชาร์เปอร์ดีกว่าชาร์เปอร์5 แต้มเพื่อน
Like a nice moment for Tanvu. He's going to get that BRDM for his team too. This looks like another Gam hold the center of the circle.
14ก็มีสิทธิ์ไม่รอดไม่ครับเพราะว่ามันคัด16ใช่ไหมมันคัด16พี่ซึ่งเหลือชาร์เปอร์กับ R8 ถ้าชาร์เปอร์ขึ้นไปก็ตกฟูเซนตก15อะไรเงี้ย
Twisted Minds, it's just loose swimming, an example right next to Falcons.
Bro's like, I gotta get the laps in, you know. We gotta get that exercise in.
He's got control over 50% of this circle swimming right now.
He's like, I just got
รอดร้อยเพราะแค่ R8 ที่มึงจะยิง30 ตัวเหรอไม่น่าหรอกเด็กจีมันอยู่16มันตัด16พี่ฟูเซน60 แต้มฟูเซนอยู่13 14ก็ถ้าชาร์เปอร์ยิง55 ตัวจริงๆก็ตกชิวเลยขอ5 แต้มพอชาร์เปอร์ตอนเนี้ย
Maybe try to go a little bit
โอเค6 แต้มไอ้สัตว์
even closer to GK. Maybe make the commitment in. Big nade rolls right in, but Vicious is going to get eliminated. Nade's not going to get anything else. So 17 coming alive over into the west is no. Earth has abandoned his name and he's decided he's going to go in the water. But 17's going to get coastline control.
This is basically putting it out of reach for Sharper though, because Genji found one of those points. Soul actually popped up and over and took one of the VC players out, stole one of the kills from Geeky. So it just becomes more and more difficult for Sharper.
Sharper doesn't need a lot. They just need to survive.
เฮ้ยว่ะตอนนี้เจนจี15ใช่ไหมอันดับ16กี่แต้มวะ53ขอ4 แต้มขอ3 แต้มขอ3 แต้ม3 แต้มยังไงก็รอดว่ะกูลืมเจนจีจะแซงเอฟเฟล่าไม่เป็นไรเอาเลย
Literally in the earth.
That's what I'm saying. He jumped out. He was
เก็บ17ได้บอกว่าชาร์เปอร์มึงเก็บ17ได้นะมึง MVP เลยมึงเก็บ17ได้คือมึง MVP เลยเพื่อน
Getting so close. This should be the end for Sharper. I mean, they need 4 more points just
โอ้ยเป็นปตีนมึงอย่าเจิมดี
and then they're going to need 5 to supplant to get past them, and I don't know if that's possible.
If we get a duel of the mermaids between Earth and Lu, have them fight it out at the end for everything.
โอ้แล้วดู2 ตัวนี้2 ทีมนี้
in the circle, feeling the luckiest squad on the face of the earth right now as R8 has to push pretty close to the Falcons. Falcons have just kind of abandoned position that they were playing for a second ago. 17 though, This is big. They're right on top of Thunders, but being held out by GK. So Thunders just trying to play survival for as long as he can, but he's going to have some very noisy neighbors.
อยู่นิ่งๆเลยชาร์เปอร์เอาเพนมินก่อนไหม
For R8 with a bang, get a win.
ใครได้ยิงแค่จีดิ
Falcons down here. Teddy.
เฮ้ยไม่ยิง17ก่อนดีกว่ายิง17ดิเฮียมันเฮ้ยโอ้โหทันเดอร์เพื่อนทันเดอร์
trying to keep 17 pinned on the other side of that thing. Teddy does find
สรุปอาแพดทิ้งหมดเฮียรัวเลยนะ
in the middle of the outside of the next circle is Gam.
I mean, if GK moves or falls, then suddenly Thunder's position is terrible because 17's up on top of that rock and we'll just look right down on top of him.
He's dead.
So Earth's going to go back into swimming, see if he can use the distraction that GK is providing to maybe survive just a wee bit longer. I mean, GK's distracting enough for Thunders for the time being. Gen.G hasn't pulled their trigger in forever, and Gam's got the other side of GK, so I don't even know if you're GK. There's nowhere to go. You're going to get picked apart one of these ways.
You need to find a timing here as Earth, but I don't think there's just anything he can really do.
โอ้ Thunder นิ่งไว้นะ Thunder
is in trouble. The grenades taking out the shielding. He gets one, but Xiaowu is going to immediately dispatch him.
No, don't swim to the water. Don't give away Earth's positioning. He's still on stealth mission. Other side of it, it is going to be Salute finally finding their triggers again. They get the knock onto 17 Gaming. GK again, still just in so much trouble. Gam's managed to build themselves a fortress with the BRDM, and they still have to move forward just a bit more to get in the circle.
ตายดิมึงตายดิไอ้ GK โอ้ย
At least able to find another knock. I didn't think Sungjang was maybe going to be able to find too much more.
ไปได้แล้ว
Sungjang is going to go down to the blue. GK are A-OK to get into that grand finals, as we can see.
Well, we've been looking at everything. We do have middle into first place position, but R8 actually.
อะไรก็ได้
20 seconds, a bit of climb. No.
อย่าไอ้เหี้ยอย่า
Does the redneck fishing get him? No, he's just got to keep
Survive.
Use Gen.G as cover.
Yeah. Use the team that's ahead of you in the standings. It'll work surely. How does he find a cove?
He's got himself a little cubby to hide in.
No.
17, how bad?
วงเข้าเราเลยดิวงได้อยู่แหละแค่ขอบน้ำได้อยู่ป่ะเฮ้ยพ่อมึงตายมึงมาทำเย่เนี่ยอีดอก
That's a decent gun, but no, he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to stick around.
I mean, he can just keep going aquatic. A couple of shots.
ไม่เอาแล้วมึงดูมันดิไม่หิวจัดอ่ะไอ้เชี่ยไม่หิวจัดอ่ะ
Oh, doesn't get a lot more, but gonna jump out, still be safe.
Molly's work in the water.
นิ่งไว้เอิร์ธนิ่งไว้ไอ้เอิร์ธนิ่งไว้ไอ้เอิร์ธนิ่งไว้ไอ้เอิร์ธนิ่งไว้ไอ้เหี้ยไฟลงน้ำมาตัดไอ้เอิร์ธนิ่งไว้โอ้ยมึงไปสู้อย่างอื่นดิ
It's not me.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just chilling.
Oh no, D has spotted him, and Earth's dreams are crushed.
That's it for Sharper. They will not find themselves into that grand finals, and we have it all established. We know where the cutoff will be, and it will be Shadow Esports. Well, let's have some fun with this one. Tanbu with that Mark 14. I want to see him sing.
เดี๋ยวนะฟูเซนรอดบุดวิดเลยปะวะ60แต้มอันดับ16ก่อน
Salute's gone down one side. 17 making the push in. Gam's got control of land on one side, but while we have lost one mermaid, we still have another Twisted Minds.
16พอดีอ่ะ
R8 also on this little bit of a climb of their own. They've still got a lot of players up in control of the south.
Gen.G losing players here and there.
อันดับ14 61แต้มอันดับ15 60
to make landfall and try to find a way up here.
16ฟูเซน
60 sure if he's going to have a spot. Yeah, he definitely does have some room in this circle to find a way up for sure. Teddy doing some nice shooting there. Tanmu goes for the spin, but will be sent out most likely. Looks like there's another
8แชมป์เอฟเฟกต์ตกฮะไม่ได้
Unbelievable, dude.
ไม่ทันแล้ว
It's a P90. There was a crate out in the water.
48Just PUBG things sometimes. I love it. All right.
Hey.
Damn, 17 up to the north, and it is R8 now that's getting the focus of everybody. Tian is going to get the knock on F. So 17's going to leapfrog.
50 โอ้ไม่ทัน
Res on a wind bow, and now Lou.
ไม่พอ
Zooming on the rocks below it all. I don't even know if it does. He have? Yeah, he has a path up from there. I think it's a little bit more to his right, east. However you say.
Do you think he uses through to the loom?
ไอ้ทำเหี้ยนะมึงดูวิวทิวทัศน์เหรอไอ้สัตว์
See, I was going to go with he's opting for, I guess, more of a pacifist fight in lieu.
Oh, that's good too. That one's good. I like that. I like that one. Yours is a little less crude than mine.
ใช่ว่าใครแชมป์ R8 ไหมป่ะ R8 กินไก่ป่ะ
Oh yeah,
years upon years
ago.
อันนี้บวกเพจเมนก่อนหน้าแล้วใช่
PUBG. Love it. I love it. Well, I think this should be R8's game. I think, but
how much
hard
can
to
they
say.
Get? I mean, yeah, they're not going to qualify.
No,
I don't
think that's possible.
That's a big come up at the end.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be 48. Plus, they can get another 6 points. Well,
maybe if they kill.
You know
everybody?
what? Actually, wait a minute.
I'm trying to do the math on this.
No.
And then we got another 9.
They can get 6 more points if I'm not mistaken. I think they could do this. But they have to get all the kills.
They have to get all of the kills.
I think there's like
1 2
they can't pass Gen G, but
3 4 5 แต้ม
maybe pass Shadow. No, wait,
I
no.
don't- yeah,
No,
I'm
they
trying-
can't. They can't.
บวก
they can't.
4 บวก
Not possible. Not possible. Not possible. I just
Yeah.
I hate doing caster math. I absolutely hate it.
ไม่ได้
The worst thing in this
ไม่ไป
job,
ตีนี่มั่วนะ
trying to figure stuff out on the fly. It's not possible. I'm like
13 14 15 16
because I think the most they can get is 11 more points, and
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where the cut lines were. So
it's
yeah, they get
55, so they can't. They're 1 point short. Sad. I thought you had me hoping for a moment. I'm like,
oh, that flush that happened a second ago. Whenever they got the knock and it was stolen away. Oh man. All right. Well, that being said, R8 trying to wipe.
4 คิวบวก4แรงพอยต์51ไม่ได้แล้วมันยากเกินว่ะ
than anybody else, and I feel like Lou may die to the blue. So
ดูคนทีมได้พี่ตอนเนี้ย
could be a
เฮีย
factors are really teams are too close to each other.
ไม่เห็นอะไรอะ What the fuck เห็นอะไรวะไม่รู้เรื่องเลย
Managed to get one out of that as Gam is going to get eliminated, but 17 is going to find the other side of it, pick up one of their own. 17 having a massive game, all considered 8 kills right now and still fighting their way forward.
คัดออฟต่ำนะปีที่แล้ว62เหรอ
Down in the southeast, it's going to be R8 and good old Lou living the, I guess, the
ไม่บอกทำเหี้ย trying to see where exactly Lou is, and then he's going to reposition up to the high ground. He takes a little bit of damage from the blue to do so.
แต่เขาR8 เนี่ยดูดิ
Too much longer. This has to be kind of clean.
จริงผมก็ชอบเฟิร์สเพอร์ซันมากกว่าพี่ดูเอ็มไม่ตัดไม่ได้ดูครับวันนี้
Having just arrived, he doesn't have to pull his trigger too much. He just gets to kind of watch what's going to be going on. 17, if they play along the rocks, going to have their own problems. Ooh, blue zone going to take down Wimbo, and he's going to go ahead and get flushed by gravity. Uh-oh, Tian, he's spotted.
เฮ้ยเฮียเอาแล้วไม่ยิงอ่ะ
Up there, Lou.
No, don't do it.
I mean, there's so many players in front of you. You got to go for it. MT wanted to go for Lou, but he's just trying to hold his breath down there. And can he out-survive anybody else? R8 wants him.
โอ้ยไม่เมย์สวัสดีครับ
Another kill. Lou does make
ขอให้ใส่
landfall. Goodbye,
ดีๆ
Tian.
เป็นพี่สติมเมอร์ในพี่ในช่องแชททุกคนขอให้บุญเป็นคนที่ดีให้มีความสุขตลอดครับโอ้ยขอบคุณครับไม่เมย์W ครับขอบคุณครับผมจบเรียบร้อย W สำหรับพับจีไหนวะอ๋อยิงในน้ำยิงยากอ่ะรอดูแต้มดิอันนี้ยังฟูเซนหน้า15พอดีมั้ง15มันหน้า15มั้ง14 15พอ16 55จึนจีฟูเซนยังไม่อัปเดตจบแล้วคืออะไรย้ายนอนเดี๋ยวขอไปคุยงานหน่อยเดี๋ยวดูข่าวดิเอฟได้เข้าเพลย์ออฟไหมได้ครับหมายถึงพับจีใช่ไหมครับได้เข้าไฟนอลครับโดนเบี้ยวค่าเหนื่อยผู้เล่น R8 ประกาศยุติสัญญากับสังกัดเชี่ยโหดจังวะอันนี้ปีที่แล้วอ๋อเป็นคนไทยที่โดนเหรอเอาแล้วฟ้องร้องอะไรไม่ได้เลยเหรอเอาแล้วมันอยู่ถึงทุกวันนี้ได้ไงน่าขี่ R8 สัตว์เดี๋ยวเจอกูR6ใส่เรมโบซิกนะครับไม่ได้แล้วเคสเดียวกับเราเลยใช่ไหมเดียพี่ใช่ไหมเชียเอ้ยนี่ครับคะแนนนะครับ60มึงฟ้องได้แบบฟ้องไม่ได้เฮียควยเต็งว่ะพูดแล้วซึมเศร้าของมึงมาเลิกทำทีมแล้วแต่อันนี้ไม่น่าขี่วันนี้ไม่ได้ทำทีมอยู่เลยว่ะผู้เล่นดีทีมสตรีมเมอร์ทางไม่ดีจัดแคนคูณ2อันไหนดูสกอร์ครับตอนนี้เมดินไทยแลนด์ครับที่ ชีวานาวีเต็มไลน์ฟาลคอนเวอร์ตัสโปรแกรม17 Liquid Vitality Vicious GK AG FULLSENSE เจนจีแล้วก็ Shadow Esport นะครับผมชาร์เปอร์อีกกระติ่งเดียวชาร์เปอร์โอ้นิดเดียวนิดเดียวชาร์เปอร์อีสปอร์ตเอ็นจีนิดเดียวกับชาร์เปอร์เจดีอ่ะก็นะครับอันนี้ก็จะเป็น16ทีมนะครับแชทที่จะแข่งในรอบวันพรุ่งนี้ต่อนะครับผมเป็นรอบไฟแนลนะครับ
ซัมวันกฎหมายไทยสู้ต่างชาติไม่ได้ก็เหมือนจัสแหละ
ปุระเศร้าวงตบมาดิเล่นยากจริงเสียดายว่ะเฮ้ยเดี่ยวเลยวะจัดไปแชทเจอกันอีกทีพรุ่งนี้โอเคไหมพรุ่งนี้วาโลมีอะไรพรุ่งนี้วาโลมีRQ เซต้า DFM เป็นเล็กรอดูเป็นเล็กโอเคปะแล้วก็ยุโรปมีอะไรวะวันนี้ยุโรปวันนี้งอมป่ะวันนี้ขอเนี่ยผ่านครับยุโรปนะครับแต่ยุโรปพรุ่งนี้เหมือนจะน่าดูมั้งเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มาเชียร์ฟนาติกเจอลิควิดหวานเจี๊ยบเป็นฟนาติกงี้ก็หวานเจี๊ยบดีใช่ไหมหวานเจี๊ยบเก็บแรงรอเลยขอเนี่ยนะครับโอ้พรุ่งนี้วันฟุตBBLด้วยมันหวานเจี๊ยบ3-0ครับฟนาติกอะ
พร้อมซัมวันก่อนลงเรทคนนี้หน่อย https
ดูกันนะเขาดูมีเพื่อนไหมมีเพื่อนสตรีมไหม
twit.tv/elrens
นะครับผมมีเพื่อนของเราอยู่ไหมไม่มีว่ะปะมึงโดนแน่แนทเก็บ2 มิดจำไม่มีลืมไม่มีครับโอ้พี่นงพี่แนทมาเก็บอะไรพวกกูไม่มีวันนับอันนี้ใครเนี่ยไอเลนเนี่ยสาวปะเนี่ยวันวิวเวอร์ปะไปเปิดกล้องนะปะไปครับป่ะเอารอโอเวอร์ไทม์จำแม่นนะพวกมึงอะคืนนี้มีลีกไหนไม่เฮียมียุโรปครับแต่วันนี้ไม่ได้ดูEFเก่งไหมEFลั่นอยู่นะจะรู้จะไหวให้เราติดหรือเปล่าวันนี้ไม่ได้ดูนะครับวันนี้ไม่ได้ดูยุโรปนะเพราะวันนี้เราลากยาวมาPUBGแล้วนะครับทุกคนนะเจอกันอีกทีพรุ่งนี้นะครับเจอกันอีกทีพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวเรามาดูแปซิฟิกแล้วก็ยุโรปด้วยกันนะครับอาจจะมีPUBGด้วยเหมือนกันพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวว่ากันนะครับนะทุกคนนะก็สำหรับวันนี้ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับที่เข้ามาสตรีมนี้ขอบคุณทุกซับทุกบิตทุก follow ทุก donation ดูแลสุขภาพร่างกายกันด้วยนะครับถ้าใครมีเรียนใครมีทำงานอะไรวันศุกร์นี้ก็สู้ๆเป็นกำลังใจให้ถ้าใครมีอะไรก็นอนหลับพักผ่อนเต็มที่แล้วเดี๋ยวไว้เจอกันใหม่พรุ่งนี้บ่าย 3กูนายบายเจอกันเสียเจอกัน6-7จุ๊บมารอดูคลิปจัดปะกะเพราหมูกรอบ